Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
motherfucker, give me a
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
motherfucker, give me a
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
motherfucker, give me a specific
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
motherfucker.
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
I am going to make a stitch of a stitch to add on to this conversation. So watch this video and then we'll talk.
No. Yeah, Dad, get in. You can walk.
Bye, Jenny.
Woo, where's Mom? Oh, I don't know.
For the longest time, I thought they were going to say this was some kind of prank. This is a gotcha moment for Mom, but they never did. They kept laughing and sniggling and giggling all the way to the ship, leaving the mother to fend for herself in another country. And what's worse is the daughter has a habit of doing this to her mother. The fact that they're so comfortable treating her this way is disturbing, in my opinion. The father should never have allowed it. If they couldn't have found provisions suitable for all three of them, none of them should have took it. And especially not him. Like, whatever happened to women and children first? Whatever happened to the big, strong, masculine men? Whatever happened to provide and protect? What was protective about you leaving her and you just taking the daughter? You left your wife, who your job is to protect, on her own in some foreign country. Now, don't get me wrong, I don't have a problem with the whole daddy's little girl type thing. But when it comes to me, I better always come first.
Let's talk about how male-centered daughters will grow up to hate their moms, all the while she will eventually become her mom. Now, the creator that I stitched of that stitch will be linked below, so feel free to follow them for more content of theirs. Also, that creator, not the one that I'm stitching, the person that actually posted it, her name is Abby Fitzpatrick. Don't go sending her hate. Whether I even share her name, it doesn't. She's a content creator. People probably know her anyway. She deleted that video along with some other ones, but you know what she didn't delete? This, yes, this is where she was on a happy inauguration day. It says Trump forever. And it's always so funny to me when they tag Kendrick Lamar, when they like use his songs for things, because like he hates you. Oh my gosh. Anyway, so I'm breaking out the handy dandy for this one because I have some thoughts and I want to make sure that I don't lose them before I start sharing them. Hi, my name is Shayna. For those of you who are new here, I am a journalist, and on this page, I talk a lot about decentering men and child-free living through an intersectional lens. Any of that sounds like vibe, definitely like, share, and subscribe. If you think you're subscribed, please double check, because the way that people keep getting removed from this community is a little concerning. If you would like to join me on Patreon, or if you would like to join any of my other things that I have going on, everything is in the description, including ways to send a gift if that's something that you would like to do. Literally no pressure. And for those of you who were talking about don't worry, I can't respond to everybody, but I'm trying my best. When it comes to wanting to leave the United States and you're looking for resources to do that, I have a team. We're working. I will keep you posted. So yes, but now with that, let's get back to our regularly scheduled content. Okay, point number one. When you are taught to align yourself with men, you'll believe as a woman, as a girl/woman, that you are better, different, and special by comparison, and it always starts in the home. I have a couple of examples of what this looks like when it starts in the home. A lot of these might seem menial, just like, oh, this is It's fine. This is just the Monday. This is just how everybody acts, Shayna. Listen, patriarchy is insidious and it seeps into our everyday. So here's just 3 examples. Just 3 little cutesy examples. 1, not so harmless pranks against mom. Not so harmless pranks against mom. Those pranks that do cause damage. Those pranks where you can see and feel that her spirit drops, but everybody else is laughing. Those pranks that she then has to clean up afterwards. Those pranks that are getting more and more views on YouTube, on TikTok, on Instagram, those pranks that people make as rage bait. Regardless, and I don't want to talk about which specific creators are doing this, or are they even in relationships? Are these just content create relationships? That's not the point is that it's normalized. These very painful pranks are becoming normalized. And when the children are involved, or the children are watching it from in the house, or the children are watching it online, or not your children, but somebody else's children are watching it online, especially with all of the, what is it called? The red pill content that is happening right around now. Yeah, that's how you turn little girls into male-centered girls, young women into male-centered women, because they don't want to align with mom. They don't want to be seen as the weak one, as the one that has to clean up, as the one, oh, well, poor her, or oh, don't worry, she's fine. She's not cool anyway. She's not funny. The whole ball and chain. They don't want to be aligned with that. Anyway, continuing on. Following dad's lead with belittling mom. Now, this kind of goes hand in hand with the pranks, because it's the dismissing of mom. It's the, once again, making jokes about her. It's also the dad constantly only making time for the thing that dad cares about, especially if it pushes mom to the side. And then like belittling mom's feelings about, well, why aren't you spending time with the family? Like, I need you to do certain things around the house. It's like, oh my God, just stop it. Like, either the shut ups or the whatever, like the constantly belittling mom. And then sometimes the kids join in. A lot of times the kids join in. And sometimes it's also the girls. Why? Because dad's cool, dad's funny, dad gets things done, dad this, dad, things that in their minds are considered positives, because they are getting used to not seeing mom's humanity, because dad doesn't see mom's humanity, because dad doesn't see her as a person, because dad doesn't care. And then allowing mom to be the mule of the house. She's always cooking, she's always cleaning, she's always running the kids off to this camp or this after school activity. She's always considering everybody else. She's always reminding you of your doctor's appointments and of your concerts and of your this, and making sure that she's the mule of the family and you've gotten used to it. And mules aren't people, mules are animals. Moving on, when you center men, it makes it easier to lose your rights because you are looking at someone with more power than you and assuming that you're both on the same side of the fence. But you're not. More importantly, it can feel like you're on the same side of the fence when you are in the home. But as soon as you leave the home, as soon as you are out about in the real world, it is, you are not a man. You are not a man. And the world will make that painfully clear. There's a woman that I quote on this page, arguably more often than most people clock. She's eccentric, but she does drop some really good nuggets. And her name is Iyanla Vanzant. She stopped making new content a long time ago. But one thing that she said that really resonates for this is, I am not my sister's keeper. I am my sister. So, while there's nothing wrong with being a daddy's girl, remember that you are more socially aligned with your mom in a literal, practical, political, social, realistic way. Yeah, you could play baseball just like your dad. You, in reality, are more in alignment with your mom. So excluding abusive relationships, we're taking that, putting that to the side. Toxic moms do exist. We're taking that, putting it to the side, so that I can say, I am not my mother's karma. I am my mother. Because patterns will find a way to pattern in aggressive ways. If you don't see the reality of what your mom, the way that the girl in this video does not realize that her dad, that her parents have conditioned her to look for a man that will treat her exactly the same way that her mom, that her dad is treating her mom. She will become her mother in relationship with her children. If she decides to have children, unless she does deep uprooting work, her daughter will treat her the same way that she is treating her mom. Why? Because they have established a pattern. These are my thoughts on it. Love to know yours. Please type them in the comment section. Once again, my name is just Shayna, and please don't go sending this lady hate. She is very young. She has, and not to say that that makes any of her life decisions better, but like, and regardless, just don't go and send. She's clearly struggling enough with her brain as it is.
Well, good morning, everyone. This is a pop-up version of Stanley versus the World by someone's popular request, and he doesn't seem to have shown up. This video is dedicated to bomb cherry juice. This is what happens when people I don't, you know what? Generally, I kind of like Shayna's opinion on some things, but I honestly don't know where this attempt at psychoanalysis comes from. This is bomb cherry juice flavored ridiculousness, and I don't even know what to say other than it's dedicated to bomb cherry juice. So I really won't be doing too much news. Maybe I'll find a news story or two that I find interesting, but I'm kind of bored. Other than ordering groceries, I don't have that much to do today. So we'll watch some videos that I've been meaning to get to. There are going to be a lot of boring history videos, so gird your loins. But oh, and by the way, I think John and Philippe have a show scheduled for 3 or 3:30 today, so I know I won't be going longer than that anti-black shit show that will probably happen. But I'll definitely be in the audience for it. John and Philippe cutting up is always high entertainment value. So I have not watched this video, but sounds like something I would say on a John Galt panel. You don't need chains when people think like this.
If there was one thing that members of the black community did to ensure they remained enslaved, it was this one thing that we're about to go over right now. Now, I'm not talking about physical chains. I'm referring to mental slavery. And the reality is, when the mind is chained, there's no need for physical shackles. Because where the mind goes, the body follows. Even if it's down the road of destruction. Okay?
Yeah, Slick Rick, you didn't know? There's something called there's something called shit, I don't even remember the name of the service, but yeah, I don't go to the grocery store unless, you know, I will go to like farm stands or farmers markets, but no, they order, I can order groceries and they get delivered. Did you not know you can do that? It's a newfangled thing. I can send you a link if you want, because you're in Georgia. Yeah, you can get you can get groceries ordered. I'm kidding. I know you know this. Yeah, usually it's just me here. Why go to the grocery store if you can get it delivered?
We're continuing from the 1945 book Black Metropolis by Dr. St. Clair Drake and Horace Caton. Respect. White people with an interest in Negro progress sometimes profess shock at the distinctions Negroes make among themselves. This is something Negroes continue to do on their own. At this point in the 1930s and 40s, blacks were not physically enslaved anymore. Yet they still carried forward many of the cultural practices rooted in slavery, such as this. Most disconcerting are color distinctions, the lines that Negroes draw between black and light, fair and brown-skinned. Skin color distinctions were introduced by European colonizers as a tool of oppression. In most pre-colonial societies, skin color held no important status. It was no more important than an eye color or hair texture. It was just another simple human variation. But colonizers taught people to hyper-focus on skin color because the plan was to use skin color as a distinction between those who had rights and those who did not have rights, between those who would rule and those who would be ruled over, between those who would be at the top and those at the bottom, and between the superior and the inferior. So the outcome of this was the creation of a polarized society based on extremes. In the US, those with rights, those who ruled, and those who were said to be superior took on the name white. And those with no rights, those who were ruled over, and those selected to be inferior were forced to accept the name black and Negro, which mean the same thing.
Oh, by the way, I just noticed that Sean Bracey's show apparently is about to start back up. I'd heard he'd been on vacation. And the reason I know this is I'm a member of his show. And I just got an alert from YouTube. So he'll be back on up at some point soon, I guess.
So from this context, blacks internalized the idea of colorism and continued it generationally, drawing the line between black and white, fair and brown-skinned.
How, they ask, can Negroes expect white people not to draw the color line when they do it themselves?
That's a fair question. Blacks wanted whites to stop judging them based on their various shades of brown skin, yet they themselves participated in the same activity within their own community. So it appeared hypocritical to whites. Negro leaders in Bronzeville usually throw the ball back to the whites by demanding, in effect,
how can Negroes ignore color distinctions when the whole culture puts a premium upon being white? And when from time immemorial, the lighter Negroes have been the more favored?
That's easy to answer. Don't participate in that culture. Just because whites placed a premium on their color doesn't mean that anyone else had to follow along. And why would people follow along in a worldview that's purposely meant to destroy them? It makes no sense to do so. It's like jumping off of a cliff with other people who have parachutes, but you don't. Why would you do that? Now, even though it was self-defeating, I do understand why they did it. And that's because social and cultural pressure made it very difficult to do anything other than what they did. So I do have compassion for the people at that time. A Negro physician, for instance, told an interviewer,
any Negro who is honest will admit that he is dominated by the standards of the society he's brought up in.
That's what societal pressure does. It ensures that people mold into the standards set by the larger society. And it makes it to where only people with the strongest will can break free from it. So blacks, they have been pressured along in the colorism worldview, and they could not break free. They continue to see themselves as black and inferior, always in contrast to white and superior.
When we're little children, we use storybooks in which all the characters have long blonde hair. When we go to church, we're taught that God is a white man. The Virgin Mary is white. What can you expect?
You can expect self-hate. That's what you can expect. You can expect a never-ending uphill battle of trying to get whites to see you as an equal. And that's never going to happen. Not under that socially constructed system they created. It's not happening. The way they created it prevents that from ever being an outcome. That's why you have to remove your mind from it, and you have to create a new one.
All our early concepts of desirable physical attributes come from the white man. It is a sociological rule that people are pulled into the standardized ways of thinking.
That's why I said earlier that only the strong-willed are able to escape. You won't find many people who actually think for themselves, because most people are pulled into the standardized ways of thinking, which is not necessarily a bad thing, but it becomes a problem when you're following a counterproductive way of thinking. And at that point, you need to make a change.
The average Negro may say that he's proud to be black. This is more or less a defense mechanism.
He's saying it's reactive. It's not rooted in a true acceptance of that identity. It's a way to defend the bombardment of negativity that has been attached to it.
People in America don't black their faces and make their hair kinky. They would be laughed at. It would be too different from the American standard.
But what did blacks do? Straighten their hair. Every time I see this outside, I see a walking symbol of an inferior person, regardless if that person or anyone else acknowledges it or not. To me, it's one of the wildest things in society. Imagine white Americans making a conscious effort to tightly curl their hair. We would look at them as if they had gone mad. They've lost it. Something's wrong with them. People just accept the fact that blacks have gone mad, and it's nothing really to call out when they do the opposite and straighten theirs. So people coming into the Earthpoist community, this is not allowed. Not allowed at all. Natural hair is a cultural marker, and it promotes a healthy self-esteem. I don't care if straight hair is the American standard or not. It's not in this community. What people have naturally is the standard. There is much truth in this argument. Black is a word loaded with derogatory implications in Anglo-Saxon linguistics. Now, does this sound familiar to anyone? Haven't we gone over this before? The authors say black is a word loaded with derogatory implications in the Old English vocabulary. Why does that matter? Because language shapes your perception of reality. The meaning of words, their synonyms, how you use them, all these become frames through which you understand reality. Things are black as sin. For example, if someone who killed a person is described as a criminal or a savage, it paints them as dangerous and irredeemable. But if that same person is described as mentally ill or deeply depressed, the tone shifts, and you might feel pity for them instead of anger. Same person, same actions, but different words, which change the lens. That's why words matter. So this word black in the English language is linked to negative concepts that create a lens which influences people's feelings and judgments. And that's being directed towards people who identify as such. Pay attention. When you don't like a person, you give him a black look. Sin is disobeying the divine. In the English language, we clearly understand black as sin to mean a wicked deed, right? That's clear. Clear and unmistakable. No native English speaker would confuse this to mean anything good. When trouble passes, you emerge from darkness into light, which means dirty look. That's plain and simple. Conversely, that's damn white of you is a compliment. These are concepts we use to help understand reality. Darkness is a condition of not being able to see. It's symbolic of being blind, which relates to not having any understanding, right? In the dark. It's also related to baseness, at the bottom, and a low state. That's why people emerge from darkness into light. You understand? Now, skin color that has more melanin could be described using any word that a person pleases. There's no divine command or any natural law that forces people to describe that skin color as dark. But that's how the Europeans decided to describe it, while they chose to describe skin complexion as light. So when we think about emerging from darkness into light as a good thing, how does that influence the perception of skin color that's described as dark? What about light? What about black? What about white? Think about it. To be free, white, and 21 is considered the ultimate in independence. White people will even sometimes compliment a Negro by unconsciously saying,
"Good, you did it like a white man."
white is a compliment. It's related to ideas such as purity, cleanliness, morality, goodness, and many other positive associations, which is the opposite of the negative black associations. They socially constructed a matrix based on these extremes. And it becomes very obvious once the eyes start to open and the consciousness is raised from the darkness into the light. Scant wonder that Negroes have picked up the idea that black is evil, which doing it like a black man means what? You already know. When fair, i.e., light-skinned Negroes seem inordinately proud of their skin color, or when richer Negroes have a predilection for associating with very light ones or encouraging their children to do so, Bronzeville calls them color-struck. One color-struck woman told an interviewer that she liked dark-skinned people
in their places. I mean, I like them, but not around me. Their place is with the rest of the dark-skinned folks.
because that's how they've been indoctrinated. Caught up in a matrix created by colonizers, which taught them to accept the identity of black, and along with it to pick up the idea that black is evil. Another woman says much the same.
I have no ill feeling for the less fortunate, but I don't care to entertain them outside of closed doors.
Now, we usually replace the word dark for rich, but this time we left it in there to demonstrate the point. But here we see this colored woman thinking just like who? The white man. Those colorism ideas have taken root in the garden of her mind. And now she thinks just like one of them, as far as color is concerned.
I really feel embarrassed when people see me with black persons. I do have a friend who is quite dark. I love her and really forget that she is black until we start outdoors. I never go very far with her, though.
Who is she calling less fortunate? The people with the rich brown skin. She only wants company with them in private, and here's why. Of such people, a rich brown-skinned professional man observed, you see what I mean? This is how words affect people's perception of reality.
Somewhere in their early childhood, these light-skinned people who think they are better than the dark Negroes are taught that the nearer they are to white, the better they are.
Remember the emergence from darkness into light? This is how it plays out with skin color. The light and dark words used to describe skin color plays right into it. Fits right in there like the perfect piece of the puzzle.
They have a superiority complex. This attitude, just like the attitude of white people toward Negroes, is the result of propaganda.
There are very few fair Negroes who will speak so bluntly as the two women quoted above, but there are clear indications that light people, especially women, have a tendency to form social cliques based upon skin color. So the women especially were perpetrators of this kind of madness. There are persistent rumors that certain formally organized voluntary associations, including one or two churches, are blue vein, that is, will not accept any members whose skin is not light enough for the veins to show through. This is wild, isn't it? This sounds just like something that the whites would have done. Though there is no evidence to indicate that any blue vein societies as such exist in Bronzeville, there are a few clubs like the one described by the organization's secretary.
Don't quote me in telling this. Of course, it is an unwritten law in our club that all of the members range from light brown to yellow. I think it's positively silly because there are so many fine people who are richer.
The member of another club insists that such homogeneity is accidental.
The club is over 16 years old. The color pattern, I guess, would be light brown to fair. I am the richest member in the club. I have never paid any attention to that in any of the groups that I have been affiliated with. The question of a person's color or how much money he had or did not have has never arisen in any discussion that I can recall.
Let me know, good people of the planet, do we believe her? Who knows? But once again, we see that Negroes were not completely without fault. Within the Black community, they mirrored the same color-based social order that the white society had created to control them. And because Blacks internalized these ideas and carried them forward, physical chains were no longer needed. They took the psychological chains and enslaved themselves. So what else is there to do? Nothing. We're going to stop right here and we're going to pick up with some more related to this in the next commentary. I thank you for your time and attention. My name is Brooklyn St. Michael, and I'll see you in the free world.
Oh, this guy cracks me up with that opening. I'm sorry, that closing. He is quirky. Well, here is my new favorite YouTube content creator. Let's see here.
I just finished watching some clips of the Mehdi Hassan Jubilee debate.
How many people in this chat ever watched these Jubilee debates? They've had Sam Cedar, Mehdi Hassan was on, Candace Owens did a recent appearance. It is very interesting, though I've only watched clips of how stupid a lot of young folks are. I think it's a direct result of the failures of the American education system. And I literally mean K through 12 and post or secondary, is it post-secondary education? College educations are failing as well. People who actually think that a liberal arts grounding isn't important are fucking idiots. And the result is idiot kids. And Jubilee is just the perfect example. Well, let me call it the perfect showcase.
I use that very loosely because no one can debate Mehdi Hassan. He is the king of debates. And I only watched clips because I'm not going to give them views, but I watched a lot of clips and I recommend that you do the same just so you feel the exact same grave danger that I feel right now.
It's really worth checking out, Helen. I can't show them because Jubilee will strike you.
I thought that the youth were going to save us. They are not going to save us unless they decide that they're going to start playing as dirty as the other side is going to play. Because what I just saw was deeply troubling. These kids were openly fascists. They were openly pro-authoritarian government. They were openly pro-deporting naturalized citizens like Mehdi Hassan to his face. I was hopeful because I see all of these young people who are smart and they are brave and they are politically minded. And I thought we're going to be okay. The problem is that the other side is just as brave, but they're sinister. They are just as sinister, if not more sinister, than their predecessors, the ones who are seated in our government now. And the way that these kids see it is that their predecessors
Hey, by the way, Brian Nichols, let's see, let's find your comment. You said straight hair is beautiful. Well, I think her curly hair is beautiful. What's your opinion? Um, Pretty
Were
interesting.
impotent because they had to start closeted in their hate. They had to start closeted in their true intentions. And then it took years for them to climb out of that closet and be able to be open about their intentions. These kids get to start being loud and proud and honest about what they intend to do. And they know that they'll have a following because for some reason people find it refreshing. So the recipe is now shock them. It's the WWE. Shock them with your sinister plans, and you'll get a following of fucking lunatics. And so if they get to start where their predecessors ended, what do you think that means for us? Their predecessors lied, cheated, stole to get what they wanted. You think that these kids are going to play clean? Absolutely not. And so as long as the good ones insist on playing clean, having clean fights, we're fucked. I'm just being realistic here. You cannot continue playing the same game plan, losing over and over. You cannot continue to insist to like it's as if you double down on being clean in the way that you approach politics. If you double down on it, eventually your opponent is going to start playing clean too. My experience has been the opposite because you continue to let the bad guys be bad guys. There is no fucking stop loss. There is no point at which you say, okay, gloves have to come off now because obviously you're not meeting me at my level, so I have to meet you at yours. And I'm not telling the youth to start playing dirty, but I'm telling the youth, do what you have to do.
Oh, you know what? I didn't even realize that video was over. Oh, I think she is adorable. So if you see right here, this is that Mehdi Hassan debate. And let me see. I'll drop this Mehdi Hassan Jubilee link into the chat. It is worth having a look at, believe it or not. I kind of don't like watching like the whole show. I like the clips better because these kids actually are really cringe. They make me cringe. But I'll drop the link anyway. And we shall move on to the next video of interest. I don't know. This is the first time I've seen this lady. I don't know if it's worth watching, but the title looks interesting. It's titled Who Gets to Be Black? Featuring Donovan Thompson. It's Dr. Donna Oriowo. I guess that's how you pronounce her name. I don't know if she's African or not, but we shall see.
Woke coming from the early 1900s, that 1930s, that 1960s, from the writers to the musicians to the very colloquial way that was used amongst Black folks, is because we already know we're the sundown towns, right? Like, what sheriff in what town is acting like a psychopath at this particular year? How do you move around? You stay woke because your survival depends on it. When we saw the death of Mike Brown, it was the first time that I started observing the pushback to white folks finding out that Black people can congregate in a place like Black Twitter, for example, and get rowdy, right? Now we're getting rowdy. Now we're planning protests. They're like, oh, these niggas, They're out here. They're out here.
You're not as peaceful as we want to believe they are.
Yeah, and they talking about Black Lives Matter. What?
Like white lives matter.
Oh.
Blue lives
All
matter.
lives
That was one that took my ass. I was just like, I ain't never met a blue motherfucking guy.
Today, what are we talking about? The evolution of Black consciousness from civil rights to woke. Who do we get to have the conversation? This man hardly needs an introduction. If you've been out.
Oh, by the way, while I'm thinking about it, the title of today's show, I old these truths. I old my truth to be self-evident. The old is intentional. It's a joke, but I thought I'd point that out.
Side, then you might have already seen him on Grapevine TV or Stranger Fruit. We're talking about the creator, producer, and writer who breaks all the rules and will push, kick, and pull.
He's a
culture
rule
forward.
breaker, folks.
The one, the only, Donovan Thompson.
Hey. I'm so excited to have
Hey.
you here. How you feeling? Like, give me like a top 3, just a sprinkle.
Okay, a top 3. I feel content.
Do you feel
I
content,
feel
Palomino Ricky
a little
Z?
anxious, and then a little bit of the fuck.
Too anxious and the fuck. Those them's is feelings.
Yes.
And I'm wondering, like, how do you feel like those feelings are coming up with what we're going to talk about today?
Oh my gosh, that's the fuck part right there. That's
Oh,
what it is.
okay.
Because like right before we got together, we're like, oh my gosh, I'm gonna speak to Dr. Donna. Let me get myself together. I was like, instead of doing that, let me just watch a little bit of news. And I was like,
That's how you wanted to prepare.
yeah, I was like, let me watch a little bit of news. Let me get into that energy because I knew that it would just get me sort of like stimulated. And what that did was that it brought in a little bit of anxiety for sure. And then the fuck, obviously. Because we're going through a lot of the hearings and we're going to be talking about like this era that we're in and how that affects us as Black folks. So for me, it's very like the fuck is going on. And even though we've had like the last couple of months to get used to what is going to be the Trump era presidency, second presidency, I still am not quite all the way ready for everything that's coming, especially because there's been so much bullshit that we have had to like hear. It's been the hearings. It's been about what he's going to do. Dictator the first day, blah, 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 blah. So yeah, I definitely feel a little bit of anxiety, but I would say the content part is it's just inside. It's a place of stability now for me. Like I've kind of like come into this season feeling very much that even though there's a lot of bullshit going on, I'm going to, just remain steady and speak to myself nicely and just recover from what was a very tumultuous last couple of years. So I feel really good overall. That content part is bigger than the anxiety.
I love that. I'm going to ask you a question that don't have nothing to do with your content.
Okay.
Because we're about to have a real Black ass conversation, right? So I wanted to know who's Black, who counts as Black, and who is the one that determines who is Black within the context of this conversation and maybe even in the overall sort of overarching space.
Yeah, I love that question because we did an episode on Stranger Fruit about this idea of Blackness and biraciality and multiraciality and like who gets to be Black. I would say that if you identify as Black, whoever you are, I certainly do. If you come from melanated people, if you can trace yourself back to the diaspora, the continent of Africa, there are people on the continent of Africa right now who will say that they're not Black. So I think it's really about how society defines Blackness, which has a lot to do with pigmentation.
Talks like this, and I'm gonna give them a chance. Maybe they'll be a little bit more specific, but this is one of the problems I have with shows like this. And I went through this aggravation on Bomb Cherry show. People just fucking refuse to be precise and specific in these sorts of culture critiques. And they just fucking assume everybody understands what they mean. Or maybe the point is, hey, if you know, you know. It is very disturbing. This is where misunderstandings start. This is how misinformation gets generated. And to me, These two so far have been really sloppy, just fucking sloppy. And it is so annoying. I don't know that I disagree with their points. Again, I have a problem with how they're presenting this sort of stuff. It's just too unspecific.
It has a lot to do with where you come from. It has a lot to do with your kinky core.
Oh, and by the way, Africans don't think they're black because everybody there, and most everybody there is black. Therefore, black is the norm. That's why they don't think they're black, because everybody's black. Ugh. Black is a construct, not an actual, even biological term.
Oils. It has a lot to do with how much melanin you have. But I do think a lot of it, you get to see that it's about culture. It's about how you, in wherever you are, whether United States of America or if you're in Brazil, how blackness sort of changes. And I think, like, as a first generation Jamaican person, by way of Africa, right? Like, just trying to figure out what blackness means, it's been an evolution. And in the privilege of being able to speak with a lot of black people is that I think that a lot of black people are just trying to figure it out, if I'm being honest with you. Like, what is blackness? So if you speak with someone from the continent, they may not know they're black until they bring their black asses here. And then they got to deal with America and they figure out, oh, I'm black.
I might not be
Despite
able
what they
to.
may
I might not be able to make it through this silliness. Ugh, so disappointing.
Understand about their own orientation, about their nationality and where they come from. So for me, again, I think when you come to a place like America, you quickly find out that based on your phenotype, you're black. And if you go someplace else, you may find out, well, here, I'm just like everybody else. It doesn't mean so much. So it's up to the person, but it obviously is impacted by where you are, by your culture, by the way that colonization has impacted where you are in the world. But overall, like, if your ass is sun-kissed by the sun, and your hair does a little curl, a little coil, a little wave.
This one right here.
Exactly. That right there, that's bad. So for me, even though we have people who are not necessarily phenotypically black, they don't appear black, they're not melanated, who partake in black culture, and sort of want to play in the space, to me, like, that's not blackness. That is very different than what it means to actually experience blackness and walk that experience, and then also be able to kind of like claim that culturally.
So part of the reason I started there is because if we're going to be talking about Black consciousness, we have to know, number one, who all even counts when we're having this conversation. Who counts, right? And I would say, like, like, even to like add into that a little bit, because I love the answer that you gave, right? Like, you got to define for you what you are. Historically, we have not defined for ourselves what we are. White folk have determined who is what. And it must also be noted, because I know that some of the girlies are going to try it. We're both two first-gen people on this conversation about blackness. And my Nigerianness is going to make some people say, I don't care. Your Jamaicanness is going to make some people say that you don't care.
Yeah.
And yet, I believe we were both born in this country, which makes us very American. We grew up here with the school here, did the things here.
Everything.
But I would be remiss if I didn't also bring that piece into the conversation for a little bit of transparency about where both of us may be sitting within the context of this conversation, and thus and how that may change our understanding.
Yeah. And I'm glad that you brought that up, because this conversation has been one of the things that have really pissed me off, like, through the last decade of actually being in the work and going and talking to people all over the diaspora, from the continent, from, in Europe, people who are here as well, and other places as well. It's been a very annoying conversation, but to your point, no matter where you are in the diaspora, this maintains itself as a barrier. Where exactly are you from in the diaspora, and how does that inform said blackness? And I think that it is a very healthy conversation to actually have. So it's not something that I necessarily stray away from, but sometimes when people are saying certain shit, it just pisses me off. Why? Because the difference between us as, like, black folks who are visibly black, like you can on the continent of Africa, or in the UK, our black, Brits and the Caribbean folks who tend to populate places like London, to the people here who are oftentimes enslaved met up with a lot of people who came of their own volition, right? This experience that we're having is unlike a lot of other people's experiences. And I say for myself, it's kind of like step siblings fighting. You know, I don't know who you are. I mean, you don't even have to be step siblings to fight with your sibling, but there, right? Like, but there is this element of like, you don't know me, right? Like, you don't know me. You may not have been there in my formative years. You don't have the same daddy. Whatever the case may be, the way that rivalry shows up, the way that misunderstanding and miscommunication come up. The most frustrating part of this for me, my mother coming here when she was around 12 years old to America. My mother is in her 60s. My mom, by all means, was raised and sort of like nurtured by Americanness. Her trauma, a lot of it, American trauma. Right. And so for me, it's very hard to separate myself from the Black American experience, but I really have learned to embrace what it means to have these differences, which don't have to be bad. You know, the way that I grew up and I saw like, you know, Jamaicans do this thing called partner and susu, where, you know, they bring money together and depending on what week it is, one person who has put and contributed their money gets the whole pot of money that week. And they get that money so that they can do whatever it is that they want to do. And then I've spoke to like other friends, like my Nigerian friends, and I've spoken to my Black American friends, and they have very similar things, right?
Because boat stops. There's some pieces that get lost about what actually carried over, what actually is very similar,
Yes.
what actually is even the same, what got preserved, because it's not, because we don't know it in the ways that white people teach us to know. We don't see those similarities as things sometimes I think we see it as stolen culture as opposed to it's just part of our culture.
Yes.
So
I love that you said that because there's a part in that process. First of all, you have to trust each other, right? You have to actually trust that you're going to get your draw when you're supposed to get your draw. And it's because of survival. It's familial. It's village-like. It's based on this idea that we know that we're what we have and we're trying to make it. So let's help each other. And so when I realized like that exists, or you talk about stews, we all got our stews, whether it's a gumbo, whether it's, you know, a nice fish stew.
it's always beautifully seasoned.
Exactly. The spices that they stole, we use them.
Because who goes somewhere to steal spices and as it use them?
It's the drugs. It's the drug. It's not.
I'm like, is it crack? It must be
It's a
crack.
crack.
Because why? Just I
Exactly.
digress.
Exactly.
So going forward from the who all is Black, who all is white?
The people that the sun don't really like too much.
Word.
The pigment has left the building. But I mean, ultimately, because I think that when it comes to Blackness and the difference between Blackness and whiteness is because of the way that you sort of describe, like a lot of Blackness has been defined for us. What is Blackness? Well, Blackness is
What's up,
antithetical to
Ignorant?
whiteness, right? Whiteness is
What's going on?
Salute, Grand Rising. How you doing?
You came in late on a barn burner of a show that T had this morning.
Yeah, super late.
You all right? You sound tired.
I'm all right. I'm just cool. I'm high. Yeah.
Okay. Well, any comments on this very enlightening show?
Yes, I would like to expound. I would like to say that these tethers are, first of all, they're spirit chuckers. They peel bananas with their feet. They also have leaves as toilet paper. Also, I've just found this out recently. $40 American. You can have a 7-bedroom mansion over there, a pool in the back, and also a tennis court or preferably basketball court. These are the options. All you need is $40 American. It will be $45 after taxes. So basically, Africa's a shithole. And these tethers, basically what they do is they send mail out via zebras. Yeah, they
Oh wow.
strap all their mail to zebras, and
So
they
that
ride.
there was no Pony Express for them. It was
Oh, no, no,
zebras.
no. Zebras are extremely faster than ponies could ever be. Um,
They also kill lions with their back feet. They kick. They've been known to kill lions, believe it or not.
they kill everything. If they kick you, you're out of there. Like literally. Um, and what's crazy about these people, they use lions how we have kitty cats in the house. They have lions just walking around, sharpening their nails on hyenas and rhinos. I mean, these people are savages. I mean, they have gold just in the ground where they're walking over gold and diamonds and trillions of dollars, but you guys don't even have socks. Your feet stink. You're ashy. Listen, all you tethers, I don't think you understand that you smell. You smell like onions and what else is it? Elephant dung. I don't know why you smell that way. It's in your pores. It doesn't come out. You guys need to handle that. All the tethers out there, take care of your hygiene. Okay, you guys smell bad. Okay, okay. Soap. We use soap over here and rags. We don't just use water. I know that's what the white people do. They just use water and soap. They put their funky ass on a soap bar and assume that their funky ass has been cleaned. This is a falsity. All right. We are here to elevate your minds, tethers. Also, your breath stinks. Yes, your breath.
Well, there you have it, folks, from our man on the street in Nairobi, Ignat TV. And Lupin, you're probably on a delay there. Um, yeah, those hearing these kids on Jubilee, it scares the heck out of me. Deborah, how you doing? It's good to see you. Yeah, Lupin, I might actually have to watch the whole thing. I wish I could watch it here, but the last time I just did, I think it was a Jubilee show. It was way back in December, I think it was. We got struck because I wasn't smart enough to realize that you have to actually have a YouTube, either a screen or an extra computer or a phone so you can see what's actually happening on YouTube, because there are messages and errors and stuff that don't show up in StreamYard that you'll see on the YouTube app. You won't see via YouTube in the actual StreamYard app. So anyway, I might have to watch that, and maybe I'll clip it if it's worth clipping, and then run it through the YouTube algorithm just to see if they're, what I get for copyright. But yeah, it's pretty telling. So I'm going to go ahead and play the rest of this. I'm not sure. This is 40 minutes long. And quite frankly,
let me ask you one question, Stanley, before
Sure.
you do that.
Sure.
The Africans are protesting that the Americans do not receive reparations. What do you think about the Americans that are boycotting all African establishments and have signed thousands of waivers to kind of kick them out of America? What do you think about what's going on?
Well, I don't think they're going to be able to kick them out of America. And here's the thing about reparations. There are two schools of thought in the Pan-African world. There are Black Americans who aren't tethers, who think that much like the early days of the civil rights movement, I mean, post 1954 Brown v. Board through, let's say, 1970, we'll just use 1970 as an end date, that part of the reason all these civil rights acts became a big deal is there was international pressure from Africa, from the Soviet Union. You've probably seen quotes from people like Nikita Khrushchev, who said, hey, Why would anyone want to be an ally of the United States when they mistreat Black Americans so poorly, or badly? So there are people who think that, hey, international pressure is the way to go to help Black Americans um, with the reparations arguments. There are also people like ADOS, and I know a couple ADOS, not the people, but the actual group, American Descendants of Slaves, is a political group. Yvette Carnell is like the head of it these days, who actually say, nope, it's an American thing. We don't want help from Africans or Caribbeans or anybody else. It is a Black thing. There are people, and I happen to be he's a former senior chief that I think very highly of. He's a smart guy. It's like, absolutely, Africans shouldn't even bother talking about reparations in the United States because they're not Americans. As far as the boycotts, I haven't really looked into it, but you know what? I do think that a lot of what I've heard Africans say online is problematic. I do not consider most Africans allies, um, because they, like other quote model minorities, want to align themselves with whiteness. They generally, I mean, and I'll have to look it up and talk about it one of these days. There was this case in upstate New York where this girl's African parents, and I think she was born in Africa as well. They were literally like, absolutely, we do not want you associating with African Americans under any circumstances. And it was like, holy shit. I'd never heard, anybody with any sort of African heritage, talking like this, to their high school student. Like, absolutely, don't bring the boys here. Don't play with them. Don't associate with them. Don't party with them. Black Americans are nothing but trouble. I was shocked. So I think if, there are businesses that Black Americans want to boycott, it's their right to do it. And they may be actually right in doing it. I'm just not that familiar with the cause. Sorry for the long windedness.
No, you good. You answered it.
I mean, what do you think? I mean, are you boycotting anything?
What I believe is that these tethers are here to throw a wrench in the whole program. They have actually went to the UN, and the other countries said yes, they want the Americans to receive their reparations. The only people who denied it were the Africans, and it seems that they have some type of envy of us American blacks.
Well, they do. I mean, you're very well aware that African Americans have more wealth and income than anybody else in the diaspora, including the Brits.
Of course, of course. Um, yes, yes, of course. But
And we've got the culture.
my thing is this, right? We're not trying to change, right, our culture or change who we are to become them. But it seems that we are some sort of gimmick or image that they seem to portray daily.
Hey, keep talking.
No
I'm
problem.
gonna have to meet my beer delivery at the door in a couple minutes.
No problem. Yes, it seems that they want to engage in the things that they say is black culture and it's foolery, but they want to put on the chains, they want to wear the dreadlocks and do all the things they see. The pooh shiesties. Like, I'm in New York, so I see these Africans, but I also see the hate. Like, I see the jealousy, the envy, and it's not just from them. It's from, because it's all people. It's Arabs. They want to be black here. You got it's Spanish. Shit, these Mexicans, wetbacks. Dominicans. That's why they call y'all dumb, because y'all dumb. Dominicans, yeah. And the Puerto Ricans, they don't know what they want to do. Talking about we black, they ain't black. They hate niggas. Bloods was created because of you Puerto Ricans. So whole gangs were created to fight Puerto Ricans. So let's not act like y'all black. Y'all not black. Whole gangs in New York prison was created to fight you guys. You guys aren't cool like that, buddy. And it's just a
Let me
violence.
let me go ahead and play this video, and I'll be right back.
Do your thing.
And you can pick up where you left off.
Pure. Whiteness is Jesus. Blue eye is straight here. White is as close to milk looking as you possibly can get. White is heroism. White is industry. White is, for us, violence, right? How do you sort of define what is whiteness? Again,
And justified violence at
and
that.
justified violence, a violence that enters the room before they enter the room, right? The violence that a mom or a dad, a black mother or a black father would have to tell their kids about when they have to deal with these systems, whether that's the policing system or the education system, or when they're ready to get a corporate job. That is whiteness. Whiteness is the sheriff, the security guard, the head chief of the globe that sort of defines itself in a way that always moves the goalpost to make sure that everything sort of works in the favor of whiteness. Whiteness comes with supremacy sort of built into it, and is antithetical to anything that sort of has any type of pigment or that has any type of difference. I think that even things like homophobia and sexism gets wrapped up into whiteness. Now, I know that these things can be perpetrated by people of color, by black people, absolutely 100%. But the rules that kind of like are understood to that needs to be followed by all of society, we all know, whether you're in China right now, whether you're in Brazil, whether you are in the UK, whether you are here in the States, Mexico, you know that whiteness is your biggest antagonist as well as your highest standard at the same time.
I mean, you already giving it to us, right? So I mean, you've got so many different titles: creator, musician, producer, and I know we are leaning heavy on that social activist right now. And so one of my questions to you is about, like, if Black folk are, as you said, sort of cast into this role of being the opposite of the purity of whiteness, and defined by white power signals, what then is Black consciousness?
When you talk about Black consciousness, I think about wokeness. I think about how we've already sort of declared what this means for us in this shared experience of needing to know how do you survive, where can you be, can you go visit. To this day, it's the same exact thing. There's this level of Black consciousness that makes you ask before you go on vacation, is it safe for Black people there? Are there other Black people going to be there? You know what? Let me get on Google real fast and see what Black people have said about Italy, or have said about Greece, or have said about Australia before I take my Black ass over there and wind up getting treated like I would get treated at a club outside of LA. This is Black consciousness. Black consciousness is a shared experience that I believe for those of us who have had enough time to understand what Black people have experienced right before us. What's the sort of like immediate experience of Black people in our time, and how far are we away from freedom at any given moment? That is the consciousness that we have. It's that space of like,
how are we away from freedom at any given moment?
yeah, absolutely.
Like that's like, for me, that's really something to sit in, right? Because I'm just like, freedom of liberation, right? Like, I get into a space of like, what do we mean when we say the words that we say, like freedom from oppression or liberation? And part of the reason I ask is because freedom sounds like something that someone else must grant you. Liberation is something you grant yourself. So when you say you talking freedom, or you talking liberation?
I think, first of all, I love the way that you put that, and I'm thinking both. And the reason
both, that's for the people who don't know, that's BOAF.
Yes, both of them.
Whoa.
Both of them, because I love how you define that. When you talk about freedom, that's what other people will allow you to do. And that's great. That's the definition, everybody. Moving forward, freedom and liberation. That's how you make that distinction. The freedom, what we're waiting, right? We're waiting with bated breath as Black people, as queer folks, to just wait. Like, what are they gonna do? What's the moment? I mean, think like you as a Black woman, now knowing that you're in DC, God forbid you decide to move. If you decide,
Sorry about that, Ignat. I had to help the Uber driver find my front door. Any more comments? You're probably off helping the Uber find your front door. Let's see, what does Lupin have to say here?
to move to a certain place, you don't have control over your body, mama. That
I barely got control over it now. So I mean, it's just like, cause her, yes, right. Like technically, even before all of this stuff, if I went to my doctor and said, "Hey, tools, let's tie them," they're still gonna be like, "Oh, you're young. Oh, but your husband may want you. Your future husband will." Because I've had these conversations with doctors before when I was already thinking about going through this process. So it's like freedom, as Angela Davis said, is a constant struggle.
it is.
My body belonged to me and didn't belong
Yeah.
to me. Anytime I put my body in a space outside of my home, suddenly it belongs to every Tom, Dick, and Harry who thinks this body yaddy is fine and wants to partake. So my body in space
Body yaddy? Do people
already
actually talk like
don't
that?
feel too much like freedom because of the way that sexism works, because of the way misogynoir works.
Absolutely. And I think to like being, when we talk about consciousness, I think to be at a space now around freedom where you can in your lifetime go from a place where we weren't really having serious conversations about rolling back abortion rights, and now it is the law of the land federally, right?
Yeah.
And so to know that it's changed within this small window, that is how freedom remains this sort of elusive thing that Black folks have been chasing.
Let me make a fine point here. It is not the law of the land. Roe v. Wade was the law of the land. Now it is not the law of the land. It's gone back to the states. And this is literally what I'm talking about here. It's like you can't even figure out how to be accurate in presenting your objections, which I tend to, I thought Roe v. Wade should not have been overturned. But just the way this is presented is just aggravating.
You don't agree? He said exactly what you said.
No, actually, he got it wrong. He said it's the law of the land. It is not the law of the land. Roe v. Wade overturned is not the law of the land. It means it's not the law of the land.
Yeah,
It's
so there
fine.
was, right?
Yeah, there was, and now it's not. And look, I know I'm splitting hairs here. I know that. However, dude, to the people who actually understand what he's talking about, because look, when you make little mistakes like that, people start doubting whether you actually understand your own arguments, and I'm one of them. If you are saying that overturning Roe is the law of the land, it means you don't understand what the law of the land even means. And I know I'm being persnickety, Ignat. You have called me out in the past plenty of times, but I insist on getting these details right. It's the difference between me thinking he is smart or the difference between me thinking he's not that smart. And right now, I'm on the I'm on the fence. As a matter of fact, I'm over the fence. I don't think he's that smart. I'm sorry, I'm an asshole.
Yeah, I don't think he's that smart either. I think he also likes butt sauce. You know
what? I don't care about any of that. He also needs to water his fucking plants and give them some sun.
Yeah, man. He gives me the. He looks like one of those guys that likes butt juice in their tea in the morning.
It's the law of his land.
I don't know. Maybe he'll explain it more because I don't. He kind of did kind of mix his words up, but he said that it was the law of the land,
It's
but now it's
not.
not. Now it's not. So he's saying like it's
Okay, well let
elusive
me
that
let
it
me
can be
rewind it.
changed.
Maybe you're
So
right
he
and I
kind of said
misheard
the
it.
same thing. He said like the laws are really elusive, like they can be changed. They really don't exist,
Well,
really.
yes, they can be overturned, but that's been like this for 250 years at least. Laws get overturned. Slavery was the law and it got overturned.
See, that's where we get
Already.
into the sticky jump because now it can go back. Then if it can get overturned, shit, it can go back. Then
You know what? I Now this is my thinking, and actually, you bring up an interesting thing that I've thought about before. I think most white people don't want slavery.
why would that? Why you say that?
Well, the reason I say that is I don't think we're going to go back and reintroduce slavery into the legal code.
People will become millionaires overnight by having free labor. So why wouldn't they do it?
You know what? In this economy, and there's a whole, you won't believe this, but there is a whole sub field of history and economics that is dedicated to the point that slave labor was incredibly inefficient and actually was not an economically sound way of conducting an economy. Slaves don't give a shit. People who you pay a salary might care a bit more, and wage slaves, if you want to call them that, are actually more efficient because they have skin in the game. Slaves, not so much.
Interesting.
I'm serious. There are books on how the slave economy was massively inefficient.
Yeah, I've seen it. I also seen a documentary on it.
Yeah, so that's why I'm saying I don't think it would be a good idea even if people were inclined to do it. You want to wreck a 2025 economy? Do something like that. And we
Well,
have guns.
Latino for Trump. We'll have a bunch of Dominicans like you.
Oh, be nice now, Latino. Come on now. Latino's one
He's
of
for
us.
Latino for Trump. Listen, he asked the question, "How will we make a million overnight?" Right? We'll have
Okay,
ten
well,
of
as long as
you,
he knows you're fucking with him.
10 of you and your cousins, right, from Dominican. Que lo que? We'll have y'all come over here, and we'll make you do something. Anything. You guys, Dominicans will do anything. We'll have y'all build a building or something. Put a store, make it a sweatshop where y'all rub people's feet all day or some shit.
That reminded me. I meant to tell John Galt. My father had a new roof put on our the family house the other day, and he was commenting on how efficient the Mexicans were.
Yeah, they are.
Meant to mention that.
They are, Stanley. They're really efficient and they're
Well,
fast.
they did it. They did it in a day. That's damn for sure. And you
Dominicans
know
are
what?
lazy. Dominicans,
And
they
you
want to
know
be
what?
black.
Here's the kicker though. My father found one drop nail. They didn't even like there were no nails because my son mowed the lawn later, like the next day. No nails on the lawn or anything like that. So they were fast and efficient. What's up, dirty dude? All right. Well,
Um,
we'll put ourselves through a few more minutes of this, but I don't know that I have the stomach to hear these folks out.
Don't feel too much like freedom because of the way that sexism works, because of the way misogynoir works.
Absolutely. And I think to like being, when you talk about consciousness, I think to be at a space now around freedom where you can in your lifetime go from a place where we weren't really having serious conversations about rolling back abortion rights, and now it is the law of the land federally, right?
Yeah.
And so to know that it's changed within this small window, that is how freedom remains this sort of elusive thing that Black folks have been chasing and fighting for a long time. Now the liberation part is what I think really goes into the wokeness aspect of what we're talking about, because this inside out,
Use that word a couple times
Wow.
because I got to go
Ah.
because woke
Yes,
has been
bitch. Yeah.
adopted, stolen,
Yeah.
gentrified, and is being used in all manner of way now. And it's sort of and as a result, it's moved into like this sort of cartoonish villainy.
Yeah.
Cartoonish because usually within the space of a cartoon, it also don't really make no sense. It's like
Yes.
you want to take the moon for the purpose of what?
Yes.
Again, digressing. Why do you believe the word woke was co-opted, gentrified, and villainized by white powers that be in the space of media?
Absolutely. It's just that it was the easiest thing for them to be able to do. Woke coming from the early 1900s, that 1930s, that 1960s, from the writers to the musicians to the very colloquial way that was used amongst Black folks, is because we already know where the sundown towns, right? Like, what sheriff in what town is acting like a psychopath at this particular year, right? Who just got elected in this? Who are the folks that are running whatever city? How do you move around? How you stay woke because your survival depends on it. When we saw the death of Mike Brown, right? It's Trayvon. It's kind of like when a lot of us got into this space, but by the time we got to Mike Brown, around that time when we got to 2015, 2016, 2017 was the first time that I started observing the pushback to white folks finding out that Black people can congregate in a place like Black Twitter, for example, and get rowdy, right? Now we're getting rowdy. Now we're planning protests. They're like, oh, these niggas, they're out here. They're out here.
They're not as peaceful as we want to believe they are.
Yeah, and they talking about Black Lives Matter. What?
Like white lives matter.
Oh.
Blue lives matter. That
lives
was one that took my ass. I was just like, I ain't never met a blue motherfucker yet. I was like, this ain't Pandora. From Avatar.
It's giving Dory, but you know what? Them blue motherfucker, it don't matter. You could be blue, green. It doesn't matter. More rights and more respect into the Black folks. Okay, that's on period. So it was this visceral reaction to Black folks speaking up for ourselves. And
That's on period, queen.
That y'all shouldn't even be allowed to read and write type of shit with these people. And the thing is that because they did not have the ability, especially after the murder and lynching and suffocation parade, if you will, of George Floyd, what we saw was that we can't call them niggas right now. In fact, we have to play around. We have to play these games, give them a couple of dollars. What we can call them is woke. We can call them woke because we can see that they're calling themselves that. That's interesting. Let's villainize that, because we can't use that hard ER right now, because that is going to get you canceled. That is going to make sure that you're on somebody's list. That's going to get you banned for Twitter. Now, all of this stuff that has sort of happened in these last couple of years of Elon Musk, for example, purchasing X, which might as well be a major network, right? Or you see folks like Jeff Bezos getting another bazillion dollars added to his wealth. But as we started seeing these mediocre white men who were born into money get into a place where they can showcase this power and give the white sort of like disenfranchised, victimized public that has been cultivated as Black people have been speaking up for themselves, as it's been a white lash to that, as they've been sort of like feeding themselves and arming themselves rather, for what they would need to push back against a very needed moment when Black people are speaking up for themselves. They decided that woke would be the easiest way to kind of go in there, because it's understood. When you think about wokeness, what do you think about? You think about Black people. Erykah Badu was giving it to you. It's in Kendrick Lamar, I believe, says woke in his stuff. It's understood amongst Black folks. When we handed over a lot of our social justice language, it was hijacked. So it wasn't just woke. You would hear white people talking about, don't gaslight me. These are microaggressions. This is reverse racism.
That shit annoys the hell out of me. Just public service announcements out here. As a therapist, y'all are using
He's a homosexual
therapy language, and we are happy to see it used.
Yeah, okay.
We are happy happy that people are thinking, mental health.
I get
However,
that part.
when y'all use that thing like a bullet in
Can we
your
learn
verbal
from a
gun,
homosexual?
it defeats the purpose of what we are trying to do.
Absolutely. And then you turn that gun on black folks who are speaking up for themselves and getting attention. This is about
Those
attention.
are probably
Getting
the same
attention
fingers he puts
by
in his
way of a man
ass.
losing his life, right? By way of a pandemic. So this one moment in time where we actually get together and we're speaking truth to power, it was just a very easy way for them to take woke, to villainize that word and use it as a replacement for nigga. That's it. That's it, point blank in the period. Anti-woke means simply
That's a
anti-black,
lie.
which now gets wrapped up into anti-DEI, which is, again,
He's lying.
Because now people are DEI hires.
exactly. And again, this is all antithetical to whiteness. So when white
He's
people
not
Let me-
addressing. He's not addressing the issue because he's gay, right? The gays took the word woke, so now woke means you're gay.
You know what? You know what? That is a very good point.
No, he's not addressing that. He keeps going away from that. You could be any color. See how he just changed the subject. Yeah, I don't care about that. You could be any color. Yeah. He one of them niggas. You could be a butterfly tomorrow if you want. But this guy, he's cool with it. So he know what woke mean. The gays took it and changed it into their thing. Your woke means your ass is woken up. It's been cracked. That's what it means. Your ass woke open. Your brown eye is open. That's what they
Well,
mean.
once they get, hopefully, you know what? Maybe what I ought to do is speed this up, though I'm afraid it'll make him sound gayer.
I don't think anything can make him sound gayer, honestly. I mean, he's already
Because
there.
I want to hear the part about who gets to be black. That's what I was hoping they'd get to sooner.
Who gets to be black? He's not black. He's a tether. And then he's a gay
Here.
tether. So
Well,
hey, that's.
believe me,
I mean,
they
I
understand
think
exactly what that's meant to say. They get it.
When it comes to language, especially the stuff that has been deemed like social media language or TikTok language, right? Like from that actually have origins in Black ballroom
Yes.
language or in Black queer.
I thought he was going to say
lexicon,
yes,
just Black
queen.
female, Black women's, spaces,
Yes.
right? And in that culture, like it's often extrapolated, then attributed to white folk and whatever it is else that they. I'm like boxer braids, like
Yeah, come on.
right?
Come on.
And this may feel like a harsh ass question. How come Black people are okay with giving up our shit?
Because when you actually embrace this, stay in your placeness,
Mm-hmm.
you know, the messaging is constantly coming through about our place and who we are and to stay in line. I mean, we're talking about from the way that Black folks cultivated music during the Motown era and had to sit on their hands and watch white folks recreate their music and not receive a dime. And from when they recreate that music, not receive any credit, nothing.
Yeah, I got me a Cadillac.
Come on.
Yeah, Cadillac car.
Where is it? I couldn't buy me a Cadillac because these white people stole my shit and didn't give me no coins. Where's my
Word? And that's what has people step into
what
the
the
bed.
come on? You know, it's the same exact thing. I know a lot of TikTokers have spoken about this as well. A lot of Black TikTokers who come out, they do the dances, the phrases, the comedy sketches. They're chefing it up. They're giving you the best of themselves, and white folks are able to do a poor, ashy, thin-lipped version of that, and automatically are able to rise to fame, automatically are able to get revenue from these types of things. And so this hasn't changed. So when Black folks create amazing things and are so easily and always ready to give this away, it's because I believe of the messaging that we're told that it is automatically ours anyway. And not only that, it's this kind of like T.I., Iggy Azalea type of, it's just better on white. It's going to be more successful if it's white. It's going to get higher returns if it's white. So what exactly are we fighting here? You know, I think a part of that is that. And then another thing is, I'm really sad about this. We talked about the difference between freedom and liberation, and liberation being sort of like inside out. Another part of this is that, especially after we saw George Floyd again be murdered, is that to satisfy all of these Black people talking all of this shit, trying to tear down all of this industry and all of these systems, let's throw some money at them. Right? Let's throw some money at them. Let's canonize them. Let them just go into the stratosphere of popularity, give them some stuff, and they're just going to shut the fuck up. We know that that's what works. Money works. And I think what we got to see as well is whether you're thinking about music and sort of like how music gets diluted and it gets pop, and then you have like all of a sudden these white artists hopping on these classic Black tracks. We're starting to see that in Afrobeats now. It's because of this association between them and this ultimate success. And at the same time, if we give you enough money, you'll do whatever the fuck that we say to do. And so I get a little bit concerned about the way that we hand out flyers to the barbecue to everybody to come and join us in our most intimate moments, because ultimately we are looking for a means to an end. And so sometimes you blame people if you're conscious, right? If you are looking for liberation, you tend to push back on this type of behavior of just sort of like giving all of our shit away. But if you're looking for freedom, the freedom of poverty, the freedom of this cyclical curse of not being able to get out the hood, then yeah, maybe you will turn over the best of whatever you got to some white people to help you get some access to freedom. Maybe to the lake house. Maybe to your Kardashian lookalike. I don't know what that may look like for you, but I do think that for different kinds of people, the way that they sort of use their blackness to barter in the society, where blackness is actually very valuable, especially when it's not attached to a black body. Yeah, it makes us play. We think that it's a game, when I think that in this process of sort of handing over the best, we wind up replacing that with something else, where now ultimately, if you really look at what that is, I think it's sort of this idea of trading bodies for bullets, you know, which we succumb to during the slave trade, right? This idea of like falling victim to the poison of the dollar when people dangle that. And I think that has a lot to do with it, the way that we are oriented.
Yeah, all I hear
as
is butt
lesson and how
sauce,
we
applesauce,
and then also how we're
butt
looking for
sauce.
freedom. And so what does that make us do with our blackness?
I mean, damn. That's really just something to like to sit in, right? Because like even part of the reason like I asked you about like our comfort with
You
giving
know,
things
I wish
away
I kind of had that little
is
picture
because it's
behind
like
her,
we're
though.
saying that shit ain't mad at us anyway. You can go ahead and take our light work.
Yes.
That's
Except
what I
it's
told you, Stanley.
also like
People
if
that can just put words
said,
together,
woke ain't
it doesn't make them smart, right? This guy likes to play
Oh,
in
no,
feces.
dude, you are absolutely right about that. You're spot on.
He plays in feces. You can't be that intelligent. Anybody out there, if you're playing in Dookie,
He
it
is a
is not.
candidate for peritonitis.
It is not clean. I'm sorry, you're dirty. I don't care if you duking them in the butt and the tub. You are dirty. You're an animal.
Well, try and focus on what he's saying, though.
What he is saying is a bunch of gibberish from a homosexual who's speaking a bunch of words that mean clearly nothing because he can't back it up because he's backing his ass up on a penis.
Well, look, I often talk about people who speak in sound bites. They're not. You're absolutely right. They're saying the right things, but they're really not saying anything much. So, and you know what? You don't like a whole lot of bullshit, and that's one of the things I admire. You know, cut to the goddamn chase and stop using sound bites and the approved language. Just say what you got to say and be done with it.
You're using a lot of politically correct words.
Correct.
And
Now
sometimes-
she might. I see she's wearing a Morgan sweatshirt. What is it? Morgan State in Baltimore. So she might be a professor or something there. I'm guessing.
Okay.
But
She
you know
looks
what?
like she teaches kindergarten. I'm not gonna lie.
No, she probably. Well, you know, Morgan State does actually have a school associated with it, but I think it's a high school. So yeah, this is a whole lot of going nowhere. I guess
They
we'll
can
have to.
teach this in classes. This is unbelievable. They literally tell kids a bunch of things that don't mean anything.
Let me play this news story right quick. And there is actually a 20-minute or so YouTube video that I'll drop. It's Sky News, though. They've got like 8 million subscribers. I don't want to get a copyright infringement.
Fair you.
Yeah. It's probably just easier to play the news story and then we can talk about it. Maybe we'll look at a little bit of the video, though. But I want I want your thinking on this, and I'm going to tell you right up front, I have no problems with this. I absolutely have no problems with it. My only comment, because somebody asked me about this.
Tell us what you think of the forward.
Oops.
Take our 4-question
Hold on one
survey.
sec.
Nearly.
Someone asked me about this yesterday, and my response was, I encourage them to do it. However, Arkansas is an Idaho wannabe. We already have neighborhoods that are whites only. Go to Idaho. You know, and whether it's by design or whatever, they're there. So that they want to do it in Arkansas is, number one, not surprising. And number two, this is America. Who's going to fucking stop them? And quite frankly, who cares?
Well, I believe this is a hills have eyes situation. You're gonna put each of these honkies
You know,
in one
other
place.
this is going to be Deliverance Part 2, Deliverance the sequel. You
Yeah,
know,
they're
there's
gonna
going to be
end
a
up
whole
being monsters, and they're gonna come out of there because they're gonna have sex with their mothers, sisters, and brothers because they're monsters and beasts. That's why they want to be locked away because they want to do their freakiness and their bestiality
dude.
in the cut. So that's
Well,
all it's
let's listen
about.
to the story. Let's listen to the story, and then we'll do a couple minutes of the video.
It's gonna be Walking Dead if we let them do
Well,
that.
have you ever seen Wrong Way? What was it? Wrong Way? It was that movie about West Virginia. I think it was called Wrong Way.
Oh yeah, one of those was on based on it. They always put based on it, but it had a whole different storyline. You know what I mean?
Well,
Yeah.
let's listen to this news story, and then we'll talk about it. And sorry for this damn commercial, if it'll play at all.
60 years after the United States outlawed racial and religious discrimination in housing, one group in Arkansas is openly reviving it. Return to the Land, a white supremacist group co-founded by Eric Orwell and Peter Sear in 2023, owns 160 acres in northeast Arkansas, according to the group's website. Jews and non-whites are explicitly banned. Prospective residents must verify their ancestral heritage in a written application and interview before becoming paying members and residing in the off-grid settlement, according to the group's Substack. The organization hopes to replicate its whites-only settlements across the country, with the stated aim of trying to put land back under the control of Europeans. Experts warn the group's practices likely run afoul of anti-discrimination laws and express doubt about its long-term viability. Still, the group's financial and legal infrastructure makes it one of the most established white supremacist residential communities in the United States today, according to Morgan Moon, an investigative researcher with the Anti-Defamation League's Center for Extremism. Return to the Land is part of a long tradition of white supremacist groups that have sought to create isolated living communities, according to Moon. In the 1970s and 80s, white supremacists urged like-minded racists to move to the Pacific Northwest with the goal of transforming the area into a white ethnostate. In recent years, similar attempts at forming remote enclaves have cropped up in Kentucky, North Dakota, and Maine. Related, a neo-Nazi is building a compound in rural Maine for his blood tribe. Such communities almost always fail to gain traction, Moon said, often due to financial troubles, infighting, or simply the difficulty of asking people to move to remote areas and uproot their lives. This isn't the first time Arkansas has been the site of such a project. In 2012, Jason Barnwell, a member of the Aryan Terror Brigade, hoped to persuade white supremacists to relocate to the small town of Evening Shade, Arkansas, where he had purchased 12 acres, according to an ADL report. But the project soon fell apart after Barnwell and several others pleaded guilty to federal charges of firebombing an interracial couple's home. Return to the Land is actually a
No,
path to
not
power.
him.
The acreage owned by Return to the Land is near Ravenden, a town of fewer than 500 people in northeast Arkansas that's more than 97% white. The bare-bones setup consists of tiny homes and tents. Moon estimated about a dozen people live on the property, where residents grow their own food, homeschool their children, use outhouses, and rely on well water for drinking. Though the Arkansas community may be small and remote, its founders are transparent about their ambitions to gain influence and expand beyond the region. According to Moon, the group's leaders are part of the identitarian movement, a far-right ideology that believes white European identity is under threat from immigration and globalization. Their response is to create a parallel society of whites-only communities. Orwell, Return to the Land's president, is a YouTuber with about 14,000 subscribers who also sells online philosophy courses about Plato, Pythagoras, and Aristotle. On his YouTube channel, he recounts being mocked by Mexicans for being blonde, while growing up as a minority in Southern California. Orwell has described the remote Arkansas development as only a starting point, with grand visions of return to the land chapters in cities such as San Francisco and New York City. According to its website, the group is also actively exploring another land purchase in Arkansas. "We're not running away," Orwell said in a YouTube video. "This is actually a path to power." Peter Sear, Return to the Land's self-identified secretary, worked for several years on a farm in Florida before moving to Ecuador, where he joined Fruit Haven Eco Village, an off-grid raw vegan community. Sear left after the group accused him of racking up $40,000 in debt, stealing $25,000 in cryptocurrency, and facing criminal charges in Ecuador for stabbing a local miner. In a fundraiser for his legal defense, Sear denied the charges, writing that he acted in self-defense. Now living in Arkansas, Sear says he helps with organization and administration, development, budgets, construction, IT, and much more for intentional living communities through his consulting group, Global Homestead Solutions. He also maintains a YouTube channel where he promotes Return to the Land. In a video responding to accusations that Return to the Land is filled with secret Nazis, he implied he rejects only the former word. What does secret mean? Well, it means, like, you're hiding something, he said. Is Return to the Land's approach legal? White supremacist enclaves typically consist of one individual buying land and encouraging others to move there, Moon said. But Return to the Land has a more complex legal and financial structure, she said, and the group seems very organized, at a higher level than I've seen in other communities. Prospective members of Return to the Land pay a $50 fee to go through the group's vetting process, according to Moon. Once approved, members must pay an additional $25 membership fee. They also become eligible to buy membership units of the limited liability company that holds ownership of the land. Those interested must buy a minimum of 3 acres for about $6,000. Moon estimated Return to the Land has made about $300,000 on land sales since September 2023. The group also hosts crowdfunding campaigns to build out their community center and on-site school, which Moon estimated have raised about $20,000. Even though this is a lot of money for a white supremacist group, it's not a ton when you're thinking about creating an entire independent society, Moon said. The group has also fundraised for legal research and says they have connected with a highly experienced real estate attorney. In a promotional video for the development, Orwell acknowledges potential legal trouble, stating that the Fair Housing Act of 1968, which prohibits housing discrimination based on race and religion, made it difficult for white neighborhoods to retain their identity and character. So Orwell and Sear say they structured the organization as a private membership association, limiting land sales to pre-approved members only, which, in their view, makes it legal to restrict membership to white, Christian, or pagan people of European heritage. But according to Stacy Seichschneider, a law professor at Tulane University who specializes in fair housing and anti-discrimination law, this may not be the legal loophole that Return to the Land expects. The Fair Housing Act does carve out an exception that allows private clubs which provide lodging as an incident to its primary purpose, to give preference to its members.
I'm going to stop this right here. And then I'll get to this in just a second, but I want to address something that Latino wrote. Be like Clarence Thomas, only use 90 words to define your point. Well, let me tell you something. You can tell Clarence Thomas went to a Catholic school. I had a Father Bryant, who I've talked about before, was my 10th grade English teacher.
Yeah, that you
and
said.
he literally
will always tell you that.
Well, no, he didn't tell me that specifically, but they were very
It's like get to the point.
judicious with their words. Like literally for years, I didn't use anything more complicated writing papers, like college papers. a comma and a period are all you need. Now it will make your sentences, your paragraphs and your sentences more terse. But basically, though I'm not a huge Hemingway fan, I do like Hemingway, but he's not one of my favorite authors. But I write like Hemingway, short, terse, to the point. So I'm glad you brought up Clarence Thomas. Might be one of the few things that I agree with him on.
Yeah, because I forgot what it was that they were in court, and then they showed everybody's textile, right? And the second person that came close to him was Judge. I can't say his last name, dude. This with the S.
Scalia.
Yeah, Scalia was the second one, and he had, I believe, was 290.
Well, he went to Catholic school too.
Yeah, but then everybody else was like over 4,000. I'm just like, damn, man. Like, why can't y'all just get to the point? Like these people define their.
Yeah. You know what? Unless you were literally like I don't know, unless you're Shakespeare, like maybe if you're a good writer, they might enjoy the extra words, but most people aren't. So thank you for bringing that up, by the way.
No problem.
It made me chuckle. So here's the other thing. Instead of the news story, since they talked about return to the land, I actually found this promotional video for it, I guess, on YouTube. So let's have a look at it. And you know what? I don't know that this music is copyrighted, but I'm going to skip over it anyway.
Is this in the Ozarks, that place?
I'm sorry, what?
Is this the place that they were in the Ozarks?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. It's a promotional video for the project.
Self-sufficient, intentional communities created by Europeans seeking freedom to live according to their values and associate with those who are like-minded. The Pilgrims, the Quakers, the Amish. Over the centuries,
Damn, is this some fucking music?
Physical communities for them around the country.
It.
Europeans seeking freedom to live according to their values and associate with those who are like-minded. The Pilgrims, the Quakers, the Amish, and dozens of other groups set out for North America to build new lives in intentional communities. Over the centuries, white Americans of diverse religious and ethnic backgrounds developed a common culture and a common identity. And as the wider society became more united in its values and sense of self, intentional communities no longer had the same relevance, although many still exist. But after the end of segregation, the expansion of non-white immigration, and the Fair Housing Act of 1968, which made it difficult for white neighborhoods to retain their
wish there was a
identity
way
and
I
character,
could channel out this
the broader
music.
society no longer felt like a home for traditional Americans, and was no longer a place where association with the like-minded.
You know what? Let me check something right quick. Because for this white supremacy bullshit, I don't want to.
I'm pretty sure be Brave will want to move over there.
Yeah, unfortunately, it does actually have some stuff. They listed it. What I can do is see. Let me copy this out right quick and see if I can add it. I can add it to mine. I'm not sure I can add it to John's though.
I don't find a problem with this, dude, to be honest. Let all the races move.
Well, you know what? I'll just drop the link if anybody wants to see the rest of it. You know what? I don't either. And I told you all the story years ago. There was Cumming, Georgia, Fayetteville County, Georgia. Lake Lanier, I think, is part of the county, and they drowned the town. They basically created Lake Lanier over the town. It was a black community, And Oprah, this is back in the mid 80s. Oprah got a hold of the story, and they had like a protest, like a lot of these civil rights legends, were in this march. And I had a chance to protest. I was at the University of Georgia at the time, and I had friends going, mostly white friends. None of my black friends went. And they were like, well, Stanley, aren't you going to go march? And I'm like, you know what? If those people don't want black people living there, there are plenty other towns in Georgia, let them have it. I'm the same way. I'm the same way here. Who the fuck wants to move to bumfuck Arkansas to join these assholes?
Live uncomfortable.
Well, I think,
like, nah,
right. But the thing is that this is, you know what? Time is out. Let these fools fucking just go do what they want to do. And there are plenty of better places black people would want to live. I hope.
I got a good name for the town. Cockville. Cockoville.
Look, bottom line is more power. But you know what? I want them remote. I want them.
Why not?
In the middle of nowhere in Arkansas.
With no internet.
I want them in Arkansas. I want them in Idaho. So, that's my take on it. And we can watch a little bit of this. Let's see what Sky News has to say. This is fair use, if I need to say that.
Yeah. Sky News is news. But this could. I mean, we've seen this through history many times already, and it has not ended well sometimes. Like Waco, for instance. Like, so I don't know. Like, if these people will start getting guns and start, like, I don't know, trying to become the law in their own town, the government is going to get involved.
You know what? I know Trump won't do anything about it.
This is the reason.
Most of them, you know what? Most of these motherfuckers are probably ICE agents already.
Right? So listen,
they are the law.
This is the reason why the Rangers existed in Texas, because of shit like this. So if they start making their own laws and stuff, like, I'm telling you, man, don't be surprised if they send the marshals and shit up there.
But let me ask you a question though. So what if they do? I mean, you know what? It sounds like they have the good sense to move remote. Now, I think the major damage that's going to happen is they're training kids. There are kids involved in this community, so they're raising the next generation of racists.
Yeah, but you like imagine, I don't know what the laws are in Arkansas for guns and stuff, but if you're training little kids that are 8 years old, and let's say that it's legal for them to, like, to shoot at 12, like, those are laws that are breaking, and sooner or later it's going to come a point where the government's going to say, well, even if it is a white town, we have to do something about it, because sooner or later this is going to be.
I think they ought to let these people white themselves out.
I mean, they will. I mean, I'm pretty sure you see a whole bunch of cross-eyed kids with their tongues on their side.
Look, I worked in West Virginia, Martinsburg, West Virginia, for 6 months. Believe me, it gets real strange in these places. And dude, as long as they're not now, it will become a problem if they start, like, drifting into New York City or something. But as long as they stay remote, let them live their pioneer fantasy. And by the way, Broke Genius, it's not a rich white still don't want to pay you. Rich blacks don't want to pay you either. Now, you could make the argument that maybe they're trying to be like rich whites, but that's for another show. And you know what, humble presidents, I'm not going to follow you up on this fucking foolishness of yours. I'm not gonna even respond to that.
I just read that. My bad. I was dealing with my daughter. Yo, God.
I'm not saying nothing. I'm not saying nothing.
Plot. About the plot. The plot came with a dog in a box of wine.
Well, let's see what this is. And like I said, I just have no problems with this.
Establish a place where we have control over who our neighbors are, and that is just for the sake of preserving, our culture.
And that culture, effectively, we're saying this is a white culture, a whites only place.
White American culture.
They're gonna call this Be Braveville.
Over the last year and a half, high up in the Ozark Hills in the state of Arkansas,
he's gonna make them custom made. What's the thing that he was making? Custom made heaters for these people too.
He's already been elected mayor. He's gonna be the inaugural mayor of Be Braveville, Arkansas.
The land, building houses. They call it an intentional community based around shared ancestry, a long-winded way of saying something really quite simple.
You know what? And this is one of the weirdest things when they talk about shared ancestry. Half these rednecks don't even know European history,
bro. But
France and England and Germany,
those are all different
people.
Countries,
They hated each other.
For real. This is what I was about to. Yo, thank you for bringing that up because it's like
shared ancestry.
Eastern European does not get along with like Western Europeans still to this day. Like we have issues in Albania, we have issues in Slovenia and what's the other Slovenia, I think it's called.
Slovenia, yeah.
Yeah, dude, these people still in war for many years, man, and all of them are white and they all hate each other.
Yeah, I don't get this shared ancestry.
Yo, bro. See, this is why it's good to know history, man.
Exactly.
Jesus Christ.
It's good for a joke.
Right? Sure.
It's called Return to the Land, and they invited me in.
A lot of people are going to be, why are you making Nazi references? Right. Well, why wouldn't I?
A seemingly bucolic, and sometimes...
Now, I'm going to be honest with you. The joke should have been a black person interviewing them. Why don't these news organizations? Why don't these news organizations have a sense of humor?
Yo, facts. I would have been
surreal experience.
Or at least a Miguel. At least a Miguel.
They should have had
with
like
a beard,
Mexican,
with a heavy beard, with a heavy mustache.
No, they should have had a Mexican Latina.
Wear
This
sombrero.
is built on a radical modern premise, made possible because of a new political and technological moment. One with strong ties to the most active far-right groups in the US. Instead of taking to the streets, they are building their own, for generations to come.
It's important for me to do this for my ancestors, my friends, my family, my children, my children's children.
But in this southern US state, people who have lived through segregation once fear it is returning.
When you hear
Good.
things like that, it
There
causes
is-
you to be fearful,
No.
and you don't know who.
I'm going to be honest, and you know my opinions on American history and racial relations. Black people should be encouraging this.
Mm-hmm.
Let these fucking people be. Let them inbreed. They're gonna inbreed themselves into extinction. Let it
Nobody
go.
doing my sister but me.
Look at Kelvin. Why wasn't that journalist scared? Well, let me tell you why he wasn't scared. He had a British accent and all shit. There were probably women there trying to like invite him over
Yeah,
to
trying to
have
have
kids. That's right.
Like, I need your phone.
I love that British accent. It's very, very white in European.
Until he smiles and she sees his teeth.
Founder says he is building a fortress for the white race.
It's a racial association. I kind of want to ask you, after seeing this, do you think what we're doing is immoral?
And see, this is the other thing. Dude, if you want to do this, don't be fucking doing videos about it. When they sue you, they're going to use these videos. Be secretive about it. And I know you're white, out loud, and proud, but come on now, have some decorum.
Arkansas, in the southern United States.
Welcome to Little Rock, where the local time is 4:27.
For the last few years, I've been exploring how an ethno-nationalist movement has been organizing online, a network that aims to define countries by ethnicity, but which links across borders. And this is the place that one group has chosen to put that into radical, real-world action.
You want a white nation? Build a white town. It can be done, and we're doing it.
It is an extreme view, but it draws on more familiar arguments. That mass immigration is out of control, that Western societies are in danger of losing their fundamental character as a result.
One of the arguments.
Hey, Brian Nichols, they have some job openings for butlers. You could be their Steven. There, as a matter of fact, I'm guessing the name of the town is going to be Candyland.
Here is that this isn't about persecution of an ethnic identity, but protection of an ethnic identity, and that identity happens to be white. So we're going here now up into these pretty remote woods to really put that to the test.
We are driving deep into the Ozark Mountains. Group's leaders are not from Arkansas, and they've chosen these remote parts for a reason. All the locals I spoke to knew only a little about the group, if anything.
I don't necessarily agree with it, but that's not my choice.
Yeah, but do you think they should have the freedom to do it?
That's what they want to do. I think it's kind of a little fishy around here, but just be safe.
The leader of the group is called Eric Orr, and he's invited me to spend a few days with them.
Hey, Eric.
He insists what he is doing here is entirely legal, and that's key, because if it is, it could be a blueprint for many other communities to come.
Welcome to the Ozarks.
Thank you very much.
What we've done here is
Welcome to the
establish
Ozarks,
a place where we have
boy.
control over who our neighbors are, and that is just for the sake of preserving, our culture.
And that culture, effectively, we're saying this is a white culture, a whites only place.
White American culture. Yeah, not just white, but white American.
But what this sounds like is bringing back segregation. Is that a fair assessment?
Well, I mean, it's free association. So we're not trying to keep
Stanley.
other people down. This is a...
If they was to
Just
bring
come.
those hot Ukrainian women that got sent over here to that town, you think they would accept them?
Yeah.
Yeah, but they're not American though.
I understand your point, but look, Trump has an Eastern European wife.
Yeah, but
As a matter of fact, Trump is other than Marla Maples, and I don't know her background, but he's had a thing for Eastern European women. Ivana Trump was Eastern European, if I recall.
Mm-hmm.
So I think as long their Führer, Herr Trump, has an Eastern European wife, I think they'd be okay.
Okay, because I'm like, they're not American.
Yeah. Now I could be wrong.
Small
when 12 Man comes up, I'll ask him.
in the middle of the Ozarks.
But that'll be kept house.
I mean, he's gonna say yes to
You don't let everyone into your home.
160 acres, taking shape. Forest cleared, roads laid, cabins built. Around 40 people live here. Hundreds more from...
Oh, Bobby. Bingo. 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 Yes. Don't they, Bobby? Damn. That is such a good point. Good for you, Bobby.
across the world have paid to be members. I'm intrigued to find out what motivates people to give up their old lives for this.
We met here.
Oh, you met here? I guess he came here. I met here on like day 3. Oh my God, what a story. It beats Tinder, doesn't it? Like,
Yeah, right.
David and Caitlin not only met here, they got married last month. They wouldn't be here without social media.
Somebody had posted a video of Eric.
Yeah.
I saw videos of them actually building stuff on the land. I was like, oh man, I gotta come check this out.
I figured.
Now, who wants to make a bet that that Imperius is their legal advisor?
There's nothing else like this in the country. Like it should.
Is it matter?
At least exist.
Yeah.
Like, do people really think that we should never be able to choose our neighbors?
It wouldn't be controversial for any other racial group to do the same thing.
I think it'd be quite controversial.
Well, if you don't have rules against it, then anyone of any race can come and be your neighbor, and they're watching the news, which is telling you that white people are the cause of all your problems and all the ills of society, and suddenly your children are much less safe because there's a lot of violence, anti-white violence happening to white people and white children. And so
specifically motivated by racism against white people, what sort of things the heavens are about to
I'd like to continue talking, but the rain starts and it comes down hard. The residents shelter in their cabins and night falls.
This my wife. She
Next
also
morning.
my cousin.
This is how the average weekend works at Return to the Land, or RTTL, what they call a work party, made up of residents, but also new recruits who have come to check out the project. It is hot, hard work.
Now, who here spends an evening? You know what? I'm not going there.
To join RTTL,
No, I'm going. Not a motherfucking book in sight. I bet none of these I bet if I took all these people and put them visited their houses, which I know I couldn't do, but there'd be the only books would be for their kids. Coloring
They'll
books.
have all those books in yellow that says how a dummy does it, whatever. You know what I'm talking about.
That's funny. No, there'd probably be some fishing books there. And hey, a book is a book.
or PMA. There are strict criteria for membership, as Scott Thomas, a board member and one of the founding fathers here, explains.
You have to be a PMA member to live here.
Yeah.
So you have to be someone of European heritage.
The group's logo, based on a Nordic rune, draws on that heritage. It is the PMA that the group believes makes this all legal. Once members have been vetted on ethnicity and other grounds, they can buy shares in the Limited Liability Company, or LLC. Those shares translate to acres of land that they can build on. Peter Seri is the brains behind the legal side of things.
Oh,
Right
that's
Act is there for a
funny.
reason, and this
That is
the
funny,
way around
Humble.
it. Yeah. Do you think it'll survive contact with the legal system, the courts, if it came to that? Probably. Do you think it's racist or not? Do you reject that?
Of course, they have a German Shepherd. You got to it before I did. Damn, man. This is like a fucking episode of Hogan's Heroes.
But, do you embrace it?
I don't know about that term. I mean, people use it in a lot of different ways. I'm sure there's a lot of people on the internet who would call me racist. I don't really know or care whether that term applies to me or not. Maybe.
Scott, what do you think?
Yeah, I almost don't know what racist means anymore. Like it's
Oh, I love that. I almost don't know what racist means anymore because my parents were racist. My daddy's pappy was a racist. My great grandpappy was a racist, and it's been handed down throughout the years. It's a family tradition. I don't call myself a racist. I call myself a family man. I call myself a traditionalist.
It's from a different ethnicity.
Well, actually, the modern definition of racism, according to critical race theory, all white people are racist automatically.
A lot of this is reaction to left-wing identity politics, critical race theory, and movements like Black Lives Matter. And fundamentally, this is identity politics, but white identity politics. And what they're building here is a safe space.
That means
for people
it's a
of European
better
ancestry.
identity politics.
Exclusionary, it's sort of an attempt at segregation.
It's white power again.
Is that fair?
Probably.
While the men labour at the roadside, the women of Return to the Land are at work too, looking after the 6 children who live and are homeschooled here full time. And they're
You know
preparing
what's
food
gonna
for
end
the
up
weekly
happening?
community dinner. The theme tonight, colonial.
I don't know. Dinner's really
Hold on one
weird.
sec.
I like feeding people, so I didn't want to
Oh,
put
look,
the
is
sauce
she
on longer
wearing?
than I already had.
We're gonna have a
I was hoping she would be cooking on a hearth. You know, that old, like they
the
used to cook at Monticello.
like harf is that thing where they put the wood in it and outside.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, no,
I
like a
laugh because we
fireplace.
have those in like
You seen these
yeah.
big ass fireplaces they used
Mhm.
to have in these colonial homes,
Yeah,
where it was
yeah.
big enough that you could actually put like a big black cauldron and like cook stuff in. You know what I'm talking about. If you've ever have you ever been up like
My
colonial Williamsburg?
grandmother has all that shit.
Shit, you motherfucker, you live in Boston. You've seen those fireplaces before.
Yeah, we have them. I mean, literally, I live in the burbs, like near cows and shit.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I mean, we just lazy. We're just lazy, but you know, we should and we could walk around and see more, but we just
You'll get there. This is funny. I wonder if Muffin's po white trash. He can't afford this shit.
not on his side.
I know he's got a brochure. You know, it's his dream home.
But I'm wondering.
And, let's see.
I'm wondering if
Let's see. I see. Lou, you're late to the party, son. Who gives a fuck what these people do? Let them segregate themselves out of existence.
Facts.
Will end up race mixing anyways. This is an interesting comment though. Their kids will not end up race mixing. They are raising the next generation of racists. Those kids aren't going to be.
Those kids are going to end up being Forrest Gump like, and they're going to end up one of them going to be the mayor.
They have two outcomes. Either they're going to wind up being like a bunch of they're either these kids. You know what? This is such a complicated point. There's a book that I read years ago by a black guy who was like a contemporary of Eldridge Cleaver, you know, back in the Black Power movement. And there were a lot of young white girls who wound up defying their parents and getting pregnant. They were basically like baby mamas. They had a black baby. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
A lot of these young white girls married black radicals. So either their daughters are going to wind up doing that, and their boys are going to wind up like just, you know, mini Hitlers. So, you know, that's the two that's the two fates. And by the way, Lou, we do agree. Let them be. Let them do what they want to do.
Back in the day, when we first got the land here, there were only about 5 guys. I was living 40 minutes from here, and Jennifer was the first family to be on the land full time. So we started community dinners back then. It would be pretty relaxed because there weren't many people, but it is nice. It's slowly growing. So
They've come here to live for a variety of reasons.
You know why that dog's barking, right? The mailman is black. They don't even want the mailman to be black, so the dog is going crazy.
Stanley, if the kid comes out mulatto, I don't know, man. The mailman has some questions to answer. I mean, chances are her husband probably watched.
My name's Nikki, and I.
Cute woman there. I have to give her that.
Yeah, she'll be gone out of there in like 2
My name's
days.
Allison, ALISON.
You're right.
And Caitlin,
You're probably right.
I think people just have a large misunderstanding.
She looked like the hipster type.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's the biggest misunderstanding?
Well,
that we hate everyone else.
yeah,
it's not about that.
Yeah,
by any
it's a loving movement.
I mean, on that aspect of it being loving, I suppose the counter argument would be you could be a very loving community if you're part of the community, but if you're black, or if you're Jewish, or if you're gay, you can't be part of that community.
They can have their own communities, and they already do. And I think that's great for them. If other people are allowed to do it, I don't really see why whites aren't allowed to do it. It doesn't make any sense.
But the goal is to have lots of these communities, and for it maybe not to be rural, for there to be cities on the same basis, right?
Yeah, that would be neat. I look forward to seeing how this movement grows over time.
There are other ways to increase numbers. Nikki, Caitlin, and Alison all met their partners at the community. And RTTL is explicit about this. It has an online fundraiser to give cash rewards to parents of newborns as a means to incentivize population growth. Just before we arrived, they had donated $1,000 to a family for having their 6th child.
Is that part of the mission as well, to sort of have big families to make the community bigger? Is there a sort of pressure there?
I don't think so. I don't feel particularly myself. I don't feel any pressure to like have a big family. I think there's a kind of expectation here that you do want to as part of helping grow this thing that you're going to have kids.
There's not a lot to show around here. I basically just have the whole pasture area.
Peter is unattached. This is his homestead. He's been on a journey. He told me he used to be a liberal, a hippie even.
The knife is a tool. It has to be very sharp.
Yeah, like all hippies were
Intentional
liberals.
community
What
based
a
not
fucking
on ethnicity,
moron.
but veganism.
So this is your lot?
Yeah.
He's also immersed in internet.
Yo, for
culture.
real, what
Someone
kind of,
who delights in provoking reactions? A troll.
Dude, you know
On
what?
the group
Let
chats,
me
on
let me
messaging-
give one.
I'm so
quick
confused
thing.
right now.
Steve Jobs could be considered a hippie, but that motherfucker wasn't a liberal.
Oh, he wasn't?
No. Look, you might have had some liberal values, but dude, you don't become a billionaire by being a liberal. Okay, I'm sorry.
Damn, dude, you just brought up a valid point that Pat David told Ben and Jerry's one time, because Ben and Jerry's so into all these movements and stuff, and he told him, he's like, bro, like, I get what you're saying, and I understand, and I respect your beliefs, but at the end of the day, like, if it wasn't for you guys selling a whole bunch of ice creams, putting a smile in people's face, there wouldn't be the name Ben and Jerry's today.
Look, and I understand how complicated people can be. I'm not a motherfucking hippie, and I'm a liberal. But I'm probably, you know what? I could easily be a Rockefeller Republican, and there are many who won't even understand that term. I don't think everything that the left does is right. That's why I'm left center. There are things that I do not agree with, especially, when it comes to, the farther reaches of the right. I'm not necessarily a democratic socialist, and that's because I actually am not a Marxist. I think Marx is a very effective critique of capitalism, but it stops there. NBD, what's up, Trey? How you doing? Good to see you. Trey's gonna come up here and ruin my world.
He said far right.
You ain't no liberal. I don't know that I'm far right, Trey.
Yeah, me
That's
neither.
a bit
That's
of
a
a
little
stretch.
bit too much. Way too much. 'Cause I'm even trying to get to the
you know
point
what?
where
I am going to accept that compliment by the great Trey. He's a smart dude.
Telegram,
I'm
he
getting
posted
to
the
the point
numbers
where I'm moving
1488.
a little bit away.
14 refers to the 14 words. A one to find out what motivates people to give up their old
People
lives
get
for
older.
this.
We met here.
Oh, you met here? I guess he came here.
I met here on like day 3.
Oh my god, what a story! It beats Tinder, doesn't it? Like,
Yeah, right.
David and Caitlin not only met here, they got married last month. They wouldn't be here without social media.
Somebody had posted a video of Eric.
Yeah.
I saw videos of them actually building stuff on the land. I was like, oh man, I gotta come check this out.
I figure if there's nothing else like this in the country, like it should at least exist.
Yeah.
Like, do people really think that we should never be able to choose our neighbors?
It wouldn't be controversial for any other racial group to do the same thing.
I think it'd be quite controversial.
Well, if you don't have rules against it, then anyone of any race can come and be your neighbor, and they might.
Let
they're
me
watching
fucking point out this motherfucker is basically doing victimhood. Oh, it wouldn't be like that for any other racial group. Dude, this white male mediocre victimhood reverse racism dumbass dude, you could only find a white woman who believes in this sort of stuff. She'd be the only white woman. You are very lucky. She'd be the only white woman that would be attracted to you. You got no soul, child. You got no soul. I mean, SOUL, SOWELL, and soul as in Soul Train. You got none of it.
Where they at? In White Conda?
You know what? All I have to say is that I wish these people well. I would almost start a fucking what is it? What's the page? You know what? I'm having a senior moment here. I would start at like one of those pages where people can contribute.
GoFundMe?
GoFundMe. I would start a GoFundMe for these people personally.
Stanley,
if they just promise to stay in Arkansas.
Stanley, don't unpause the video yet. Don't unpause the video. She has the face of like she's reminiscing the great times that she had with Tyrone, and she's here now.
Now, I don't think she's. I think she's an attractive woman, at least as far
look
as
at her face. You know
goes.
that's what she's thinking right now.
I think I'm okay. You know what? She found her man, and that's all that's important.
She's like, I'm gonna make my dad happy.
There you go. And I do want to say for the record, what's up, Stanley? I disagree with Trey. And I also disagree with you. I don't think you're a liberal. I don't think you're a hippie. I don't think you're far right. I think you are whatever is needed to be at the time. I think that's where you are.
I am dude.
I think when all guys.
I do have core values, but you know what?
No, you do.
I'm a pragmatist.
Yeah. You
need to fix problems, not create them.
Yeah. So you may come off as a shapeshifter, but I know what it is. Absolutely.
I come off as a shapeshifter?
Hell yeah, man.
Did you not hear me on Bomb Cherry Juice's thing?
Yeah, you malfunction. That's all that was, bro. That's you were trying to do your Mystique thing, and it just wasn't.
No. I think I was consistent. Okay, I have a whole problem with people judging individuals by group standards or stereotypes. I have a huge problem with that. But you
just did that, Stanley. You just did that.
You know what? I'm not above sloppy thinking. And when Lou, well, hold on, let me finish. When Lou comes up and points that out, I'm gonna have to fucking like reassess. Oh, look, someone noticed me being sloppy. Again, sometimes part of of fixing the problem or not creating one is when you're in Rome. When you're in Rome. So
right.
You're right.
We all get sloppy sometimes, man. Absolutely.
Dude, you are right to call me out. And you should call me out. More fucking people should do it.
But let's be honest, she's a man eater.
Uh-oh.
Hey,
look, I support these folks' rights to do this, bro. I'm for it, man.
And this motherfucker is a Scooby snack. Y'all are too old or too young to remember Scooby snacks.
No, I know what you're talking about. I hope you're not calling any of us. Are you talking about the woman on the screen? She's a Scooby snack?
I'm talking about the woman. I'm talking about the woman.
Okay.
And the
All
man,
right.
the man.
Thank God. That's why we paused. I was like, oh shit.
Well, no, Latino called her a man. Wait, hold it. Latino called her a man eater, and I'm saying
not her. I'm talking about the chick that you was on the panel with.
I thought you were talking about this woman.
No, bomb cherry. Yeah, bomb cherry, man.
Oh, you know what? Look, now I'm gonna have to admit she made me think that, you know what the fuck am I doing on YouTube? You know, I'm literally talking to a fucking wall. And you know, honestly, what the fuck am I doing? I'm serious. I you know what? This show is challenging in this particular audience. But
you know how you felt? You felt like I don't know if you remember, like back in elementary school when you used to play duck duck goose. You touch everybody's head and then you running around in a circle and you hit the goose and then you run around, but then you realize that nobody's
well, no, not quite.
Girl, man.
No, you know what? Like I said, it was the first time up there, and I was agreeing with some of her points about the manosphere, and then I went up there and I became the manosphere. It's like, you know what? Apparently, she thought I was, I don't know, red pilled or something.
Nah, don't get me wrong, dude. Like, there's valid points in both sides. You get what I'm saying? I do agree with most men when they say that, you know, the people in red pill cry and complain and whine too much because, you know, you're supposed to be a man, bro. Like, it's tough to be us, man. And you just got to take it in the chin. And
Well, I'm like I said, I now think fucking hood conservative is on solid ground. I'm not gonna agree with him, but I think he might know some shit I didn't know. and I might have to reassess some things. So anyway, y'all hit the link if you want to come up.
That white people are, you know, the cause of all your problems and all the ills of society, and suddenly, you know, your children are much less safe because there's a lot of violence, anti-white violence happening to white people and white children, and so
specifically motivated by racism against white people.
Is he a vampire, dude? You look like Count Chocula.
Yeah. I'd like to continue talking. The rain starts.
Well, see, all I have to say is most white people get killed by other white people. So why on earth? Look, if most white people get killed by other white people, maybe it shouldn't. Maybe it shouldn't be all white.
I'll let you borrow my power tool. I need a bite.
Has anyone thought about that?
And it comes from
it's very dumb.
Residents shelter in their cabins, and night falls. The next morning. This is how the average weekend works at Return to the Land, or RTTL, what they call a work party, made up of residents, but also new recruits who have come to check out the project. It is hot, hard work. To join RTTL, you have to sign up to the Private Members Association, or PMA. There are strict criteria for membership, as Scott Thomas, a board member and one of the founding fathers here, explains.
You have to be PMA member.
Yeah.
So you have to be someone of European heritage.
The group's logo, based on a Nordic rune, draws on that heritage. It is the PMA that the group believes makes this all legal.
You have to be a Viking.
Members have been vetted on ethnicity and other grounds. They can buy shares in the Limited Liability Company, or LLC. Those shares translate to acres of land that they can build on. Peter Seri is the brains behind the legal side of things.
Civil Rights Act is there for a reason, and this is a way around it.
Yeah.
Do you think you'll survive contact with the legal system, the courts, if it came to that?
Hopefully.
Do you think it's racist or not? Do you reject that term? Do you embrace it?
I don't know about that term. I mean, people use it in a lot of different ways. I'm sure there's a lot of people on the internet who would call me racist. I don't really know or care whether that term applies to me or not. Maybe.
Damn, I'm sorry. I must have rewound this by accident. My apologies. What's up there, Soul Provider? Good to see you.
Who's from a different ethnicity.
Well, actually, the modern definition of racism, according to critical race theory, all white people are racist automatically.
JB.
A lot of this
good
is
to see you.
reaction to left-wing identity politics, critical race theory, and movements like Black Lives Matter. And fundamentally, this is identity politics, but white identity politics. And what they're building here is a safe space for for people of European ancestry.
It's exclusionary. It's sort of an attempt at segregation.
Right.
Is that fair?
Probably.
While the men labor at the roadside, the women of Return to the Land are at work too, looking after the 6 children who live and are homeschooled here full time. And they're preparing food for the weekly community dinner. The theme tonight, colonial.
I don't know, dinner's really important. I like feeding people, so I didn't want to put this off any longer than I already had.
Back in the day, when we first got the land here, there were only about 5 guys.
Is this video like
I was
repeating
living
itself?
40 minutes from here, and Jennifer.
I'm sorry, what?
Family to be.
Is the video repeating itself? Because I felt like we've seen this.
Well,
He
no, I think
accidentally clicked.
I think I accidentally reversed it. I think it's my fault.
I thought it was looping.
But I mean, I don't mind seeing these two again.
Yeah, me neither.
Hey, so do you agree that this is white identity politics?
No, you know what? I think it's whites being whites.
Okay.
Let them be white.
Whites got a white, man.
And again, not all whites. These are a little fringy.
The pre-Whitakers. Yeah.
Well, look, all I have to say is I'm like you. I don't have a problem with this as long as it's contained in Arkansas. They can take over the whole motherfucking state for all I care. It needs let them be them.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you know what? The one thing I do have to say, you know, John Galt did a show about Be Brave's architectural skills. These people are doing more. These people are doing more than building an outhouse. So, you know, they are not just building little structures to put their old man tricycle in. So, I hope Be Brave does a show on this. These whites are better than his version of white because you don't have to bend down to enter the house these two women were in.
Be brave and build.
Oh, be brave and build.
Can Brave build it? Yes, he can.
Yes, he can.
I said, can Brave build it?
Yes, he can.
He's real brave for building that and putting it on the internet. That's for fucking sure. Dude.
Shit, you hope that a
website,
stage 2 hurricane don't come by.
Hey, let me tell. Is that a llama?
Beauty, health, and hope.
Let me rewind that a little bit.
To cultivate wholesome natural
Or
life.
maybe it's just a little calf.
As they put it on their website, to cultivate wholesomeness, beauty, health, and hope.
That was a goat. My bad.
Let's talk about hope. As much as RTTL might like, they do not exist in a separate world. Pocahontas is the nearest town to the settlement. And hope means something different for Pat Johnson.
I'm Tom.
I'm Pat.
Oh, you're Pat. Lovely to meet you, Pat. How are you?
We met her before we went up into the hills.
It was about 25 students that attended school here.
And the
on
whole
and off.
time, yeah.
Mhm.
So it's really tiny. There you are.
Yes.
Second from bottom. How old are you in that photo?
I don't know. I think probably about 12 or 13.
This is the school she attended in the 1950s, a school for black children only, because she was not allowed to be educated with white people. Unlike the members of Return to the Land, she is Arkansas born and bred. For the first 15 years of her life, she lived under segregation.
We could not go to school together. We couldn't eat together. We couldn't do everyday things together. Each day that you leave your home, you were under rejection.
And Pat had hoped those days had gone.
When you hear things like that, it causes you to be fearful and you don't know who to trust.
When I explain what Return to the Land is doing, just half an hour's drive away, she's not so sure. And in her eyes, there's one main reason for that.
I feel like that's the change of, and I'm just going to say, I think it's the change of our presidency. That's what I'm going to say, because I feel like That's where the change is. It's allowing people to have the right to be open.
I actually like her
That may be a
accent.
feeling, but it is also backed by the data. These are all the white supremacist incidents, demonstrations, leafleting, recruitment drives, meetups over the last 4 years in the US, tracked by ACLED, an organization that monitors violent conflict and protest. There has been a dramatic increase over that period. It has become a background thrum of nationalist activity. Patriot Front is the most active white nationalist organization in the US right now, according to ACLED. Its leader is Thomas Rousseau.
Foreign races have never successfully assimilated en masse into American culture and nationality.
And the group has tight links to Return to the Land. Eric and Thomas speak on each other's podcasts and have fast-track membership for both organizations.
Comfy? Feels good?
Yeah. It's about time we spoke to Eric.
Less than 50% of children born today in the US are white. I'm white.
Stanley.
My kids are white. There is something to your background that informs who you are, your sense of identity. And we don't want
Yes,
that
sir.
sense of identity being.
I just thought of
taken away
something
from us.
crazy. It's just a hypothetical. What are the chances that one of these people, I don't know, comes out of there and then they run for presidency and you think that like they can make some type of head wave or something, dude? Like that would be scary.
I actually think that isn't that likely, but it is possible. And JD Vance is literally one of these people. And there's a reason I say this. I'm not making it up. Have you ever read Hillbilly Elegy?
No, his book, no.
Okay, well, I have. As a matter of fact, I think I own it. I think I have it on Kindles, if I recall. So these people are, at least some sort of, remnant, or JD Vance would fit in fine. So it's a possibility that someone kind of in the same, vein of thinking will be president. This is the sort of thing that a Ron DeSantis or definitely Trump, but a JD Vance, they'd have no problem with this. And frankly, apparently I'm like JD Vance. I don't have a problem with it as long as they can keep to themselves. And you're right. If they come out and run for president, it will be a problem. But I think it's all that ball is already thrown. America is going to wind up, if we're not careful, with a bunch of these communities like this. And the funny part is there'll be John Galtz and there'll be John Galtz and Solid Snakes in Philippe's, who will be the neighboring town. There'll be an all black replica of
John will be the town's
people.
clerk.
Well, no. I'm saying Philippe and John Galt will basically, the sister town will be called Thomas Soul Town. There are black faces of white supremacy, and they know who they are
involuntarily. So we're taking control of that situation and creating an environment where my kids can celebrate their identity and not have it, threatened from outside, I guess.
The white.
I really like whoever tells their kids to celebrate their identity. And I do know, the Black is Beautiful movement. But let me tell you something. My parents were like, don't be ashamed of being black, be proud to be black. But celebrating it, like, Stanley, we're going to make your birthday party a celebration of blackness. My parents weren't like that. Motherfucker, all we care about, and I'm paraphrasing, my mother would probably disagree and go, "Oh, really, Stanley?" All they cared about is motherfucker, make good grades and don't be an idiot and have some common sense, have some mother wit. That was my, that's all they really cared about. You know, the race stuff is important, but it is not your every fiber of being. And these people are basically, you know, most white people don't think this way, to be honest. And that's why I kind of think these people, there are white people in Arkansas. You heard the very beginning of this news story who go, well, yeah, it's kind of weird, but you know, if they want to do it, that's kind of what most white people are like, in my opinion.
Is that threatening you? Why is that an issue that you've had to address? You know, there will always be white people.
Well, I'm feeling a little nervous now in the interview. We are forced to accept people into our neighborhoods, into our businesses, and into our lives who won't share our background, who won't share many of our cultural priors, even moral priors. We don't have a rule stating, you know, if you have X amount of non-European ancestry, you're definitely out. In many cases, yeah, that would disqualify someone.
Were I to apply to the PMA and my views were different, I'd probably be allowed in. Do you think that's likely? I know it's a case-by-case basis, but just off the top of your head.
Yeah, possibly we would accept you in the PMA.
I don't understand white American culture, but you'd rather have me in that case. I just wonder, though, whether some people watching this, having heard all this intellectualizing, this rhetoric, would say, fine, but actually at heart, this is just, you know, it is just prejudice, it is just bigotry, it is just lowest common denominator racism dressed up in these arguments.
And I would just question the moral frame. Why is it wrong to identify with your own people, want an integrated culture where you can be yourself?
Just to boil it down to what for you is the definition of racism.
Wait, hold it. Let me ask you a question, and this is why I don't particularly find journalists to be all journalists should basically major in philosophy or rhetoric or something like that. Is all you are is white? Is all you are literally celebrating your identity? Isn't that like the seedbed of narcissism? Are all your kids gonna be narcissists? There are so many problems with the questions that this guy is asking, and the answers that are being given are just, dude, it's so easy. I bet if I were talking to this guy, he'd already tossed me off his land.
When I was a kid, I suppose I interpreted racism to be judging someone solely on the basis of their race. And is that a good or bad thing? I think this basic moral consensus treats it as automatically a bad thing without a lot of
moral consensus. Motherfucker, do you even understand what morality is? Morality is not about consensuses. God damn it. So disturbing. This is the dumbing down of America, folks. Morality is not about consensus. It is about pretty much whoever your deity is. Why are we raising stupid kids?
This is my last day here. And before I go, I want to speak to John. Not a leader like Eric or Pete or Scott, but an acolyte, a young one and newly arrived. He's only been here a month.
I'm trying to knock off some of this more good topsoil, give it some more.
We'd seen him when we first came up. He guided us in on his bicycle.
It's just you have a community where you feel like you belong here. You have people you can talk to, and I can't explain it. It's too beautiful. It's nice.
He'd been working on Scott's new house over the weekend. In return for his labor, he gets cheap rent. John dropped out of college, and he's worked jobs all over the United States. He's 26, younger than the leaders who are all in their 30s. If they are the recruiters, he is the perfect recruit. For John, the primary motivation was financial.
To me, it's economical. It's an economic decision, right? And you know,
Oh
everything
my
else just kind
lord.
of falls in line. The main thing to me is cheap land. Everything else is a bonus.
You've got 2 levels here.
Yep, got a loft up top, and this is the main area.
So living area down here. So it's quite comfy, right?
It is quite comfy. As for excluding people, I don't see it that way. We're trying to embrace our culture and our heritage. It's been denigrated, if you ask me. We've turned into a melting pot.
Your motherfucking culture is living in a tiny
One
house?
last thing before I
Oh,
go.
fuck.
Concert put on in honor of
Trailer.
This first piece that Peter and I are performing, it's called The Virginia Colonies by Fred Cooper.
Oh my god.
Let us be white trash.
Eric himself takes the stage.
Oh, this. You know what? Let me tell you something. I would be much more impressed if they were chopping down trees and like hand hewing the logs and building, you know, houses with dowels versus nails. These are failures. These are failures of intellect, failures of morality, and just plain old white failures. They're not even mediocres. They are failures. I want to see log cabins here, not Home Depot, you know, tiny houses. Failure.
Those are Elon Musk pre-built houses.
You think so? I don't. Does he build houses?
Yeah, he got like these little.
You know what? These motherfuckers
instead
these white men, instead of fucking playing the flute, need to be washing that goddamn minivan. This motherfucker's playing the flute with a dirty ass minivan on camera.
Baroque flute, also known as the German flute or the penny whistle. It was a very popular instrument in colonial America.
It's not easy to look tough with a flute, even if it's German. But the audience is rapt.
Looking tough is not his goal.
Would America be better as a white nation state?
Better in what sense?
Would you prefer, you know, completely blank slate, America is just an ethnically white country?
I would probably feel more comfortable there because I'm white, and that's the way that this country was when my ancestors came here.
You also talk about Hitler in your videos a couple of times when you've talked about people who...
Now, how long do you
was
think?
it like that when your ancestors came here?
No.
Like, so they were
Well,
nobody?
he did say when his ancestors came here. But let me tell you something. This is the other thing that I've noticed on some of these YouTube channels. You notice people starting to, white people in particular, like of Air and Sea, talking a whole lot about 23andMe and that sort of thing. Now, of Air and Sea wants to basically say he has heritage all the way back to you know, the 1600s in Virginia, which is perfectly fine. Who really gives a shit? But I guarantee you, he wasn't. If I said, was your background first families of Virginia, that motherfucker wouldn't even know what I meant. Dude, his history comes from 23andMe, not a motherfucking book. And this is why I look down on this sort of white mediocrity. The dude, they are literally standing there playing the flute with a dirty motherfucking minivan on the lot.
At this point, he should just be playing the skin flute.
Well, all I have to say is priorities, white man, priorities. Wash your car, then clean your room.
Waiting around for a new Hitler to come. And he said he's not going to show up. You have to do the work for that Hitler to arrive.
Hitler is a very controversial historical figure. I think the mainstream view is one.
Hitler is controversial,
but also the contrary position that Hitler did nothing wrong that many people online say, that's also a one-sided view. I think all historical figures are complex, multidimensional. But when I say like you're gonna have to wait for that new Hitler to arise, I'm not saying you're gonna have to wait for a new person to start a new Holocaust. I'm saying you're gonna have to wait for a charismatic.
This motherfucker's talking about a new Hitler.
That's how a lot of people see.
Wait, hold it. Does he even? Now, see, my next question would be: do you feel like you're being cringe when you talk about the rise of a new? I'm like, really? You feel comfortable saying that?
Like, dude, he could have came out a different way and said, like, we're looking for a new leader that whatever. Not even have to mention Hitler's name, bro. The fact that you have to mention Hitler, it kind of gives you like a little,
wow.
Damn, I kind of miss those days. I wish I was there type of vibe.
Oh my God. Yeah, you know what?
All days.
I feel for the kids. These kids are being done a disservice. So
they're gonna be doing the salute in the mornings in school.
No. You know what? Kids are resilient, and I can tell you right now, there are gonna be some women who are gonna be
especially the girls. They're gonna skate. They're gonna skate through the woods and shit.
There's some women that are gonna be getting some alimony.
There are
they're gonna leave for Pookie and
going ahead.
Yeah, there are two other groups, actually three, organizing. One in Appalachia, one in the Pacific Northwest, and then another one here in Arkansas.
So this is the growing movement.
Right now it's growing very quickly. Yeah, we have applicants every week. I would like to see more communities so that people in all parts of the U.S. have this as an option if they want it. I would also like to see us network and branch out internationally to a greater extent.
Is there anything you want to talk about that I haven't asked about?
I kind of want to ask you, after seeing this, do you think what we're doing is immoral?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
And that's not, for me, it is more the objection.
Damn.
I think the way we've talked about it is, I don't think it is like a country club.
He's not going to make it out alive now, is he?
Depriving people of a fundamental right to housing. That's how
this was live streamed.
The reason I'm asking those questions about where it goes from here, I think that is a thought experiment, but I think if you replicated it much, I think I would be unhappy with how that looks if it were in my country and if I were on the receiving end of it.
You think intentional communities shouldn't be able to associate how they like?
Not on the basis of race. And the Arkansas State Attorney General told us, "This is the first I've heard of these allegations. Racial discrimination has no place in Arkansas anywhere."
The first you've heard? Oh, dude, it is not the first you've heard. What you have done is ignored it. And I guarantee you, what's her name? Sarah Sanders Huckabee. Oh no! They're gonna name the library after her. Y'all know what's going on in your state.
In a free society, these allegations raise all sorts of legal issues, including constitutional concerns. My office is reviewing the matter.
See, Lou, how is it immoral? Well, let me tell you how, and it's very conceptual. If you see, this is the thing about, and a weird thing about CRT, looking like the legal, CRT used to be taught exclusively in law schools. And one of the basic tenets of CRT is you look at the results of laws, basically the outcomes of laws. If the outcome is discriminatory, then there's something wrong with the actual law. And the people like Justice Roberts, Chief Justice Roberts and Clarence Thomas and that ilk, they think as long as you don't mention race in the law, then the law is colorblind. It's totally bullshit. So you ask about immoral, it's kind of a CRT sort of question. If you think that, hey, they didn't say black people couldn't move there, so it's not immoral, that is what you live by, a very non-CRT point of view. And I'm gonna, Lou, you're my buddy, and I mean this, respectfully, you don't care about outcomes, you care about the law, how it's written on the books. And most people, most white people who have anything to do, you got a whole Federalist Society that will view these sorts of things. The Federalist Society would ask the same question you just did. So you're in good stead. The actual non-crazy people who live in the America that we hope America will be one day, go outcomes matter. So long-winded explanation of why they're immoral. They're immoral because of the outcome, not so much. Well, outcome and intent. The way the law is written, they're blameless. They're spotless. They're lily white.
This is how members of Return to the Land often spend their evenings, around the campfire. It's not especially kumbaya when it's about keeping other races out.
Splice this into the shots we use. Somebody says something like a little bit like racist, just like switch to the gasoline going up in the fire.
The bulldozer isn't just a novel way to build a fire. It's also a reminder that this group's ambitions extend far beyond cozy get-togethers in the hills.
I think Scott's bringing wood over. Yeah, we might have to
The conditions and materials for that to happen, the politics and the technology, have been on hand for some time now. And once set alight, who knows how fiercely it will burn, and who the flames will touch.
All right. Well, that is our daily feast. You know what? Let's watch this. I like Heather Cox Richardson.
My question would be,
and another reason that this
hold
episode
on
was so
one sec.
important, and that
Sorry about
is
that. Let me stop her.
yeah, my question would be, isn't this against the civil rights though?
No. And I no. You know what? Again, the way the laws are written and the way the Supreme Court has basically upheld stuff, especially post Warren Court, if you don't mention race in a law, then the law is fine. They don't care about outcomes. Literally, and I would have to do the research. I'm not a lawyer, but I do know that outcome, if a race neutral law has a racist outcome, or race, people interpret the outcome as racist, literally that is okay. It's basically what they're saying is, hey, it's almost like God's will. If black people suffer because of a race neutral law, well, that's how life is. Life is unfair is actually the response that you'll get. I'm not kidding about this. This is literally how the Supreme Court's view on things are. Scalia. It's how affirmative action started being dismantled. If the outcome is racist, but the law itself, the way it's written, is race neutral, then the outcome is an act of God. It's not really the law's fault. It's kind of like society's fault, and life isn't fair. I kid you not. And I'm not exaggerating either.
That's kind of interesting.
Well, no, it is actual fact. I wish Juan were here because he could probably explain it better. You find it interesting. What's interesting to me is you didn't know this, Lou.
No, I didn't know. I didn't study CRT, bro.
Talk to no. You don't have to study CRT. What you need to do is study Supreme Court.
Oh,
this is literally the CRT. The CRT stuff has been outlawed. You didn't know? Affirmative action is gone because nobody cares about CRT. You didn't know this? Dude, you have a lot of catching up to do, Lou.
Yeah, I do.
Your Supreme Court is literally Did you not read what Justice Roberts and Justice Thomas has written, that the Constitution is colorblind?
No,
and now, no. They've literally written no. They've literally written that. It was written in.
Yeah, no, I
Justice.
remember that being. I remember it being mentioned. I just never
Okay,
did
and
it like
then
a
the
deep dive
other
into it.
point, the other interesting point, which I brought up either last week or the week before, is all of a sudden the 14th Amendment is about black people. So Trump hasn't even realized that the Constitution is colorblind.
Right.
Y'all.
Well, no. So the reason. The reason why I asked the question wasn't from like a race or any of that. So here's my take on it. Okay, they're free to. They're in Arkansas. It's basically what we were saying earlier. Like why I have no
Let
problem
me
with
ask
this.
you
Like,
a quick question. You do
Mhm.
realize that I'm not opposed to this. I think they should be
That's
free
but
to do whatever they want to
yeah,
do.
we're on the same. I'm just taking it another step further on why I think that. Like they're in Arkansas. They're not harming anybody. They're free to associate with whomever they please. It's not like any black person sees this and is like, "Oh, I want
Well,
to
you
live there."
also
Like,
have to understand that freedom of association, um, the way your point does not interact very well with property law. Okay, anybody in America is free to buy property. They're
Mhm.
basically saying you can't buy property for sale because we don't approve of you. Property is going to be their biggest problem. You can buy any plot of land that is for sale, and race does not play into it. They're going to have problems. It's not freedom of association that's going to wind up being their problem. It's going to be property law.
Okay. And from that standpoint, it would be considered immoral. Okay, I got you.
Yeah, I mean, the way property in the United States works post 1964, and it doesn't work that way in real life, but in theory,
Mhm.
again, we're talking law and consequences of colorblind law versus the actual law.
Correct.
People, there are private property sales. People discriminate. Redlining still exists, if you didn't know. If you decide that I'm going to sell my house myself, and you don't get an actual like realtor or realty company involved, you get to sell that to whoever you want to, and you as a person can discriminate, and there's not a goddamn thing the law can do about it. It's your
Mhm.
property. You get to sell it to whom you want. So there are ways to get around the law. That's why consequences don't matter. You can hey, if you decide hey, a black person competed for this property, they offered the same amount of money, but I'm going to sell it to this white person because I don't want a black person living in my house. There's not a goddamn thing the law can do about it. The law is colorblind. The consequences are God's will.
Right. And so
Now
yeah,
the God's will part, that's my little spin on it.
that's you. That's you. Yeah.
That's not how the law is written.
Right. And
So, but
I
do
think
you
that
get what I'm saying here?
no,
The
I understand it.
parts- Okay, and people think I'm a simpleton. They think I'm some ill-bred, unthinking fool. But if you think things through critically, again, freedom of association is not going to be Soul Town's problem. It's going to be the property law.
Yeah, because and from what I understand, the Arkansas Attorney General is like investigating into dismantling it. I put
You know
air
what?
quotes around that. And
I like I said, there's going to be a GoFundMe I'm going to start for their lawyers because I want them to succeed.
Yeah, yeah. Because if I'm
I
the way
want
it was
Be
understood to
Brave and
me
every
is
motherfucker like Be Brave to move to Arkansas and be their neighbors.
right, and it really boils down to the what was it, the PMA, the private member association that they have. That could potentially legally get them jammed up. Um,
It could.
it's kind of
But
it
you
is interesting.
also have
It's
to understand. You also have to understand that Arkansas is the South. Dude, this is the wonderful thing, and this is why sometimes I wish I'd been a lawyer. Words are awesome. There are, dude, that the investigation is going to have zero effect. The investigation is going to be, well, how can I, as Attorney General, assist you? It'll be fine. These folks will be fine. All right. Well, everybody's gotten busy now. And you know what? Unfortunately, the old folks like me don't have much to do on a Saturday afternoon. So y'all chime in when you want. But this is my favorite female historian, Heather Cox Richardson.
Hey, folks, St. Augustine, Florida. Wow, that's an old city. Denver, Michigan. Wasn't the interview with Mallory McMorrow cool? I thought she was really interesting. I thought she did a great job. Yeah, well, Danny, it's finally getting warm here too. Good to see you and talk to you. And you know what? Facebook is here. I usually like to say hello to all the Facebook people when they come through, but you're all here. So I guess we'll just jump right to it. Your questions today were all sort of centered around the same things, and I was already going in a similar direction. So let me just take off and see if we end up in a place that you find useful. First of all, yes, South Park's first episode of its 27th season last night is important. A lot of people asked about that. It's certainly getting an enormous amount of traction, and I'll explain what was in it, but then why it's important. So, and just so you know here, I don't watch television and I rarely watch film, not because I object to it in any way. I wish I had more time to do it, but because I grew up without really a lot of access to TV and to movies. So I'm really unsophisticated about them. I've never really understood how to watch them, and I love them, but it just, my habits were never formed around television or film. So what I am explaining to you about what happened on South Park comes from Charlotte Clymer, who writes a Substack publication called Charlotte's Web Thoughts, and she covered this in some detail, and she knows the history of South Park far better than I do. I actually teach the writing of South Park because it's kind of geniusly written, but I don't know the history of South Park itself at all. So what I'm going to tell you comes from her. So the first episode that aired last night was just a skewering of Donald Trump and modern American Republican politics. And the thing that Charlotte pointed out was that in it, if you have followed South Park, you know that when just if anybody cares, I'm going to give some spoilers here. So if you don't want to hear what was in that, this would be a good time to go do something else and come back later, or just do something else. All right. So in the episode, the character that is the Donald Trump character climbs into bed with Satan, and they have a conversation. And in that conversation, the Satan alludes to how Donald Trump reminds him of a former
anybody
boyfriend he had.
watch this?
And what Clymer points.
Did anybody watch this? Oh my Lord. I did not watch it, but just her describing the beginning sounds hilarious. So Lou or anybody, tell me if you watch this.
Out is that
it almost sounds like an episode of what's his name, Little Nas X. It sounds like a Little Nas X video.
Episodes of South Park during the regime of Saddam Hussein, they use the same voice techniques, the same mannerisms that they put onto Trump now for Saddam Hussein. So they were equating Donald Trump and Saddam Hussein, and making it clear that they see him as just a two-bit dictator. And that formulation of Trump really matters. And this is not just about South Park, but about the way culture moves. So one of the things that I hear often is anger at the Democrats in the 1990s and the 2000s for not being more effective at standing up against the Republican supply side economics that managed to redistribute more than $50 trillion from the bottom 90% of the American people to the top 1%. And part of that is because Democrats who stood against that couldn't get elected. So the party sort of had to drag itself over, and not just in politics, but you can see this really in understandings of the economy. There were all sorts of ways in which the sheer weight of public support for the Republican program pulled everybody in that direction. And that's why when somebody like South Park takes the kind of stand that it did last night, that's a really big deal, because that will affect the way that the American people think about Donald Trump and the Republican regime. And that really matters in terms of the general way in which people think about politics. Now, when I say that, why is South Park so important? South Park is one of the most popular series out there. And just earlier this week, it did a major deal with Paramount for $1.5 billion over the next 10 years. And it's in the process of negotiating another major contract with Comedy Central that will be worth about $1 billion. And the reason that those numbers matter is because they indicate just how many people watch that show, which is why, of course, somebody like Paramount wants them. So they have a huge reach. They are enormously popular, and they're popular not primarily on the left. They're popular among the sort of people who look askance at authority figures in general. So a lot of that are going to be people who swing toward Trump and toward MAGA. So that's why that matters so much. Now, the other piece of that, I think, leads very naturally into what on earth is going on with CBS and Stephen Colbert and so on. And another reason that this episode was so important, and that is Paramount, and I always get the name of it wrong. Let me see, I've got it right here. Skydance. I always want to put a different word after Sky for that. Paramount and Skydance, since July of last year, have been trying to put together an $8 billion merger of the two organizations. And what has been a sticking point is that they need the approval of the Federal Communications Commission, or the FCC. And under Trump, the FCC is holding out for commitments from Skydance and Paramount that they are going to be on board the Trump train, if you will. Paramount is the parent company to CBS. Now you see where I'm going. So when CBS caved the other day and paid a $16 million settlement for Donald Trump's frivolous lawsuit about the idea that CBS had misleadingly cut Kamala Harris's interview before the 2024 election, what they probably were doing was simply greasing the skids so that Trump couldn't hold that over their heads. They basically made that problem go away for $16 million, which in an $8 billion merger is lunch money. So they did that, and they also said that they were not going to renew Stephen Colbert's contract, and Stephen Colbert is a comedian. Those things are both probably designed to make that deal go through, to get the FCC to say that it's going to sign off on this merger. And today, Skydance said that when the merger goes through, they will make sure that they got any diversity, equity, and inclusion offices in Paramount, and that they will examine CBS News for bias against Trump, is what they say they're going to do. So that's also the backstory to South Park. It is as well this story about Stephen Colbert and about that $16 million and what was really going on with that. They're trying to buy off Trump, essentially, or at least so it looks. Now, there's something very interesting about that, though, that ties to where Trump is right now. And that's the fact, and I think I said this before here, I've said it somewhere, that CBS did not cancel Colbert outright. It's canceled him next May, and an awful lot of things can happen between now and next May. And what that says to me and to others is that CBS and Paramount are kind of hedging their bets, because by next May, who knows where we're going to be politically. And that suggests that there's a lot of flexibility right now in the political system, and that Trump is not as strong as he is trying to project. All right, so now let's go into the Epstein stuff, which is breaking like waves on a beach. We now know that Attorney General Pam Bondi and her deputy told Trump back in May that he was in the Epstein files. That was an exclusive from the Wall Street Journal yesterday. We know as well, of course, that that's what sparked Musk on June 5th to say, here's a bombshell, Trump's in the Epstein files, and then to back off. And that on July 15th, Trump told a reporter on camera that Bondi had not told him he was in the Epstein files, when now we know he did. So more and more stuff is continuing to come out, as, for example, CNN, I think it was yesterday, brought out more pictures of Trump and Epstein. You know, this is hurting Trump to the point that a reporter today for the Bulwark, a guy named Joe Perticone, always worth reading, said that he's never seen the Republicans so panicked, because this is the first scandal from within the Republican Party, and it is splitting the Republican Party right now. Now, just as that is happening, the Republicans and the Democrats as well, but Congress is headed back home for the month of August, and Congress people are going to have to deal directly with their constituents, including those ones who voted for Donald Trump because they wanted the Epstein files released. And the other piece in here is that it's not clear what else Donald Trump can offer to Republicans in Congress. That is, they got through that omnibus bill, the budget reconciliation bill, with those massive tax cuts that they wanted. They've gotten huge cuts to social programs in the United States, which a lot of them didn't actually want because they knew it was going to hurt their constituents. But having gotten those things through, the only other thing that Trump can offer to them is judges on the courts, on the federal courts. And while some of them really do want these far-right judges, many of them actually don't, because they're recognizing the
Let me stop right here and welcome Angry Snowman to the channel. Good to see you, Snowman. And I haven't been doing enough of this. Please make sure that you are subscribing to the Stanley Cross channel. It's at Stanley Cross 6000. If you are here and if you're new, you should subscribe to the John Gall Urban Landlord channel. If you are in the Urban Landlord channel, please do me a favor. Hop over to at Stanley Cross 6000. Please like and subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel. In addition, hop over to Urban Landlord Clips and subscribe to the Urban Landlord Clips channel as well. By the way, John will, at least he's scheduled to be up with Philippe today, around 3 or 3:30. So this circus will not be an all-day circus unless John doesn't come on. But John has been busy, so we'll see. Either way, because I'll probably be in John's chat. Because I always like roasting him and Philippe. You know, that's like, you know, shooting fish in a barrel. However, by the way, this is Heather Cox Richardson. She literally makes $1 million a year. She has the highest income earning Substack letter on Substack, and she is a historian, like a history professor. And she gives all of us hope. She is smart as a whip. She is a history professor. She makes $1 million a year just from her Substack letters to an American. Letters from an American. And she's an excellent writer. She's really a good writer. Her thing is making past American history, current in comparing, the nothing is new under the sun stuff. And speaking of which, I actually meant to talk about Andrew Jackson, who happens to be Trump's favorite president, if I recall. And maybe I'll get around to it. So hit the link if you want, Snowman. You're always welcome.
Of the rule of law. And the importance of the rule of law, aside from the philosophical importance of it and the security of our lives, you need to have the rule of law in order to make money. I mean, there's a reason that autocrats stash their money in democracies, because otherwise, if they're an autocratic country, the guy who's running the country could just say, hey, I like your factory, and it would look, my nephew would look great as its president, so I'm just going to take it over. So there really is a drive among people who want to preserve the rights to property to having actual judges, real judges, not the Emile Beauvais of the world in federal judgeships. So the only thing Trump really can give them still are those federal judgeships. And the other things that he is doing to the US are extraordinarily unpopular. And that's not helpful for the Republican Party. So what does that mean? A Gallup poll came out today of US adults. Always take a look at who has been polled, because it's U.S. adults are different than U.S. voters. They're different than U.S. in general, et cetera. But U.S. adults have turned against Trump to the point that he has just hit his lowest approval rating in his second term. Only 37% of American adults approve of the job he is doing in office. The
Tricks are for kids. That's why.
I'm sorry. So 37% of Americans approve. That is 6 points below where Biden was after the final withdrawal from Afghanistan. And remember how when that happened, the newspapers were all like, that's it, his presidency is over. Trump is now 6 points below that. And where he has really taken the biggest hits are among independents. That matters, of course, to Republicans who would like to be elected, because they cannot be elected solely on Republicans unless they're in extremely gerrymandered districts. And independents have turned away from Trump to the point that at the
she brings up, and I've been meaning to bring this up. Republican voters, like staunch Republicans, are not the majority of this country. And that's why independents are so important. Same thing with Democrats. So, and if I recall, like 60% of independents, not in the poll she's talking about. I looked at a CBS Quinnipiac, maybe it was. Independents are not happy with Trump. And these are people who, can vote, who probably vote more policy than anything. So I think Marco Rubio is going to be our next president.
of his term, 46% of independents said they liked what he was doing. Now only 29% say they like what he is doing. The other big thing that we're looking ahead to in the next several months are the fact that one of the most unpopular programs that Trump has put into place is his immigration program. Now, he thinks that's his strongest suit, and he keeps talking about all the what he calls criminals and rapists that he is murderers and rapists that he's sending out of the country. But in fact, the vast majority of the people that they are sweeping up have no criminal record, no criminal convictions, and no criminal charges. These are people who've lived in the U.S. for a long time. They're
I'm going to slow this down a little bit. I have it at 1 1/4 speed. I'm going to slow it back down to normal speed. The other thing, I did a story last week about an Iranian grandmother, a woman who'd been here for 47 years. Her husband is American. Her daughter is American. ICE came and arrested her while she was gardening. She was out like tending to her vegetables, and ICE came and arrested her. Now, here's the twist. She was so popular in her community, and, obviously her husband or daughter was well connected. Steve Scalise, the Republican House leader, interceded so they didn't deport her. Now, I have a problem with, the Republicans. I have a problem with this intercession of his. She probably should have been treated like every other non-criminal mother who actually got deported with their American children. Bad show. Donald Trump's immigration policy. Good idea, bad execution. That's where I am. And this woman, by the way, she had legal status. She did what she played by the rules and still almost got deported. And it took the Republican leader of the House, the majority leader, not the Speaker of the House, the majority leader of the House, of the Republican Party in the House, to get to spring her. Thank you, Steve Scalise, for your
usually
horrible
undocumented,
policies.
although he has threatened to go after naturalized citizens, and they are being treated in ways that Americans do not approve of. That is in the detention center in the Everglades in Florida, for example. The place is alive with mosquitoes. People are living in cages. They're not getting medical care, and they're talking about it. So the popularity of Trump's immigration policies in that Gallup poll show that 60% of American adults disapprove of Trump's handling of immigration. Only 38% approve. That's a huge gap right there. And as more people learn more about what those immigration sweeps look like and detention looks like, and as the budget reconciliation bill increased funding for border security, ICE, and detention centers, we're going to see more and more of ICE and sort of attacking our neighbors and incarcerating them in conditions that are dramatically un-American, and or at least we've come to think of as being American. We certainly have those in our past in a big way, but most of us liked that we had gotten away from those things. So we're seeing, for example, the fact that on last Friday, on July 18th, the men who had been incarcerated in El Salvador's CCOT prison were sent by El Salvador to Venezuela in exchange for Venezuela releasing 10 U.S. citizens or permanent residents and possibly putting some Venezuelans who had been political prisoners onto house arrest. When those prisoners went from CCOT to Venezuela, they talked about how they were treated in CCOT prison, and they talked about torture, they talked about beatings, they talked about being shot with rubber bullets, they talked about not having medical care. And while the US government has said that it had no control over the prisoners in CCOT, as soon as they had been moved to Venezuela, they took credit for that. So this is another thing sort of hanging around Americans' necks. Again, a reference back there to the Rime of the Ancient Mariner. And the idea that somebody who killed an albatross, which is a good luck symbol on a boat, and thereby sending the boat into a rash of bad luck, his fellow sailors tied the albatross around his neck. So when we talk about a rotting bird around his neck, so when we talk about something being hung around their necks, that's a reference back to that famous poem, The Rime of the Ancient Mariner. All right, so that's unpopular.
Did she
The
just talk
immigration
about
stuff
the
is
Rime of the Ancient
unpopular.
Mariner? This is why I love this
are the
woman.
cuts that are in that budget reconciliation bill, which the Republicans passed, insisting that it would not increase the deficit. In fact, the Congressional Budget Office gave its final scoring of that bill earlier this week, and it said that in fact it would knock more than 10 million Americans off of healthcare and would cost $3.4 trillion. So your tax dollars are now going into tax cuts for billionaires and billionaires, but also very wealthy Americans and corporations, and into increased border security. What we're losing are things like the Federal Emergency Management Agency, or FEMA, which is, the head of search and rescue, quit earlier this week because he's frustrated with the cuts to FEMA. And the director of FEMA, David Richardson, told Congress earlier this week that he would not, he didn't tell them this, he would not confirm that FEMA is going to continue to exist. And for a lot of people, and I guess I shouldn't say that, I'm thinking of me, the idea that we're incarcerating people rather than bulking up FEMA when climate change is bearing down on all of us is a rejection of what governments are supposed to do. So the other things that are happening here are that we have just learned that, in fact, when Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth shared information about bombing the Houthis in Yemen over that Signal chat, in fact, some of the material he took was from an email that was marked secret. The White House has denied that, but we now have learned that's not the case. And we're also, what is the other thing that came out today? Cuts, the administration is working on cuts to the Environmental Protection Agency and its reasoning for addressing climate change. So The wrapping all this stuff up together from South Park through all these different things I laid down, what you're seeing, I think, is an administration that is floundering around a man who is increasingly unstable, increasingly unable to interact in public in a way that encourages people to support him. He has a hard time answering questions. He doesn't seem to know very much. He seems to be just spouting whatever comes to mind, and what has been coming to mind, especially as the Epstein issues
Oh, you
ramp up,
noticed,
are
ma'am?
things that were
You
important to him in
noticed?
2016. So he's attacking former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton again. He is attacking former President Barack Obama. Well, okay, but that was 9 years ago. And to attack Hillary Clinton, who's really been out of the public eye for that long, just isn't meaningful for a lot of people any longer. And I'm sitting here trying to remember even some of the failed presidential candidates in our past and thinking, you know, did people really care about Bob Dole 9 years after he lost his bid for the presidency? And he had at least done TV commercials. So Trump is seemingly not as powerful a figure as he's been in the past. It is not clear what he can continue to deliver to Republicans, because the one thing he's been able to deliver all along has been the MAGA voters. They are now turning against him. And so I think what we're going to be seeing is fury
Tell
on
me
the part
more.
of the true believers in the administration who recognize that they are losing power and that they're frantic because they have certainly seemingly broken a lot of laws. And if Trump is not there to protect them, they're going to be in trouble. But other people within the administration want to do stuff just because they want to make their mark on America, and Trump is their ticket for doing that. But so you're going to see frustration from them and increasing lashing out from them and from the people that they command. But people who are looking longer term at American politics, people perhaps like those behind the decision to stop Colbert's show, but not until May, are recognizing that politics is very much in flux right now. And one of the things that's going to happen in the month of August, you're starting to see it, but it's really going to take off in the fall, is the effect of the tariffs. So even the few deals that the administration has managed to deliver, and we don't really know the terms of those deals, still have tariffs at significantly higher than they were when he took office. So we are going to see price increases. We're already seeing this deal with Japan looks really bad for American automakers. You're going to see prices going up. You're going to see people trying to shop for their kids to go back to school and not being able to buy the things that they need to buy for their kids to go back to school. That's going to hit in the fall. And if you are somebody who is thinking long-term about politics, what you're really looking at right now is twofold. One is what's next for the Republican Party and who can carry it forward. The next person in line, of course, for the presidency is J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance is not popular. It's very unclear that he's going to be able to
Marco
pick up the
Rubio
MAGA voters, maybe.
2028.
But if that's the case, what are you going to do? How are you going to move the party? Who is going to step forward? And you'll be able to tell a lot by seeing who actually runs for Republicans in purple states and who doesn't, who backs out. And the other question is what the Democrats are going to do. Because one of the questions you all asked is, should the older Democrats step down? And the answer to that is, I think, I did an interview earlier today with Mallory McMorrow of Michigan. And what I think we are seeing is the same thing we've seen in other times of real transition. To my mind, as somebody who studies politics, because that's my role in all this, you want the older people around because they know the ropes. They know how to get things done, how to get things through committees and so on. But it's clear in this moment that we're seeing the rise of a new set of younger, not always, I mean, some of the most outspoken people are older, but a new set of people who are talking about politics in an authentic, in a powerful, in an emotional way, but on the Democratic side, actually being able to work with those older people to get stuff done is going to be really important, because the Republicans ran for a long time on destroying everything. You don't need older people if all you're going to do is destroy stuff. I mean, I can say no, but if you said to me, I need you to get
Folks, I'm sorry about this. My computer just shut down hard. Actually, I'm forcing a shutdown, but it locked hard. So give me a few minutes. We will bring my favorite historian back. And sorry for the delay. But my computer is it's not old. I swear it's not old. Oh my lord. Oh wow. This is interesting. There we go. I do a hard, like a forced reboot of my laptop. This sucker is. I'm gonna blame StreamYard. It locked up hard, and it wasn't showing signs of a quick recovery. So I had to force the issue. So what I'm gonna do is restart and bring the lovely Heather Cox Richardson back up, so you can hear actual smart women, unlike the bombs and the cherries. Fucking make sense of stuff. I pray. Not sure I'll be able to. All right. Let me kill this and pray this works. There we go. All right. Well, let's bring Miss or Professor Richardson back up. There we go. So I'm sorry for the delay, folks. It is rather embarrassing. Let's see if I can remember how to use. There we go.
talking about politics in an authentic, in a powerful, in an emotional way, but on the Democratic side, actually being able to work with those older people to get stuff done is going to be really important, because the Republicans ran for a long time on destroying everything. You don't need older people if all you're going to do is destroy stuff. I mean, I can say no, but if you said to me, I need you to get this somewhat popular bill through Congress, I mean, I guess I would know how to do that just in terms of the logistics of it. But having somebody in there who really knows, somebody like Nancy Pelosi in there who knows where the buttons are to push, is incredibly important to actually get things done. And you see this in a number of times in history when a party of no tries to become a party of yes, and they can't do it. This is really dramatic after
wow,
Woodrow
that
Wilson
is
was
a
in office in
burn.
the early 20th century. The Republicans had just said no for his entire term. Then they have a landslide election in 1920, and they control everything. And Congress can't figure out how to get anything done. So at the end of the day, it's Secretary.
See how she weaved that 1920 point into current politics? This woman is awesome.
Of the Treasury, Andrew Mellon, and Secretary of Commerce, Herbert Hoover, who basically take up all that power that's sloshing around Congress, or around Washington. So what we're seeing right now, I think, is a lot of power sloshing around in our political system. And that's where I want to end tonight, is as this power sloshes around, and as your representatives and senators come back to their home districts, Now is absolutely the time to make your voices heard, to make it clear what you're upset about, but also what you want going forward. Because now is the time when you're seeing new voices and new people get into politics. You're seeing people stepping out as well. And what people who are running for office want to know is that if they take a position, they can count on voters stepping up behind them to support them if they take that position. The same thing we didn't see with the Democrats in the 1990s and the 1900s and the 2000s, for example, because they knew that the popular culture was running toward the Republican cowboy individualism I talk so much about. So they had to at least be Me Too people, or they would simply be bled out of the system altogether. Just kind of an aside here, under Trump in his first term, there was a big fight over the fact that the person that he wanted to run the CIA had endorsed torture, which is, heinous. And somebody finally said, everybody who's at that level did the same thing. And that's a great example of what I'm talking about with the drift of a society or an institution in one direction. What happened was those people who stood against torture had been bled out of the ranks of the administration of the CIA. And as a result, the only people left were those people who had the same black marks against them that his nominee did. And so this is the time when you throw your weight in the pool and say, this is the drift of the future. We're going to care about these things, and you need to put your stamp on what those things are. You will not agree with everybody around you, but you'll find that you have an awful lot of people on your side when you start to develop the different things that you care about. Now, I did have Mallory McMarl on because her new book is all about how individuals can affect politics. And that was why I wanted to have her on and why I wanted her to give us marching orders for what to do going forward. But somebody wrote to me afterward and made a really good point that I wanted to address. And I if you're watching, I will try to address you in person as well. But I thought it was a good enough question that we should make it larger. And that is, what if that's just not you? You're not going to be able to get out there and go to a town hall or go to a school board meeting or run for office or knock on doors. If you're more introverted than that, and that's just not who you are. And I wanted to speak to that directly because, first of all, let me tell you, I'm there with you. But second of all of us have skills that we bring to society to make it better. And that doesn't mean you have to be like everybody else and knock on doors or give money to candidates or do the things that are overtly political. If you do what you love and you do it well and you put your heart into it, whatever that may be, you are working to create a society that supports the kind of progress that we are striving for. And just because it's not the sort of thing you see on a checklist, that doesn't mean it's not important. So whatever your skill is, maybe you fix computers, maybe you arrange flowers, maybe you bake, maybe you are really good at reading to children, maybe you paint. There's any number of these things you can do that contribute to making our society and our community better. And that counts. Even if it's not knocking on doors for a political candidate, it's creating community, it's supporting each other, it's creating the kind of world that we want to see. So don't lose hope and don't feel like you're not doing enough because of who you are. I mean, that's kind of what we're trying to value here, is the way in which all of us contribute to society. So I'm going to leave you with that tonight, a little bit shorter than I normally go, because I got a hot date tonight and I want to go get ready for it. So thank you for being here. And what is today? Today's Thursday. I think I'm doing, oh, you know what I'm doing Friday? I'm really excited about this, as you can tell. My friend Liza Donnelly and I we're actually working on something together. And I love her. She's a cartoonist. And I love the light the lightness of the way she handles very serious subjects. And for a long time now, I have wanted to do a Substack with her in which I don't quite know exactly what we're going to cover, but often she draws while I talk, and we'll see where it goes. I hope to do a lot of things with her going forward because I just love to watch how she takes. Well, there you go. She's a cartoonist, and by bringing her extraordinary skill to our community, she's making the world a better place. So I didn't intend to have that be a segue into what we're doing tomorrow, but we are planning to do that tomorrow. And I will, I think, post where and how we're going to do that. I'm not sure. I haven't looked at my schedule. I'm not sure how it's going to be, but with luck, it'll be the first of many. And it should be inspiring, I think, if it's anything like Liza normally does. All right. Thank you for being here, and I will see you tomorrow.
Let me stop this right quick and address this horrible sin. I refuse to believe that. You are just demanding, and most men can't keep up with you. And you know what? This woman's like 65 years old or something. You're not 65. So I was going to write, well, you know what? Hit the link and be my date, but that's much too forward. But don't lie to us, young lady. Of course you can get a date. And I appreciate that your standards are high. So we're going to listen to this. And we might listen to the whole goddamn 2 hours. This is called Public History Live Stream, the original Constitution. And I will make you suffer through it, class.
Let's turn on some music. Let's hang out. Although I guess we're back in the. Can you hear me? And are we actually? What is the delay? So I'll have to sort of edit this later. Kelly, we can see and hear you. Wow. But are you seeing and hearing me at the same time, or is I assume it's still kind of this 90-second delay? But I'm glad. I'm sorry if I'm a little bit late. But it's great to see you.
Now this is a little annoying. I think at this point he might be in Europe. Might be at my 90-minute delay. You know, we don't live in Einstein's universe. Actually, you know what? I'm going to hold off on this. I just remembered. There is actually something I wanted to play before this. Are black men finally seeing Trump and MAGA deceived and used them? Horrible English, but I think you'll get the point. And then we'll get back to the history lesson.
Well, finally, after about 7 months, 6 or 7 months, African-American people are finally seeing that Trump is no good for our community. Well, I spent all last year telling them, so we didn't have to go through 6 months of this for them.
We didn't listen to you.
But there are news articles that are out now. There are polls that show that Trump is underwater with the black community and way underwater. Again, if they had listened to me, they would have never supported Trump in the first place. Because you cannot, we as African Americans cannot put any confidence, any hope in a white supremacist president, a white supremacist agenda, Project 2025, and a white supremacist movement, MAGA. That's going to go bad for blacks every single time. But some of them are finally seeing the light. And don't misunderstand me, most African Americans saw the light anyway, right? So most blacks did not vote for Trump, voted for Kamala because they knew he was bad. But, as I've told you, over 2 million blacks voted for Trump. And that was the winning edge in this election. So some of them are seeing that that was a bad decision. The problem is, a lot of those same blacks would probably or maybe vote for Trump again if he did something like send out a check, one of those stimmies, right? Or if the economy improved a little, they would once again set all their better judgment to the side and pull the lever in 2026, which is coming up here.
He makes an actual interesting point, which I wish he would expand on. It's the economy, stupid, was something, from the early 90s is kind of a political strategy. And there are so many problems with it's the economy, stupid, not as a saying. The sad part of it is not a saying, it is literally the truth. If the economy is good, there will be all kinds of approval for racist presidents and their little henchmen.
They're not very far from now for Trump. And that's what concerns me. That's what concerns me. Hey, family, do you believe in the work we're doing? Does our content speak to you? Do you appreciate our in-depth legal analysis and political commentary from an African-American perspective? Do you believe it matters to our community? Then don't just watch from the sidelines. Please click that membership button and become a member of the 2% Club today. That's right, we need just 2% of our subscribers to become channel members. For just $4.99 a month, that's less than 20 cents a day, you'll help us keep creating powerful content that defends our democracy, demands justice, and develops a strong African-American community. But if you want more, at $9.99 a month, which is only 33 cents a day,
this is a little disturbing.
You'll get a YouTube channel. A little bit, something powerful.
Wait till I start doing these commercials. If I ever get monetized, I'm doing this, folks.
Together. I just don't understand why any black person doesn't
Deacon Dave, hit the
doesn't get
motherfucking
it,
leg.
that we cannot
Let's
support
talk
white
about weak
supremacists.
dudes.
Because you may get a STEMI check or you may get a little bit.
Let me also address a very interesting point that this young lady brings up in the chat. Her name is Sin7. Let's see, where is it? My response, and I wrote the response. I think having black votes more than usual was kind of like cool points. I literally am using the term that I intend on using. I think the Latin vote alone was enough to put Trump over the edge. So, but Trump did win cool points, at least until now. And apparently, Reverend Corbett thinks that Trump is losing black support, which does not bode well. I'm not bullshitting around. Rubio is going to be our next president. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but I'm getting Rubio vibes.
better food prices, but behind the scenes, they are working to set us back every single day they get up and go to that White House or to Congress or the state legislatures. They're working against us, all while we pay a little bit less for eggs. It's not worth it. Anyway, I want to take
prices
you to
were
an
going to
article
go down anyway
by the Black Enterprise magazine that shows you that some blacks are finally seeing the light. So let's go over and read a little bit of this article. Donald Trump's approval ratings among black voters slipping. It's good news. The latest poll shows that 15% of black voters approve of how Trump is handling the presidency, with an alarming 79% disapproving, pushing his net approval among black voters to negative 64 points when analyzing the numbers since May. All right. So he has a negative 79% approval rating and then a disapproval rating. And then you throw the 15% approval rating. I don't know where that's coming from. That leaves him with a net negative 64 points underwater. So his numbers in our community are really bad. And rightfully so, because he has been targeting our community, not only go back to January 2025, when he took office the second time, but even in his first administration. As I've told you many times, he was working against us then, him and MAGA. All right, so this goes on to say, data from a new poll shows that support for President Donald Trump among black voters is decreasing, according to a YouGov Economist poll. The latest poll shows that 15% of voters approve of how Trump is handling the presidency, with an alarming 79% disapproving. Who are those 15%? And why are they approving of Trump with all the anti-black stuff he's doing? Who make up that 15%? Anyway, the newest number pushes his net approval among black voters to negative 64 points when analyzing the numbers since the spring. In May, the same poll revealed that 22% of black voters approved of Trump's second term and 69% disapproved, resulting in a net rating of 47 points. So he's dropped an additional 22 points since then. The gap widened in June to negative 51, with his approval dropping to 20% among black voters and disapproval increased to 71%. And that was June. So it's even lower now. Okay. The 2024 presidential election saw a notable shift toward Republicans among black voters. I don't understand it. With 16% of the black vote, President Donald Trump received the highest level of support for a GOP candidate among this voting bloc since President Gerald Ford in 1976. The support for Donald Trump among black voters increased significantly from 8% in 2016 to 12% in 2020, according to Newsweek. As Black Enterprise previously reported, Wisconsin saw the most significant shift among black voters in the 2024 presidential election. There was a 13% point shift toward Trump among black voters in Wisconsin. There was also a shift in North Carolina, where the percentage of black voters increased by 5 points from 2020 to 2024. Georgia, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Nevada saw a 1 to 3 point shift among black voters supporting Trump. Once again, I don't understand it. We're talking about white supremacy. We're talking about a white supremacy agenda, Project 2025. We're talking about a white supremacy movement, MAGA, and why an increasing number of blacks shifted toward that is inexplicable. It just tells you that the blacks who support him are really, 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 really low information people. That's all you can get from that, because that would be like the Jewish people supporting the Nazis. I mean, we have a 400-year history here of these people and their ancestors oppressing African American people. And we're talking about the same group of people, the same group. I got a video coming out where I'm once again going to walk you through how this all developed and why today the GOP is an extremely anti-Black party. That video is coming out this week. So Black people who are supporting Trump are just really, 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 really low information, or they're like Byron Donalds or Tim Scott, who greatly benefit from what they get supporting this white supremacist movement. All right, but it goes on to say, but for Black voters, the shift downward in support for Trump is driven by concerns about the state of the economy. 24% of Black voters approve of Trump's performance on jobs and the economy in May, compared to 66% who disapproved. In July, 18% of Black voters approve of his performance and 72% disapprove. Inflation and prices are also a concern. Approval dropped from 19% in May to 16% in July, with disapproval rising to 75%. When it comes to a recession, 26% of Black voters said it was likely in the next year, while 10% said it was not likely. 49% believed that the country was already in one. And all this focus on the economy, again, is concerning to me, because there's more for us as African Americans to consider than just the economy. I understand the economy is important, but there are so many other things that we as Blacks especially.
Let me stop right here. Deacon Dave, if you ever actually want actual information about news or politics, Stanley versus the World is the show to come to. At Stanley Cross 6000 is the channel to subscribe to. John Galt, the Urban Landlord, is where I simulcast to. So, and y'all, by the way, subscribe to Urban Landlord Clips. Please. Dude, I was going to say 15% of Black voters voted for Trump in 2024, and I would have been wrong even then, but I would have been more right than you. Here is what you need to know, and the answers to many of your conclusions about things as obvious as vote tallies are very easy to find. And I know in your gym, you probably don't get internet or something. According to multiple sources, approximately 16% of Black voters supported Donald Trump in the 2024 presidential election. Richard Nixon, still holds the record for a Republican getting Black votes, and it was right around 20%. Dave, I know more about politics than you do. Don't come to me when you need actual hard evidence of stuff you don't know. You're one of my buddies. I will never lead you wrong. SKC is pretty good for that too. So if you feel more comfortable with a more right-leaning perspective, go to SKC. But come to one of us before you start spouting about 20% of Black people voted for Trump in 2024. By the way, fewer people voted. I think it was 8% in 2020. So it is significant that 16% is double the 8%. Trump didn't get anywhere near a majority of the U.S. black vote. Want to know why? Because he's a racist. That's why. Want to know why more black people don't vote Republican? Because Republicans embrace and sometimes marry racists. That is the news, folks. Now let's get back to the Reverend here. Had to take that quick mopping up the black mediocrity that Deacon Dave, I know you're at the gym. Maybe you're sweating black mediocrity. Don't be mediocre, son.
Must be concerned about, such as the judges that he appoints to the bench. That's very, very important. Also, the people in Congress who rides his coattails into Congress. We also have to be concerned about the civil rights laws. There are so many things that impact us as African Americans other than whether or not inflation is higher than it typically is. And by the way, when you talk about the economy, when Trump took office in 2016, he inherited a very, very good economy from Obama. And when he took office in 2025, he inherited a good economy from Joe Biden. Inflation was down. The GDP was up. Wages were up. Unemployment was down. And with respect to we as African Americans, the Biden administration did a tremendous job on our behalf. And for that, I'm talking about the lowest unemployment in American history, record student loan forgiveness, record small business administration loans for blacks, even those with felony convictions, record HBCU funding, record low child poverty. I mean, Biden and Harris did a tremendous job for the African American community. Yet all you would hear is they've done nothing. They've done nothing. They've done nothing. Well, just a little research would have showed that those were all lies. All lies. You follow what I'm saying? So there's more that we must be concerned about as African Americans than just the price of eggs and bread and so on. And when Joe Biden took his seat and became the president, remember he was inheriting an economy that was, recovering or starting to recover with his help from COVID. Remember? And remember all the people who died, the black people who died as a result of COVID? A lot of that, the result of Trump mishandling COVID. So anyway, let's go back and finish this article. It says here, how Trump's policies have impacted black Americans. Following through on his campaign promises, Trump signed several executive orders that ended what his administration called radical DEI programs and preferencing. DEI policies create a fairer and more inclusive workplace. Still, Trump rolled back on President Joe Biden's Executive Order 13985, advancing racial equity and support for underserved communities through the federal government. Now, just pay attention to that. Trump rescinded Biden's executive order, which was targeting or beneficial to us and targeting us as a community, advancing racial equity. That's what Biden and Harris did. They advanced racial equity, and black people, over 2 million, voted for Trump, enabling him to reverse all diversity, equity, and inclusion. And don't tell me this garbage about the fact that DEI benefited white women, so therefore it has had no impact on blacks. That is foolish. I just did a video showing that Trump's anti-DEI war has driven black unemployment, black female unemployment way up. Let me say it again. Trump's anti-DEI war has driven up unemployment for black females more than anyone else. Not white women. Not white women who folks say got more benefit from DEI. Their unemployment is not going up because Trump's anti-DEI war targets blacks. Please, please, folks, wake up to what's going on. Please. In his second term, often referred to as Trump 2.0, the administration moved forward with plans to dismantle the United States Department of Education, which is really important for us, and reduce the federal workforce through sweeping budget cuts across various federal departments. Federal employment has served as a lifeline for black families to build wealth and financial stability. That's not me. That is the black enterprise telling us that the federal workforce, some of those agencies, are overrepresented with black people. So as Trump started laying those people off, it was black people who got hurt the most. Not white women, black women. There are lawsuits that are pending now because black women, black people were being hurt so bad by these layoffs, by Doge and so on. So let me read that again. Federal employment has served as a lifeline for black families to build wealth and financial stability. Black employees at the Education Department alone account for nearly 30% of the workforce, according to a 2024 department report. You see, that's overrepresentation because we only make up about 13%, 14% of the US population, yet twice as many, more than twice as many of the employees at the Department of Education are black. The federal government is one of the few places that we're overrepresented as a community. So his DEI or anti-DEI war impacts us the greatest. Approximately 20% of the more than 1,300 new hires at the Department of Health and Human Resources were black employees. And roughly 24% of the staff let go at the Department of Veteran Affairs were also black staff members. This is impacting us, Trump 2.0. And we should have known that because we're dealing with white supremacists. I warned you, I told you, I made I don't know how many videos last year warning you this would happen. New research found that the efforts by the Trump administration to cut federal workforce funding to states, public services will disproportionately harm black women who hold many of these jobs, specifically in the South. Data from the Economic Policy Institute shows black women make up more than 1 in 5 local government workers and more than 1 in 4 state government workers in Mississippi, Georgia, Louisiana, and Maryland. And as I said in a recent video dealing with the rise of unemployment for black females, you lay off a bunch of black women, you're going to hurt a lot of black families, a lot of black children, because black women are the heads of households for a lot of our families. So you take from them, you're taking from black children. And that is exactly what Trump is doing. And
Hey, let me take a quick break from this piety. You would be wrong. Inflation actually isn't down. It's up last month. I think it's up 2.7% over year over year. But I also want to welcome you here, sir. This is an old friend of mine. You know what? I have no idea how to pronounce that. Arxes. But it's nonetheless good to see you, sir. Kelvin, it's a fellow Brit. So anyway, let's get back to the piety.
You should have known he was going to do it because, again, he's a white supremacist. He's looking out for the interests of white people, not black. So just as I sit here to try to get those numbers up, the closer we get to the midterms, he's going to pardon somebody. He's going
look
to
at the screen. Oh,
he's
you know
gonna
what?
do
I
something
don't have on my glasses.
to get
My
you
bad,
to
Aries.
vote for him so he can have 2 more
I am
years
getting old.
of hurting
I am getting
you
old.
and your interests.
Damn.
Don't
I guess I'll have to put my
do
glasses
it.
on.
Don't do it. Be smarter this time. And I'm talking to those who are in that 15% approval. And I'm also talking to that over 2 million people who voted for him in 2024. And I'm also especially talking to those of you, the millions of you who did not
How do you
vote.
know? Let me stop this right quick.
Come on, folks.
So your brother knows that someone. You know what? Non-ed factor. You might want to hit the link. Your brother is wrong. DEI is not a hiring process. It is how you attract people to hire. You might want to rethink this point. And you are you're a friend of the show, but you might want to rethink this point. You're probably not right. And I don't know your brother, so I'm not going to talk about him. You might want to rethink this point.
Folks, come on, let's put our thinking caps on. Let's do some research. Let's not let them bamboozle us again. We're losing
Doesn't
on every
change
hand.
my evaluation.
Think about the judges he's going to put on the bench.
The VA. You need to describe the hiring process.
So
saying
please,
it's DEI
please,
doesn't make it DEI is my point.
let's be thinking people. Let's be critically thinking people. All right? This comes from a place of love. I get passionate about this because I love black people. Truly.
Well, don't we all?
All right. I'm Reverend and civil rights attorney.
And anyone who wants to hit the link can certainly be welcomed up here. She was, I'm sorry, citation needed, Nanette. I trust you, but, I'm a trust but verify person. That's a Reagan thing. And I was a teenager when Reagan was president. And that is one thing I always thought he got right. Trust but verify. Okay. You're going a bit too far there, Aries. Yeah, he's always welcome. You need to come with him. Look, I'm not saying he's wrong. I'm saying DEI look, I've been through this what is DEI bullshit with people like Mayo Monkey. Let us pray, your brother, and it's not going to be it's not going to be hard to be smarter than Mayo Monkey. The hiring process is different than attracting people via DEI to be considered to enter the hiring process. I understand how to think about stuff. I understand how this all works, and I can often be wrong. I'm not saying I'm perfect. I am saying that tell your brother to come up. if he's a Marine, a veteran, motherfucker, he of course he's welcome here. Absolutely, he is. And you know what? He knows if he was in the military, he knows how to think. That part I do know. I keep forgetting Yanks don't have a sense of humor. Well, you know what? We don't have a sense of humor. We don't put a U in the word humor for starters. Do you spell joke with a U? Did you misspell it? I bet you don't know what a joke is because there's no U in it. I'm just fucking with you, Calvin. He's a double veteran. Interesting. Oh, wait, hold it. Brain surgeons. Okay, this is getting out of hand. This chat needs to not. You know what? I don't think I'm T-level smart, so I might not be able to. I don't.
Before we get started, please go over to Amazon.com
I can handle
and grab,
a rowdy
go over
chat.
there and get.
And I'm going to play just to make
Generally,
sure it's even more contentious. I'll move on because I do have at least one more video that's way long. Well, the next video will not piss you off. It's a bit of Black history, oddly enough. But the one after that will piss some folks off, especially non-readers. People don't read the Constitution, I've noticed.
Have some strong disagreements with. Now, I come at this from the standpoint, as I've said in many videos, first of all, I am not a Republican. I am not a Democrat. I don't like calling myself liberal or conservative or progressive. What informs my politics is my faith in Christ, and understanding his word. And his word informs me.
There are so many words I could loop the Deacon Dave into with this point about faith in politics, but I am going to be a polite Southern gentleman today. The problem isn't the object, the problem is the love. Disagree with you, Lou. Fundamentally disagree. Religion is not philosophy. That will be my critique of this point you make. The problem is the money, not so much the love of it. People love possessions. Loving a teddy bear is not as destructive as loving money. Love is literally not the problem. What you love is actually the problem. And if you ever had a philosophy course, you'd understand my point.
That what I, as a Christian, should be promoting more than anything else is God's kingdom. God's kingdom, which is established on righteousness and justice, both. And both are really, really needed in the African American community. And that's where we have created the organization AMCA, African Americans Mobilizing for Kingdom Advancement. So we're all about advancing God's kingdom of righteousness and justice. So what we do is we demand racial justice and we develop righteous living in the African American community. That's what our movement is all about. So don't categorize me as Republican or Democrat, liberal, conservative, libertarian, progressive, socialist, Marxist, none of that. Hey family, do you believe in the work we're doing? Does our content speak to you? Do you appreciate our in-depth legal analysis and political commentary from an African American perspective? Do you believe it matters to our community? Then don't just watch from the sidelines.
I'm going to let this
Please
play
click
through,
that membership button.
but I'm also going to
Become a
put
member
up an
of the
interesting
2%
question.
Club today. That's right. We need just
I didn't know
2%
that
of our
Christians believed. I
subscribers
know
to become
romantic
channel
love.
members.
I know
For just
like
$4.99 a month,
agape. You know, there's
that's
some
less than 20
distinctions.
cents a day.
But I'm not a
You'll help
scholar
us
of
keep
love,
creating powerful
Kelvin.
content
So
that
maybe
defends
maybe
our
you
democracy,
are a scholar
demands
of
justice,
love.
and develops a strong African.
Tell us, unchristian Americans about the 4 types of love. I'll wait.
American community. But if you want more, at $9.99 a month, which is only 33 cents a day, you'll get access to exclusive members-only live streams, bonus content, and behind-the-scenes updates. And for just $14.99 a month, which is under 50 cents a day, our top-tier members get access to live Zone calls, strategy sessions, and a direct voice in shaping this movement. We're not just building a YouTube channel. Folks, we're building a movement based on righteousness and justice. Just what our community needs in a time of disinformation and division. So if you believe in what we're doing, click the membership button and join now. Become a member of the 2% Club today. Let's build something powerful together. It is my faith that defines me. So therefore, sometimes what I believe and embrace is going to be what people would consider conservative. And sometimes what I believe and embrace will be.
Hey, Nanette, Kelvin is a friend of the show, so y'all please get along. Nanette, I've known you longer. Kelvin is smart. Just y'all work it out, or come up to the panel. But Kelvin's a friend of the show, and you are Nanette. You're a friend of the show too, of standing. Please tell me, Nanette, Kelvin is a younger member of the show. He's a young man, and you are senior to him. So just please get along. I can get involved, but I'm not bouncing either of you from the chat. Just Kelvin is smart, but he is young. Oh Lord, you know what? I am not built. And where did Speak Radio go, by the way? He is not preaching division. Deacon Dave, where do you get this bullshit from? Oh no, don't do that stuff. Toast it. Hey, Nanette, toast his ass. I encourage that. The only way these folks can learn is when they get spanked by their elders. So I'm not going to stop you from roasting his dumb ass. Now, he has more potential than smarts, but he's still intelligent. So roast him with my permission. Roast the fuck out of him.
What people consider to be progressive. But I am not an adherent of any of those camps. So I heard this African-American woman talk about Black conservatism, and I had to respond. Okay, I had to respond. Some of the things that I believe from the Word of God leads me to say I do, or we do as a community, we do need to conserve some things, like conserve the strong Black family that consists of a husband and wife, father and mother raising children. We need to conserve that. We need more of that. All right? And so there are some other things, on the other hand, that we don't need to conserve. We need to progressively get rid of those things, like systemic racism. and white supremacy. I don't want to conserve any of that. So it's not that I am a part of either of these groups. It's that these groups will embrace things that are consistent with my faith. You follow what I'm saying? All right, so now what I want to do is I want to play a clip of this young woman talking about black conservatism, and I think she's off base with this. All right, so I'm going to respond. So let's go and watch that clip, and I'm going to show you why, again, black conservatism is off in many ways, and so is black liberalism. All right? That's why I don't embrace either. Okay, I've been through all of that. Okay, all right, so let's go over here and listen to her comments here.
Really key issue in this is bucking the narrative of being a victim. I think that is so huge because I truly believe that there's an indoctrination in the Black community to, number one, always feel less than. I think there's a concerted effort to make us feel less than. And I think that they are constantly wanting to keep us in this cycle of feeling like a victim so that we stay dependent on the government for us to be able to live. I think they want us to feel like we're not able to thrive. And I think that the young Black conservatives are the ones that are really going against that narrative.
All right, so now let's go, and I want to respond to some of what she said, nearly everything that she said. I disagree with just about everything that she said, okay? So first, the notion that Blacks suffer from a victim mentality is really a white supremacist stereotype and talking point. And unfortunately,
Really,
many Black
Aries?
conservatives
Is that
have picked it up
your
and
critique?
started repeating it.
We expanded
Weaponizing
English
that disinformation.
and made it American. If we
Because it's
must be
designed
this
to
way.
do a couple of things. It's designed to silence
That
us.
is funny though.
And it's designed to shame us. That is, to stop resisting and defying white supremacy and systemic racism. But it's not going to work. It hasn't worked. It didn't work with our ancestors, and it's not going to work now. Because we know that there has been victimization. And as a practicing attorney, we use the word victim all the time in the practice of law. I can't get our clients, we can't get our clients compensation for their racial discrimination. We can't get them justice unless we prove they have been victimized. So another reason white conservatives don't want us talking about being victims is because it then entitles us to something they really don't want to pay. Reparations. All right? All right. Secondly, Black victimization is not a myth. It's not a myth. It's not a narrative. It's not indoctrination. We and our enslaved, segregated, subjugated ancestors are and were victims. Again, that's not a myth. That's proven. That's data. That's a part of the American story. That's history. And it's the reason why white conservatives are trying to wipe that history away. They don't want that taught in school. They don't want that taught in college. They want to get rid of that history. And so Black conservatives, whether they know it or not, are helping white conservatives, white supremacists, erase history by calling our victimization a myth or narrative or indoctrination. I mean, there's just hard data, 250 years of slavery. That's not a myth. And no reparations. And they're fighting that, as I just pointed out. Another 100 years of Jim Crow apartheid that continued that subjugation, that oppression, that victimization. And then there's current systemic racism that is also well documented. So the evils of white supremacy and systemic racism are all around us. It's undeniable. Number 3, fighting against further victimization isn't evidence of a victim mentality. In other words, those of us who actively fight and defy white supremacy, racism, that does not evidence a victim mentality. In fact, it evidences the very opposite. It shows or displays or evidences a warrior mentality. You can't be a warrior and a victim. Yeah, I'm fighting back because I refuse to give into the victimization that they are trying to impose on us. So what you see from those of us who resist this every day in various ways, I do it in the courtroom, I do it through social media. Others do it through protesting, like my father. Never, he was an uneducated man. He would have never been able to do some of the things that I'm doing to resist white supremacy. But he did it every day by getting up and going to work and putting food on the table and dealing with that Jim Crow stuff he dealt with in his era, by making sure he did everything he could to see to it that the generation following him were not victimizations of this anymore. And that's been the case with most black folks. All right? So it's not a victim mentality to resist white supremacy. It's a warrior mentality. Number 4, fighting further victimization doesn't produce government dependency. I heard her say something about government dependency. And that too is a stereotype. Because most blacks, even those who live in tough neighborhoods, are hard-working people. Get up every day and go do the back-breaking work. Get up every day and go do what they have to do to take care of their families. So this government dependency myth leaves out and omits the fact that most people who receive government assistance are whites, and many of them are rich, right? That corporate welfare, that white collar welfare. And most of the blacks who receive any sort of government assistance are the working poor. The working poor. I did a video not long ago showing that of the 10 to 12 million blacks who receive Medicaid, those people, 90% of those people work or have a legitimate legal reason for not working, such as caring for a disabled loved one, etc. But the narrative that white conservatives put out there and their black conservative sycophants is that blacks are dependent on the government. And that's just a lie. Anecdotally, take my family, for example. My father never made more than $8 an hour my whole life. And not one time were we on welfare assistance. We didn't get not one penny from the government, not one. In no shape, form, or fashion. And food was always on the table. Lights were never out. We had clothes and so forth. We were poor as I don't know what. There's no doubt about that. But because we had a hard-working man in the family, we never needed government assistance. And that's not to shame anyone who does, because there are many, 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 many African-American people who work hard every day, but they just don't make enough money to pay for example, health insurance. And that's what the social safety network, that's what it's all about, to help those kind of people especially. All right? And then my final point here is she said black conservatives are bucking the victimhood narrative. Well, I disagree with that. I disagree with that. By denying black victimization, what many black conservatives are doing is absolving and furthering white supremacy, which makes white supremacists feel good when they have blacks who are saying, oh, don't pay any attention to these people, to these blacks out here fighting against systemic racism and white supremacy. They're just playing the victim card. That's what white conservatives want to hear from their black sycophants. And that just continues, that absolves and it furthers white supremacy and systemic racism. So I don't see black conservatives bucking a victimhood mentality. Again, I see them assisting, aiding and abetting white supremacy. So that is my response to the things I heard this young woman say in this video. It's not an attack on her. It's just a rebuttal to what she said. I disagree with her. I disagree with her on that. All right. So I am Reverend and Civil Rights Attorney Augustus Corbett. Thank you for watching this video. And remember, as always, stay woke.
All right. Well, I got one more that just dropped, but I want to show this first. I don't know if you all have ever heard of Tony Brown. When I was a kid, this show, I think it used to come on Sunday mornings. This was part of my Sunday morning news show. And honestly, I was 10, 12, 13. I used to watch shit like this, and my parents didn't make me. You know what? I didn't realize this isn't showing, is it?
We'll give Ivory.
I'll have to rewind
and
this.
introduce you.
This is Tony Brown's journal,
I'm Tony
70s
Brown.
stuff.
In a moment, slavery's biggest secret.
And my bad. I had to multitask.
My guest
I
on this
ordered
program is a
ordered
veteran
groceries
journalist
and I was
who
looking
has
at
written a
that.
book on slavery in the United States.
My bad, Lou.
It contends that the quote shameful unquote part of our history, called
Somebody needs
slavery,
to come up
has been
and
carefully
help me out with
rewritten
this
since the
goddamn
Civil
panel.
War to hide the North's true role as the profit center of a brutal and inhumane institution. New York City, for example, considered seceding with the southern states.
Lou, I grew up on this shit. This is like late 70s. I used to watch when I was like in 7th, 8th, 9th grade. This is how I grew up, motherfucker. You didn't know? Tony Brown is a god.
The North's wealth, including
He
that
was
inherited
on
by some modern
PBS
financial
before
and
Tavis
educational
Smiley or
icons,
any of these
was
motherfuckers.
built on the backs of slaves. There is so much to cover that I split the presentation up into two parts. Part one will give Ivory a new meaning and introduce you to Venture Smith, among many other little known facts. Speaking of which, how much do you know about American history? For example, which colony, Virginia in the South or
You know what?
Massachusetts in
Thank
the North,
you for
was the
reminding
first to
me,
give legal
Aries.
recognition to the institution of slavery? And was Mississippi or Rhode Island the leader in the slave trade enterprise? My guest on this edition is Ann Farrell. Ann Farrell is a veteran journalist for the Hartford Courant and co-author of Complicity: How the North Promoted, Prolonged, and Profited from Slavery. Welcome to the program.
Thank you, Tony.
Congratulations on your new and important book.
Thank you so much.
Let me ask you that question. How did the North profit from slavery?
Completely and in every way. I grew up in New England believing that slavery in the North was, if it existed at all, was very long ago,
Wait, let me
non-economically
nip something in the bud. Non-it fact, Kelvin, don't do this. Non-it factor stays. He does what he wants. He says what he wants. Non-it factor is a friend of this show, an old friend of the show. Watch the show even back in the days. Don't do this, son. Non-it is it. Don't make me make choices. And he doesn't have to come up to the goddamn panel unless he wants to. I don't care. Non-it is a friend of this show, has always been. He's one of the plank owners, to use a nautical term. Don't do this, son.
limited. What my co-authors and I discovered in the course of doing our research is that there were tens of thousands of captive people in the North, and that they were worked brutally and for a very long time, and that the great foundation of our wealth grew from industries and businesses and farms fueled and dependent upon enslaved people.
Now, when we use the term New England, does that have any particular significance with regard to the...
Dude,
to the
I'm not
subject?
dropping anyone. I'm just saying show some respect. The dude is a plank owner. You're still here, Calvin. You're a friend of the show, too. I'm just asking you not to put me in a difficult position.
And I don't think that's the whole number. I think there's more to learn. England was at the helm of about 10,000 of those. As an English colony, we fell quite naturally and took to it with some enthusiasm, the slave trade ourselves. New England men were on the coast of Africa beginning...
I can only imagine what Deacon Dave is going to say about this lady.
And they may have been there even before that. They were capturing people and taking them to the Caribbean, where they were literally worked to death on sugar plantations. They were also brought back to New England, and in greater numbers, they were brought to the American southern colonies. I think that was one of the first aha moments for us, seeing that many of the enslaved people in the South were taken there on ships from the North.
Yeah, apparently folks don't realize that, the upper end of the triangle included New England. Well, Aries, really? God damn it. Why do you actually have to enter into this? Of course you're going to enter into it. What else would you do just to annoy me? I bet. So, you Britishers. So, there was actually something that I was just looking at that I'm going to select because I know it'll actually annoy some people into this is interesting. Oh, there it is. And when John starts, I'm going into his chat, by the way. But we got to watch this.
An arrest occurs when an officer not only detains someone,
hey Lou,
but actually takes them into custody.
What you got?
What up?
Oh, you know what?
I'm triggered. Give me a second, man.
Okay.
I'm triggered.
Well, you gotta also know that I did my my normal. I got groceries coming, and someone asked me. It was Slick Rick didn't know you could get groceries delivered. Now maybe he lives rural, so it'll be a little bit harder. But I preface this to say, I'm like almost halfway into a 12-pack of Guinness Stout. So you go and trigger, you go and be triggered. I might just laugh and make jokes.
I'm good. They do it here. They do the grocery delivery here. I'd rather go to the store and get it.
You know what?
But,
I'm old, and look, I am. You will never believe this, but say what you want to say, and I'm going to make you laugh. I have contemplated moving to the Himalayas and becoming a Buddhist monk. As long I'm the older I get. Walden Pond.
Monk Stanley would be a little different. That would definitely put a spin on Stanley versus the world. Definitely,
dude. Seriously, I'm not kidding. I'm not making jokes. I literally have thought about it. And the other thing I thought, and this is going to go in a direction. Hopefully, it'll be a quick direction. The last time I was in Savannah, and was living there and going to church, my parish priest, Father Jim, was a widower. He had kids. His wife died. And there is a way you can become at least a parish priest as a widowed man. I thought about that.
Mm-hmm.
Now I'd be a horrible priest. However, I don't know how it works, but his wife died. He had adult children, so I don't think you can have like little toddlers. But his kids were adult, and there's a way. I mean, you didn't commit a sin. And I'm not sure you'll never become Pope, I don't think, but you can be a pastoral advisor. You know about marriage, you know about raising kids. So anyway, my point is that, look, I'm a natural hermit since my wife died. And, people probably don't understand that part about me. I don't suffer fools gladly because I don't have to. Maybe why I don't go to the grocery store.
I can understand that.
No, it is a very bad quirk. I know I'm kind of weird even saying this, but dude, I'm 60. What are they gonna do?
Hey, a toast to freedom.
Hey, it is what America is
about. You do what you like, man. You do what you like.
But now be responsible. My son's back home. I've ordered groceries. I made sure, because I don't feel like making bread, so I actually bought bread because he's here. He just got back home, and I think I told you he was out visiting his girlfriend. I think he should stay his ass here to wait for her to come back. He went out to meet her family.
Nice. Okay.
You know what? He's way more responsible than I was as a rising sophomore. So it was a dude took a red eye back from San Francisco. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? Dude,
sheesh.
Don't be. You know what? But here's the deal. I didn't pay for it. He had the money, so whatever.
More power to him. Yeah.
Look, if I'd had the money, he wouldn't have gone. But hey,
Uh-oh.
if you're 19 and you have the money, there's not a goddamn thing I can do about it. I am a parent emeritus. I advise I don't parent.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, especially when they get older, your job is not to control them. Your job is to raise them. And so
No,
when they get to that
advise them.
age,
But here's the deal: the motherfucker literally deserves respect. Dude, there is nothing he has done wrong that would go, well, you don't do like you did last year. The
yeah, he
motherfucker
firing on all cylinders. I see.
he's earned his adulthood. There's honestly nothing I can say. Well, motherfucker, you're a baby daddy. You can't go.
Mm-hmm.
Motherfucker has done everything right. I cannot complain. Literally, I didn't even have to pay for it.
There you go. Do you think it would be? Do you think it would be? Do you think it would be irresponsible of you to? I don't want to say manipulate, but do what you can to keep him from leaving the nest. Do you think that's an inappropriate,
No, I want
irresponsible
him
act?
to live. Dude, I didn't raise a nest stayer. I want him.
Correct.
No, motherfucker. I said I'm emeritus. My parenting days are done.
Right.
I'm an advisor. Which part of that?
Well, no. When I
No.
say I'm not even talking about when I say the nest. Let me expand it because I'm not even just talking about the house that y'all
I
live
need
in,
him to
the town.
respect. Now he doesn't call. Look, I'm okay if he doesn't call me a lot. But he does need to call his granddaddy and his grandpa. He does need to call my sister. He needs to keep up with his relatives.
Right.
He doesn't do a good job about that. But we can work on that. I'm his advisor. I'm not going to force him to do shit. Now, I've also told him you need to understand that you will pay a price if you're neglectful of family relations. Don't think we're your anchors. We are your advisors, and don't abuse us. I had to tell him this summer. You need to understand that I don't charge you rent or money for groceries or any of that bullshit. If you decide my rules are cramping you, go somewhere else to live. My feelings will be hurt, but I'll get over it. You need to understand where you are, and it's not your house. So we did have to, well, it was a one-way conversation. I didn't ask for a response. Dude, motherfucker, you know who I am. I think my son has the hardest job. He has a hard job. Motherfucker, if you think that Solid Snake gets held to a standard, imagine what my son had to go through. He was a captive.
Yeah.
He had no choice. He couldn't just hit X and be off my panel. He had to wake up to it.
But if he grew up to be,
I did know he was a kid, so I don't treat him like Solid Snake, but it's the same philosophy. Motherfucker, I don't accept excuses. Perform. To your abilities. I'm not going to ask you to be Einstein if you're motherfucking Solid Snake, but I will expect you not to be neglectful. Anyway, I'm getting way off the topic. All I'm saying is that I have expectations. Y'all, sometimes I just get the idea that John Galt especially well, yo, Stanley's typical black. He will fuss and be all dramatic. No, motherfucker. What you call drama is something that I call expectations. And I'm sorry, I get a little verklempt if you don't motherfucking meet my expectations. You goddamn perform if you are part of my family. Period. My parents
Yeah.
expected me to do it. I expected my son to do it, and by gum, I expect him to expect his kids to do it. Motherfucker, perform to the best of your ability all the time, every time. But I know that's not humanly possible. But motherfucker, no excuses. You shall perform always. Even
Uh-huh.
when you don't, even when you got a little tummy ache.
That's it. That's it. Hey, you know what? And to that point, per the last video, that's why I struggle, because my parents were the same way. They had a standard. It was high. I was expected to meet that standard, and I did. And because of that, I struggle with accepting the concept of white supremacy personally. Like I
Oh
just
well,
can't.
you'll have to work with me on that. No one is saying white people are superior. The problem is there are those of them who think they are based on skin color or heritage or whatever. No one's white supremacy isn't the acceptance that white people are supreme. It literally means they think they are and have structured racism to give them the advantage based on skin color. That's what white supremacy is. And if you believe in excellence, white people don't meet that standard. If you rig a system that they call meritocracy, but it's actually not meritocratic.
Hmm.
You didn't know this?
No, I knew that.
Okay, well, if you think that white supremacy is about black people or anybody, white supremacy is about rigging the system in their advantage to ensure they stay on top. White supremacy is 60% of the people rigging a system for quite some time, to 90% of Congress is going to be white men because the system is rigged that way.
Okay, do you see? I'll meet you there. I'll meet you there.
No. You don't have to meet me. Push back.
Okay, so I would say
Because I actually know what I'm talking about, and I'm gonna win.
no. It's not that I don't. It's not that you don't know what you're talking about. I just find
What you
I find
find
the
it
issue.
hard to know?
No, it's
Dude,
not. It's not the
I got
knowledge of it.
tons
It's
of
the
books
it's the
I can
internal. It's
recommend.
the internalize. It's people
I
internalizing
don't give
that.
no. See, this is where you're gonna go wrong. I don't give a shit what they think. I care about the laws on the books. I don't give a fuck about their feelings. Look, when you start caring about their internals, this is why, and this is part of the white supremacy part, they literally have structured laws because they think their kids knowing American history will make little Timmy and little Jenny cry. They won on this. Who gives a fuck about white tears? And if you have good enough teachers, they're not going to teach history to hurt feelings. They literally won this, and you're wondering about white supremacy? White supremacy is about getting your way. So little Timmy doesn't have his little blonde bangs smudged by his little white boy tears.
Hmm. I shit. Hey, I think the poor whites would disagree.
Who, you know what? The poor whites are advantaged too. No one ever talks
I don't.
about. No one ever
I
No
don't
one
think
ever
so.
talks. No one ever talks about Miss Ann, the welfare mother. They are advantaged. Dude, don't get the wheels rolling. I don't ever hear a blonde, blue-eyed little girl in Appalachia as the poster child of welfare motherhood. I've never seen that poster.
Okay, so you're talking about a narrative instead of the
Hey,
reality on the ground.
motherfucker, of course I'm talking about narrative. I've literally never seen a welfare mom logical political argument that had a blonde haired, blue eyed, and most times go back to dude, I got all kinds of books about
Uh-huh.
what um white trash is. White people talked about white trash back in the 1800s and before that. I've never seen a white, blue-eyed, blonde-haired white woman called a welfare mother on a poster in a political ad. It's always the ghetto hood chick. Ever thought about that? More white women are on welfare than black women. And I understand what per capita is, but you know what? Per capita is white supremacy. That's what they mean by math is white supremacist. You look at per capita versus statute numbers. That's what they mean. But no one ever asked about that either. More white women, single mothers, however they became single, are on welfare. And you know the cruel fact about it? The
Hmm.
average, and I just happen to know this statistic because I looked at it a while ago. If you want to look at wealth, single white mothers are, the average. I think it's I can't remember the name of the number, but single white mothers are richer than single black mothers. Did you know that?
Hmm.
Look it up. Well, you know it. That's good.
Hmm.
So, not only are there way more single white mothers on welfare, they have more money than single black mothers on welfare. That's white supremacy, sir, because the system allows it. You are wealthier as a statistic as a white single mother, but yet you still get welfare. Yep, that's white supremacy. That means white people win. Any questions before I click play on this video?
Nope. Click play, man.
The other thing that I've noticed is not a motherfucker in this chat even presents a challenge because I know what the fuck I'm talking about, and I also know more. So all this moronic bullshit that I often see on this show and in John Galt's show, motherfucker, I know my shit. I know it cold, and it hurts people's feelings when I speak American truth. It's not even my truth. It is American truth. Statistics hurt.
Now, an arrest requires probable cause, which means the officer must have enough sufficient facts and circumstances to lead him or a reasonable person to believe that you or the person in question committed a crime. And in Texas, for example, all arrests require a warrant unless there's an exception, like exigent circumstances. Now, all jurisdictions don't require a warrant, but that's the general rule. Now, with that background, let's turn our attention to this incident. And I want to start with what this young man did right. And then I'm going to move into what he could have done better. So let's start with what he did right. First, he did right to record the situation.
I also want to make a point because the first time I became aware of this video that Reverend Corbett is talking about was yesterday on Drip's show. And this is, Drip is just going to say I'm cutting up. You know what? Drip and Juan, by the way, is often up on Drip's show. Drip parsed this down into component pieces, critiqued each piece, reassembled it, and came up with the conclusion. That motherfucker can critically think. He knows how to problem solve. Drip is a motherfucker. That Drip is a smart young man. And why I bring this up is I understood, even if I didn't agree with him necessarily, and in this case, I pretty much did, if I recall, I at least understand how he arrived at his conclusion versus YN or anti-black thinking, where they have a conclusion and never explain how they got to that conclusion. One of the problems I find with the John Galts of the world is they have a conclusion and cannot tell you how they got to the conclusion. They leave it to you. They will do some bullshit like, oh, I made a generality, but you know what I'm thinking. Motherfucker, that is so frustrating. Bomb Cherry Juice did it yesterday or the day before. This is why SKC and I could sit under a goddamn pecan tree, fucking drinking lemonade, and they would have to, like, we could go on for a motherfucking 12 hours in the sunlight disagreeing, but at least I know how he got to his conclusion, and that is actually important. You cannot have a substantive debate if you don't know how your opponent got to where he or she is. It's very important in these kinds of political arguments. And the talent is literally rare. And it's not so much a talent as much as, I'm going to be honest, most motherfuckers, white, black, or indifferent, simply are not taught how to think and explain. The most important thing your math teacher will do is make it. I had Mrs. Corrin who taught me 3 years of math in high school. I don't care about your answer. I care about how you got to your answer. Then I care about the answer. How you arrived with equals X, she cared about. That is literally, it was a math class, but it was also a logic class. Stop fucking telling me your conclusions. It's more important that I understand if you are going to lose a debate with me, at least tell me how you're going to lose. Now, that's a joke. That's a joke. You might win.
What was Oh, go ahead.
No, I'm done. Dude, I've gone on.
Well, I was going to ask you real quick if you could just kind of summarize it. What was Drip's conclusion to this whole thing?
I don't remember. I don't care. I understood how he got where he did. And my conclusion is this kid was fucking wrong as hell. He should have just done, look, and part of why Drip, and you weren't on T's in T's show overnight? And
No.
I was kind of cutting up in Drip's show, and you know what, Drip busting my balls. The kid was wrong, and the main reason I think he was wrong, and yes, I've had this conversation with my son. Don't expect motherfucking cops to be philosophy professors. If they are annoyed, they have the gun and the badge. They're gonna win 90% of the time. Do what they say. And I've told my son, don't get yourself into something I can't get you out of. Motherfucker, I'll get you. If the cops used to do the same thing in high school, in grade school, if the teacher's wrong, I will crush them. But you better be right, motherfucker. And I didn't use the MF word, but he got my gist. Same thing. If he gets pulled over, motherfucker, I will win against the cops because I know how to do it. What you need to do is motherfucking do what the cop says. He will not be your philosophy professor. The smart ass remarks about I know my rights. Motherfucker, if you aren't a lawyer, then shut the fuck up and do what he says. Survive it. Daddy will deal with the idiot cop and his boss too, if need be. You need to survive, son.
Yeah, that's pretty much my take on it, bro. Like, don't be a lawyer on the side of the road.
And
Handle
by
that shit
the
in court.
way, if your black cop who stopped you is not kinfolk.
Talk about it. Let's go.
I don't need to. He's a cop. And dude, I don't have a problem with cops. I just know not all cops are your granddaddy who actually have a brain. My father's a retired cop.
Gotcha.
And he actually wound up being a top cop. He was smart as a motherfucker. Well, he is still alive. And my mother,
Yeah.
who is no longer alive, was smart as a motherfucker too. I got lucky. So
there you go.
I'm not uncomfortable with police. I glorify, think it's a noble job, but not everyone is a fucking philosopher. Not everyone is a lawyer. Not everyone even understands what they said at roll call. If he says get out of the car belligerently, he's got a gun. Survive it. Daddy will help you if he is wrong. Daddy will not help you. He will castigate you if you are wrong. You better be goddamn right. Because if you're not, me and the cop are gonna fucking have some words and I might shake his hand.
There you go. What about this? Okay, so how do you respond to the idea that because cops are held to a higher standard,
They should be held to a higher standard than that. They should be FBI level.
Right, but I feel
police. Every podunk little deputy sheriff in that all-white town that is being founded in Arkansas, cops are not trained to FBI standards. They need to be. Even the future Deputy Fife in white man Arkansas needs to be FBI trained.
Yeah.
Oh, and by the way, and by the way, paid like an FBI agent too. It'll be easier to fire their asses when they fuck up. And by the way, FBI agents are fairly smart. It's not going to hurt my feelings to require cops, your local Deputy Fife, to at least meet some rigorous educational background.
Mm-hmm.
They need to be paid like they're trained. It'll be easier to get rid of them when they fuck up. Deputy Fife firing through a window when he's not under threat by Breonna Taylor. That's why he's doing 3 years. Even Trump couldn't help him.
You know, I was just about to ask that question. Like, what is the distinction in?
Okay, the distinction is that cop firing from outside through a window wasn't under life-threatening circumstances.
No. My question was going to be, because I'm glad that you have a police relative, because my question was going to be, what is the distinction?
Not just a relative, a father who is still alive, and
oh, you said your father. Okay.
Oh,
Gotcha. Go
hell
ahead.
yeah. No. My daddy. That's what I call him. I call him daddy.
So what would be?
He's still there in the same house we've had for 50 plus years. Probably, well, shit, I'm 60. Let's just go 55 years. He's still there. Just had a roof put on the house, by the way. I was there last week. He's my dad. So when I talk about cops, I literally was trained as a father, as a son, by a cop. Now, the good thing is he wasn't, Deputy Fife.
So my question was going to be, what is the distinction in? Because you said the FBI agents are typically smarter. What's the distinction?
They are smarter. A lot of back in the J. Edgar Hoover days, they all had to have law degrees as a requirement to even be an FBI agent. And it's
okay. Is there a level of distinction between
what I'm saying? Level of education. The test. Dude, I took the FBI test and passed it, which surprised the fuck out of me.
Holy shit.
They give you a psychology test. They literally, part of the test, if I recall, there was a whole motherfucking hour or two. This is like the SAT of law enforcement.
Okay. Is there a distinction in levels between like a deputy cop and a sheriff?
Well,
or is that just more experience?
Well, the sheriff is, at least in Chatham County and most of the places I think of, the sheriff is an elected office. The deputies are like employees.
Okay.
And please understand, there are smart cops, but you can be 19 and a cop in some places. 19-year-olds can barely fucking wipe their ass, yet you're given a badge and a gun. Would you trust a 19-year-old with that little boy we're about to watch? Nope, I wouldn't.
Which is all the more reason why I would do what I could to not escalate the situation.
Okay. Unfortunately, escalating the situation is what this kid's father didn't train him to understand. So 19-year-old to 19-year-old, I kind of said that. These cops aren't philosophy professors. That's why they need to be an FBI standard. Now, that's a little extreme. We can't afford to pay, deputy dog like an FBI agent, but we need to come close. You motherfucker, if you are going to carry a badge and a gun, you best be smart, not some child who just graduated from high school. See, America doesn't quite understand what it has done. And when we talk about policing being a remnant of slave catching, it's literally the truth. You can hire some little, white trash 19-year-old be brave type, give him a gun, a badge, and say, "Oh, Mr. Dude, who owns the Dude Plantation, he deputized me." And motherfucker, you can walk around like Barney Fife, with your one bullet and shooting your fucking self in the toe and be thought a hero. That is American law enforcement, or at least a portion of it. So I see Lou has things to do. Probably going to pour another drink. I heard the ice in the tumbler.
Yeah, I'm about to pour another one. I'm trying to catch up with you. Give me a
What
second.
the
You can play
fuck
the
are you
video.
The fuck are you drinking? Please tell me it's Buffalo Trace.
No, it's tequila today. I'm on Espolon.
Oh shit,
Espolon
we
Blanco.
are in for a ride, folks.
I'll be cooling, man. I'll be cooling on the
Dude,
tequila.
I have not fucked with tequila, and I'm not kidding, in 30 years. That shit's a drug. I don't do it. I might do it one of these days, like in a margarita, but only one margarita. There are things I don't do.
Well, I tend to drink tequila throughout the day, and then at night I typically lend to the whiskeys. There's sometimes I make an exception, like last night. So I got a bunch of 100 proof tequila blancos, and that's what I had last night. So I was kind of lit last night. I ain't gonna lie.
Well, no, don't get too lit. And I'm waiting for John. And Juan, I would love to get up here because Juan is actually has a legal education in an actual law school. I had a question for you and can't remember it now. It's not that I was drinking tequila, but those Guinness stouts aren't orange juice. So anyway, let's play this video. Juan, hit the link, please.
Florida is a two-party consent state, but the law generally allows citizens to record police officers in public spaces while they are performing their official duties. And it is a very good idea to do so because it protects you, and it can become very powerful evidence later in court or again in the court of public opinion. All right. Second thing he did that was really smart, he asked why he was being stopped, why the officer stopped him. Because you always have the right to know why you're being detained. I mean, a simple question like, what's your reasonable suspicion? To ask an officer that in that moment keeps the encounter focused, and it sort of signals to the officer that you know a little bit about your rights. All right, then he asked for a supervisor. That too was smart. Now, the officer was not legally required to request a supervisor, but asking him to do so shows that, among other things, you're trying to resolve this issue peacefully. But for some reason, you and the officer that is on the spot, you and that officer, the responding officer, you all are not connecting. You're not communicating well. So you're requesting the opportunity to get another set of eyes on the situation and try to talk with that person. I mean, that's wise. But again, keep in mind, in most jurisdictions, to my knowledge, there's no federal state law that requires an officer to respect that request. Some departments, they have that policy. And even then, an officer still has discretion. But it's still wise to do so if there is something you're not understanding. Also, the young man, he kept his hands visible. And this is one of the most critical things you can do in any police interaction. Showing your hands, that reduces the likelihood of the situation escalating to be perceived as a threat. And of course, we know as African Americans, we can do all of this and still end up getting shot. But these things are still smart and wise. And this young man did that. He also remained calm. He never got belligerent. He never got disrespectful.
You know what? I totally
He just asked
take
questions.
this. I have a different perception of this. I think this child was defiant when, excuse me, wasn't. There was no need for that that behavior. The cop kept asking him to show his hands, and the kid kept raising them. Damn. This is why kids get shot, to be honest. They're being trained by parents who don't quite understand American history and just America in general. It's so sad. So I don't know. I'm not sure I can watch the rest of this. This is such a bad analysis. Ugh.
Hey, so here's my question. Because it seems like if black people, I'll ask it this way. If black people understand this narrative that he just laid out about
what you need to do is stop acting like all black people are on this video. I'm black and I understand that he's wrong. Do you not think other black people think this? Okay,
let me rephrase the
what I need you to do is listen to what I'm going to say very carefully.
Don't do this, Stanley.
Not all black.
I know that.
People.
I know. That's not what I'm going. That's not where I'm going.
Why are you making this broad generalization?
I'm trying to figure out a way to ask the question. And let me rephrase. If we see body cam footage of people who understand this narrative, that the cops will be more harsher towards
let me help you out here.
Then why do they continue to escalate the situations?
Because they're being taught by people like Reverend Corbett.
Okay, break it down. What you mean?
He thinks that kid was calm. I think that kid was belligerent, and the broken window, the tussling over the door. That's not calm.
Correct.
Okay, so whoa. Reverend Corbett's black. I'm black. You're black. Everybody be black. Motherfucker, it comes down. This is not a racial. This is not a racial thing, though. It really isn't a racial thing. It's what you think. Calm, collected. It's what you think belligerent is. It literally goes beyond race. It really goes to intelligence and actually understanding the law. And dude, I'm not a motherfucking lawyer, but I do know what belligerent is. And the cop was wrong. The cop has a whole nother critique. He should have just motherfucking just pulled the car up beside. Dude, pull a car in front, pull a car in back, pull a car next. Kids, you're not going anywhere until you comply. There were ways the motherfucker who was tussling with this idiot kid was a Barney Fife. He He needed to use his one bullet authority, and he should be fired.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't need to be a cop. Two fools don't make a right.
Right. You know, when I originally saw the video, I honestly did not think it was a real video. Like, because the way that he was staring at the camera as they were breaking the window, it looked like a skit. I'm just telling you, bro. Like, he just staring at the camera while the cop busts in the window. He eats the punch, gets dragged out the car. He's still staring at the camera. It's almost like he was
that cop punching him alone needs to be fired. You don't do that. The kid was unarmed. There was no need for that bullshit. He does not need to be a cop.
That shit just looked. It looked unreal, man. Because he was just staring at the camera, and
what
I'm just
I
like,
need you
why?
to do is understand. I don't give a shit whether it looked real. It was real. That cop needs to be unjobbed.
I don't disagree with you, Stanley.
So whether it's real or not, how it looked bad. It looked like you're not going to ever have a job as a police officer again. The kid was wrong. The cop was wrong. The only thing I'm going to actually go with the kid on, and I don't know their ages, so that shit, they could be they could have both been 19 or whatever their ages are. Maybe it was, crossing swords. All right, well, let's get back to the very Reverend Corbett.
Now, I'm going to talk about some things that he should have done different or better. But he did remain calm. He didn't become, violent. He didn't scream. He didn't start cussing.
This is a very bad point here. Okay, he didn't become violent is not the same thing as he remained calm. This motherfucker's a lawyer. Does he not understand words? Dude, I might have to move on. This is just Reverend Corbett. Though I do admire this this sartorial ensemble you have on. You look very Masters. Like, are you going to the Masters next year? And to be in the audience? You're dressed better than you think.
Help the situation. And that's very important, especially because these officers, quite often, they're already on edge. Some of them have PTSD. Some of them don't even need to be on the force. And so the slightest little thing can trigger them. Many are already jaded, and they see all black men the same. If not just flat out racist, oftentimes they harbor biases, right? Not all of them, but some. And to better understand how biases work in policing, I recommend that you buy a book entitled Biased, written by an African-American professor, PhD. Her name is Jennifer Eberhardt, and she's been studying this topic for decades. And it's a really good book.
Nice
she
dress.
is a Stanford professor. All right. And the young man was also smart to not
need to
try
like
to run or to flee.
You like that, Stanley?
Any of that.
I
That is
do.
really
There
There you go.
She's the Stanford professor. She might be smart. Would you have a problem with me liking a smart black woman, Louis?
Absolutely not, sir.
She is a cutie. And by the way, I'm gonna
go
have
ahead
to
and be biased, Stanley. Be biased. Per the book.
Dude. Okay. You know what? Don't make me move to crude. Don't make me be crude.
Let's keep it above the belt, bro. Let's keep it above.
Okay, you know what? And I was about to be crude and go below.
Uh-oh.
I probably probably won't read the book. I'm not interested in the topic, but I am interested in her.
Oh, she is the topic, my brother. She is the topic.
She's my topic.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm you know what? I am so fucking crude.
A lot of things right. All right.
By the way, I'm gonna have to dip out. I'm gonna have to dip out in a minute because I think these groceries are about to be here. But I'll just be gone for a couple minutes. Gotta bring them in. I think I bought ice cream. Believe that or not.
Oh, okay.
Not for me. I don't eat fucking ice cream. That's kids' food.
Give him kudos for all of that. Now, here's what he should not have done. And this is real important because I don't want young black men around this country doing anything to get themselves killed. We know how easy it is for these cops to pull out their guns and shoot black men. So we don't want to give them any kind of reason. We want to make it home safe. All right. Now, the things that I'm going to share with you about how or what he should have done, different. I want you to keep in mind that none of what I'm going to point out justifies what they did to him. None of it justifies the punch in the face several times and so on. So I'm not saying that what I'm about to point out justifies what happened to him. There are some people who think that way. Some people, including black people, I had people to tell me this, that when they see a black man getting beat or shot by the police, in their minds, they're thinking they did something to deserve it. And that is crazy. That is crazy. Resisting arrest is a misdemeanor. It does not carry with it the death penalty or the right for them to beat you down.
Dude, this is such bad advice. Technically, it's not a death penalty, but in reality, it can be bad fucking advice. Dude, this is so disappointing. Treat it like it's a goddamn death penalty. Your kids might survive. See, this is what this child was thinking. If I resist, I'll show him my hands and he won't pull a gun. Motherfucker, what the fuck is this fool thinking? Who trained him? Dude, if that cop had pulled his weapon and shot you dead, he would have gotten away with it. Because he feared for his life. Not his life, his L.I. He feared for his life. He wouldn't even have to fucking finish the sentence before Trump signed the pardon. Dude, that child is so lucky to have survived. He doesn't even know it.
Yeah, from what I looked at, the cop was not charged for this. So
hell no, that cop, there will be an investigation because it was filmed and it made national news. That cop's gonna be back on the beat on Monday morning. Somebody's gonna bake that cop cookies on his beat.
You know, it's crazy. And as a matter of fact, because I saw a couple streams about it. So there was the initial situation where just the clip was shown. It was like a condensed, compressed clip of just him getting punched and taking out the car. And I saw like different black people on YouTube. They were in an uproar about it. Just, it was wrong. He didn't do nothing wrong. He was just standing there, all that stuff. And then they released like the full footage of what actually happened. And a lot of people, they didn't change their tune. They still felt that the cop was wrong, but they didn't appreciate the fact that they
Well, I
were
think the
gaslit
cop
in
was
the way
wrong,
that they were.
but
Right.
so was the
It didn't
child.
change that.
So was the
Yeah.
child.
Exactly. And the full clip kind of brought that into light. And so a lot of
That
black people
boy
on
was
YouTube.
shaving. He was shaving age, but he was a child. Oh, look, the motherfucker, you know what? It was like his kindergarten teacher asking him, "Are your hands clean?" This motherfucker's fucking clueless. His parents did not prepare him to be a black American. So I could go on and like his parents have ill prepared this motherfucker. Dude, if you keep acting like that every time you get stopped, you're not gonna make it to 30.
Yeah, he was 22. I just looked it up. He was 22.
Well, the cop was probably older, but the cop was wrong. The boy was wrong. And I'm not a believer in the badge makes the cop more right. The cop needs to go, and that 22-year-old will, you know what? I'm not sure that I'm not sure that I'd like to know that boy's background. He wasn't trained right. I bet, and I am going to fit in to a narrative that I don't want to fit in. But I bet that boy didn't have a whole lot of male influence or smart male influence in his life. Or smart, a smart mother either. That cop needs to go though. He should not be on the street. The cop needs to go. I don't give a fuck if he wasn't totally wrong. The cop has anger issues.
Let's see.
Still, with all that being said, here's some things he could and should have done different. First, it appears that he opened the car door before the officer instructed him to. Why is that bad? Because the officer doesn't know what's going on. He could think that the guy's getting out of the car to do something. So it increased the dangerousness in the cop's mind. Now, he gave a good reason. He said that the window in his on that side didn't work. And so in order to communicate to the officer, he needed to open the door, but it would have been better had he just...
Hey, Stanley.
He gave a good reason? What the fuck? Dude,
So
if death is at your door, there is no good reason for opening it.
yeah. It says that he's the son of Latoya and Alton Solomon, and that Alton Solomon is his stepfather. Discussed a similar.
So he has a male influence. You know what? That male.
Oh, I didn't know this. He's a biology major and the leader of a marching band at Livingston College. He is described as a mentor to children in his neighborhood. His parents spoke to him about the talk. They gave him the talk. And that's really all we got on his background.
Let me tell you what his talk was, and I'm guessing I don't actually know.
Mm-hmm.
He was told he has rights. The problem with that talk was cops often aren't smart enough to know what your rights are. They don't get taught the Constitution at the cop academy. Stop pretending these cops are smart and actually understand their job, the law, or anything like that. You might survive a couple things. You know what?
And this is why I said earlier,
hold on one
Stanley.
sec.
I said
Does
you're not a
Deacon
liberal, you're not a far right. You are whatever is needed to be at the time.
To solve
That's why I said that. That's what I said. Yeah.
Well, that's kind of the definition of a moderate, but I solve motherfucking problems. If the left has a problem, you solve it. Because, anyway, does Deacon Dave ever call himself Ace Boone?
No. Why would he do that?
That's not. You know what? I have someone called Ace Boone, and Deacon Dave, just say it's you in the chat, or I'll just throw up a splash screen and interrogate you. Centralist dad. You know what? Aries, I'm a temperamentally center left guy. For better or for worse, I'm not gonna motherfucking change. I am who I am. To quote Popeye.
Yep. We accept that, Stanley.
No, it sucks, but I can't be anyone else. Let's see, who is this cutie?
Uh-oh.
I have no idea who she is.
Pop your
Dave.
neck, girl. Not pop your neck.
Is that you, Dave? Hello, Ace Boone. Who is this?
Who the fuck is Dave?
Oh boy. Well, you know what? Pop your neck, girl. I put up the right graphic for the right girl.
What's going on?
Good to hear from you, Dave.
How's it going?
We know you're not gonna porn bomb us, right?
No, I don't do that. No.
It's a joke, Dave. It's a joke.
You put the perfect picture too.
Yep, I did.
That picture is perfect. chew that gum, girl.
That's right. That's right. And then look at the next slide.
Oh man.
In a way, and you know what? This guy has a law degree, so I can only be so disrespectful. We know. Look, you know what, Dave? Fuck it. Let's go on to the next because I actually am bored with this.
Yeah, you had him up here forever. Nobody gives a fuck about what he's saying.
Well, I do.
No, you just had him up here because you know nobody's listening to his ass. Nobody cares.
Yeah, okay. Well,
nobody cares.
This is gonna annoy you even farther. Did you hear about Mehdi Hassan's debate with far right little lunatic toddlers on the right?
I heard about it. It's probably on Jubilee, huh? Yeah, it's Jubilee.
It was. And now this is a clip from the Rational National. Ever heard of him?
No.
Yeah. You know what? You won't know who he is, so you won't be able to effectively critique. And I am not going to short circuit you with because he is a progressive. So I don't want to short circuit you.
Hey, show freeze on my avatar.
Do you really want me to do that?
Yeah, show freeze on my avatar. Yeah. How you like it, Freeze?
You have gone full
Hey. Yeah, I got one of those in the tuck just in case. Same here.
That's the shit.
I got a dog for that.
That's cool.
Oh man.
A blue tick hound. That'll solve that problem. All right. Well, let's see where we go. I was hoping John would come up.
That's so. I'm
Or
still laughing at "Pop Your Neck, Girl." Like with the
yeah,
O's, not even the U's, the O's. Oh, bro, that was brilliant.
girl.
Where did you
Girl.
get that from?
You know what? I know it was Portia.
Oh
I
my
have no clue
God,
where it came
man!
from, but that's Portia's handiwork.
Shout out to her, man.
Yeah, she's fresh off the boat from Africa. And you know what? The teachers have already gone back to school. Now, see,
Yep.
this is what you and all these folks. Hold on one sec, because I didn't do that right.
Live from, well, not live. This is a sport. I'm coming at you at the.
Oh shit!
I'm killing my
Yeah, take me down, man. I'm about to eat.
Yeah, I don't know how this shit works.
salad.
Oh, this is the white supremacy. And let me stop this here. I absolutely adore. You know what? I'm not going to do this because I actually do like and adore Ruby and Ava. So I'm not going to make this the example I was going to make. It would be disrespectful to people I actually like. So I have to find a better example. See, this is what the fucking Guinness will do to you. It makes you reticent. Can't do that. And I know this music isn't copyrighted. I kind of like this song.
Hey, you got the lawyer on the screen. That's all we see.
Hold on one sec.
Hey, you might as well click that notify me on the John Galt stream.
Yeah, this is my bad. You know what? I am getting all motherfucking discombobulated by this stupid Guinness Stout. Oh shit! It's been moved to. Let's see. I thought I saw. He says 3:30. Maybe it started. Nope.
Nah, he on CPT time.
Yeah, is that what it is?
Because I am that nigga, John Galt. I am that nigga.
You know what? He couldn't be more correct.
He's got one of my favorite clips, man. Then
really?
he went up on I think it was Hamp stream. He was like when he was going to evict the FBA, and he went up there, he's like, I am that nigga John Galt, and I'm finna evict one of your FBA niggas, your FBA niggas. So if y'all wanna save this nigga from me evicting him, hit his cash app, bruh. Send him some money, man. I'm finna evict him right now.
Question though. Why would that be your favorite clip? And I asked that for two reasons. Why was John Galt right for saving that FBA, and why was the FBA deserving of John Galt making a spectacle of himself?
I don't know the answer to either of those questions. Let
me help you because I do. No, but finish what you were gonna say.
So I was watching Hamp stream. I had no knowledge of any of this going on.
Who the fuck is Hamp? Hamster?
This might be risky.
Wait, hold it. I mean, is he a big YouTuber or what?
He's got a decent. He's got a pretty good size following. I mean, there's usually like 300 in the chat, 400.
Oh goddamn! That is
So
good.
yeah.
So
Yeah, he's got a
anyway,
good size.
I see, you know,
It just came out of left field. They were talking about something else, and then
isn't it
he
just
like,
fucking cleaner to stand on business and eject the motherfucker? What? Why for entertainment? It's like a cat toying with a mouse. Just stand on
mhm.
business and be a businessman. And look, I asked you
Oh,
to
they
do a
dropped
rap
him.
today.
They absolutely dropped him.
Well, no, I'm talking about John Galt.
Okay,
If the
okay. What do you mean?
motherfucker's late with his rent, just fucking put him out on the street and be done with it. Stop being an asshole. You are not John Galt. You are an asshole. Asshole for entertainment is not, dude. I expect better of black people, and John Galt doesn't measure up like that. Just stand on business and stop being a motherfucking spectacle. That's my point of view. You are that nigga John Galt is not that impressive. I don't want to be that nigga. I'm not training my son to be that nigga. It's not that funny. It's not that prescient. It's not that smart. You are literally being what the Be Braves want you to be. Because they're laughing. It's the Be Braves that are laughing at this sort of behavior, not the Stanley process.
You know, here's another clip that I got of him that speaks to that point. So
So I
he
have
was on
been exposed to this toxicity. Why don't you
no,
drop?
he
Are you put it in the back chat? We can watch it.
well, no, it wasn't a standalone clip. It was like mixed with other clips, so it would go in a completely different direction.
Well, you
But he
know
was
what?
on.
I'm looking for clips. Put it in the
So
back chat. We can watch it.
let me see if I can find it real quick. I'll be back. Let me see.
Look, Dave, I'm not Mr. Businessman. I'm not the urban
Stand
landlord or
on
any of that
business.
shit. But I honestly think there is such a thing as doing the right thing and being consistent and standing on business, not stand on business. Motherfucker, you don't have to be a spectacle to do the right thing. I just don't get thrilled by the jive ass nigga. I am that nigga. Look at me, how powerful I am. You're just being a white man. That's the problem with it. Why don't you just fucking rename your plantation Candyland and fucking just be true to your white soul? That's what I'm saying. And y'all know I'll say it to John's face. It would actually be funnier.
Damn, it's gonna take me a minute to find it, but he went on Q Butters, and he was basically talking
you know
about
what? That is the absolute. I know who Q Butter is. Even I don't go over there. However, please finish, and then I'll tell you what I think of Q Butter. And
okay. So he was on Q Butters. He popped up over there.
And John went over there to fuck with him, right? Because Q Butter doesn't motherfucking stand on that bullshit.
Pretty much. So he went over there. He was fucking with him, talking about how trash black women are. And they asked him straight up. They say, "Yo, if black women are so trash, like, why don't you date out? Why don't you explore your other options?" And he was just like, "Cause I'm black, man. Like I'm
I'm gonna have to tell you. You find it. Oh, sorry. You find this funny. I find it absolutely sad. John is one confused motherfucker.
It was funny, man.
No.
The sadness is what made it funny.
Let me make a point here.
Okay.
Y'all think John is well put together? That motherfucker is literally loco.
I don't think I would describe most of these YouTubers
Okay,
as well put
let
together.
me you know what? Maybe I'm one of the crazy ones too. Maybe crazy recognizes crazy. John isn't consistent. I try to be. I know what consistency is. I also know you don't go to a Q butter thing. Dude, I don't go on a lot of panels. I got my ass handed to me. I know when I go up to someone's panel, I'm the kind of personality I'm gonna take up attention because I love, using big words and being bold and doing hot takes. I don't go up to Roz's channel. I don't go up to T's channel. I don't go up to Mo Love's channel because I know who I am. I don't go up to Q Butter. I've never been T in Mo Love and Roz. I absolutely respect his black women, and I
Mm-hmm.
know I fuck with the YNs from the chat. And
Mm-hmm.
actually, the thrill I get is hearing them laugh when
Mm-hmm.
they go, "Oh, Stanley, did you really say that?" I don't
Uh-oh.
interrupt their panels. Dude, I'm old, but they're cute women, and I like flirting.
I
John,
understand that.
John is a problem, and mostly to himself. And that's my assessment. You don't go to Q Butter or Sean. I've seen John on Sean Brace. Motherfucker, you got people who think, and John doesn't have the good sense of an SKC. John thinks it's thrilling to go up there. He's not that bright. That's half his problem. He thinks he's bright. He's not well grounded in he's not well grounded in even the nigga shit. They're
Mm-hmm.
funnier. Dude, you're not Paul Mooney. You're not even half as funny. You're not Paul Mooney. You're not that bright.
Well, SKC did go through a phase where he did do that. He would go he would go on a Q Butter, and because he has that level of intelligence, it hit different because he had the smarts to maneuver around. They wouldn't just
No,
drop him immediately or any of that.
SKC has read a book.
Mm-hmm.
That's the difference. John Galt hasn't. He will tell you he's read a book, but he hasn't. And sometimes that's painfully obvious. That's why he gets so frustrated. Dude, of course you haven't read a book. That's why, dude, all I have to say is John Galt is that nigga. He's just not the nigga that he thinks he is. He's a different nigga, but he's not a smart nigga. he is
he gets that shit off on other panels.
He is Jay Prince with a degree.
Well, the other panels will give him more room to talk. You not so much. So it just comes different.
Oh, no,
it comes off differently.
No. Oh, let me tell you what. Do you understand why I don't? Because he's predictable.
I understand why you don't.
Dude, it's not my vibe. And Sean Bracey doesn't either. Now, see, let me tell you a reason that I'm the stupid motherfucker. I don't ask people to pay to get John Galt off the panel. I guess I can't do that on his own channel, but I do simulcast from my channel. Let me tell you something that I did last night on T's show. I was in the chat, never came up to the panel. I don't do that because, look, I'm a
Who
disruptive
is
motherfucker.
I'm sorry if I
Yeah.
could ask who is Tease? I don't know who that is.
Oh, here for the tea.
Okay, here for the T. Okay, I know who that is.
Oh
Go
yeah,
ahead.
yeah. I call her T. My bad. And Mo
No,
Love,
you. Yeah,
who is
I,
my dude? If Mo Love were 10 years older,
uh-oh.
No, I have a thing for that dear woman. She is wonderful. And the only reason I don't go after T is she's married and it would be improper.
Correct.
But no, Mo Love is my sweetheart, but it's not to be. And I'm okay, but I'm still going to flirt with Mo Love. She's cute. So anyway, to get back to my point, if I can remember what my point was. And you know what? I actually can't remember what my point was. Look.
Yeah,
You
Deacon
should
Dave.
always
Yeah,
be
SKC is more seasoned, so it comes off different.
SKC's not more seasoned. He has home training. And it's painfully obvious. No, motherfucker. Dude, motherfucker, I have home training. SKC has home training.
Right, but you don't have that
John
chip in
Galt
you.
does not.
But you don't have that chip on you to like go on to
What
other
chip?
panels, and you don't possess
Well, John Galt is he's doing business decisions. If you go up to other channels, you drum up business. People, if you are interesting. So I understand that part. It's just he's not succeeding.
Well, no. Here's what I mean. When you hit a panel, you'll start with a serious conversation, right? But you don't have that chip. You don't have that thing about you that, okay, I sense that this is no longer a serious conversation. So let me put the other shoes on. Let me troll you out of existence. You don't have that
panel. I do that in the chat.
That's what I'm saying. But from a panel, on the panel, it's a little bit different, and you're just not okay. So the bomb cherry thing, if you would have at the
Dude,
point that you
I was
realized
so sincere, it was disgusting.
that's what I'm saying. Once you realize that there's no longer, okay, we're not having a serious conversation, you should have switched the shoes. Like, okay, you Stanley versus the world. You should have brought the world out.
I was in serious conversation mood. I'm not built that way. And
right.
Lou, I'm literally gonna tell you, and hats off to Hurricane Dolores Cross. My mother didn't raise me to be that kind of cad. And you know what? I'm just not built that way. And
I
you know
understand.
what? I should have left sooner. That is my biggest sin. I should have just fucking punched out. So that's that. I will not go back over there.
I understand.
Well, I don't think Deacon Dave does. Deacon Dave and
I understand that too. I understand that too. The ability to adapt to your surroundings. It's just not there.
Dude, if I go over there, I know what it is. I will do a Stanley versus the world on bomb cherry juice.
But a lot of that is wait. A lot of that is ego, Stanley. Like you can't be afraid. You can't be afraid of getting dropped, Stanley.
Let me answer this point. I don't need to do field research. Field research about what? I already know it. I don't talk
that's
to
your
shit.
problem. You
You
know a
mean
lot.
on YouTube shows?
It doesn't matter what I mean. You already know it.
Because I have my awakening too.
I take that back now. No,
I'll tell you a story because the same thing happened to me. I was on a guy's panel who is like an affiliate of BGS.
Look, yes, Sin. There is, and I lost.
Right. So he was an affiliate of BGS. I didn't know that at the time. So I'm having a conversation, a back and forth kind of a debate with Art, His name is Art Nostal. He's not a bad guy. It's just, just disagreed. But what happened was, it was just me and him. I was debating. I was disagreeing with him, and I I like to think I had the upper hand. But what happened was, people started coming up on the panel, and what ended up happening was, me and him turned into me versus like 6 other people, and I had no conception
Yes.
that this happened
Yes.
on YouTube. And
Yes.
so I had to take the L. But I realized at that point, it was like, okay, if I'm gonna, because me and Art were having a serious conversation, and it was the other people that came on the panel that turned it into a non-serious conversation.
Well, that was
But
kind of what happened to me, actually.
Cor-
It was
Mhm.
then fucking Mela turned up.
That's
It
it.
just went, yeah.
That's
So
it.
look, I
Field
honestly,
research.
and you know what? Actually, I can't even blame Bomb Cherry. I can only blame myself. I thought she was a serious person, and turns out, she was cooking a witch's brew.
Hold on. You thought which one
Okay.
was serious? You thought Bomb Cherry was serious?
Yeah.
Oh shit! You haven't been around long enough. You gotta take notes. You gotta keep your eyes
I'm
open.
not taking notes on a YouTube show.
Keep your eyes
But
peeled.
but I also have to say, Dave, I'm a neophyte. You know more. No disrespect intended. You actually, motherfucker, the field research point, yeah, you know more.
It's really nothing, Stanley. You just, if you're gonna hit a link, you gotta know what you're
I'm
doing.
motherfucking disappointed is what it is. You know what? I'm sorry. I think black people can be smart, and I don't meet many of them. And Bomb Cherry is certainly not one of them.
They are smart, but they put all their attribute
No, they're
points.
not.
Wait. And they put their attribute points in the wrong categories. I'm gonna build up this character of just serious nonsense, right? And you got the character of
That's you do know Just Be Simple. I think it was Just Be Simple was actually a thing. That's what you just described.
Mm-hmm.
You don't know who Just Be Simple is? That's look it up. As a matter of fact, go ahead and finish. I'll look it up. And you're not presenting an original idea.
I've never heard it, so I'm curious to know what she would say about it. What she has to.
It wasn't a she. It was like an Aunt Jemima of comedy.
Okay.
It was a he. It was an Uncle Ben of comedy, I think. And you know what? It's been a while since I thought of it, so I could be wrong too. Let's discover. It'll be a reading rainbow through black stereotypes throughout American history. We'll present it that way.
And to Sin 7's point, not only is that Bomb Cherry, but that's like 80% of black YouTube. They will literally argue you. They'll agree with you on this panel. Let's take the McNeil situation, right?
Well,
they'll agree. Exactly. They'll agree with you on everything that you said on the McNeil situation, right? And then when you go to another panel with the same topic, they'll argue against you, and you're just like, what the fuck, motherfucker? You just agree with everything that I said not even 24 hours ago, and here you are disagreeing with me. That is most of black YouTube. They are whatever they need to be at the time to look good.
Is it really? Look,
a lot of it is herd mentality.
Well, then why are black people being raised like that? Because let me tell you something. If I had my utopia, it would be a unified theory of culture. It doesn't exist, will never exist. But in I seek to be consistent. I think it's a very important thing for parents to be consistent for children. And it's not like my parents, it's just something you learn with age. Consistency
Uh-huh.
is key.
Uh-huh.
So you are predictable, which can be a problem in and of itself. But motherfucker, if you think I'm a Marxist, for instance, and this is just a for instance, I can prove to you I'm not, because I have said this and I always say this, etc. Why are black people consistent? And I'm not gonna say because we all live in the hood or we all are rich. I think most black people don't hang out on YouTube.
Right.
They are too motherfucking busy being consistent.
Uh-huh.
The people on YouTube like Bomb Cherry and Stanley Cross and John Galt, we're the outliers. We're not that consistent, and I don't know. We
Well,
need to stop pretending we are. We
I
need
would
to
say
stop acting like we speak for the black community. We don't.
I would say that it's not even a black YouTube thing, because I've been on other panels of different races as well. And what it boils down to is that it's that YouTube at the end of the day, and this is why I say the internet is somewhat not real, is because people understand that YouTube is a business, whether it be for money, whether it be for clout, whether it be for notoriety, whether it be for acceptance. People will change their tune depending upon what room they're in, because they're trying to receive acceptance from multiple different groups. And that's why you get the hypocrisy and the not being consistent.
Yep, Stanley. One thing for
I
sure,
pretty
I
much
consistently disagree with some of your shit, but it's cool. Like I like the fact that you are on the opposite side of the spectrum on certain things. But consistently, I'll come over here and talk shit to you. And I'm about to roast your motherfucking ass too.
Right, but a guy, but okay, people will. I'm smart enough to acknowledge when you make certain points, so I'll take certain points, even though I disagree with what you're saying. I can take those points, go to a different panel, and with people that have the same viewpoint as me, because they frame it differently, I'll take your arguments that you used against me and use those on another panel, just in a
No.
different way.
You gotta
That's the
believe in
game.
what you say. I don't play games. Dude, you do realize this is my real name. I don't fucking hide behind, playing games or anything. And I'm not criticizing you. Look, I'm 60. I actually believe what the fuck I say. If there's inconsistencies, it means I need to work on my arguments. It means I might need to sit on my goddamn porch. There are 2 rocking chairs out there, by the way, made of wood. I might
Right,
have to
but you
rethink.
misunderstand, Stanley. You misunderstand that. I'm not saying that you make bad points. You could make good points.
No, I
but in this
believe
back
my
and forth with
points is
you,
my point. I believe in what I say. I don't play games with it. I try not to change. Look, if you go back and you listen to Bomb Cherry Juice's, I say
Stop
the same
saying
things
that.
on here. I don't believe in criticizing groups and applying that criticism to individuals. I thought if I lost being consistent. I think she is literally stupid. And I'm not even being kind of hyperbolic. She doesn't know enough. Now the problem is she has influence. She's honestly ignorant, and she's raised kids who are probably, and hopefully not. I mean, they did go to school, so who knows? They may have escaped that fucking vortex.
Mm-hmm.
But I honestly believe she is stupid. And I don't mean, like I said, actually stupid. But the problem is no one's called her stupid. No one has called her out. And Mella's not going to do it.
Mm-hmm.
There's some women on that panel who were there, the little YNs who were on her panel. Either they're not smart enough, bold enough, or just like they don't know shit. They're not going to call her out either. Look, Lou.
Now I got you.
No, the problem is I don't look at YouTube as a business. I actually look at it as a platform that I get to say what I want to say. And HB, John, all the other, Universal, I don't look at it as a business because I don't care about
right.
Now I do appreciate the beer money. I do want folks. I do want.
No. Okay.
I want
to
be able to pay for my New York Times subscription.
Here's how I look at it,
Stanley.
Stanley.
Give a fuck. I honestly believe what I say. I don't change.
Right.
I seek consistency. I seek a unified theory of thought. It'll never happen, but motherfucker, I raised my son. When I talk about how I raised my son, I raised my son that way, for better or for worse.
Mm-hmm.
So sorry, I rambled.
No, you're good. I don't look at it from the money perspective. What I look at it as being able to articulate the arguments on both sides. And what ends up happening is that because I'm able to do that, when I go to another panel, let's say I go to another panel after this and take what we did, the arguments that we had back and forth, and apply them to the other panel. But I take your side of the argument. What happens is that I learn different things that actually strengthens my original argument. So if I come back over here, I have come back with a strengthened.
I already
you see what I'm
know
saying?
The other side of the argument, though, you won't win
correct.
that way with me.
Well, no, not you, because you'll fucking scream and let the Guinness take over.
You know what? Here's the point. I didn't scream on what's her name's channel. I don't have to.
Mm-hmm.
Look, there's some times I'm a little bit better and more comfortable on this panel. Look, sometimes I know you don't know, and not you specifically. I'm gonna honestly say that easily. I always use the 90% statistic. Most people don't know what the fuck they're talking about when they talk to me about politics or in the chat. They just, and I know they don't know. They are hanging on by a thread. That's why, dude, I fucked with Be Brave from his chat and he banned me. I didn't get banned. I didn't get banned because I came up on his panel. That motherfucker banned me. And I was just typing.
Okay, so let me ask you this.
No. Dude, I know words. I know how to fuck with people, especially if I know how you think. Dude, I get banned from channels because of what I type in the chat. And I think
we've been there. I'm banned on several chats as well. I know what you're talking about.
All I have to say is I know what people don't know 90% of the time, and y'all don't know shit. Literally.
Okay, so let me ask you this.
I'm not even being boastful. You don't know.
with your exchanges with someone like let's take like a SKC because y'all have had many back and forths here,
SKC knows shit.
right? So have you ever taken what he says and applied it to your arsenal for an argument later?
Yes,
So
absolutely.
that's the same, and that's the same thing. That's the same thing.
Okay.
You're using someone else's good points to actually find a
Well,
way to strengthen
using
your
someone
consistency.
else's good points equals I learned something. You use that
Correct.
word too.
Correct. I like that.
Oh, dude, do you think I'm against learning shit? Hell yeah.
Absolutely not.
I am pro learning. If SKC teaches me something, dude, SKC, you, Dave, motherfucker, I learn shit from y'all all the time.
You know what, and but I think that's what. Okay, if you were just completely predictable, never changing on any of your points, I don't think you would have the type of reception that you get. It is because you have that little slice of unpredictability that makes having conversations with you interesting. Because at the end of the day,
I'm gonna
regardless of
push
how you
back
feel,
just slightly.
wait, real quick. Because regardless of how you feel, real quick, regardless of how you feel, you're not a hive-minded person. You are an individual thinker. So that aspect of you makes it interesting in these conversations.
Well, I think it should be reframed. You're not wrong. Look, I read books. Dude, I think some of the unpredictability is I will hear and I've heard, dude, I'm not a pro-black. I'm anti-stupidity. Black people, not everything black people do in America is remotely smart. I will if that little boy who happens to be 22, what he did with that cop was idiotic. He was ill-bred. Well, I won't say ill-bred because that's a little too far. He wasn't trained how to deal with the cops. He didn't have the talk, and if he did, it was two parents who fucking had no clue what they were doing. He's not right. He was literally in danger and was too stupid to understand that showing your hands, you're not the hands on the gun, son. People think and John has helped, a bunch of people have helped. Motherfucker, if you think I am wedded to the left, I think, therefore I'm not left. I'm not right. I am literally a thinking man and pride myself on it.
No, I feel it. Hey, Deacon Dave, let me ask you a question. What would you think, knowing what you know of Stanley, would be his position on the all-white community in Arkansas? We'll address it when we get time. But I'll tell you,
dude, I don't have to live there. Who gives a fuck?
And that's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying, Stanley. You feel me? That's exactly what I'm saying.
Now, if I had to live there, I might have an opinion, but but that's common sense. Now, I will say 80 years ago, it could be a problem, but this is 2025. 80 years ago, they would be able to get black people to tend their yards. So times have changed. In 2025, they can't force black people to fucking, grow their crops. That's the difference. You got to know some American history so you know what the difference might be. All right, well, folks, just be simple. Look, history matters, time progression matters. 80 years ago, this would be a problem. It's simply not in 2025. That's the difference. And I'm surprised people don't understand how to critically think through that problem. Doesn't matter. It doesn't. As a matter of fact, no black plumber is gonna fucking feel safe fixing that what do they call them in the sink? A fucking trash disposal or whatever it is. No black plumber is gonna work for these fools. And if they're on a well, they won't have a trash disposal anyway, I guess. So I'm going to play this video. I need to run and check to make sure that ice cream is in the freezer. Is she wearing contacts? Anyone know? I bet she is.
What's going on? I don't hear nothing.
Oh, really? Damn it. Did I do this again? You know what? I am doing a John Galt. Wait, hold it. You don't hear anything? Why
I
did
don't.
I hear something? All right. Hold on one second. Do
My
you
bad,
see the video on the screen?
Yeah, I see the video. My bad. I had to step away.
It's not a bad thing. Do you hear anything?
No.
What on earth is going on here?
It could be me though. I don't know because
No. I think what I'm guessing happens is if and Portia's described this before. If you leave these tabs up too long, they go stale. So give me one sec. Can you? Oh, what happened? You know what? This is what happens when you have too much Guinness Stout and old people. Old people. PEEPO start playing with their computers. They don't get it right. They become downright unentertaining. And they just fuck up their technology. Let me know if you can hear this now.
Yeah, I can hear it.
Okay. Yeah, it was a stale tab. I noticed that happens sometimes. So I'm gonna jump this ahead.
Don't understand that. On my social media
And
channel,
actually, I'm
I'm not hearing
interested in what
anything
you
from
have
the
to say on this.
Caribbeans, or very little, but Africans. They're just making video after video after video to the point that this young lady posted this.
This is why I'm so confused on why the Africans mad that we want to boycott. Nigga, that's the culture that you say we don't have. Within the Black History Month that you don't pay attention to is a whole bunch of people of the civil rights movement, right? And guess what they did? Boycott, protest, sit in, shake the motherfucking table. Because that is part of the Black American experience here in America. That's what happens when the people
She
that
is so
subjugate you
fucking
try to act
wrong.
like you crazy.
This
And
is
you got the
so
showdown.
ahistorical as to be disturbing. Those are Satan eyes.
But you know, I hate that we here.
That's a filter.
Okay, you know what, motherfucker? I have to fast forward through this. I have no patience with this silliness.
Cultural clash between Black Americans, Caribbeans, and Africans. And it's wider between the Black Americans and the Africans than it is between the Black Americans and the Caribbeans. But there is a cultural clash. We think differently than they do. So when we say that if you're so
I don't
smart
agree with
and you've
that.
got all these degrees and you work so hard, you are
Sin, you really think chaotic is a shtick? You mean chaotic truth? Interesting. Oh wow. Chaotic truth? Okay. Until you respond, I'll just play.
to be doing that in your homeland and
I think
transforming
chaotic
your
truth
homeland
is
into something
literally
that you could
the
be proud
truth
of so you don't feel
and
the need to
chaotic.
flee. Now that makes perfectly good sense to
No, that's
us,
not a
but
shtick.
I don't think that makes the same amount of
I
sense
appreciate
to
that you
them.
spelled your
They think,
Yiddish
well,
right
no,
there.
I'm going to come to the United States and work hard and work harder than the Black Americans.
And that girl
Well,
in the
if
center
working
is
hard is
cute
the
as
answer,
fuck.
then you should work hard in your homeland and see an equal amount of success. Now, they don't understand that. They don't understand that. No, they can't do that. They need to come to a ready-made country, a first world country where there are a lot of job opportunities, educational opportunities, all kinds of opportunities. But somebody had to create those opportunities. And that's where I think we miss them, or that's where
Abio,
they miss us.
that oh wow, she is okay. And I don't mean to be disrespectful. I did call her a girl, but fuck, I'm 60. She is a girl. Wow. She is that girl. Yeah, she is all that. I like her.
Because we don't see common sense as being the same thing. And that is a part of the problem. So I came across this video of this woman. I'm paraphrasing her words, but the way I'm putting it is our American minds don't understand their minds. And I'll let her tell you what she means by that.
Okay, I'm about to say a harsh truth, and this has to do with the Essence Fest and why we cannot let Africans take over or have super influence on ethnic Black American things. This is a harsh truth, and I hate to say Africans, and I think that all third world people, countries have this kind of mindset. However, the Africans obviously are trying to take over our businesses, our reparations, and so we have to stop it, and this is why. What the Essence Fest
Communism
was
to
just a
woke.
glimpse. Third
You know
world
what?
countries are run into the ground.
I love that you bring up the communism to woke pipeline and James Lindsay. Oh, Brian Nichols. James Lindsay is a the fuck Ron. Dude, math drove him crazy. Tennessee Tech fucked him up. And I know who James Lindsay is. Oh wow. That you mention him. Oh God. You think he's smart? Communism to woke pipeline literally marks you, son. That motherfucker isn't even a smart white man. Oh, James Lindsay's a goddamn fucking potato head. Hey, anytime you want to bring one of them James Lindsay videos up, and I know that whole fucking what's her name? Who's the fat British woman who I think is not totally stupid? Make peace, make something or another. Dude, anytime you want to bring up some James Lindsay, put it in the background. You have a special invitation, Brian Nichols. If you think that James Lindsay is smart, I have to have some doubts about your intelligence, sir. I'm being direct. It's what I think. James Lindsay is fucking not. I don't even know where to go, but I'm glad you brought him up. Total motherfucking potato head.
Because their leaders are corrupted. Because they're tribalistic. These motherfucker,
James Lindsay has taken a whole range of shit and fucked it up beyond belief. This motherfucker's FUBU. He's FUBU in the head. And Sin, if that's you, yeah, I'll look for what you leave in the back, and you can hit the panel if you want, but if you don't, I understand. So anyway, sorry, I had to shit on James Lindsay. The motherfucker is a Mo and a Ron.
Care about the community, and the ethnic Black American. So they scam, they cheat people, they steal from people, they are corrupt. And I'm not saying that all Africans are like this, but obviously there's too many, and that's why their countries are the way they are. They're willing to sell out each other to Europeans to have more money
links,
while the rest of their countrymen suffer horribly.
If you want to hit the panel,
so the reason why the Essence Fest did not go well is some of this thinking is starting to translate over, and we can't have, no matter what. I know you panties want to.
And by the way, Sin, we're gonna watch all of this.
A first world mind can never understand a third world mind. We just can't, and a third world mind cannot understand a first world mind.
Abiola, you're gonna love it.
In such a unique position that we are the only Black ethnic group that built and exists in the first world country alongside the country becoming first world.
Palomino, Ricky.
We are also
not
just with Black people. We're one of the
his name 3 times,
we're one of the only ethnic groups
witch will appear.
Out of Asians, Hispanics, even European ethnic groups.
Sin, do you want to come on the panel? Up to you. Just say yes or no in the back. I got the link. Okay, gotcha, Sam. Bomb says both. Oh, you know what? For OF, what is OF? It has the son living there too. There's nothing. No. You know, kids living at home, depending on the size of the home, and I'll tell you why I think this. I used to date a woman who lived in a mansion in Hartsdale, New York. This motherfucking mansion literally was acres of, it wasn't like square feet, it was acres. So, you know, there were kids. There were 3 parts of the family living there. And it was big enough for 3 separate branches of the family. And these were brothers in their families. You know, they had enough for to divide the 3 parts of the house up into apartments. And I don't know, fuck. Bob Cherry might live in a mansion for all I know. So I'm not gonna go there. I have to limit what I think of Bomb Cherry's logic, her arguments to my encounter. Her sons are off limits. Children are off limits. Now, I talk about my son a lot because I'm very proud of him. As a matter of fact, motherfucker, he probably exceeded in spite of his father. That that might be why I'm more proud of him. You know, fucking morons like me, you know, he figured out how to survive it. So I'm gonna finish this video. We're gonna watch Sin's video and then enjoy that video, and we go from there.
That are doing very, very
I am
well.
rambling. I am kind of
considered,
you know,
all things considered.
a
Okay.
lot of Guinness
So
Stout is
that
doing the
being
talking.
said, we have to really protect what we built. We have been enslaved for centuries. Then we went through Jim Crow for centuries. And then we still had to deal with all these other things to get what we have. And I'm not going to let that Pan-Africanist mindset that I used to have ruin that, because we just want to pretend and be delusional and idealistic that we are the same. We are not the same. We're not. And I'm not talking about DNA and genetics. I'm not talking about that. We have a completely different history because we had a canonizing event where those people sold our ancestors, and even some of our ancestors sold each other, and they're mixed up in it. But our canonizing event is that we went to slavery through centuries, and it transformed us into a completely different people. We had to build everything. We had to create everything in this country. We had to fight for everything we had, and we progressed and we advanced, and now we're here. And I'll be damned if y'all Pan-Africanist delusional mofos want to pretend that these people are just friendly and it's okay for them to steal. The Essence founder decimated the Black Museum in Harlem, took $6.5 million. And there's all these scams coming out about the Essence Fest because they think differently. There's so much corruption in these third world countries. It's a norm. It's a norm. I am not saying America isn't corrupt, but it's a first world corruption. It's a first world corruption. First world corruption, third world corruption. Completely different animals. Ethnic Black Americans know who actually lead some things. Know to a large degree that there's a certain amount of things you need to have to make something function well and for a long time. That's why Essence has lasted this long. They took over for maybe a couple years, and they've already started ruining it. Unless you know that person personally, because I'm not saying all Africans. I have friends that I know who are African who would do a great job. But I know them very well. And even our own people, we know our own people can corrupt some stuff too. Listen, these people have a lot of tribalism that they have not gotten rid of. They have a lot.
Okay, now I'm confused, and it is totally possible I'm missing something. Please cancel who, Abiola? We're going to listen to what this young lady has to say, mostly because she's saying it, and I'm going to let her say it. So deal with it or don't, sir. You're gonna. She's not hard to look at.
Lot of corruption that they haven't gotten rid of. They have a lot of colonization that they haven't gotten rid of. They didn't have a Malcolm X. They didn't have an MLK.
No,
They had
she
Lumumbas,
isn't,
and
Abiola.
look what they did to Lumumba. as a group, not as a one person or whatever. As a group, look what they did to their Nkrumahs and their Lumumbas. Now, while we had MLK was unalived by the non-melanated, and Martin Luther and MLK and and Malcolm was unalived by one of us who was set up by the non-melanated, but we never rejoiced, and it was never all of us turning them in. Our Fred Hamptons were unalived by the non-melanated, but we never rejoiced. There was a few of raccoons who did, but not all of us. But look at what they did to their Lumumbas and their Nkrumahs. You cannot think we're the same. We're not. And the fact that you guys keep trying to make us the same means that you are on the other side with them. Go live with them. Go be with them. Go work with them, but not us anymore. We are not the same. We are like the rich cousins that go back to the hood thinking, I'm still going to be down with the hood. And look what it got Nipsey, who is bi-ethnic, before y'all try to start. Look what it got, where it got Nipsey Hussle going back to the hood. Look where it got Young Dolph going back to the hood. Unfortunately, I'm sorry to say, but we're first worlders. And to them, we look like Nipsey in the hood. We look like Young Dolph when he comes to the hood. That's how we look to them. They think we're dumb and we're naive, and they're plotting on us. That's why the African Union had the nerve to put us as their sixth state. They will steal all that money. We'll never see a dime. We'll never see a dime. They're going to say it's African Americans that get the money, and they mean African, not us, not ethnic Black Americans, not foundational Black Americans. So we really have to understand a first worlder and a third worlder cannot think alike. All they're going to do is look at us as a group, as a potential to scam and take. We are their rich cousins to them. And they're in squalor, in the hood. And guess what happens every time a famous rapper tries to keep going back to the hood? What happens to the famous rapper when he keeps trying to go back into the hood? And that is what's going to happen to us if we keep trying to go back to these people. They need to elevate and learn from us. We do not need to learn from them. We are the ones that have the best education. We're the ones that are the healthiest as a group. We're the ones that have the most money as a group. We're the ones that have a culture that is emulated worldwide as a group. We are the ones that have a lot more on the table to lose. Stop it. They ran the Essence Fest into the ground. This is God trying to show us what can happen when we let this kind of mindset into our culture. I am not saying don't mess with somebody who's an immigrant, but you better have vetted them completely. And I wouldn't trust, you don't even trust your cousin Pookie with money, but yet you letting these people come in and do deals with you. You don't even let your cousin Pookie from the hood. You don't even want to give him $100, but you trying to do business with people that you don't know. You better have them contracts ironclad. And I'm not saying, like I said, if I know somebody or if I see a track record or if they have references that are really strong, okay. But stop thinking these people will run us into the ground like they ran their countries into the ground. Stop it. When we had our own cities, they were thriving. They were so successful that the non-melanated were jealous of how successful and how well we were doing and destroyed it. So when we come together and we're not bothered by people, we know who not to let in. We know how to get to the next level because we did it and we showed it. They haven't shown us that yet as a group. They haven't. Stop it. If you're truly a business person, you're going to vet the business and you're going to vet the person. Don't let them run our culture into the ground because y'all panties want to kumbaya and sing along and you have a soft spot. Whether or not we're descended or not from them, whether it's indigenous, whether it's like whether we were from the slaves, it doesn't matter. We're not them anymore. We're not them. Stop trying to go back to the hood. They're trying to get to where we are, obviously, and you're trying to go back to where they are. Stop it. Stop it.
I completely agree with her. We can't go back to them. We can look back and remember That's where our ancestors came from, but we can't go back. And we cannot let them drag down what we have built. We just, or take it over, because that's what they're trying to do. Because, like, it won't take long for them to ruin it. And we see that. She did an excellent job of making her case. Our first world minds are not compatible with their third world minds. Enough said. Let me know what you think. Have a good evening.
It was all pro Africa back in the day. Now all of a sudden, see that Pan African. You're muted, Stanley. I know you want to cuss me out. Go for it.
Sorry, Dave, I got bored. Look, I'm not a Pan-Africanist. Why would I curse you out? I think that this young lady has no clue what she's talking about mostly. Essence, see, this is the problem. Essence Fest is not the sum total of Black Americanness. Stop it, would be what I would say to both Lady Belay and this young lady. She makes good points, but Essence Fest is not the sum total. I'm not convinced that Africans are the enemy. They, to a certain extent, Africans don't think like Black Americans. We have a lot. Hold on one sec, Ponder. Please, just give me one sec. Because I know, you know what? Who's gonna curse you out? It's gonna be Ponder, and she has appeared. Dave, why did you think I would? No. Why did you think I was gonna curse you out?
No, not. You know, it's just typical. I don't really care.
No, I'm not a Pan-Africanist. I am firmly American and Black American to boot.
Good.
I don't necessarily. I just happen to know that, you know, Look, the reason an African person was able to buy Essence is because a Black American sold it to a corporate white entity, and the African had enough money to buy it from the white entity. Deal is done. Essence, so what? Be your old American self and things will be fine. Ms. Ponder, hey there.
Hi, Stanley. Hi, happy Saturday. This whole situation with Essence is a non-issue. It's just more complaints, much ado about nothing. They've always been xenophobes. It's not going to change anything about anyone's experience. 300,000 Black women, they say, have lost employment. You have to wonder if any of these people have skills so they can obtain new employment. Probably not. I do see a number of Black women not only doing like delivery, but like actual delivery. I'm seeing a lot of women.
Well, let me support your point right quick. They are delivering to the right address.
You stupid.
they get shit done right and with precision. I might like Black American women being precise.
Well, that's good.
Real quick, Ponder. Real quick, I just want to know what your opinion is on
Sir.
Hold on, real quick. If she's saying they don't have skills, does that suggest DEI was the reason they were hired?
Let Ms. Ponder will finish her point.
I thought we talked about this, Stanley. Why we gotta do this right now?
And guess what? We are not talking. Ponder is.
See?
it's kind of concerning and sad now. I'm noticing a lot more Black women, not that it's bad, but just doing a lot of Uber driving, food. I really do wonder what the 5-10 year plan is. Just my consideration. You're seeing a lot of YouTube videos, people frustrated with the changes in EBT, SNAP, Section 8. You're noticing a lot of women, with children begging to be in relationships with men, which is very dangerous, bringing a man into your household, which belongs to these children. That is actually one of the number one ways children are abused. And something I do want to say, a woman, if she has multiple children, but no man, she's not raising her children. Her oldest daughter is. That's what's going on. She'll be the one to say, oh, my kids are taken care of. Yeah, but because it's not you, it's your oldest daughter. You're not taking care of these children. You're using your oldest daughter as a friend, as a crutch. You're basically manipulating and lying and abusing her throughout her entire childhood. That is pain that she's going to carry on with her into her adult years. This is how young women are abused as they become older, taken advantage of. It's just a setup to fail. It's a setup to fail. These women are so beyond selfish. They don't care about anyone but themselves. And because they've made a series of bad decisions, they are now working in flight mode or fear mode. And the children are going to be the ones to suffer, specifically the oldest daughter. So I myself, I am very concerned. I do pray for these young girls. And I'm just really sick and tired of the behavior of so many women. And as opposed to Black people focusing on these issues, family issues, work issues, you have people going back and forth over rice, jambalaya and jollof rice. What does that have to do with anything? And they're very serious about it. So,
let me help you with that part. It's just like metaphors. I love jollof. I love Savannah red rice. No one ever talks about Savannah red rice.
Well, and it's not just the food issue, but you see this young woman on your screen.
See what I did? It was a metaphor. That we haven't heard this young woman on the screen. Yeah, this is a dear friend of the show who dropped a video. Don't do that until you actually hear what she has to say.
So what I want to bring up is notice her size. She's a very slim. She has a very small waist. So you have a woman.
We don't know where. Do you know where she's from? Are you sure?
What I'm bringing up is that she's wearing her hairstyle is looking more African ethnic. I bring that up because a lot of
whoa. Do you think this is where is this young lady from? Do you know?
That's irrelevant.
Or are you just gonna take a guess? We haven't watched the video. We have no clue what.
Stanley, if I may, the only reason I'm bringing this up is because you see a woman, the aesthetic. The aesthetic looks very motherland, very Africa. This is one of the.
She's cute.
She is very cute. My point is, you have obesity issues with a lot of Black American women. They see a young lady who looks like this, who has a very melanated woman who's wearing a very ethnic hairstyle. She has clearly a very small waist. She's sitting with correct posture.
Well, wait, hold it. How do you know it's clearly? It's a video. You don't think it could have been doctored?
Okay,
Stanley, oh my God.
I'll go on mute.
Oh, I'm going to roast the both of you if you keep. I am going to roast you. I haven't heard the video. A dear friend of the show put the video up here. I think we are prejudging. Can we all agree that we are prejudging?
Well, you and I
think she was making a greater point.
Are bringing up two different issues.
Okay, and I don't agree that she's making a bigger point. I think she just doesn't know what we're going to watch.
Stanley, that's irrelevant what we're going to watch. I'm just
okay. It's absolutely relevant. You're being prejudicial.
What the fuck?
How about fucking watch the video then make an assessment? I do not like that.
I like where she was going, but I did have
And you
like
know
two
what?
questions.
She didn't know where she's going. You don't know where she was going. And hopefully questions to ponder will be back. I didn't drop her. She might be busy. Probably had a phone call. She's a very busy woman.
I like what she said. There was one part that she
Dude, that you
suggested
like
that
it is
oh my,
not going to make this any better.
I know, but there was one part where she had mentioned where the women that were requesting to have men move in with them. Well, I just don't understand why it's always a presumed position to say that some guy is moving in, and why wouldn't they try to move in with the guy? Like what it like it's like striking fear. Okay, so what is she established? So why would she be begging for a relationship if she was established? Wouldn't she be following the man the traditional way?
You are literally going to follow questions to ponder. Is this classroom in America or Africa? Do you know? Did
I don't
Ponder
know.
know?
No, this has
So then
nothing to do with the
see
video.
if your response is I don't know.
This was way before the video, and
You
that didn't
are
have
at
nothing to do with
least
the video.
more forthcoming than ma'am, who I hope will be back. You have no clue what the fuck you're talking about until we watch the video. That's my point.
She was saying the culture of this woman
Okay,
that she
I
presents
heard
herself at
what
a
she
better state.
said.
Then
I
why'd you cut her
think
off?
she was. I didn't do anything. She left. She'll be back. You know, she's a busy woman.
You flooded the zone when she was trying to make a point
Oh,
about the
dude,
way this chick.
you know what? I had to pump out the stupidity. You know, sometimes I get flooded and I have to turn on the sump pump and pipe that bullshit out.
you got away.
No, I know that I'm actually ready to watch the video and figure out what the video is about. Sorry. Sometimes objectivity works.
You're born in South Sudan but migrate to Egypt as a refugee because of the war. You finally move to America at 10 years old, where your mom begins marrying you off.
Okay,
Man
let
after
me
man
help
trying to
this.
find one.
Okay, dude, Abiola, this isn't Be Brave's channel. I didn't skip the angry in its anger management, not angry management. I skipped the angry management classes because I was never angry and never had a problem with anger. Abiola, don't be the world is my suggestion.
For you. You tell the school they remove you from your home and place you into foster care. Growing up in the system and dating men in their 40s and 50s, you eventually get pregnant by one at 18 years old. You tell your male best friend, and it turns out that on a drunk night, he had took advantage of you and the baby was actually his. After 5 long years of sleeping in cars and warehouses, you finally decide to give your baby up for adoption, and this isn't even half of your story. Trapped Anonymous.
I think my last night with him, knowing like after tonight, that's it. So I held him real tight. I don't think I slept that night. I didn't sleep.
What's good? My name is Chris Dow's Traveling Anonymous. Welcome back. Welcome back. Shout out to everybody that's helped keeping the movement moving. We really do appreciate you. If you have a story, you've been watching this each and every week, and you just want to be heard, please DM me at Traveling Anonymous, travelanonymous@gmail.com. I do reply to my DMs. That is how we get everybody on the show. Shout out to y'all.
Now,
Shout out to y'all.
let me
I'm really,
let
really
me
excited
help
about,
this silly fool out. No, Wale, the way my mother made Savannah red rice was not pilaf. You need to do better. You are literally hit the link, Wale. You're always welcome, but no, Savannah red rice is actually almost the opposite. No, it's not a pilaf, but thanks for cooking. And that's the other weird thing about cooking. There are many ways to make Savannah red rice, depending on how you want your rice to be. Doesn't have to be pilaf.
With things that we have coming to you all. Just keep supporting the channel, keep supporting and sharing. And do remember that the stories that you hear reflect real life. You're here to educate, inform, and hopefully keep your little homie off the streets. This is Trevor Anonymous. My name is Chris Dowes. Let's get it. How are you?
I'm okay.
Okay. So I'd like to start with your name, where you from, and
Look, see, this is one of the weird things. Aesthetics of the woman is not a goddamn argument, and it does not pass for truth. Dude, AAE, you literally just crucified your own argument. We weren't talking. You want to talk aesthetics, you want to talk lipstick and fucking eyelashes, and that wasn't the topic of the video or the show. Stop it, AAE. I actually know how to make arguments and stay on topic. You are used to a Be Brave or CT or Bob the Gospel. Dude, those
She was being balanced.
don't defend this silly woman.
The one time I do, she was being balanced.
Dude, I will put your ass in the back so quick.
Damn it, I want to hear what you had to say.
You're defending. I was commenting on the aesthetic of the woman. Do you really want to defend that quality of argument? Come on now.
Ponder, come back up.
Literally, she's talking lipstick. If you want to defend that, up to you, Dave.
I'm not defending it. She was being balanced.
My name is Bibiana.
She was being balanced because she was talking about the woman.
Is not balance.
But she wasn't talking about that woman. The subject she was cooking on had something to do with American women.
Making an aesthetic argument is balance.
It wasn't an aesthetic argument. Dude, you wasn't even listening to her.
She was making an Essence argument, Essence magazine argument. That's what she was doing.
Well, we didn't let her land the plane either, so who knows where that was going.
Literally, she's saying the lipstick in the waist was an argument. Dude.
Ponder, come up here and tell him what you were saying, because he's doing the Stanley thing.
No, it's literally up on the screen what she was doing, and you will defend this. Let me bring that back.
She used the girl as an example.
She used the girl as an aesthetic argument. I'm not motherfucking talking aesthetics.
God damn it, Ponder. Come back up here.
This is not Miss America pageant talk up here.
Come on, Ponder. Set Stanley straight.
She's literally talking. Is she cute enough to be a runner-up? That's literally her argument. Yes,
Ponder.
I will forget it, Ponder. Do better the next time you want to make a serious argument. And you know I respect you, ma'am.
She was being so balanced.
You know what?
Damn.
You want to put on lipstick, don't you?
You shot her when her intentions were good. That's crazy.
Oh, wait, hold it. I didn't say her intentions were bad. I'm saying she wasn't making an argument.
So you think she just picked up on this girl on the screen and said, look at how beautiful her waistline is. Oh my God.
I can only judge her by the words that she wrote. You know what?
I get it. Go ahead. She's not coming back up.
Did Ponder not use the word aesthetic? Yes or no? Did she use the word or not?
Yeah, after you chopped her off in the middle of her.
No. Did she use
did.
the word or not?
Yes, she used it.
Okay, then I'm going to stop there, counselor. You've lost the case.
See, this is an
I'm from South
anachronism in the real
Oh,
way you use the word. That's
I
what
will
you can't
chop.
recall
I
the
will
history the
use.
right way it
I
happened.
twist words. I
Anachronism.
take the words you inaccurately. Don't use words that you don't intend to use. I will twist them. I will make
Yes,
you eat them.
you
I will
definitely
mock
twisted
your
with
ass.
nobody with
Dude,
no
I will
prompt.
mock your ass for using the wrong words. I will
The way
twist
you
them.
recall what happened was an anachronism, and that's the correct way to use the
And
word.
guess what? You don't even know the term.
My-
We've established that you have problems with your A words.
And your definition for
You
it
think
was, oh, we
anachronism
don't do
and
that no more.
aesthetic.
That's not the definition.
You literally think anachronism
Anachronism. Yeah, there you go.
and
Let me help you out.
aesthetics are synonyms.
My story is important
No, I don't.
because I want to be able to
Prove it. Define either. And you look, if just say Stanley, it's a dumb point because I'm literally teasing you with
Oh,
a
it is dumb.
nonsense point.
But there is something you can get from this. There's a learning experience for Stanley
Okay,
Cross.
Dave, you seem to think you are onto something. What is the point I missed? Here's your
Come back,
chance, Dave.
Ponder. Come back up for 5 seconds.
Oh, you need Ponder to help you?
Yes, I'm a phone a friend.
A lifeline. Motherfucker, I'm not going to make you a millionaire.
Oh, you gonna stand in the middle of me and my $1 million? I see how you are. Play a video.
You
Just
know
play
what?
a video.
You're gonna save this game show $1 million at this rate.
I see.
We don't worry about your lifeline. But no,
Mm-hmm.
Ponder, she come on back up. Hit the link.
Yeah, she was being a gem, and you killed it.
You know what? Questions to Ponder. You are a darling. I'm sorry then. You know what? I've been beat up by women so much. Maybe I overreacted.
Yeah, in light of recent events,
have
Stanley
other
has scar
children
tissue.
relate to me and know that they're not alone. It is extremely important also because I just want to free myself from the childhood trauma and start my healing journey, and hopefully along
There we
Oh,
go.
I'm
The
sorry.
voice
I was
is
on mute. Is this woman cute to you? Would you date her? There's a reason I ask.
Who, me?
Yes. Who else? Well, Wale just got here, but hold on one sec, Wale. I'm putting this Deacon Dave gentleman on a diet.
I think it's better to ask if I find her attractive. I guess.
Do you find her attractive?
I guess. I can't really see much of her. It's in black and white.
You have to guess, Dave.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's not a color photo.
Dave, by the way, I'm going to twist your words against you. I'm listening, Dave.
She so far comes off as a beautiful soul.
I am going to take your words, I'm going to bend them, and I'm going to use them against you.
You really should save it for Brave, not me. But
No,
she
no.
she has a beautiful soul.
Well, would you say she has a beautiful soul?
Yes, sir. She has a great personality. After all she's been through.
This is questions to ponder level. You don't know a goddamn thing about her soul, yet you feel comfortable talking about it.
I'm a vibe person. I picked up on it.
Dude, you've only heard a couple seconds of her vibe.
Then why are you asking me if I find her attractive?
You know what? To put you on the spot so I can take your words and use them against you. Why do you think I asked? Did you think I asked you this question to compliment you?
I don't know why you asked.
Oh, I think you have words that are worth twisting to my advantage so I can laugh.
Go for it. What's up, Wale?
I'm just being honest.
I'm a deflector, Wale. What's up, Wale?
Hey, you know what the guy taught me when I was a teenager? He said, the man who can learn to laugh at himself will always be entertained.
Well, let me ask you a question. I think he was absolutely right. Do you think he was right?
Of course, I be laughing all the time.
Well, you and I are the same in that way. Dave?
Same here.
Good. We laugh at ourselves. That's a good thing.
I learned to
And
forget.
this woman is actually really gorgeous. Now, the soul will be the second step because I don't know her soul. I do
Why wouldn't
know
you let
her.
Ponder say
Well,
that?
hold on. Let me finish. I do know her aesthetic, and I am pleased. Hear that, Ponder? I'm pleased with this woman's aesthetic.
And just free myself.
Amazing. Okay, I like to jump right in. Bring me to how your child was conceived.
Oh. So it was my 18th birthday around that time. My best friend had essentially called me, said, hey, you don't really do much. Come out. It's your birthday. I stated, like, I'm in foster care. I don't have like the free will to do whatnot. And he was like, I'm going to pick you up. He lives in Kansas City, Missouri.
I bet a man like you, Dave, would call her a tether, wouldn't you?
I don't do that. But listen to
Yeah,
her
you
voice.
do.
It's
Yeah, you
lovely.
do.
I'm glad she doesn't have that deep, scratchy Newport 100 in a box voice. She sounds beautiful. Like you could have a conversation with that.
She is tempting. And
That time I
aesthetically
was in
pleasing.
foster care out in Topeka, Kansas. So he drove, I think, an hour or so to Topeka to pick me up. And we went back to his place. And I've been to his place multiple times, even prior to foster care, because he was my friend for a very long time, too.
Oh,
that
shit.
night, we
This
went
is
to the
gonna
liquor
go
store, and we bought Amsterdam pineapple. And it was like a big bottle. I didn't know how we were going to drink all of that, but we bought it. And then from there,
did she say how old she was?
Pre-drank. I made my drink, and everything was good. I was feeling a little tipsy. I was feeling really good. The second drink is when I blacked out. I don't remember anything. And yeah, I don't remember anything. I just woke up on my ex's bed. He said that I called him. He came up personally to come and get me. He said I was unconscious. I wasn't responding. So he picked me up and took me downstairs from what he was telling me. And he just said I was just completely out of it. So we didn't even have intercourse then. The next day I woke up, went to church, didn't really think nothing of it. And then went back to Topeka. 4.5 weeks later, I was pregnant. And I was confused because it's like, how? The only person that I knew could have gotten me pregnant was the person I was dealing with. And he was a much older guy. He was like, I think 40s, 50s. And I was just turning 18. But we were messing around when I was like 17. So I called him and told him, and I called my best friend. I'm like, tell me why I'm pregnant. This is crazy. I stated that I'm going to get an abortion. He said, you're not getting rid of my child. And I laughed it off because I don't know what kid is his. From there, he did state that the kid is his. I didn't believe him. I took him as a joke. I never slept with you. We never had intercourse. We never kissed, let alone. So when he said that, it didn't reciprocate in my head.
Okay. Wow. One, do you think you were drugged, or do you think you just maybe didn't eat, you just had too much to drink, or it was the alcohol, or do you think that he possibly drugged you?
I've never blacked out from alcohol, ever. ever. Even my grown age, never. It would have to be a lot more than
Really problematic response, ma'am.
just the pineapple Amsterdam.
Right.
When I was drinking the drink, did I notice anything? Mm-mm. The drink was really sweet.
Okay.
I'm sorry, does anyone on this panel know who Zahara is? Reminds me a bit Zahara. Any idea what that means? Anyone?
No, no clue.
All right, well, expand on that. Please, Abiola. And Abiola, you said you were scared to call in. Don't be scared. It'll be okay. Dave will defend you. Just don't say aesthetic.
Yeah, that's Stanley's trigger word.
And I won't question you.
It's just so much to unpack right there.
Yeah.
Were y'all still in communication during that 4.5 weeks prior to you finding out that you were pregnant? Were y'all in communication? Were y'all still like, this was your best friend?
Yeah.
Was this still someone that, hey, what's up? How you doing? Did y'all hang out again? Did
Oh,
he
wow.
hint toward maybe that night? Remember that night? Like nothing?
He never brought up the night. Never. Our friendship was just as normal. It was normal. We were hanging out, we were kikiing. My belly was growing. We were just chill people.
Right.
He knew it was his. I didn't know. So.
Okay. You have the child after 9 months. At what point do you realize, okay, maybe my best friend is actually telling me that this is his kid, opposed to him just joking and playing around, and the guy that you're dating, the 40 to 50-year-old man, that it's not his?
So I want to say he just kept bringing it up a lot. So from there, my ex already called the potential father and was like, hey, this is what's going on. Pretty much gave the whole Shazam. And
he lived in Kansas City as well. Okay.
Like they were like maybe 15 minutes away from one another. The guy was back in South Sudan at the time. So he called him, told him everything. I spoke with the guy and I explained everything. And I was like, he said he wants a DNA. I was like, yeah, I can provide you a DNA immediately, because genuinely I believed it was his kid. My son was born. We went and did the DNA and he was not the father. And I was shocked completely.
Shit.
So I didn't even turn to my best friend and badger him or question him. I went to my ex. I'm like, this has to be yours.
My Lord.
Like, it doesn't make sense. If it's not him.
Don't make me start quoting.
That night you picked me up, you had and he was like, I didn't even touch you. He was like, you were like a dead body, like just slumped.
So then what happened?
I looked at him and I knew he was telling the truth. I spoke with the now father and I was like, we are going to have to do a DNA. He was like, it's my kid. I was like, I don't believe you. I think it was like 2.
Okay, this is hugely problematic. She lost my interest. So all of a sudden she doesn't know who the father is. The person she accused of being the father failed or succeeded at the DNA test. Sin, what are we watching?
Yeah, I second that question.
You're motherfucking losing me. I'm seriously. You know what? Let me do this. I need to go back to history, shit I know, so I don't sound very hood-servative here. I need to understand what I'm watching more so than I do. I'm not going to sit here and see men bashed when a woman Like, I literally heard this woman say, "I've never passed out from alcohol." Motherfucker, you don't know who your baby daddy is.
That's
How can
crazy.
I'm turning into conservative?
Yeah, you are
I'm not watching this shit,
like
dude.
a mug with water on your back.
Okay, now let's. I'm not gonna turn to the dark side, but this is becoming problematic. I if you don't know who your baby daddy is,
I think what she's
I
saying is that the male
no,
orbiter is
I don't
still
care what you
predatory.
think she's saying. Does she
I don't
know
know.
who? Did she force a man? Okay, dude, I'm gonna go so conservative here. I bet that man who failed the fucking DNA test or succeeded paid for all the prenatal care. And then I bet he was a Stanley Cross and didn't ask for the money back. That's what I hope. But
I hope send his the link,
no. Let me
and me and
finish.
Wale will
Let
protect
me
you from
finish.
Stanley.
What?
If she hits the link to
Wale's not
explain
gonna.
this,
Wale
me and
is
Wale
going to
will
be worse
protect
than
her
me.
from you.
Wale is going to be worse.
You savage beast. We will protect you,
That
Sin. Come
is
on up.
no. I didn't hear. Did she apologize? Okay, I'm motherfucking done with this shit.
Yeah.
I'm
Well, hold on.
sorry.
She said she'll give a timestamp. Let's see what she.
I don't
Let's
give
wait
a
for that.
fuck.
Wait, this might not be the point.
No, okay, no, it's a huge point.
Oh, she came up. Let me see.
No, she's not gonna.
24 minutes. Go to 24 minutes.
Okay, Sin. Only because you are Sin 7.
But if you want to speak on it, we'll keep Stanley off your back.
No, let's not do that. Okay, this is 14 minutes.
That 24 to 48 hour period after your son is completely gone from you. What was those moments like?
I'm done. I don't care. Okay, I'm done. I want to know, dude, you just don't fucking accuse a man of being the father of your child and then do a DNA test and don't apologize. How do you apologize for that? Oops. Did I say that? No.
Okay.
I'm done.
I'm convinced. I'm starting to believe that you don't really know what goes on out there.
No. Right is right, motherfucker.
I agree
I'm
with
not
you.
doing it.
But you sound so surprised.
I don't care. Fuck yeah,
Well,
I'm
this
surprised.
happens every day, man.
It better
Look,
not.
there's a third of children. There's a third of fathers falsely accused of.
Citation needed, motherfucker. I'm not
Okay,
taking your side either.
I'm not the one to be making
I'm
this
just saying,
argument. So, but I'm telling you, if
I
you
am
looked it up,
literally just saying, how do you sit there and be a good-looking angel like she is, and literally put a motherfucking young man through these paces? I want to hear more about how did you tell this man you were sorry? Oh, I can't.
all right, let's go.
I'm not
Just
watching it.
skip to the 24-minute mark. This couldn't get any worse.
Fuck it. I'm done. I'm done. I'm literally done with this. I won't watch it.
It would be different if Sim was up here.
Well, I want to hear. I'm not upset. All I'm saying is this: you can't. Sorry, I'm done. I want the bigger story. Is what did you do to that young man's life for 9 months? And if you think I'm a asshole for asking the question, then let me fucking, dude, I'm not watching it. So we're moving on.
What you think about it, Wale?
Wale, what you got?
I read across the top of the screen, and it said that the girl had been sold off by her mother
I don't
since she
care.
was 13 years old.
I don't care. Two wrongs don't make a right.
But three lefts do. And so
Okay, and what how I'm going to wrap that stupid point around your neck is you don't ruin a young man's life and do a DNA test. And the reason there was a DNA test is this boy didn't think he was the father. And I want to hear that story before we go to 24 minutes. You don't motherfucking ruin a young man's life for that long and like be a hero. I'm sorry, I don't work that way. Right is right, wrong is wrong. And this young lady, I'm sure she probably has a great story, but she did a young man wrong. And she doesn't get to fucking get my sympathy for doing that and going, "Ooh, well, I was adopted." I don't work that way. So we will move on.
I appreciate this, Stanley. I really do. I didn't think you was
that bullshit. Right
yeah,
is
I didn't
right,
think you
wrong
had
is
that in
wrong.
you. You would be
What?
perfect for the manosphere.
Fuck you. Right is right, wrong is wrong, and you don't get. She is one good-looking young lady, but I'm sorry, you just don't do that and get sympathy. As a matter of fact, why she is even, dude? There was no elaboration on. It was like, you know where I'm going with this, Dave. God, I'm crossing myself as a good Catholic. Will God help me? I'm not going to a hood conservative. Damn.
Sin's asking you a question in the chat. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Whose life was ruined? That young man's, for starters. Sin. She put him through 9 months. Having cruelty doesn't mean you get to be cruel to other people, Sin. That's my point. I'm
Oh
not
my
going.
God. That is a message. Oh my God. Amen to that.
That you got done wrong doesn't mean you do wrong. Literally. Motherfucker, who has raised these children?
That's only the tip of the iceberg, Stanley.
You know what? I don't need that tip. I'll be okay. I'm going.
I've had several, not several. I don't mean to say several, but it's happened.
Now you
It's happened to me before. I could have been on Maury, and that's what made me straighten my life out. Swear to God.
Sin, you are a smart woman, but I'm sorry. I need her to deal with the wrong she did before I move on. I can't watch the rest of it. I need to know what she did for restitution to the false fatherhood story. That's a huge motherfucking problem with me. Somehow you misconstrue the whole conversation. No, Sin, I did not misconstrue. What I heard was the man or boy she thought was the father wasn't the father. I didn't misconstrue that.
Misconstructed. And that's Wale talking to
No,
Sin.
she said construed. She
Oh,
spelled it
okay.
right.
Oh, I'm looking at the other message. Sorry.
He told her he was the father for 3 months and she didn't believe it. The DNA test said, oh, the truth that he wasn't the father? Then that's somehow that's even worse.
The guy that she didn't know she slept with was the father. And he was telling her the whole time that he was the father.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe
And she
you know
didn't
what?
she didn't believe him. So the real father got X'd out of the whole experience
Well, wait,
because she
hold
thought
it.
the
How
other guy
did
was
the guy who wasn't the father even enter the picture? What did I miss?
she thought she was drugged from the alcohol, and she
Okay,
didn't.
so
Well, hold on. She doesn't
here's my
recall being
point.
drugged.
So how does that wantonness justify? Someone help me with that. And it was her. She was wanton too. So were the little boys.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? I guess I'm just gonna have to go back and watch it. Okay, we can watch it. I'm sorry. And by the way, folks, let's do some housekeeping here. Please subscribe to the John Gall Urban Landlord channel. If you're here, like AAE is, go over to the Stanley Cross channel at Stanley Cross 6000. Subscribe and like there, then come back if you must. And Urban Landlord Clips is the other channel you need to subscribe to. And the biggest housekeeping point is, yeah, I'm through some Guinness Stout, so I duck in, duck out. So I apologize to Sin 7 sincerely. Dave, you and
Wait,
Wale
this
may
is
have
somebody that they know. This
What?
is somebody that lady was somebody that Sin knows, or Abiola.
No, Abiola doesn't know anybody in America.
No, I'm
Abiola,
talking
have
about
you
the
ever
girl
been?
from the video.
Well, Sin might, but Abiola, have you ever been to America? I don't think he has. And it's either a joke or the truth. Who knows? So, Sin, I apologize. I will go back and watch it or restart it.
I'm so confused.
Everyone's confused, and I'm the cause of the confusion. Apparently. So here we are.
That 24 to 48 hour period after your son is completely gone from you. What was those moments like?
It was awful. Sorry. Like, he's my best friend. So it was really difficult. I cried. I still don't even like stop crying. It took me, even now, sometimes I wake up and I just reach for him.
I'm going to jump ahead to
That's my best
24
friend.
minutes.
I got a drunk finger. Go ahead.
Oh, I did. I am a tad drunk.
And I'm like, oh my gosh, that's crazy. I really heard like the craziest stuff. I just thought it was just noises. I mean, it was always loud, chaotic. So it's just another day.
What was life like for you in Egypt?
It was worse than Sudan.
Worse.
Oh my goodness. Sudan, I was treated like a second-class citizen because I'm Black and not Arab.
You mean in Egypt?
In Sudan. We were colonized by the Arabs. So yeah, we were treated like second-class citizens. We were
in your home.
In my home. We were too Black to work. So some women had to bleach to obtain occupations. We were known as filthy, dirty because of our complexion and our nilotic ways. They call us jenge, meaning like Aryan jenge,
nilotic.
meaning like naked
I haven't
people.
heard that
We're
word
always
before.
naked and
I've never
whatnot because
heard
we're
of that.
villagers. But yeah, it was, I would say, which is worse, Sudan, Egypt. I would say Egypt is worse. I mean, Sudan is bad, real bad, but Egypt was just 10 times.
So when you say naked people, villagers, y'all don't typically wear clothes?
We like my tribe, we wear beads. I don't know if you've ever seen the Avatar. So those are our customs. So those are Dinka attires. So the colors, everything. So beat it down, that's us.
Okay. Wow. We long for like to just know where we're from.
Yeah.
Especially in America because, we were just like robbed of our homeland and placed there. And so we have no like real clue outside of what we see. Maybe we might study things here and there, but just to hear it, firsthand, and for you to have grown up there, it's fascinating to me. Very fascinating. So Egypt, and also the bleaching. A lot of people, when we think about the bleaching, we look at the people that have bleached their skin, and we're kind of like, why would you bleach your skin? Like, what would possess you to do something like that? And you gotta love yourself. And they just want to be white. They just want to, not realizing the bleaching in some cases is so that I could keep a job.
Survival. Bleaching started in my country with the women. They were too Black. So for them to be able to work for any Arab family or anybody that's of a fair skin, they would bleach so they can appear more white, more Arab. They would put on like their headscarf, tobe, and everything like that. But yeah, as Black as we are in our country, for the ones that took over our country, they said we're thieves, we're not to be trusted, we're criminals, and well, they're violating us in our country.
So what were some of the things going on in Egypt?
Racism, discrimination. I was sexually abused by an Egyptian student. It was weird. So I was just walking to the restroom and they kind of just like all barged in at the same time. And the girl just like pulls down my panties and I was confused. I mean, this is like at least 4 or 5 of them, and I'm just like confused on like, what do I do? I know the teachers don't like me. I can't scream for help. Every chance they get, they want to beat on me. So, I just kind of froze and, from there, she touched me and I jerked back and I was scared. And then I just like pulled my stuff up and I ran.
And what age is this?
I want to say I gotta be at least like 7, 8, because at this time we were going to school.
So that's sort of like your first encounter with like sexual abuse.
No, my first encounter with sexual abuse was in Sudan. So I want to say like 3, 4. So our village was it wouldn't be a village. So it was just, imagine houses being built on mud, right? But it's not like the huts or whatever. It's more like buildings, sand everywhere, whatnot. And then we had like other neighbors and whatnot. So it was me and one of my friends from the other house down. We just played a lot together and whatnot. And I don't know what even had us even think that we can take peanuts from a grown man. So he pretty much just lured us in there. He started just like violating us and whatnot, like touching us. I don't know what he was doing to her, but she started crying and I got scared and I just got up and ran. It happened one more go. And from that, all he did was just like probably just finger me and play with me a little. And I just didn't like it.
And he would give you peanuts.
Yeah, it was weird. I don't know.
Was this desire to eat food great? back then? Like, of course, everyone gets hungry, right?
Mhm.
But were y'all malnourished?
Oh, yeah, we were malnourished. We were hungry. I mean, we were just in the middle of a civil war. So it's like not much.
So at that point, you realize I'm not going to be going back there, even at this young age.
Yeah.
Does the sexual abuse continue on in your life?
Yeah, it continues. From Egypt, well, from that incident at the school, so we lived in this building called Amada Halawa, meaning like if I were to translate it in English, is like the Tower of Candy. So Amada is building, Halawa is candy. That's where like all the refugees were. So we lived upstairs. We had different South Sudanese refugee neighbors and other refugees as well. And there was this just one kid that just wouldn't leave me alone. I mean, I wouldn't even want to be left around him. Somehow, some way, my mom just keeps dropping me off at his place. And my mom and his mom would just disappear, go somewhere. And I'm just like left to fight for my life. Like, why am I fighting for my private? You know, I used to like just cry because it's like, don't drop me off here. I'd rather just stay home with my brother, you know. And he would like try to just catch me by myself. So I try to not be by myself as often. One time he caught me, I think I was coming from the store downstairs and I was walking up. He just came out of nowhere, started like dragging me down the stairs, pulling my panties down and like proceeded to just give me oral. And I was like trying to kick him off and everything like that. And I mean, I fought for at least a good like 5-7 minutes. And then when I was able to escape, I just ran. I ran upstairs, I ran to the living room, and I just sat there. I was just scared.
Would you say like this was a common thing for most of the women?
I would say so, yeah. A lot of girls were sexually violated.
Everyone has stories like this.
Mm-hmm. Very common.
At what age do you start getting introduced to these arranged marriages?
I want to say like 13.
And how are you introduced to it?
Men would come over. They'll say, hey, I want to be your friend. I'm interested in marrying you. I had one person, I think somewhere in New York, who wanted to marry me. He was South Sudanese. Yeah, he wanted to marry me. He promised that, oh, I'm going to let you finish school, blah, blah, blah. You'll just be here until you're 18 and then we'll marry. And I'm like, I don't want to live with you.
And this man is coming to Egypt?
This is in America.
Oh, this is in America that this happened?
Yeah, I'm like 13 at this.
Oh, what's your mom saying?
She's the one who brings them to me. So, yeah.
Because your mom was married at 13.
Mm-hmm.
She's already knowing this is what it is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I guess it's so wild. It's so wild, right? Because these men know that here, you're going to jail.
They never. The women in our community protect these men. There's so many stories where men here in America that are South Sudanese have violated. I've heard so many horror stories in my family that one of the men, did something to his niece or whatever the case may be. And that man is still amongst our community, even though he's a registered sex offender now, because the girl did speak up and she pursued pressing charges and so forth, and he was found guilty. But he's still allowed to be around children, events, weddings, all of that.
How did you feel at 13 being introduced to this grown man and being told that you're potentially about to be married off?
I want to say I was angry. I was really angry. I don't think anyone had my best interests at heart. Yeah, I was really angry.
How'd you feel towards your mom? What is their relationship like?
I hated her.
At some point, you go to school in America, and you tell them what?
hey, she's trying to marry me off. It was a guy from North Dakota or South Dakota or whatever the case may be. He came down. Him and my mom talked about dowry. He bought me an iPhone.
What's dowry for people that don't know?
Dowry is pretty much paying a price for your soon-to-be wife. So, hey, thank you for raising this young lady to be who she is. This is in return to replace her. You know, that's just what a dowry is.
Okay. Okay. He buys your iPhone and
Yeah, he bought me an iPhone. He took me shopping. We had a conversation. He's like, you know, he likes me a lot. He's a pastor, and yeah, he's a big pastor, big one.
Is he Sudanese as well?
He's South Sudanese, yeah. And this incident is when I came back from foster care. So I left, came back thinking like, you know, everything is going to change, whatnot. He disappears. So, you know, at this point I felt defeated. Let me just give it a go. Let me just, you know, try to make her happy. I give in, and I was like, okay, we can look into marriage, whatnot. He was excited. That night we ended up in a hotel. And then we had intercourse. And then he sent me back home with my mom. And I had a little ring. I don't know where it is. It was like this little cheap ring he bought. Because he's like, oh, I'm a Christian. I can't do this without us being married in spirit and blah, 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 blah. So that night he put a whole ring in my hand, and I was like, I mean, hey, it is what it is. And we had intercourse. From there, he just started becoming like extremely possessive. Me and my mom, we got into it.
How old are you?
I want to say at this 14, because I came back 14, 15.
14, 15.
Mm-hmm. So sophomore year. Oh, I bet he was like in his 40s.
Okay.
Yeah. So after that incident, me and my mom, we got into it. She just felt like I need to stay home. I'm doing too much. Like I'm becoming a woman. You know, I can't be a child anymore. I can't go hang out with my friends. And that's when me and her, we got into it. She called me really bad names. She said she wanted to kill herself. I said, the knife is in the kitchen. Do whatever you need to do. From there, she drags me outside, calls the police, tell them well, before she dragged me outside, she called my supposed-to-be husband. He cusses me out. He says I'm lucky that he's not in Kansas, or he would have beat me and whatnot.
He was in New York?
No. He was in South or North Dakota, whichever one of those he lives in. And from there, I was like, oh, in that case, you know, this wedding can't continue. You might as well get your dowry back, whatever portion you put towards it. I'm going back to foster care, and I'm reporting it. So I called Bonnie. I said, hey, Mom, I'm ready to come back. And she's like, what's going on?
Who's Bonnie?
My mom. And I explained everything, and she's like, I'm on the phone with your caseworker, and my worker gonna get you home. And I was patiently waiting. That time, things just kept escalating. And she just was like, hey, they're on their way. You're gonna have to stay in juvie for a little bit, group home, and then you can come home. So it's like this whole little protocol ordeal. I didn't understand it, but yeah.
Yeah, now, I mean, for a child to even choose that route over being home says a lot about what home is.
Mm-hmm.
And your mother's obviously benefiting from your marriage because she's getting paid.
Mm-hmm.
We never got to touch on how you got to foster care.
Mm-hmm.
How did you get to foster care to begin with?
My cousin came for the summer. She's staying with us. She tells me, you know, my mom says we can go out. We went to a hookah lounge. We came back. My mom started calling me like, Sharamuta means like whore, prostitute, just a bunch of names. At this point, I'm over it. Like at this point, this is when I'm like, I do not care anymore. So I just simply told her, I said, I'd rather be a whore any day as long as my children know who their fathers are. And from there, She just bit her bottom lip, ran to the kitchen, grabbed a knife, came charging at me. My cousin pushed me in the room, closed the door, and she stabbed the door. When she realized the knife was stuck, that's when she tries to grab another one to force her way into the room to unalive me. But I wasn't like petrified, because before she tried to like burn my face with hot water. So I'm just like, it is what it is. This one is better. So
Wait, first of all, what?
Yeah.
You know, second of all, like, how many baby fathers does your mother have?
everyone has a different dads. Five baby daddies, 6 maybe.
Damn. Is there any grace for your mom in the sense that, you know, you sort of have this westernized American education? You're obviously a very bright young lady. You have the advantages of therapy and circular thinking and talking things out and understanding sort of like this forgiveness, and you're Christian. Knowing what she went through at 13, she didn't get to speak up for herself the way you did. She didn't get to come and flee to America the way you did. She was stuck in, you know, hell on earth through war after war after war. The psychological toll on her. No one came to protect her. Is there any grace for your mom?
When I loved her, I wanted to understand like where she came from. When it comes to foster care, we have family therapy, like group therapy, where everyone is involved. I did try to implement therapy for her as well. I told her she might be bipolar. She went off. And I had a conversation like, hey, we should work on our relationship. I tried to have, you know, what had happened to me conversation. She didn't want to have it. She didn't want to hear it. I'm a liar, even though she witnessed one incident, but I'm a liar, you know, or multiple incidents. I don't know if she set it up or not, but when I loved her, I really wanted that mother and daughter relationship. But I think when my son came and the disrespect and calling my son trash and plotting on getting me jumped and everything like that, I lost respect. I was just like, I'm gonna pick my kid. Like this journey with us having to understand each other and the mom, whatever, it's like, I'm over it.
And you say when you loved her, you no longer love your mother.
Like even like her scent makes me sick. Does that make sense? Yeah. Like just smelling her scent just hurts my belly. I don't know. Even thinking about her just boils my blood.
So after your mother tries to stab you with a knife, you call police?
I call police.
And they remove you from the home?
They remove me.
How did you like your foster parents? And if things were going well at the foster home, why would they send you back to your mother?
I love living with Miss Bonnie. Well, she's like my mom. The goal in foster care is to unite the family. So before, you know, any other things, adoption or whatever, the goal is to unite the family. So that was the goal. So, you know, my first visit after 6 months, I was promised I'm gonna see my siblings. My siblings weren't there. It was my ex who went to her house who wanted to marry me, and they started like speaking my native tongue. Like he was just doing like a whole proposal in front of my caseworker. She didn't seem to even notice like I'm uncomfortable. I don't want to have this conversation. I keep speaking in English. They keep speaking in Dinka. And I'm like, hey, get me out of here. Get me out of here. That when that situation happened, that was my last visit. When my siblings, I wasn't able to see my siblings. And he came and he's like, hey, just end this whole thing. let's get married and, I'll restore the family's name. You don't even have to worry about none of this. We don't ever have to speak about it. I was like, I'm not going back with you guys.
But you still ended up back there?
I want to say after that incident, a little months later, but it wasn't for him.
Right.
It was a new proposal.
And then that's what brought you back home?
That was the North Dakota, South Dakota pastor.
Right.
When I got back.
This South Sudanese community in Kansas is large?
It's huge. We have a big population in Australia, Nebraska, Kansas, so we're everywhere.
And it's almost like they still take the traditions and the culture from there and they just bring it here.
Yeah.
It's also sort of appalling how, these traditions and cultures just set children up for rape, PTSD, all in the name of this is how we do things. And no one is just like, this needs we need to put an end to this.
Yeah.
Right? I feel like you're in a sense sort of like a pioneer. I feel like speaking out on all of this.
No, I threatened my mom. I said if my sister calls or my siblings call me and the same thing you're doing to my sister, you might as well just bring out your heaviest hitter because, we're going to have to step outside. What happened to me, I didn't want that to happen to my sister. So I educated her, my siblings, about all the predators that come through the doors that she lets in. When I was leaving, my last words to my baby brothers was like, hey, protect her, by all means. Don't let nobody go upstairs. Like the living room, the kitchen, the dining room, the bathroom is down here. Upstairs is your sister's room, your room, mom's room. Don't let them go. And they made me very proud. It broke my heart that I have to put my baby siblings, put them in an adult position. It broke me, but I wasn't there to protect. So,
what happens after you leave the pastor? What happens after you say, listen, everybody, I ain't with none of this. I'm done. What happens next?
I left the community for good. For good. As long as my siblings had communications with me, and they were okay, I have no business.
You went back with Miss Bonnie? Why wasn't Miss Bonnie there to help you with your child when you had got pregnant?
I'm very independent, extremely. And she knows I am. I'm a very prideful person. And my mom has sabotaged a lot of relationships. And I just didn't want her to involve Bonnie in it. I didn't want Bonnie to be manipulated or even feel like, oh my gosh, what side do I just didn't want any of that. This is a woman who has tarnished my name. Lying, telling the community, telling everyone that I'm sleeping with her husband, my father, my stepdad. So I just didn't want Bonnie to, even go through any of that. So I just suffered quietly.
Why would she make up something like that?
I don't know. Till today, I really don't know.
Did your stepfather, did he ever make any passes at you?
Never. That's the thing. I even had a conversation with him. I was like, hey, talk to me. Did anything happen that I don't know? He was like, I would never. And I believe him because he's never lied to me.
They're still together?
No. She cheated on him. So 3 of the kids that were born after my brother, they were supposed to be his, and only one was his, and it was my sister. So my brother, the one that was born in Egypt, he doesn't know his father. The one that was born in Sudan don't know his dad. The little one, he just found out who his dad is after I told him who his dad is, because I recognized the man. When my dad would go back to Rockford, he would come, to the house, and I would be like, dang, he's still here. Like we would come from school, he's there. we would wake up, he's there. So I recognized that like he disappeared all of a sudden, but that was when my dad was back in town. I was like, that's weird. I told my dad about it. He never listened to me. I told him from Egypt, the woman is cheating on him. Because my dad is 7'1", and he had locks. So I know what my dad looks like, smells like, and I'm like, that person going in there is not my dad.
You sent me these pictures, just child photos and, growing up, beautiful images.
Thanks.
But you were with these giants.
Yeah.
I mean, giant of people.
Mm-hmm.
I've never seen anything like it. The man's hands were just massive.
They're huge.
Who are these people, right?
The giants of Africa.
The giants of Africa.
Yeah. They're the Nilotics.
It reminded me of a basketball player, Manute Bol, his son, Bol, who's in the NBA now. And then you tell me.
Yeah, that's family. That's my blood. Uncle Manute Bol and my baby cousin Bol.
We're talking about 7'6", 7'5". Just how tall is your sister?
My baby sister, 6'3".
6'3".
6'3".
How tall is your brother?
6'3". Majuk's 6'3", 6'6". He's the tallest one out of everyone, and he's like 14. So everyone is above 6 foot. I just stop after 6'2". I'm like, man, y'all giants, you guys are huge. Because I'm only 5'7". That's the sad part.
But your son, the trajectory, they say.
Yeah.
How tall is your?
He's supposed to be 7'1", 7 foot.
He's already
on peer to me.
And how old is he?
9.
I could see how a culture would want to sort of preserve this blood, this DNA that you all have. Is there somewhat sort of like this preservation that you feel like let's just create with each other? And like, is that a real thing?
Genetic purposes. And also, if you want your kids to have land and to be able to go back home. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's going to be difficult because they're born here and depending who's the leader. But yeah, the whole goal is to keep the bloodline pure. For me, I don't date South Sudanese men. So as long as you're a Black man in the diaspora, that's all that matters. As long as you're not South Sudanese. Now, that
anything but home.
Giving me EBGs.
What is your relationship like with men right now?
I don't take them serious. They're a joke to me.
What was your relationship like with men growing up? I mean, like, after, you have this child, is it very difficult dating? Is it really difficult making a connection with guys?
Yeah. Dating is hard. Yeah. It's like they ask questions and it's like, I don't feel comfortable answering questions. I don't know them. I don't trust them. I don't trust men. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's difficult.
What do you see the main differences between sort of American women and from women back home?
I love American women. They have a backbone. Black women gave me my backbone. They taught me how to speak up, protect myself. They taught me to be, like, when I say loud, not like obnoxious, but what I say is, I said what I said. Like that kind of vibe.
I would say you had that before you met. Because even when we go back to your story, I mean, you were always boisterous and you always fought back. You didn't just accept.
Now. Like, not now, but like when I came to America and whatnot. Yeah. But I didn't really start fighting back until I befriended some African-American women. They accepted me finally because, I mean, I was too Black. I was an African booty scratcher, Darth Vader. Mm-hmm. So nobody really wanted to hang around me in the Black community. But when I found my little team, yeah, they taught me all that I needed to know.
And what are you doing now?
Modeling, school, full-time, pre-med. and just trying to heal. I think that's even more difficult than school. It's awful.
It's lifelong. That's the truth.
Yeah.
There's a beginning, but there's no end to it. You know, you're just always trying to heal. You got any regrets?
My only regret.
You know, I'm going to leave this here. This kind of reminds me of my time with Bomb Cherry and Sis. Women who need healing should actually don't do interviews, don't do YouTube shows, fucking heal. The journey, telling the journey is not part of your healing. And from my personal standpoint, I wouldn't touch any of you with a 10-foot pole. You need to heal. Oh, let me finish. I wouldn't touch you with a 10-foot pole. My dick is not a 10-foot pole.
Speak for yourself.
I said what I said, dude. I can't do it. Dude, I got my ass handed to me by women who are damaged. And you know what? Something interesting that Sis said yesterday. My wife wasn't motherfucking damaged. You know, I got my ass handed to me by Sis. Now she's with a white man, but black men with white women are a problem. I know where you might go with this. Let's table that. So a black man who is with a white woman, and I wasn't 21 or 22, I was 38. She found all kinds of problems. And you know what? I'm sorry, what?
I'm sorry, I was talking to my wife. My bad. Should have been on mute.
So, you know what? I learned a lesson. Black women who are damaged, or I suppose any woman who have been damaged, no. And that's my takeaway from yesterday. Bomb Cherry and PTSD, fucking Sis in her, young formative years, and she's only 30. She went through a ringer. I don't even want to fucking talk to him.
Did you not hear what she said? This lady right here on the video?
Well, she's damaged too.
Yeah, but she found her crew.
I don't care.
No.
No. I know where you want to go. They're probably damaged. They fucking sit around the fire and do the witch's brew and do YouTube shows. I was probably on the YouTube show and she's one of the women that was up there.
You don't find that kind of horrifying?
No, I do not.
I find it horrifying because you don't know who you're dealing with ever.
I don't have to be with these women.
Be in the cabinet.
Dude, I'm gonna be honest with you. Drip, his show I might go up on. T, I might go up on. I'll never go up on Roz's show because she's such a peaceful soul. Dude, I would only ruin her show if I get up on her panel because most of the men that go to her show are as damaged as this lady. And by the way, I think this lady's gorgeous. She is gorgeous. She is gorgeous.
I met her uncle before back in '89.
This woman's?
Yeah. He said Manute Bull was her uncle back at '89.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he was over here.
No, is what he would tell me.
No, that's the Kimbe. That's the Kimbe.
Oh, you know what? Okay, my bad. God damn it. I thought I was going to make a good joke. I fucked that up, didn't I? Look,
No, but you was in Dikembe mode yesterday, and I find that shit hilarious.
look. Bottom line is at 60 or 38, when I met my wife, I had choices, and with her, I made the right choice. And the odd thing, and I couldn't tell these people this, these women this, motherfucker. I made the choice for me. I don't have to. That they actually think that I needed to explain who I wanted to marry at 38, 28, maybe 18, certainly. Motherfucker, I was good and goddamn grown. I knew the risks. I knew the social implications. These women are much too presumptuous. And they think they're smarter than they are. This is not that bright. Now, I think she can be, but she's only 30. Fucking Bomb Cherry's a fucking lunatic. She's honestly a lunatic. She can't follow. She doesn't know shit. He can't follow an argument. She doesn't know the background. Like, I'm not going to go back and listen to the show, though I'm tempted to. What do you think? Should we re-listen to the greatest hits?
The greatest hits is tempting, but but her advanced age is definitely down the road from what you see in some of these younger women.
Son, if my son ever comes to me and talks about, oh, she's a very beautiful woman, but she has a past, dude, I'm gonna have to go out of emeritus and tell him, motherfucker, don't bring her to my house. The kids either. I'm actually that cruel. Don't do it.
That's not cruel. That's part of the protection.
I can't protect an adult from what he's going to do, but I can protect myself.
You ain't wrong, but the kids that it produces, the wild card.
I don't give a fuck. That's your problem. I'm a granddad. I will be a grandfather, not their parent. Yes. This is an odd question. I've had conversations with people who smoke pot. That's John Galt every goddamn show. And by the way, marijuana is an opiate, right?
Sure.
Let me look it up right quick. I think marijuana is considered an opiate. Is marijuana, because I can never spell it, an opiate? I'm pretty sure it is.
I haven't been that much of a fan of the devil's grass.
You know what? I haven't done it. Oh, wait, shit. Cannabis is not an opiate. However, THC, the main psychoactive compound of marijuana, has an indirect effect on opioid receptors. So the answer is it's not an opiate, but similar. So honestly, no, I have not sinned, but I've had conversations with opioid-ish. So the answer is no sin. Why do you ask? You did, but because you did, you just were not aware of it? You mean, you know what, Sin? I'm starting to listen to you more. This woman is steering me in good directions. Pain pill. Well, shit. You know what? Yeah. Shit, I've been on opioids, but and I'm sure I've talked to people, but not in the past 5, 6, 7 years. Okay, yep. I just learned. I had to look it up. Opioids. No, opiates are not just painkillers. But because they're painkillers that aren't opiates as well. But I get your point, Sin. And goddamn, Sin, you ought to come up one of these days. You are smart. Abiola doing good here. Oh, that's 12th man.
Stop scaring her off, man. I'm sure she don't have a problem with
Gen
it. No?
7?
Yeah, you gotta do that Stanley shit.
I don't do Stanley shit with women generally, unless it's needed.
Gun pop. You come over here with that gun
Hey, look
popping.
No, you know what though? She's a good woman. I talked to her. I think I've been up on her show once or twice, or run into her, but I'm not motherfucking dude. What she did was crazy, and she has actually been through a fairly hard time. She had some tragedy in her life, but no, I need T or Mo Love. They're my speed. Or they're compatriots. I'm just fucking dude. These motherfuckers are crazy on YouTube. Shanika maybe, or TMKC. I need a sane black woman or a sane woman in general. And there aren't many of them in my little travels around these YouTube spaces. These motherfuckers are crazy. So that's my assessment. And dude, again, I'm halfway through some Guinness Stout. So you know what? I'm not totally sharp, but no. Dude, I know this shit is bad if I'm starting to think fucking Hoodservative isn't in the quicksand I thought he was in. That motherfucker is on solid ground.
Yep, you won't be able to tell him that though. He won't believe you.
Sure I will. I'll run into him at some point.
He's gonna avoid you for 3 months.
Oh, I don't give a fuck. Then I'll run into him in 4 months.
You have to rename this show because you're
I'm not.
more than a far
Wait,
right
hold it.
Republican.
You do know I'm not gonna motherfucking make a special trip.
You should.
When I'll run into him when I run into him.
You should just be like, you know what? You were right.
No, I'm not doing that. That would be humiliation. I'm not into motherfucking. I'm not into self debasement.
Oh shit! That's funny.
Sorry. It will have to come at the right time.
As long as
Now,
me and you know what the right thing to do is.
Hey, look, you know what? SKC will find out. I'm not afraid to go, motherfucker. I'm not afraid to say I was wrong. That's how you fucking learn shit. I was wrong, but not totally. I'm not totally convinced. I'm just saying there might be something to it.
Yep.
So this is Mehdi Hassan with a bunch of Hitler youth.
I think you say I'm a fascist. Yeah, I am.
I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that I don't think this is good for society. So in this video, I'm going to break down just not this debate, but what I believe the impact of these sorts of debates are. So Mehdi Hassan debated 20 far-right conservatives in at least a few cases, just open fascists, through the website Jubilee. They host these sorts of debates. I think I covered a recent one with Sam Cedar, where it's, at least in this case, one person versus 20 other people, and it's sort of this rapid fire debate process.
And by the way, you're not going to like this guy. He is a progressive, but the goal is his take on Mehdi Hassan's debate with, they were actually lunatics. At least the clips will prove his point. Dude, white kids are, look, The only reason, you know what, I'm not going to even go there because I need to think this point through.
Ridiculous. And this Mehdi Hassan debate now has 2.2 million views in just a day. So I'm going to get to my personal experience with Jubilee and why I turned down a debate last year, as well as why I don't think this is good. Despite the fact that Mehdi Hassan did a fantastic job from what I saw. I didn't watch the whole thing because I'm not going to subject myself to that. But from what I saw, he did fantastic. From what I heard, Mehdi Hassan might honestly be the best debater in the world. So I have no doubt that he did well in this quote-unquote debate.
Fucking idiot,
But that isn't my
blazing
issue.
Mehdi Hassan.
My issue is that
wait,
we're
hold it.
even
You don't know
having
who Mehdi
a
Hassan
debate
is?
with
Hey,
these absolute lunatics,
Jeremy,
which
hit the motherfucking
inherently
link.
is giving value to their perspective. So let me start with the clip
I
with
have
how
questions about Ava. But not many. You don't know who Mehdi Hassan is? You know what? I asked dumb questions. Dude,
I was about to say, make your point, Stanley.
Nah, you have kids. You don't have the time old pensioners like me have.
Y'all don't have a problem with blazing each other.
That's why you need to come up to this show and be my main advisors. She knows the most of these YouTube characters much longer than most of you. Sin, okay, I believe you. Don't be shy. Advise me, or you know what, Sin? Let me drop my email address. Dude, help me out. Help me out, Sin. I need your help. And I'm dead serious. Dude, YouTube is fucking crazy town, apparently.
That's why I love it. Yeah, dude. This is where you get people that are
Fuck all that bullshit. No, I
entertaining,
fucking hate it. Dude,
out of left field.
dude,
Love that shit.
I seriously, dude, I had a serious thought on fucking Bomb Cherry's show. What am I doing here? I think I need to leave. Dude, this is crazy town sometimes. Not this panel so much. I'm not going on her show again. I need to. This is why I don't do it. I don't have the balls of a John Galt. John Galt will he knows, where he can go. I can't do that shit. Number one, I have pride. And number two, I don't like stupid people. John Galt has a very high tolerance for stupidity. I don't have it.
For example, who you consider some of the people that
Is that 12 man? What up, 12 man?
Oh, hey, let me tell you who I consider stupid. We can start with Be Brave. We can start with John Galt. We can start with several people. No, I'm not kidding. I didn't stutter.
Do you think I'm stupid, Stanley?
Depends on the day. Did you hold Ava's hand? If you did, then I don't think you're stupid.
I didn't hold her hand. I just let her kick me in the balls twice. No, 3 times.
Oh, wait, didn't you meet her at the beach the other day? I didn't watch the whole video.
Yeah.
Did you kiss her?
Nah, I'm not.
You should have. You should have. Oh, man. Dude, how old are you? You're in your 30s.
Yeah.
Dude, you know what? I think Ava is cute. And I also think she's smart. Don't be shy.
I'm not shy.
You know you want her,
it's
right?
Not that, dude. It's not shy. No,
yeah,
no.
you are.
I'm into a chick right now, so I can't be too timing. But no, she's great.
You're what? Wait, hold it. You said you're in a relationship.
No, I'm into a different chick. I'm just yeah.
In a relationship with that different chick?
Nah.
That's okay, dude. Get a relationship. You're in your 30s.
Yeah, I'm working on it.
Don't do a Stanley Cross and get married at 38. Dude, my son was born when I was 41, and the first time I got down on my knees to play with him, the next morning, my left knee was the size of a grapefruit. You want to do it while you're young.
Yeah, I'm working on it. Trust me, I'm working on it.
You wanna,
I just got.
you know what?
I got.
You know what? You want to
I'm just
play
cursed,
catch with
dude.
your son, and if you get
I
hit
know.
by an errant pitch, you don't fucking develop blood clots.
Yeah, for sure. No, I'm working on it. Trust me. I'm 35. I got a chick that I really like, but there are a bunch of other chicks that I'm into as well. So if things don't work out there, then I'll be just fine. I just
Make
picked
him
up.
work out. Make him
Yeah.
work out.
I just picked up a new job managing a bakery
Oh, really?
and working a food truck. So yeah, I'm meeting a lot of women. But I just get this like
Oh,
I had this
shit.
bad habit of like falling in love with chicks, and then I
You're in
can't fall
Seattle,
out of
right?
love. Yeah, I'm in Seattle.
Dude, look, and I kind of know where you're coming from, but look, if they don't sound crazy, develop conversations. You actually have to talk to women to figure out if you can live with them for any length of time.
Right.
Fuck them. The fucking is the benefit. You gotta be able to talk. You gotta be able to do something other than,
Exactly. Yeah.
copulate.
No, that's the thing. Like the chick I'm
Copulation is
into.
not key.
Right.
And you don't
Sex is
spell
just something you
copulation
do.
with a K, by the way.
Yeah. I like sex morning and evenings, but you still got to like live with the person day to day. And
Hey,
I'm
look,
really just
let me
looking for
tell
a
you
chick with a
something.
good sense of humor. Like if a chick has a good sense of humor,
Okay.
then
Well, see,
like, I'm good.
I think that's a worthy shit. That now well, you probably know this as well as I do. Generally, people who can crack jokes, like good jokes, have sentience. They can tie their
Yep.
shoes.
Free thinking, down to earth. Yeah, good
I
people.
don't know about down to earth, but they're at least smart.
Right. Yeah.
Hey, where is Dave still here? I'm looking at something else. Dave, what are your milk cow? Who is milk cow? Milk?
They're a
Do you
chatter
know who
that's
this
been.
is?
Yeah, they're one of my chatters. Yeah.
Let's see.
Recently to my
What's
channel as well.
Distinction's favorite radio song? A Radiohead song. What is the It's a Shame About Ray is my favorite Radiohead song.
I love Radiohead. They're one of my favorites.
Back in the day, back in the 90s, yeah. I remember Radiohead. It's a Shame About Ray actually is a good song though.
Yeah. Is that a Radiohead song?
And it's the only one I can really recall off the top of my head from Radiohead.
Well, you probably know Creep. Everybody knows Radiohead's Creep.
Oh yeah. Yeah. They played that on the radio back in the 90s.
Yeah, that's actually like my least favorite Radiohead song. I can't stand when people play that song and then it's like, oh, I love Radiohead. This is such a good song. It's just, dude, Radiohead's so much
Well,
better.
It's a
music
Shame
than that
About
song.
Ray has significance because, I have a family member named Ray. So we go. And Sin, here's my email address. Look, if you don't want to come up on the panel and you know a bunch of these YouTube people, I might run some, like, I'm not going up on these motherfuckers panels anymore, but I hopefully I can hit you up with questions about some of these old timers on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
So what else have you been up to besides work? Anything interesting?
Just grinding on YouTube. Been building up pretty well lately. I had a 500 view stream just the other night. Getting a ton of new subs. Just kind of branching out.
Nice.
Other than that, I'm just trying to stay healthy. Getting outside, doing a lot of exercise, working out, trying to eat right, even though that's really hard to do. But just staying healthy, get my shit done.
Yeah, well, I will be monetized in 10 years.
I'm almost there.
That's my game plan.
I'm
And
not monetized,
these must be folks from your.
Yeah. Sorry, I got some people that are also from mine. So everybody that's coming from my channel, make sure you sub up to.
Well, y'all
Stanley.
make sure you subscribe to @StanleyCross.com. That's my personal channel, and do actually I better do the commercial at StanleyCross.com is my channel. I simulcast there and to the John Gall Urban Landlord channel. Please subscribe to John's. That's kind of my main channel. Also, make sure you subscribe to Urban Landlord Clips. Now, let me make a disclaimer here. Oh, by the way, y'all hit the like button if you're in the John Gall or Urban Landlord Clips channel. Go over to at Stanley Cross, the YouTube channel, hit like, subscribe, and then you can come on back over. But I also need to, do the disclaimer. I'm not John Gall. I am Stanley Cross, and I am not a motherfucking anti-black. I actually think and have a grounding in reality. So I warn you now, you're not going to always like what I have to say or the way I analyze things.
Yeah, and you're military too, right?
Used to be. Not now.
Military, yeah.
But no. Well, that's part of my training process, but I appreciate you mentioning it.
Yeah, no, I can tell you got that kind of discipline. That's why I kind of
I don't know that I'm disciplined.
Yeah, well, a lot more disciplined than everyone else around here.
Deacon Dave, John Gall, all these motherfuckers don't think I'm disciplined. As a matter of fact, it is so funny. John Gall thinks I'm just like all the other blacks. It's so black. Look at Stanley being all belligerent.
Yeah, nah.
He makes me fucking laugh.
No, I like John Gall too. Yeah, he's cool. He's got some good ideas too.
You know what? Who doesn't love him? So, John Gall is, to be honest, John Gall is an awesome person.
Yeah, I'm a big fan.
We just don't agree on
steals the spotlight.
We just don't agree on the politics and the culture part.
Yeah, who agrees on politics nowadays? Anyways, everyone's got their own take. Yeah, no, I like John Gall. He's good.
Eric W.
I really like his
God
street
damn it.
interviews. I think it's cool when he goes out.
You know what? I do too. Except I like him better when he's a more cogent.
For sure.
Eric, what's up, man? Good to see you.
Yeah, and if my chat gets
have
a little
you
out of
seen
control,
Mackenzie lately?
Mackenzie, I know of a Mackenzie.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if it's the same one, but she doesn't like me.
I used to always run into her over on Ava's channel. She's a Hilton Head resident and a Southerner, and I always loved, kind of exchanging Southernisms with her.
No, sure, yeah. I'm in Seattle, so I love interacting with anybody from the South. It's like they got the real American soul. As low IQ as
Well,
some people sound
oddly
from the
enough,
South,
we do. Just ask anyone. Look, you go and find you a Robert E. Lee statue. That is the soul of America.
Oh yeah, I'd love to do my selfie with Robert E. Lee, just Confederacy memorabilia. Like, I don't support it, but I think that's just fascinating.
The Confederacy
Absolutely
was
fascinating.
The Confederacy was the real America.
Exactly.
The bottom line is when Abraham Lincoln talked about the better angels of our nature, he wasn't talking about America.
Yeah. No, I love that. I think, especially Civil War history is just, that's just fascinating. How many died in the Civil War? What, just the change in culture,
Look at this
before and
motherfucker.
after.
I like New Orleans accents. White? Oh my Lord. What the fuck? Kelvin, really? King TL, hit the motherfucking link.
Yeah, King TL, get up here, dude. King TL's one of my often co-hosts. He comes up on my show a lot.
Yeah, King TL. I'm gonna drop it into the. Let me drop it here that way. I think everybody gets it if I do it this way. Yeah, King TL, hit the link. Let's see. Let me drop this link into the back chat. I'm not sure if it went over to your channel, but definitely want King TL to hit this link.
Yeah, if he's listening right now, I'm sure he can find your channel. What did you say it
Well,
was?
yeah, you're right. He does know where it is. My bad.
Yeah, King Tail should be familiar with you guys.
Oh yeah, he is. He's a friend of the show.
Yeah, I like King. He's cool.
So, I want to watch the rest of this. Are you familiar with Jubilee and this debate show they do with some older like political pundit types and young college students?
They do like speed debates, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I watched some people covering that with the liberal that debates a bunch of young, stupid red pill guys, right?
It's
Like,
people like Sam. Now I like Sam Cedar. He's a couple years younger than I am. He seems kind of sane. Mehdi Hassan is actually sane. Candace Owens was up there, and there's another conservative person that was up there. So they try and keep it balanced. But what I really get, young people, these college students, honestly, are
they're the worst. They're the worst. Yeah, no, there's a reason why I dropped out of college twice. Like, I went to college just for STEM. I wanted to be pre-med, I wanted to be a doctor, and then I wanted to be like a computer programmer. But everybody at college, they were all like up in like, they just wanted to talk politics. And like me personally, I don't find politics all that interesting. Like I've kind of figured out my politics early on, and that's kind of been cemented into my personality. Now I'm more interested in like technology and culture. But every time at college, they have professors that will literally try to organize protests and like try to convert young people into being anti-Trump. Like, I went to school the second time during the pandemic, and Black Lives Matter was a big thing. So I was at Lake Washington Tech on a computer programming scholarship, and the dean had actually taken over and started promoting a lot of political shit. And then we started having protests on campus, and then it was all that everybody talked about was Trump, 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 Trump.
Let me ask you to Juan. Hey, Juan, hit the link, please. Jeremy went to college. Read this. Do you know this guy? Or
Yeah,
woman?
Distinction. He's a little bitter. He's one of my chat guys, but he's kind of jealous of me. And he's jealous of all the attention I'm getting and all this stuff. So I love you,
There is nothing wrong. There is nothing wrong with STEM being slang for penis, sir.
Yeah,
It comes
fine.
in.
And
It
Distinction is
comes
very
in.
fun.
It comes in handy in college if you are willing to use it.
Yeah. No, I made a lot of money from my STEM education. Even though I didn't get my degree, but I did make a lot of money in IT. So.
Oh yeah. Yep.
It's not really one of those fields where you need a degree. You just got to be able to prove yourself.
Now Juan is also a legally educated person. So, dude,
Okay.
and it's so funny. I kind of had a thing for chemistry, but I probably should have been a lawyer. Because I've been watching people like William F. Buckley literally like since 7th or 8th grade. I was always fascinated, mostly by the ideas and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So even in the Navy, I went from politics to more fiction. I've always been a literary fiction guy.
Yeah. Like
Didn't really-
sci-fi
I didn't
or
really-
just what kind of fiction
No,
exactly?
literally literary fiction, like
Okay, yeah, yeah.
contemporary literary fiction.
Yeah.
Science fiction, yeah. I mean, I've read my Fahrenheit 451s and all that sort of stuff, but I'm not generally into science fiction, though. Get Crack got me back into science fiction a bit. So congratulations, for like broadening my horizons. Hold on one sec, Juan. But the thing is, the one thing I've noticed, especially since my son was born, so I'll say since my early to mid 40s, I started getting more into politics, culture, and fiction because it kind of helped me with parenting. I had to keep up with current events a little bit more.
Right.
And so I've gone with that. And dude, that's why I think you'll be a good father. And speaking of fathers, here is the best father on this panel. What's up, Juan? Automaton literally is how it's pronounced, Eric W. Son, I know how to pronounce Eric W. Automaton. He thinks it ought to be pronounced automaton or some bullshit like that. Automaton is how it's pronounced. Period. Learn English, son. American English. Not. We don't call it how do the British pronounce aluminum? Aluminium or some bullshit like that?
Aluminium. Yep.
Yeah, it's motherfucking
Completely
aluminum.
correct. It's aluminum. Yeah, it's straight up aluminum.
This motherfucker watched too much Doctor Who as a kid, so he thinks everything is pronounced.
Right. Pretentious. It's just people who are pretentious. Yeah, they like watch too much TV.
Oh no! It is
personality traits.
automaton, son. It is automaton. So anyway, Juan, I'm sorry I disturbed your opening statement.
I wasn't saying anything. I was just simply saying, good to see you guys.
Yeah, you too. I was hoping King TL would get up off his lazy ass and hit the link, but apparently that's not going to happen. Nice try, Stanley. You know what? You are just you know what? See, this motherfucker knows how to fucking push my button. Pronunciation. It's automaton, motherfucker.
I'm still trying to figure out what Abiola means when he or she says
no, that you're thinking of Ottoman. I said
it's the Automaton Empire.
Yeah, did it rule football?
I just put my foot up and built an empire.
Was it invented in 1299? Did it last until like the middle of the late 19th century?
The Ottoman. The
Ottomans.
Oh, that is funny.
I got a lot of trolls in my chat, so I apologize if some of my
no. It's fun. Eric W. That motherfucker is he's got troll blood.
As long as they're funny, I love them. Yeah, I love a funny troll. So.
He's an elite troll.
Mm-hmm.
I have to up my troll game when he's in a chat. So salute there, Eric W. And Speak, hit the link, man. Wait, hold it. Speak, you're still awake after being up all night trolling yourself? You know who Here for the Tea is, right?
I don't.
Oh.
Lovely little lady out there.
Hey, Speak Radio, not on my panel, he doesn't.
Yeah, no, not here. I only do it when it's called for.
Jeremy and I know each other well enough. He is a polite young man on this panel, and he doesn't. You know what? I have no problems with you. So, well.
No, we've had plenty of good panels together. So I'm a fan.
Yeah.
So did you guys see what happened to
I'm a fan of yours, motherfucker.
Cheers.
Hey, I also have to warn you, Jeremy. I'm halfway through some Guinness Stout, so I'm a little loopy.
Yeah, no worries. I'm sipping on some beer too.
That's where Aviola's comment comes in.
You know what? That's even better. I'm not a troll, just honest. Salute, Eric W. I'm honester. I'm honesty. I roast, you get roasted. So stay in the chat or hit the link, and I am fucking with you, son. You'll be fine.
I still got this in chat complaining.
Abiola. See, this is an African who is scared to spell out the N-word. I've heard Abiola go in all day. Let's go in. Is it Nike? Is it Nuance? Is it Nerf football? Dude, have some balls. They handed out balls to boys in Africa, right? Now I'm fucking with him a little bit.
Speaking of Africa, did you guys hear about what happened to Umar Johnson?
No, I didn't. What happened?
He went to South Africa and his bank froze his accounts.
Wait, say that again?
He went to South Africa, and when he came back, his bank froze his bank accounts.
Yeah,
Who
some
is this? I'm
terrorism
sorry.
accusation, or
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Who?
Mark Johnson. You said
Umar Johnson, Dr. Umar.
Oh wow,
Umar,
And-
yeah.
Umar, the psychologist. Now he wants to call himself.
Now let me ask you a question. That matters how?
It doesn't. I just thought it was funny.
It is kind of interesting.
You
It is
know,
kind of
you know
interesting, but
why? You know, I guarantee you, it is like back payments for child support.
Speaking of child support,
You can't come back to the Americas until you start paying your child support. What the fuck? South Africa?
You know what? That is a deportation policy I can get behind.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
we've always had that. If
Actually,
you're behind on your child support, you can't become an American citizen yet. Like, you have to be caught up on everything.
Yeah.
American citizens can't even renew their passport if they're behind on their child support.
Is that
Yeah.
right?
Yes.
No, I think it should be a bigger deal. I think if a guy doesn't, like, if he falls behind 2 months in his child support, put him in jail for a night.
They already do that here in Texas.
Good.
Well, I don't know.
I know there are
You know
definitely
what?
situations where
It depends on the person. Like, if you're
Right,
broke,
right.
they're not really going to do that much to you. But if you're worth, let's say in the high 6 figures, 7 figures, that's when they'll be like, we need to set an example. You go 30,000 off to jail you go, which is stupid in my opinion. It should.
Oh, look at this! Look at this brave man. It's almost 3 a.m.
Well, what do you mean
Is
in?
it Abiola? No,
And-
you know what he means.
And
He's
it's
a nice guy.
Okay, all I have to say, Abiola, is if you've ever heard Paul Simon, we know you don't have diamonds on the soles of your shoes, and this is a very risque kind of, lady black, what is it, Lady Smith Black Mombasa, whatever the fucking group was. Dude, you don't have diamonds on the soles of your shoes, but what you need to do is tuck yourself in under the African stars, and if it's 3 a.m., go to sleep and stop
for sure.
typing in. Say the word, motherfucker.
Exactly.
I am fucking with Abiola though. I don't want him to say it. Not anything that's gonna get him,
Right. Yeah,
behind,
we don't need to be hitting
behind African bars.
South African bars.
You're drunk when you start laughing at your own stupid jokes.
Oh, I do it all the time, even when I'm not drunk. Trust me. I'm so cringe. I actually call myself a comedian around here, but yeah, whatever. It's the internet.
Nah, you crack a good joke or two.
I do. I feel like I do. Yeah, I try.
Hey, you know what? Clever is never always going to land. Only look. We get it. I get you. So
Yeah, it's hit or miss when you're trying to be a funny guy throwing out jokes. It's always hit or miss, but sometimes you do land one, and it's
sometimes you bomb.
Yeah, it's part of the game for sure.
What the fuck is this idiot talking about?
Edward. Oh,
It's
we did a
hard to-
roast. We did a roast of Edward a couple
really?
weeks ago, and I kind of humiliated him. It was all for fun, but he really hasn't gotten over it since. We did a full-on roast, like an hour-long roast of Edward.
Well, Jeremy, what's your YouTube channel so that I can subscribe?
I'm the
Yeah, me
Foreman
too.
Show
Drop the
Live.
motherfucker, put it in the back chat, and I'll drop it into the both chats, and I'll subscribe myself. I didn't really even know you had a channel.
Yeah, I'm still doing it. It's not really much. Like I get
Motherfucker,
30 people watching.
just drop the
That's it.
goddamn link.
Yeah, I got you backstage. The Foreman Show Live.
Mr. Speak Radio.
I almost said the
Here.
Foreman Show Live. That would have been funny.
What the fuck? Here for the P. Abiola. I'm probably a little sensitive about that, but you better amend that or something. Let's see, what is he?
Distinction in chat. Distinction. He's mad at me right now. I don't know exactly why, but it's kind of fun. I'm going to entertain it for a bit. But yeah, no, I just posted up just my handle. Yeah, so that's my YouTube show. I try to go live every day. I try to be consistent. And,
really?
Yeah. I had King up
well,
on
wait,
my panel.
Hold on. What's the you put the StreamYard? Put the YouTube.
Oh no, that's not the StreamYard. I posted up the so at the Foreman Show Live. That's my YouTube handle.
Oh, there you. Okay, my bad. Sorry, I'm drunk and old.
You're good. I think somebody in my chat will post up a link too. So.
Well, you got 530 subscribers as of now, Mr. Foreman Show.
Motherfucker, you got how many? How long have you been on the air?
I started streaming right before the pandemic. So a year before the pandemic hit, I think it was 2018 is when I actually started my own channel. Before that, I did the whole just host or guesting on people's panels, doing a lot of shit posting in chats. I kind of came from the I was really into the Daywave crowd, which is just a morning radio show. Some guy that was
oh, really? Well,
yeah. So I don't know if you know
what? I'm
Lopez,
kind of in that vein, except I try and do news.
Yeah. So now I try to be like that. Yeah.
Well, the reason I do news is you don't try. I don't have to be a character reading news articles. For me, it's just easier, and it's something I like to do anyway.
Yeah. And it's fun if something interesting happens, you can provide your hot take on it, or for me personally, like I said, I like to just kind of throw out jokes. So, I mean, a lot of what you see on the news is stranger than fiction, and
ain't that the truth?
I mean, it's perfect. It's perfect grounds for comedy. Like what's going on with Trump? What's going on with his big beautiful bill?
You know what, motherfucker? I am gonna watch your show now.
You see how everything with Epstein is reversing? 1 minute the Democrats didn't want that thing released, now they want it released, and the Republicans that wanted it released are now like, no, don't release it. And I'm like,
right?
You guys,
they turn every single day. It's interesting, especially with the Trump Epstein thing. We'll see where that
Stanley, can you hear me now?
What happens with that? But
I can hear you. What's up, man?
Fucking StreamYard, and they're using it to different internet browsers. It just changes up shit.
Right.
Mike,
dude, you know what? I rarely want to go back and repeat time like a Groundhog Day sort of thing. I had a motherfucking blast in T's chat this morning.
Oh, we were wilding out this morning, were we not?
It was fucking hilarious.
You and the world class went at each other for a good hour, man.
Oh, dude, every time we run into each other, I think he is hilarious.
You should have seen Stanley and Drip's chat the other day, man. I don't know who the hell that guy was coming up with some of the most awkward questions.
Was it 12 man? It wasn't 12 man?
No.
Dude, you know what? I love just fucking discombobulating people in the chat. It's like I don't even have to be up on a panel. It's like I can do it from the chat.
The name of the game was chat at the beginning. It's all about when they introduced the chat function to the live streaming. I mean, that's just when it all started, and you can draw a lot from chat, especially if they're spurging or simping, like D dot or like Distinction is in your chat. He's just simply upset that I'm getting attention.
Well, it depends on how many people are in the chat. When I do my show, I won't be doing it for a while because I'm in California right now and I got the bar exam this coming week. But when I'm back to doing my show, I notice that when there's like 1 or 2 people in the chat, it's not as engaging as when there's like 5, 6, 7 people, chatting at one time. Then at that particular point, I can either make jokes easier or we can go off into other tangents that are similar to the topics at hand. If not, I find myself struggling to try to stay animated. And my show's on.
No, it's chat makes it much easier. Like riffing off of chat is one of my favorite things. Even though I don't consider it like it's not. It's like super easy just to work off chat, but it's also very fun, especially if you got a funny chat. So like they'll throw out a funny premise, and then you can build off that premise and make a funny joke, that kind of thing.
Right.
Yeah. Since I was a political science major in college, it's one of those. I'm like Stanley, but a little bit younger. I'm just straight through politics, explain how this affects or could affect you, this, that, and the third, and then from there we just go from subject to subject. When there's enough people, when there's 2 people, again, it's just hard. It's like, okay, I need to make sure that I don't sound like that guy on NPR radio. That makes
right.
No, you know what? I just don't. I just don't listen to my shows once they're done. My voice is so motherfucking annoying.
I know,
So,
me too. I can only I listen to my shows after the fact, but if I drank a lot during the stream, I never rewatch it because it's always going to be embarrassing. I just know, like, I have this really bad habit of once I start drinking, I actually enjoy like the self-deprecation kind of shit, just because it's like people are trying to get me to prove myself that I'm worth something or like that I'm talented, and then I just go the opposite direction and just to troll the audience. I like acting like an idiot, so I gotta be careful in that regard.
Well, you know what? I have a show you should go on, so you'll lose that self-deprecation because she'll do it for you.
Good. What's her name?
Her name is Bomb Cherry Juice. She will treat you like shit and then play the victim.
Good. I like chicks like that. I like a like no, yeah, I fuck around. Like even like Ava was a good example. She's in terms of politics, she's on the absolute. Like I'm a libertarian. I just think that people need to like fuck off for the most part politically.
When
she's all about like getting up in your personal life and like moralizing and. I like fucking with Ava, but her chat hates me. Her chat thinks I'm a sexist, toxic, masculine figure.
You're not?
No, I am. But it's mostly a bit, right?
Well, then they got it right. Come
it's
on
mostly
now.
a bit though, because like in real life, I'm not that guy. Like,
you're not.
let
me make one quick detour here. King TL, bring your ass up to this panel.
He's not going to come up here because I'm up here.
Oh, okay.
Jeremy, can you share your link in the back one more time? I didn't see it in the chat. So.
Stanley, check your Cash App though. I'm a man of my word.
Okay. Well, tell you what,
I posted up.
I
at the
certainly appreciate it.
Thank you.
Now that's you can get a case of beer with that, or you can buy art.
You know what? I can get tomorrow or Monday probably, because I do need to take the day off tomorrow. I look, I need to take a day off for reading and catching up on stuff. I actually read books, folks. And
hey, you see that Stanley in the chat? He said Speak Radio's a buster. I don't fuck with him. I live in his head rent. I live in his head rent free.
Yeah, and just for the record, I'm not Speak Radio. I'm Radio Foreman. Speak Radio is an entirely different person.
Yes.
Well, I don't know. I don't know. I can't mend it, but I like King TL and Speak Radio. You are a friend of the show. I'm not going to do referee on this. Things are not yelly.
Stanley,
so I'll be okay.
Stanley, I don't have no problem with him. He's just mad because I called him a fruitcake.
Speak Radio, you know what? I'm not going to comment. I think King TL has a way about him.
Oh, he's great.
So
He's great for just the radio. Like I bring him up, and I can let him go for 2 hours, and I don't have to do anything. He's for
that's
whatever
something I
reason, maybe
can't
he's
do.
drinking or he's hyped up on amphetamines. I don't care. The guy is entertaining, and
Yeah, he'll ramble
he
off
can
some of
work
the most
people. He knows how to
ridiculous
work
shit.
people.
He can ramble off the most ridiculous shit.
Yeah, it's entertaining.
You know what?
But most importantly,
Sometimes
he does know how to work people. So
let me
and he's
tell
very
you
good.
something. In Speak Radio, I think King TL is a nice guy. He knows how to respect his elders, and that might be a rare commodity. He's a nice young man.
He was raised military, so his dad was an Air Force dad, just like mine. So he gets it.
Right.
Yeah, when
Look,
you're raised by a military
he
dad, you get it.
he has always treated me kindly, and look, he's gold.
Yeah, no,
So
there's a reason why he's my number 2 right now. At least I want him to be.
And see, you know what? I think that's why I have this respect for Stanley, because he is former military, and me being a military brat. You know, even though I tell Stanley, hey, you go off on people a little hard sometimes.
That's what we
But
like.
I do.
That tough
Hold it.
love, dude. We need
Hold
more
it.
tough
That's
love
what,
around here.
dude. You know what? This is gonna make you laugh, Speak. My sister, who is honestly my best friend in the world, she and I have known each other for 58 years, so we kind of know each other. And to be honest, she's actually meaner than I am. And it's weird when you see this little 5'3" cute little woman. She actually is a rather striking woman. She's actually pretty. And
Really?
she will fucking dude.
Is she single?
You no, she's not. She's married
I'm
for
just
quite
kidding.
some time with 3 kids.
Jeremy, you couldn't handle a woman at that age.
No. Dude, she has made me go, hey, you shouldn't do that. Some Speak Radio just told me, well, sometimes you go hard on people. Oh my God, I've had to say that to my sister. It's like, oh, really? You said that?
No, look, check it out. I love it when you go in. I love it when you go in on people, but sometimes, like when you went off on 12th Man the other day, I shed a tear for him a little bit.
No, dude, like I explained myself. I didn't do it out. Most of it was frustration. Dude, motherfucker, I've been dealing with you for a year. This is why I don't drop the links early in the show, because of him and Solid Snake. As a matter of fact, I really need to talk to Portia. I will drop the links when I'm ready to talk to people. Dude, Ryan, talk to Ryan. Ryan used to fucking like tune in at 3 a.m. to hear these. I used to have both of them on my panel rip roaring drunk. 12th Man, you're here. You can confirm it. Dude, they used to run.
But we were all drinking, Stanley, not just.
You know what?
Snacks.
Y'all were way worse. And half the time I was not drinking. That's the other part. You fail. See, y'all were so drunk you thought I was drinking.
Stanley, remember when they got caught sleeping on stream?
No, that was Get Crack.
Hey, nothing was worse than JP on Jay Prince on somebody's stream. I forgot who it was. He was up there snoring loud as hell.
That was probably
It's not a bigger new mistake than falling asleep drunk on stream. I've done that many times, but yeah, never again.
I think Stanley thinks he's a drill sergeant sometime, and instead of a educated lieutenant is the only reason when he goes hard.
Let me tell you a
it's not like you can't be both.
Let me tell you a quick story, son. And I did call you son, 12th Man. I ran a whole fucking division without a chief. It was me as an O2 and E6. Dude, when you're an officer you best be able to do more than drink coffee in your stateroom. You need to goddamn run a division. So yes, I know how to do both. And I know how to do both well.
Good story, Stanley.
Oh, motherfucker, it's not a story. I lived it. I accomplished it. I survived it. And I know, motherfucker, keep talking. I did more in a week than you've done in your whole life.
I don't know about that.
Stanley,
Oh, no. You don't have to know. I know. I don't have to convince you. I don't care to convince you. I know. And you know
I'm
too.
a commissioner for the
I know.
state.
Yeah, whoa.
I still serve.
You know, motherfucker, keep struggling. That's how they die in quicksand. I watch motherfuckers like you sink.
Yep. Fighting
Don't you need to stay? You need to stay in your lane, 12th man. And that's what you and Solid Snake don't understand. You are not in my lane. You
knowing your
won't
place.
be. You haven't been, and there's no way you could understand. Stay in your goddamn lane. And you will be okay. Saying what you don't like, you motherfucking racist, is you can't get in my lane.
Boy, here we go.
I'm going. Hey, you wanted heavy. You felt like you were gonna be bold on this panel, motherfucker. I'm gonna crush you. You know it's gonna happen. I always do it. You want me to crush you, or do you want to stay in your lane? And do you want to shut the fuck up and stay in your lane and let someone else talk, or do I need to crush you? You said, motherfucker, I know I can carry on. You don't have to, I don't need your motherfucking permission.
Stanley.
See, hold on, Speak Radio. He said I thought I was a drill sergeant, and I just proved him right.
Thank you very much.
No, I was just saying.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir.
Save this energy for Solid. That is must-see TV. That's must-see TV when you go in on Solid Snake.
And you know what? I wish Solid Snake were here so I could do a twofer.
I remember Solid Snake, yep. He's the guy that gets super wasted and starts foaming at the mouth.
Hey, King TL, you want to keep talking shit in the chat? Bring your bitch ass up here.
Boy. Come on, King. And Distinction, too. Distinction is talking mad
get up here,
shit from
King.
chat, dude.
Solid
There's not a
Snake.
bigger... Dude, it doesn't get gayer. Sorry, Distinction, but crying from chat is just a bad look. If you got some real criticism, you got to get on panel and speak your shit on panel. Don't be a little bitch from chat.
Well, Solid Snake is the equivalent of, if anybody's seen that meme that says, I promise I won't get all political, and then it says 3 drinks later and they're doing some crazy stuff. That's Solid Snake. He's the equivalent of the...
Well, the problem with Solid Snakes is he knows fuck all about politics. He knows sound bites that he hears on Fox News or somewhere. That motherfucker has no clue about politics. And I'm gonna be, motherfucker, don't make me put you in the back. You don't know about politics either, 12th man. And almost no you don't. Almost no one in this John Galt urban landlord space has studied it, knows about it, has read about it. All they know is nothing except what they see on Fox News.
Yeah, fiction.
Or CNN or PBS.
Okay, dude,
or
you
NPR
need to
or-
stay. You need to stay in your goddamn lane. I told you what to do, and you can't seem to recall. Don't do it, 12 man.
Well, I was wanting to ask Juan a
I am
question, if that's
motherfucking
okay.
being polite, sir. Don't make me do it.
He's about to get his attorney's degree, is that
Okay,
right?
you're getting mighty uppity, sir.
I was going to congrats.
Okay, I don't care what you were gonna do. What you're gonna do is what I tell you to do, 12th man. Right?
Look at this dude, King TL. Look,
Godspeed on
he's
your
such a
bar
homo.
exam.
He said I'm mad because he wouldn't fuck me when I assumed he was a fruitcake. Bro, talking like that is why I called you a fruitcake.
Okay.
Yeah, super gay. Like
walked right into that pejorative. Wow.
Yeah, super gay, and he's mad because I called him out on his gay ass shit.
King TL, now you really got to hit the link, dude. Come on, King TL, get up here.
This
And he's mad because I
spinning
called
out
him.
of-
He's mad because I called him a charlatan on low because he was talking shit about low.
Oh
but
shit!
also
You
on
called
her
him a
panel.
charlatan?
Yeah, I called him a two-faced motherfucker because he was all fucking trying to sucker her ass, but also talking shit about her on somebody else's stream. Like, bro, don't do that shit. That's fucking weak.
Typical doble cara, huh? All right, typical two-faced.
You know what?
Lolo.
I.
But I've also seen him fucking confess his undying love for Grace with her hairy bitch ass legs.
Oh shit.
And hairy armpits.
Yeah,
my bad, Jeremy.
Yeah.
If you still have feelings for her.
That's all good. I don't care.
You know what? You can shave the hair, but the love is undying. It will grow.
Grow back.
Put some nair on that shit or something.
That means she has a hairy bush, and the hairy bushes turn me on.
Oh, I'm pretty sure you like hairy bushes, and she's probably got.
You know what? Do you like
The first time I've
slurring
done
on?
Earth chick.
You 12th man. You would love to slur on her bush, wouldn't you?
How did you know, Stanley?
You know what? I just guessed.
Now, 12th man, will you be sober enough to take down a hairy bush?
Oh yeah,
my Lord.
I got Viagra, homie.
Viagra, shit, you need that
What?
shit?
What? Huh?
Yeah, a bottle of whiskey and 2 Viagras I can fuck for 24 hours.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I
Whoa.
probably wouldn't have admitted that just now, but
Yeah, this is getting way more interesting than I thought it would.
I would think taking whiskey and taking Viagra at the same time would be counterproductive.
Not really. Trust me.
Yeah, we trust you.
Trust her.
12th man, do you have heart condition? Do you have heart condition or something? Do you have like high blood pressure? Or...
King TL, you're a fool, man. King TL.
Now you want to know my medical history? What the fuck?
I mean, I'm sure he's got good blood flow with all the alcohol he drinks.
Do you think I should answer any questions, Juan?
No, if you don't want to,
What questions? I don't understand.
Plead the fifth.
Okay, I guess. I guess your call. I don't know. I don't understand what you're talking about.
You can't be made to incriminate yourself, right?
Jeremy, I got a question for you. Are you there? Oh, he's driving. Where are you headed to? Ava's house? Yeah, that's where he's going. That's why he had that smile on his face. He's headed to Ava's house. See, that could have been D-Dog, but he was acting like a total incel on the girls' trip.
Is you gonna buy her a hot dog this time? That's what I want to know.
I'm gonna be honest. Oh, that motherfucker looked washed out. That motherfucker was wilting in the heat. Dude, Charleston is hot, and wearing a button down might not be your best. Might not be the best, dude.
A long sleeve button down, remind you.
Well, you can do it in the evening or the morning, but not in the middle of the motherfucking day. And I know this because I'm from Savannah. You have to actually understand the weather. And it is Dalmatian dog from the South.
I don't think he
He
is.
is, but he doesn't go outside. He's an agoraphobic that stays inside in air conditioning. He doesn't go outside like
He's an
ever.
agoraphobic from the South. Ooh.
Yeah, he's addicted to air
You're
conditioning.
from the South and you're afraid of crowds? What the? Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. It's very interesting. But he's as white as they come. He's like a quintessential white boy that's just lives on the internet.
Well, no, he's not a quintessential white boy. White boys go outside. They hunt and fish. And
Yeah, you're right. Actually, he's just kind of a pussy.
they also know how to motherfucking dress at midday. You know, wear a motherfucker, you'll sweat that shirt out.
I'll be wearing shorts, dude.
Right.
Yeah, t-shirt.
Dude, I am literally. Well, I'm back. Shit, I never motherfucking left the South for that long. Dude, you motherfucking have to know. Dude, the quintessential white boy is not walking down. Oh, that poor child.
Stanley, how hot is it down there today?
I have no clue. I didn't go outside, but it is 83 right now. It's almost 8 o'clock.
I'd be melting, man.
No, you wouldn't. You're from the South. You'll get used to it, dude. Dealing. It's almost like, and I've never been to Alaska, but dude, heat is a state of mind. You just have to you got to know it's going to be hot, and you have to live with the heat. You might have to almost hypnotize yourself. Hey, it's not that hot. And drink water, please.
What I learned when it would get real hot in Montana, Stanley, is that if you drink hot coffee, when it's real hot outside, then the heat more stabilizes you.
Well, you learned that what you should have learned is coffee is a diuretic. It will make you piss. You don't want to lose water when it's really hot.
Well,
Water is what you drink.
Now, Stanley, you say heat is a state of mind, but humidity is not.
Well, I'm sorry. Dealing with it is a state of mind. You just have to have the right mindset.
Yeah, a Mexican mindset.
I'm sorry, what?
A Mexican mindset.
Yeah. How about just have a Savannah, Georgia mindset? You'll be okay.
I can't remember if I ever went to Savannah, Stanley. I think I did one time. Seems like it.
Yep, I was there last week. Well, actually, the week before.
So look, it's almost 7 o'clock here in Texas, and it's still 95 degrees outside with 100% humidity.
Well, I can tell you right now, it didn't get up to 95 outside Atlanta in my part of Georgia. Now, it probably did in Savannah.
That's called cooling down. It's cooling down right now.
Yeah, that desert heat, dude. That desert motherfucking heat. Oh boy, if you're not sweating, you're dehydrated. That's how I always looked at it.
Yeah, I heard Mayor Eric Adams put up the cooling center in New York, Stanley. It was so hot, like over 100 degrees.
Yeah, but they do that almost every other year or so, though. That's nothing new.
Well, this was the oddest thing. Like a few weeks ago, I live my county. I think Carroll County is right on the border of Alabama. It's actually a little bit north of West Georgia, what's considered West Georgia. And they were doing heat alerts at like, it's going to get up to 92, 93 degrees. And they were doing heat alerts. And it's not just temperature, it's air quality and all that sort of stuff. But it made me chuckle. It's like, motherfucker, it's not going to get that hot, but it's more in air quality. Get
You know it's hot
Crack.
here.
How you doing, Get Crack?
Get Crack, Geppetto. That's
Crack, man. Long time no see, man.
That's his nickname, Geppetto.
Get Crack. Is he on panel?
Get Crack builds little wooden boys.
He
He is
does.
the conscience. He is the conscience of little wooden boys.
What I find funny about the weather is when I'm looking at the prognosticos, the forecast or what have you, and in my area they'll accidentally put another zero, so instead of it being 102 degrees, it'll be like 1,002 degrees. I'm like, wait a minute, something's wrong here.
Hey, Juan, you're in Texas too, right?
Yes.
You know it's hot down here when your forearms start sweating.
No, worse, man. Go out to El Paso, man, and it's that dry heat. You don't even know that it's hot until that, we call it golpe de calor, like that shit hits you, and then you're just walking, minding your business, and then the energy's just zapped right out of you. You can't move. You can't do nothing.
Dude, I went. My wife's family lived in the Salt Lake City area, and now she grew up in Northern Virginia, and I'm from Savannah. So we were out there, and I kept telling her, look, if you're not sweating, you are dehydrated. You got to keep drinking. Even if you're not that thirsty, if you're not sweating, you are dehydrated. And oh my God, we got back to her aunt's place, and I thought we were going to have to go to the hospital. And we had gone to watch like one of her sister-in-law or some bullshit, like a football game, little league football game. Oh my God, I kept telling her. She scared me. Her skin got clammy, and it was like, I wanted to tell her I told you so much, but it just wasn't appropriate. That desert heat out in the West, you won't even know you're hot.
It just hits you like you're just walking, minding your business.
Yeah. And when it'll hit you, Juan? It'll hit you in the evening when it's not hot.
Not exactly.
That shit will fucking zap your ass.
It got me. Boy, did it get me. No, when my forearms are sweating, where I'm at in South Texas, that's my clue to drink more water, because I already know if I don't do anything at that moment, give it about 2-3 hours, and that's what's going to stop. And the moment that happens, if I'm not careful, I'm a dead man, right?
Yeah. I swear, if you're not sweating, you're dehydrated. I learned that in the fucking Persian Gulf. It's like, motherfucker, it'll zap your ass when you want to go out to downtown Abu Dhabi. Your ass won't be able to move. So I guess we're gonna go back and watch this.
No, Stanley, don't do us like that. Hey, look, I was trying to get you to go over to my boy Sub-Zero 3639's channel when he was live. I think you
is he not live now?
I don't think he's still live. Let me see.
We can still watch it. Put the link in the back. Have you ever been over to Soul Provider's channel?
Nope. This is the first time I'm hearing it.
Dude, this motherfucker runs a civil panel of intelligent young black men. Now, you know what? One of these days I'm going to go up there. I'll be older than these folks by like, shit, I'm 60. I'll be 40 years older than they are, but I really enjoyed, I've listened to his show a couple times. This motherfucker, he is a good guy in his panels, a bunch of good guys. and these are young black men. It
What was his
will
name again?
act
So I want to go sub myself. What was his name?
sole provider. Hold on one sec. Let me find it right quick. And Drip's show is also really good.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah, I'm gonna have to drop off panel. I got some business I gotta attend to. I just got some text messages that are
we bet you
require
do.
my
So.
attention. But
we bet you do.
Tell Ava hi.
Make that money, homie. Make that money, homie.
Anyways, you guys take it easy. Thanks again, Stanley. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Come back. Good to see you.
Yeah, for sure.
You would probably think of Sub-Zero as anti-black.
You know what? I don't give a fuck. If you recommend it, sir, it's at least worth a watch.
I thought he took his stream down that he did today because they just finished less than 20 minutes ago.
Ava. Oh my Lord. The Queen is here. God bless. God save the Queen.
God save our precious king, our wonderful queen.
Ava, please hit the link and say hi at least.
Speak of the devil, Stanley.
No, you know what? That young lady is the future of America, and we need more like her. I will fawn over Ava. So fuck you all.
Yeah, me too.
Hey, if you think I'm simping, I am.
Stanley, you simp over every woman. I remember just not too long
No,
ago.
I don't.
You was in talking to Gway, calling her Gway and all that.
Gway.
The two top simplers on this channel. The two top simplers on this channel.
I think Gway is cute.
The two top were 12th Man because 12th Man and Virgo. I mean, he was just fawning all over Virgo. And Universal Jones. I have to call him out. Laptop Jones.
Oh, damn.
No, I'm just messing, man. I'm just kidding.
Hey, he says he always gets people always take shots at him.
Well, because he got
I do every minute I get.
Why do you not like
motherfucker
Universal?
is shot? That
Why do you not
motherfucker
like
is
Universal,
shottable.
Stanley?
Hey, you know what? And the great part is he's a psychologist. He can psychoanalyze himself out of his own stupidity. Dude is a problem.
Hey, in the words of George Floyd, he's not a bad guy.
Oh no. I love Universal, but the problem is that you like a person is not absolution from criticism.
So, I mean, what did he do for you to...
I actually don't think he's that bright.
What?
No, I don't.
Come on.
Pretty successful for not being very bright.
You know what? This is the white problem in America. If you make $1 billion, that means you're smart. Well, it means you're good at business. Doesn't mean you're bright. Doesn't mean... Look, being smart is not this. There are plenty of smart people who don't get rich.
Wait,
now I'm waiting for someone. I am waiting for someone who say no, that can't be true, so I can fucking crush them.
So Stanley, pull this comment up about Mick Gibbs. I'm trying to figure out where he thinks.
Well, Ava, we're not talking about anything in particular, and I'm sorry it can't come up. I saw you in a bathing suit, but I didn't really watch it because I knew I would just get jealous that I wasn't there. And now I'll just stop there. You did look cute. And God damn it. You know what? Being old is a problem.
It's supposed to be a blessing, sir.
Well, it is. If I'm look, if my wife were here, I'd be okay. I wouldn't even be on YouTube if my wife were here. I'd be busy.
Oh, you would be, sir, huh?
No, you know what? My wife was an interesting person. Look, we would be doing something else. We'd figure something out. It wouldn't be me lusting after Ava. And Ava, I mean that with all due respect. I'm not the creepy old man I'm sounding like right now.
If you go ahead and move over to this video that you pulled up, Stanley, is this regarding that whites only
And
town?
by the way, Ruby is cute too. Ava's just more. I don't know. There's something about Ava. I don't know what it is.
Is this regarding that all white town that they want to set up in southern Missouri or northwestern?
Oh, no, that's no. It's Arkansas.
Yeah, the one
we already did that story.
Oh, okay. Well, because I saw the.
We can redo it. I had some funny takes, and
Well,
Deacon Dave was up here watching it.
Here's the funny part about this town in Arkansas. I'm like,
let them have it. That's the funny part.
No, they've been doing this. Why is this a fucking shock?
Hold it. Yes, you do sound creepy. She is early 20s. Chill, Stanley. She could be your granddaughter. You stay lusting.
Hey, come on. We men are marketable.
Oh my God. You know what? Really? I said I was kidding. I've known Ava for a while. You know what? Maybe you're right, AAE.
No, Stanley, don't give him that type of. Look how old Rupert Murdoch was. And
No. It's not like that.
I know it's not like that. That's why I'm saying it like that. It's like, come on, man. It's not that serious.
Look, we're gonna shut this argument down right now. Okay, why did they never have problems when women do this shit? When these old hags get these
because they never get to do that shit.
Who?
One of my greatest respects for Ava.
Afterwards.
Well, hold on. Let me tell you why they don't get to do that shit. 20-year-old men don't lust after 60-year-old women, for starters.
we do have some women out there.
See how easy that was?
we don't, but we'll do it.
My argument wasn't a good argument.
No, I mean you're right. You're right about that, but don't act like it doesn't happen, for these homosexuals that need a place to stay.
Oh, no. Time out. Remember, what was her name? Mary Kay Letourneau?
Yeah.
But again, the women that
I just need to say this. Ava, I didn't mean disrespect. You are a cute woman, and you're young. So we go. I still.
She kicked the dick
we're okay.
At a young
you
age.
know what? I might be more attracted to Ava's brain and the way she analyzes culture and puts men in their place constantly. You don't fuck with Ava, unless she wants you. Look, Ava is a smart young lady. And AAE, she doesn't need you to defend her, by the way. You're not that bright either.
She works out too, so she's pretty tough.
I don't care about any of that. It's besides my point.
Oh, shit.
All I have to say is, AAE, are you jealous?
Well, AAE, to be honest, I think Ava kind of low-key crushes on Stanley.
I don't think you're stupid. I do not think you're stupid, Ponder. You need to understand that Ava and I kind of joke back and forth about it. Look, the woman is wonderful.
Hey, is that Questions to Ponder?
She's a good person.
I didn't know that.
No, Ava is awesome. Any young man who actually proves worthy of having Ava. Now, Ava, you know what? I won't get into it, but dude, any young man who gets this woman, number one, they're gonna have to be smart. So I'm jealous. I have the brains. I don't have the age.
Well, Jeremy's pretty smart.
Yeah. Okay. Well, to people like you, he might be. And I'll leave it at that.
He's the one singing, but I remember when Jeremy first
Okay,
put
this
Ava out.
motherfucker. Are you really gonna white-splain Jeremy right now?
Yeah, because he
Motherfucker, you
wouldn't
don't
buy
have
her
to
a hot
white-splain.
dog.
You do not have to white-splain this. Just let it go.
He wouldn't even buy her a
You
hot
know,
dog on their
I
first
don't.
date.
Yeah. I remember. I watched it. I watched it live, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, we all did.
We all did. I didn't.
Yes, that is why it just doesn't need to be talked about. It wasn't it it's not apropos to the argument I'm attempting to make, which is Ava, you are an awesome woman. Pump that iron, woman.
She deserves a better man than someone that won't even buy her a hot
I
dog.
don't care about any of that. Just let me be an old lech in peace. Damn,
The
she
one
knows
is about
I'm just.
to.
She knows
My bad.
I'm old. AAE. She knows I'm a harmless old man who lives on the other side of the country and can't afford a plane ticket to ask her out on a date on bended knee. I can't do that. I can't do that. Ava, you're safe, and she is a sweetheart, and she's funny, and she's tough, and I like her, and it'll be okay. Look, I'll find some granny who's my age.
Well, watching her and watching the Princess channels, I thought that they were both centrists on the political side. But in either case, they knew their stuff, both on both separate channels.
Of course they did. They're not stupid.
Ron, aren't you about to become an attorney? Godspeed on the
I'm about
bar
to take
exam, buddy.
I'm about to take this bar exam again. That's why I'm in California, buddy.
So you're about to get
Well, talk about no. Let the person let him talk.
I don't want to talk that much about it. This exam and look, there's regular bar exams, and I'm going to take one in Indiana if this doesn't work out this go round. But there's regular bar exams, and then there's California's. California, it's like going into the belly of the beast of hell and getting your exam from Satan. And if you get extra credit points, his imps might just give you a bar license. That's how tough that exam is. It's the toughest bar exam in the country.
Sounds
Okay,
like
what's the advantage of taking it in California when you live in Texas?
Well, for me, because the school that I went to at the time before it merged with Purdue University, I was only able to take it in California. And since what I do is immigration work, and since what my boss does is mortgage, that's all federal. So you don't need to have a specific state bar license. You can be licensed.
Now, see, I don't. Okay, explain that part. I had no clue. There's a federal bar.
Well, there's federal bars. There's the
really.
Yeah, there's the
So no. Now you're gonna have to go into details.
Yeah, that's what I was going to do. There's the Executive Office of Immigration Review, which my boss is admitted to practice. Then there's the Department of Homeland Security. That's your USCIS offices. There's the U.S. State Department. That's basically your U.S. consulates and embassies. But then there's your federal district courts. You have to be admitted to practice before the federal district courts. There's your federal circuit courts of appeal. You have to be admitted to practice before those courts. There's the U.S. Supreme Court bar. You have to not only be admitted, but you have to be vouched by 2 attorneys that know you to even practice before the 9 justices of the Supreme Court. But you can be licensed anywhere to apply for admission in those federal jurisdictions. And so that's why I was like, well, screw it. I'll just go to this particular school. I already knew what I was getting into.
Yeah, well, Godspeed, Juan. To your success, bro. Sound like you have a lot of adventures ahead of you.
More like studying Satan's Bible if I find out that I didn't pass this MF for the 5th time.
I wouldn't even
Well,
apply
Juan,
for
have
that
you
one.
decided that you want to practice immigration law as kind of a career?
Not just immigration law. I was figuring federal diversity actions. Like if somebody gets hit by a big truck by an 18-wheeler and the company that owns that 18-wheeler is in another state, then that's when I come in.
So, accident law?
Well, diversity action, because I don't want to do accident.
Ooh, interesting. That's a fancy word for ambulance chaser.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, it is.
yeah, interstate ambulance chasers. Stanley gets hit by a guy that has a company in New Mexico before I come in.
Dude, motherfucker, I'm gonna get hit by AAE. if I ever like Questions to Ponder is gonna run over me with her car.
She built this.
It's a joke, AAE. Look, she's Questions to Ponder. Hit the damn link. I actually like talking to you two. Actually, Questions to Ponder. She is my newest fascination. She's a wonderful woman, and you know what? She is an encyclopedia.
No, look, Stanley. Look, I'm trying to, maybe email her in the back or something. Because
Don't worry. She'll be here. She is.
Oh, she's here.
Yes. Now, this is what we're gonna do, gentlemen. She speaks. Consider her. She stays when y'all go. Don't fuck with her.
So AAE wants me.
Well, Juan, you're a gentleman. I don't have to worry about you.
No,
You are too. And 12th Man, you are too. This is Questions to Ponder. Just let her be her. What's up, Questions to Ponder? You there?
I'm here. Stanley, I had to grab an Evian. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Oh my God, I love her voice.
No. She is a sweetheart. We let her be her. Period.
Oh, I'm letting her be her, Stanley. I'm just saying, I love her voice.
I know. Dude, you are champing at the bit. I hear it in your voice.
No, I love her voice. I'm telling you. That's why.
Do you really?
Yes, I love her voice.
Okay. All right. Oh, Jesus. Her voice is magnetic. So tell us about this, your friend here.
So I've been
never
following Sub for a while. He actually had he had a big channel with like over 20,000 subs, and it got taken down because he does like to talk about the small hats and certain things that YouTube doesn't like. But this stream, I actually thought he was taken down. So this first 20 minutes, he's just playing music, but he's talking about, black
music that I need to skip through.
Yes. So just go all the way to the end of the timeline because he's just playing music, kind of like T does. Oh, you didn't have to go that far, but the first 20 minutes.
Well, see, I never stream T show. I'm usually in the chat. And by the way, Roz is gonna be on at midnight. We will shut down because I like chilling. The only thing I don't do right for for Roz's show, I haven't had weed in like fucking 30, 35 years and have no real intention on becoming a weed smoker unless pain or something becomes a problem. So, but I like, you know what my favorite part of Roz's show is?
What's that?
Saying outrageous things in the chat about her guests, and she will laugh. Oh, dude, she is so cute when she laughs, and I see it in her eyes. Oh, I can't believe Stanley said that. And it's never curse words. I love, dude. She is so funny, and she is a darling woman as well. And what motherfuckers like, and no one on, I am talking about no one on this panel, but he knows who I'm talking about. Several others do. I adore women. You just, if you're a man, you like women. They're awesome. That's it.
So questions, you back?
Any questions? I'm here. Anyone have any questions?
Your mic might be a bit low.
I'll sit closer.
You
Anyone
might
have?
be on. You might. Are you on your phone?
No, I'm on the MacBook.
She sounds better now.
I just moved the
Okay.
Mac closer. That's probably too far.
You sound much clearer.
All right. Well, I'm gonna watch Speakeasy, Speak Radio, Speakeasy, Speak Radio. Motherfucker,
anyone
I
have any-
hate Speakeasy. I think he's a fucking moron.
I don't even know who that is.
Oh, I do. That motherfucker's a moron. You'll run into him eventually, so you will know what I'm talking about.
So speak and Juan. Juan, that's great to hear you are an attorney. Very, very fascinating. And a federal.
Was studying to be an attorney. He has bar exams.
Oh, so you're going through Barbary right now.
A Barbary? Interesting. Yes, dirty dude. You know what, dirty dude? You are the most... Dude, hit the goddamn link. You're the only sane motherfucker sometimes in this chat. Of course women are awesome. We need to start treating them like they're awesome. Not every woman is awesome, but not every woman is an example of wicked witch of the westitude.
It's just sometimes it's as if these channels and lives.
What,
Confrontation.
am I that bad? Can I start off there? I try not to be.
They want confrontational women.
I confront everyone equally.
I'm just speaking generally, Stanley.
Yes, ma'am.
Just generally.
So questions to ponder.
Yes.
I have a question for you, and I'm so glad I can finally get to talk to you. You know, with that voice, you could read me bedtime stories, and it would totally put me out. Like in a good way. In a good. No. Just listen. Hear me out, Stanley. I'm not going to do anything.
What if she's reading you your rights?
I would be okay with that too. I would listen to every word.
Motherfucker, spread them.
Well, she wouldn't say it like that.
Put your hands on the hood.
It would be more. It would be more sensual. But no, for real,
okay.
questions to ponder. So I love your voice, and I'm working on something.
Thank you.
I would love to use your voice. If I can like get an email or something, I can email about you. I don't want to be talking about that shit on YouTube.
I appreciate that. Maybe that's something I should just do. I am exhausted. I do enjoy reading.
You know, actually, I can hear that in your voice.
Yeah, you sound tired.
You know, it's been, we all go through ups and downs. And I do enjoy speaking specifically about my own background.
Do I know your background?
Well, sadly, like I mentioned to you, I do enjoy reading, but mainly the classics.
Well, no, like where you grew up, that kind of background.
No, like just from my academic background. So I do enjoy reading what I studied. So more in line, the classics, philosophy.
What did you study? Let's start there.
Like I mentioned to you, my background, what I studied in college, and I only have an undergrad. I'm very regular.
Well, I only have an undergrad. I have a story about working. Dude, I had a research assistantship for public administration at Old Dominion University. I took a class and well, 2 or 3, and I'm like, this is the worst ship I've ever been on. I'm not school. So there's nothing wrong with having an undergraduate degree. If you're smart, you'll figure it out, and
Oh
you
yeah,
have obviously.
yeah. I think my big issue is like I've never found like a niche, and I probably should have gone to school in New York, but I like sunshine, and I like to work out and jog and be outside. But you can't really do that in New York. But in the South, you have plenty of sunshine and beautiful scenery and environment. But there is a very heavy anti-intellectualism here, and people.
Whoa, there's an anti-intellectualism in all 50 states.
But
Massachusetts might be the exception, but
I think
probably not.
people get very like they see me and they hear me, and people get very angry because the look doesn't match the voice. Plus, with my background, people get
Really?
yeah. So
Interesting.
it's a very odd life I
I
have.
would think that would be actually more an attraction.
No, no.
So
then-
people wouldn't go, well, goddamn, let me know more or tell me more.
Well, I think with the internet is it's helpful, but I still have never found like a niche, like a group. I'm very much
Dude, create your own niche.
That's easier said than done, Stan.
No, it's not. I'm 60. Create your own niche.
I know.
I'm
I get it.
retired.
I'm just like, oh, like I think most people.
You're still young. You'll figure it out.
No, I know, Stanley. It's just. Oh,
Don't be. Are you afraid? Now, let me also, because you are tired. I hear it in your voice, but dude, you don't know how successful you're gonna be. It's gonna be crazy. Stop the down, motherfucker. Create your. And I called you MF. I mean it respectfully. Create your own niche. You are who you are.
No, I know, Stanley.
Stop it.
It's true. No, I'll look into it. Nate, the voice recording
No,
sound.
I don't care what you look into. I'm not your advisor. People like you, look, you know what to do. You just don't know what to do. You don't know what you know. And I know that sounds so metaphysical, but I don't worry about you. You'll be fine.
Well, thank you, Stanley.
Now, you might have to start getting your rest more. You might have to stop talking to idiots like me. However, I have no doubts you'll be fine. You're smart. Look, what else can I say?
No, I just okay, Stanley, I'll be honest with you. Like I am I'll be honest with you. I am a Black woman, which
Oh, really?
surprise to certain people. But I do want to, of course I want to meet and support other Black women, I do meet a lot of
Look, let me
which is really
let
cool.
me help you out here. What do they tell you when you're on a plane and you are a parent of a child?
You put the mask on yourself first
Yes.
for your child.
Please do. Please follow that advice. Except don't help other people until you have put on your mask. And it could be a COVID-19 joke, but it's probably not.
It's not necessarily helping people. I mean camaraderie. I'm still a human being.
Fuck dude. I'm telling you right now, Ponder. I see your point. You're still you're under 40, right?
Yeah, I am.
Okay. I'm not sure I'm the right person to go there because you are, marriageable age. but it'll happen.
I'm not worried about
And
that.
I'll stop there because I might be out of my depth.
No, you're right.
When
I personally, God will find me a spouse, a partner, which is really what I want.
don't depend on God.
Anyway, and
God is literally not going to do the whole internet dating service thing.
which
You're
is
gonna have to Well, wait, hold it. You do get out and you go places and you jog and all that stuff, right?
okay, Stanley, but there's the safety issue. I can't just go be out and about like that as a woman. It's very
Then,
unsafe. It's very
God
unsafe.
damn it. I think don't do it at night. Do it in the middle of the day. You know what? Move to Savannah, Georgia. Everything is safe there. And no, I don't live in Savannah, Georgia, folks. I am from there. I go back and visit every, couple months or so.
But the Northeast seems cool, and I like how California is cool too. It's just, California's a vibe. California's a vibe, and I do pretty
You know
well.
what? I can't imagine I would ever send my daughter to California.
I just want, I just like to study and I like to work out. Be cool, be chill.
You can do that in Savannah.
Just like that.
It's a joke. Don't go to California, man.
No, the weather's beautiful, and Stanley, I love to work out. I love.
Well, you are an adult, and I'm not your father. I'm gonna be honest. If I had to recommend west of the Mississippi, maybe Texas, but even Texas is problematic.
No, actually, I was working in California a few years ago.
Oh, you've been there, okay?
Yeah, I've worked there.
So you know
Yeah.
what you're getting into.
Yeah, I like the weather. I like grocery stores. I like fruits and veggies. No, I just like I think my issue is I clearly want a spouse that I can just be myself with and read. I do like to read the classics, like I mentioned.
Look, I fucking married a woman who let me read. As a matter of fact, my wife read more than I did.
Like I mean is like reading to my husband, like at night, reading to my husband.
Ooh. Oh, how romantic.
Questions to ponder.
Now, well, hold on one sec. I actually did used to read poetry to my wife.
Not necessarily, well, like Greek warriors,
Singing me muse. Yeah, I got it.
To read Homer, like I do. Honestly, if there's any one book, the most important book I would ever read to my husband, to at least get an understanding of him, is the single most important book in Western civilization outside of the Bible, if you want to understand a man.
That is high praise of the Odyssey.
No. Odyssey, I would put either number 2 or 3.
Iliad?
Oh, the Iliad.
I'm sorry. God damn it. You know what?
That's a good point. I would read the Iliad, read Iliad, Troy, and then read Odysseus, the Odyssey.
Well, let me offer, and you probably heard this before. I think the most important book outside of the Bible is actually the Divine Comedy. All three.
Oh my God, yes, I read
that is.
Oh my
God, it's better than the Bible.
And I wouldn't say it's better than the Bible, but that's.
Oh no, I would. You didn't say it, I did.
But that is another book I would love to read to my spouse.
It is funny.
Order. You have to read the books in order. You read, of course.
Wait, hold it.
First,
do you know who Ciardi is? I can't remember his first name.
Ciardi. Dante.
Is it Richard Ciardi? The classic Penguin translation of the Divine Comedy, all three of them. All three.
I forgot which publisher, but Penguin is a great publisher, like I mentioned to you. Penguin is amazing.
That's
Well,
really,
I read it in high school. That translation, I think it was Richard Ciardi, but Ciardi is his last name. I can't remember what his first name is.
that's a really good
But no,
suggestion.
we read it. We read all three of them,
So of
and
course,
it's funny. That's why it's great. It's funny.
it's so funny you mentioned that, Stanley. So much of my life is governed by my reading of those three books.
Really?
Oh yeah, so much of my life.
Well,
How?
which one? Purgatorio?
Oh no.
I honestly
Mention
think
Purgatorio. You know, since you mentioned Purgatorio,
I actually think Purgatorio. Look, let me tell you what actually struck me. Oh my lord!
The hell was that?
What was that?
one thing about Purgatorio that I always took from that book, number one, is that
Yes.
number the rising and setting of the sun was an indication.
Really?
If you read Purgatorio, the rising and the setting of
I've read it.
well, yes, Stanley.
I'm surprised that.
The rising.
Then I'll tell you what struck me when you're done.
The rising and the setting of the sun is an indication of God's presence. And I always remember that. I always think about that. So when I do my morning runs, I always think about like the rising sun, like God, just God's presence, looking at the sun. And I got that from reading Purgatorio. I remember my professor mentioning that. And also,
You know what? I'm glad I'm not your age either.
And remember, in Inferno, the worst sin in the Inferno, that it's very clear what the worst sin is, and that is an adult taking advantage of a child's youth and naivete.
Oh, I see a point you made earlier.
And it's indicated in the Inferno because I mean you've read the book, so you're descending.
Oh, I've read all three.
So you're descending Inferno. So the outside of the Inferno, you meet those from the Old Testament. So you read Moses.
I've read it. And what I was going to tell you about Purgatorio was the virtuous pagans. That has always, because I have a thing for Greek philosophers. Virtuous pagans has always been, probably the most interesting. It's what sticks with me now. It means you can God will forgive you if you are a virtuous person, even if you don't know who Jesus is, even if you're not a Christian. There's that type of forgiveness. You might have to spend some time in purgatory, but you won't go to hell. It was always important to me understanding that. Or the way, the way Dante thought about it. Still there?
I'm here. I'm listening.
No, I don't know why that always struck me. And this was in high school. In a way, look, the last time I was at Mass, it was on a Navy ship. But even that's like 30 years ago.
Well, one thing, Catholic school, we do read the classics. That's one thing. We do read the classics because a few people think about it, Stanley. What a public school, public school kids don't read the Inferno. I mean, they don't read
well, unless their parents give it to them.
These types of books, you generally do need guidance. Like I studied Hegel. Like this, Hegel's
Please
difficult.
tell me you didn't read Hegel in fucking high school.
No, we started Hegel in high school. Yeah, we started. We did.
Oh, that's heavy.
It is heavy. It is heavy. Of course, it's heavy. It's Hegel.
And they didn't turn you into a Marxist.
Well, Marx.
Wasn't Hegel Marx's favorite?
Yes. He was his number one influence. But Marx, I mean, we could go into depth, but he basically took the dialectic, as you understand, and Marx just basically reduced all of history to just the dialectic. And I don't want to, quote unquote, bring up the small hats, but when you're thinking Marx, you do have
I don't do that because I have no problems with the small hats. As a matter
not
of fact,
having problems with the
I
small hat.
literally
You
think,
have
and let me make one editorial comment
Stanley,
here.
it's not bringing up problems. You do have to bring in some background to Marx. He does come from a
Oh
family
yeah. Okay, I see
well-to-do.
where you're going.
So he being the son of very, very respected,
And a German who have always had problems.
yes, and let's also be a little bit more specific. Both Hegel and Marx were both Prussian. Let's be a little even be more specific. So they were like
I don't know that deep. You
Word.
know more than I do on this topic.
And I think it's like when you're studying these philosophers, it's really important to discuss the time period that they're writing in. When you're studying Nietzsche, when you're studying Hegel, when you're studying Marx.
The time that the Jews took over Europe.
Well, they always were the past one. But again, let's, we could.
I'm
Stanley,
sorry,
you and
I
I,
had to make
you
a
and I,
joke. I had
no,
to make a
joke. I mean, I
joke.
understand where you're coming from. I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about. But we don't want to completely alienate people, Stanley.
You know what? This is Stanley versus the world. Speak Radio's on the panel. 12th man just joined, but Speak Radio, if you get alienated, please give us a warning. We'll bring it back. Dude, Ponder, you got me fascinated. Speak.
Well, there's quite a bit they're going to
Speak, Ponder.
They're going to bring up. If we're going to bring
I
up,
don't give a fuck what anybody thinks. Let's talk.
if we're going to bring up these incredible philosophers,
Just let it go. Go where it goes.
If we're going
see, I'm not afraid to let these people catch up. They will catch up or not. I don't give a fuck if they understand or care or get turned off. Let them go.
So
I am that. I am. Go ahead, Ponder. I am being a little peacocky here.
when we're discussing these particular philosophers, then, and I think,
oh, look at this motherfucker, Hegel, Hegel, Giggle, Hegel.
It's not
Hegel is how I pronounce it.
It's Hegel. Hegel.
No, it's Hegel to this motherfucker, like Eric Booby.
Hegel.
He is always on me to pronounce words. He white-splains English. That's Eric's job.
I don't know if you think about something, Stanley. With your background, like, and other people.
I don't have a background. It's just a normal. Them Benedictines was mighty ghetto.
Not many people.
Oh, by the way, I also had Franciscan nuns who trained me in grade school.
Okay, Stanley. Actually, I had to go.
Oh.
So
you okay?
So Juan, Speak Radio, very nice to.
I was having fun.
Chat with you. I have not had the easiest time.
Are you mad at me?
I just not have the. I guess I'm just trying to find a channel where it's just a little bit more focused on history, philosophy.
This isn't focused enough.
I just don't like the other.
Understood.
The other channels. I don't know if they're looking for content. It's just a bit much. And then
let me ask you a question because I hate to see you go.
And then I realized a lot of. I think the biggest thing I've learned, Stanley, is that there really, really is a difference between, not that it's good or bad, it's just there are categorical differences. There are those.
Well, let me propose something to you. And it was me who asked you up here. We can always focus the show, but we kind of have to do it. Dude, I love talking to you about this stuff. But unfortunately, this is kind of a general, everybody's here topic. Ponder, anytime you want to talk specifics, I would relish the opportunity to talk about Hegel because I don't know Hegel that well. I've read him, but years ago. Anytime you want to do it, do it. But don't run away because I'm being, an ogre. We can focus the show, just not this show. Would you at least do me that honor? And it would actually be an honor.
It would be great, to be honest with you. I would, if you don't mind, a focus on.
Well, it would have to be a specific show.
It would be nice to have a focus on the continental philosophers. So, like we were just discussing Hegel, Marx, Nietzsche.
Well, okay. Well, you know what? Let's do that. You got my email, right?
Yeah, I haven't. That's what I
look. This is not an idle threat. Email me. Look, you and I need to talk. I would relish the thought of educating these Neanderthals. All these John Galt motherfuckers think they know shit. Believe me, tweaking a nose or two, a widespread nose or two, it would thrill me. We can talk Hegel. We can talk all this stuff. So don't be afraid. You got my email, and you must do it or I'll email you, damn it. You don't think we can talk Hegel? I would love to talk Hegel. Don't think I won't.
I don't know. I think my brain just kind of needs to, go back to that time, that particular time of history, because it's like so much has changed, but has not changed. But these
Let me ask you a question. Were Africans a major part of Hegel's life? And this is a serious question.
Excuse me?
You heard what I asked. Do you think Hegel thought about Africans or black people?
I don't know. And
well, then if you don't know, you might want to start with that question because I have. You need to be careful. Your continental philosophy happened in spite of slavery. You need to be very careful. Don't be sucked in.
When I say continental,
okay, no. It's European. No, I don't know. I honestly don't know. I've never heard it described that way.
Okay, so there's no reason to bring up Africa or black people.
Okay, there's a reason I brought it up. Questions to ponder. Hegel never thought about Africans, did he? Did he ever write about them? And by the way, by that time, slavery was a thing, correct?
No, Stanley. Slavery was.
I'm afraid Hegel. You know what? Hegel, Marx wrote to Lincoln. Hegel was a lot. The first slaves were sold in Portugal round about like the 1450s, 1450. Hegel was alive. You need to, no. You need to, no, let me finish, please. I'm sorry, what?
Okay, Stanley, I'm sorry.
Hegel never dealt with slavery. The Scottish Enlightenment was pro-slavery. You need to understand that European philosophers were racists. The Enlightenment was inherently racist.
Stanley,
Stop being fascinated.
Stanley, you really familiar with Hegel at all. Like,
okay, I am literally familiar with Hegel. You're not. See, I'm taking it a place you never thought about, and now you're nervous.
Yeah, I'm nervous. Okay,
I know way more about Hegel than you do. See, this is what happens when you dibble and dabble in shit and you don't know how to clean your shoes, folks. Hegel and Marx and Heidegger, who is quite some time later, these motherfuckers were part of European slavery. Y'all are. This is why this woman is confused. Because motherfucking humble presidents, because I know this shit and she doesn't. That's why she runs when I start asking her whether fucking Hegel gave a fuck about slavery. You need to look. You need to understand what you're doing, girly. It's European philosophy. Motherfucker, don't you talking? No, motherfucker, I will drop your goddamn ass. I don't even want to hear you. I will address you when necessary. This is a problem with the continental philosophers. They ignored a lot of what was going on. They lived in rarefied air and ignored Black people. No, I'm not going all over the place. You can't figure out where the place is. AAE, you're outmatched. I know more about this shit than you do, and I'll leave it at that. What do you have to say, 12th man?
I think you're too aggressive with women.
I don't give a fuck what you think. You would know aggressive even if you were sober. Speak Radio.
Yes, sir, Stanley. What's going on?
I'm annoyed now.
Now, how did we get here, Stanley?
Because we started talking about Hegel. And someone doesn't understand that Hegel literally, this is the danger of even my kind of politics. The fucking Enlightenment invented racism. And this young lady doesn't understand this. I have a John Locke, Hegel, who came after. Racism was literally invented by the very continental philosophers she wants to do a show about, and I have no problems with doing it, but I'm not going to motherfucking worship them. And she knows I'm right. If she did her history, because history intersects with philosophy, the Enlightenment, it's a thing. There we go.
But look, Stanley, look, this could have been.
What does that mean?
This could have been like a good back and forth. You know, you didn't have to run questions.
No. When you start not being able to answer questions about what continental philosophy is, let me help this silly woman out. Literally, the Enlightenment is the font of racism. It's literally where it started. It was literally the source of justifying it. And she wants to fucking worship people. Dante didn't invent racism. Hegel did. Hegel and Marx are part of the problems. And then we get to Heidegger and all these motherfucking continental philosophers. They are problematic. And we should do shows. AAE, I love you dearly. I think you're a great woman, but you need to level set your love for these people. You need to put them into perspective. That's really my desire. Could have been a good show. Speak Radio, I literally said, I don't do this for the content. I do it to level set dumb fucks who think that Hegel is the truth. They're wrong.
Well, but Stanley, look, you can teach without going off on people.
I am not a teacher. Look, she has been taught.
No, Questions to Ponder is very learned.
No, she's not. She's not a.
Stop it, Stanley.
No, I literally think she has been indoctrinated. There's a difference. If she really, it's hard to describe. If she really knew what she was talking about, she would understand that Marx, she wants to talk about Marx in the look. Let me break this down. If you say small hats, I think you're a goddamn moron. If you say small hats to me, it means you're a racist. So no, stop it. You must work from there. I think it's racist. You're too racist to even figure out how to say Jewish. Because what you might say, what may come of it, means you'll be canceled from a YouTube. Okay, motherfucker, I will put your dumb ass in the back in a heartbeat. Stay. I'm dead serious, 12th man. You don't even understand what's going on right now. If you say small hat to me, that's like a red flag. Because it means you're a racist. Yep, I said it. Don't tell me I don't understand what I'm talking about. I think you're a racist because you're too racist to say Jewish. Do you understand that part? Speak Radio.
Yeah, so you're saying I'm racist then?
You didn't say. Well, did you say small hat lately?
Yeah, I said small hat earlier.
I think I respect you enough to ask you to do better.
Well,
do it. No,
listen.
Do better. How is asking you to do better disrespectful?
It's not. I'm not saying it is, but check it out. That word is a very sensitive subject on YouTube.
I don't give a motherfuck.
I don't care how you use it, whether you use
it. Okay, let me help you out here. I don't give a fuck. Say Jewish, not small hat.
All right, Jewish small hats.
No.
No, I'm just kidding.
Well, Google Earth is owned by the Jews, so there's no denying reality.
I don't even understand what this means. I ain't gonna lie, Stanley. You gradually drew me away from it. Is that a compliment?
I don't think he's. I think he's basically just saying you kind of gave him a different perspective than the bullshit that.
Look, I'm not God's gift to intellect, but I do. I think that. Look. John Galt's a smart motherfucker. No one can deny that. You form your own opinions. And you know what? John and I get along when we don't talk politics or race.
Yeah.
By the way, John, Stryvez, that John Locke has an E at the end of it. Ellis Hobbs. Who the fuck is Ellis Hobbs? There, John Locke, the Locke has an E. Scottish Enlightenment, son. Dude, see, this is the other thing folks don't understand. I actually know a lot about this shit. Too much time on my hands.
Yeah, you know a lot of shit that I don't even know, and I'm listening to you, learning shit.
Stanley
Well,
is the history master.
Nope.
Everyone knows
Fuck it
that.
all. Fuck it all. I like a good joke. And quite honestly, I would be honored to go back and forth with this lovely woman. I think Questions to Ponder is her voice is like a siren song. The woman is wonderful, but she is young.
Yeah, Stanley, while you were cock blocking me, I wanted to talk to her.
And I fucked up. I understand.
Look, you know, she can read The Odyssey to me anytime. That's one of my favorite stories. She can read Animal Farm to me.
Oh my Lord. Really? You can't read for yourself?
I can read for myself, but hey, just like you don't like reading those goddamn articles and you let the AI voice play. Sometimes I don't want to read it.
Touché.
Yeah, Audible.
Yeah,
I like Audible. They read a book.
No, I don't do Audible because I'm too poor to afford it.
No, you're not.
Plus, by the way, the only way to actually read books is to read them. I have a visual thing.
Look, Stanley, I feel bad because right now, you remember I told you about that book that came before Columbus, and I still have yet to open it up and read it.
Look, you are busy.
Well, I get my little spurts where I want to read shit. Like, you know who one of my favorite authors are?
Who?
Charles Bukowski.
Oh, really? The poet. Interesting.
Yeah, I have. Let me see.
Okay, motherfucker. Now that is interesting.
Let's see what books I have from him. I'm looking in here right now.
You know, there's some YouTube stuff.
So I don't have all his shit, but I have Women and Post Office.
You know, funny enough, he's never been my cup of tea. However, that you like a poet adds a new dimension.
Well, those two books, he's not really doing like poetry type stuff.
I haven't read the books, but you like a poet and poetry.
Yeah.
Not a bad thing to like.
Ham on Rye was another good one.
Look at this motherfucker. Stanley doesn't even know what the Ringstrasse was. How can he be expected to appreciate Hegel? You know what? I won't call you the N-word. And it's not it's not nigga that I'm gonna call you. The N-word I'm thinking of is not nigga. Eric, do you spell your name with a C or a K, Eric? Look at this crazy motherfucker. Eric, I don't know what Ringstrasse. Yeah, this Eric, Eric's probably fucking with me.
Yeah, is C or a K like cunt or a cunt? How do you get those mixed up?
No, Eric's been a friend of, well, Eric's been around this show forever since it started. So C spelling is superior. Fuck you, bud. You know what? He's a smarter Maven, to be honest.
So the questions to ponder lead the chat as well. Did you run her off?
Well,
totally, Stanley?
I think she was tired in the first place and a little frustrated with me.
Yeah, she did sound a little tired. I ain't gonna even lie.
Well, she said she was tired.
I could hear it in her voice. She said she was
Yeah,
tired of being on panels like
she did sound tired. I have to agree with that.
Well, I am kind of concerned that she's not. I saw that CT job thing, and I kind of left that alone.
You see Eric's comment.
Really? That is funny. Look, I have to put my women through paces. They can keep up or they can't. My wife did.
Is that your love language, Stanley? You blast them and then you give them reaffirmation.
Yes, it actually is. And the funny part, ever since I was a kid, I tease people that I like. I just want to. It is a flaw, personality flaw. Make me laugh. Look, my mother would tease you, but it was always with love, and sometimes the response would just make her laugh. That was that. You know what? If you made my mother laugh, you might get away with some shit.
Look, I just think that's the way they were back then because my grandma was that type of person. She would tear you down and then tell you she loved you. As soon as you walk in the door to greet her, she may like, "Ooh, boy, you didn't got fat," and then give you a big old hug.
And your response would be, "No, I didn't."
Yeah, you'd be like, "Damn, Grandma, I can't even come in and say hello first."
You know what? I'm in love with your grandma already. That is how. What an outrageous way to greet someone.
Oh yeah, she was funny. She's passed. She's been gone now about 5 years.
Dude, I had a whole. Now they weren't all comedians, but my mother, dude. Let me tell you a story. And this is gonna sound. It's not gonna be that funny. 8th grade. I was such a motherfucking goody two shoes, but I got away with a lot because I was actually funny. And my son, oddly enough, when his 1st grade teacher literally told me, you know what? He gets jokes. He actually understands jokes, and then he kind of riffs off the jokes. His verbal skills, are awesome. He understands words. I remember Anthony Lloyd in fucking 8th grade at the Cathedral Day School. He was a little bit of a troublemaker. So, Mr. Tatum, I was in 7th grade actually, not 8th grade. So he calls Mr. Tatum. Mr. Tatum had this thing about wiping the board, and his hands would get dusty, and he would wipe his hands on his clothes, and he'd just be dusty. And so anyway, Mr. Tatum and Anthony Lloyd were kind of getting into it. And Anthony Lloyd told Mr. Tatum, "You need to shut the fuck up, you dusty motherfucker," and walked off. Now, this is a 7th grader. And so my mother picks me up from school, and my sister was in the car. So I'm like, "Hey, Mama, guess what Anthony Lloyd called Mr. Tatum today? He called him a dusty motherfucker." And I never cursed around my parents. I went, "Oop." So my mother busted out laughing. And I can't figure out whether it was what Anthony Lloyd called her or my reaction when I said the word. So she's like, it's okay. So we all laughed, and that was the end of it. You know what? My mother liked a good joke.
Yeah, sometimes you gotta just let a kid make it.
Yeah. And you know what? But the thing is I'm motherfucking 60. I was probably 12 at the time. I loved my mother more than anything. And I don't curse in front of my parents now. Well, my father now. I don't do that kind of shit. And they know I curse. But that is, dude, I love my mother. And you know what? That's why I like women. She was a cool person. As long as she knows, as long as you went oop, she knew she knew that I knew that I had like, oh shit, am I gonna get in trouble? That's not something you do. But you know what? Her approval and her laughter and my sister's laughter, we were heading home from school. Dude, I remember that to this motherfucking day. So, little blast from the past.
You know, when you say you teach people, Stanley, that's how they know that you like them. That's why I know you like.
Oh, motherfucker! I don't
stuff.
I don't deal with people I don't like.
Yeah, that's why I know. That's why I know you like 12 Man.
Well, I must
so
love
shit.
him.
Oh, you love 12 Man. Just go ahead and admit it. 12 Man, he loves you, sir. Did he already
I
leave?
loves me some 11 man, 12 man. Come let me love you.
Did he leave? Did he leave?
Yeah, you know what?
Off.
Actually, I'm at 10 hours, almost 11 hours. I'm not going to be here much longer. I am looking forward to this young lady's show tonight.
Who?
It's where I'm going to be. Y'all motherfucking better be there.
Roz you talking about Roz girl?
That woman is awesome.
Oh yeah, Roz is amazing.
And you know what? I'm outrageous in the chat within limits, of course. Just to say, dude, when Roz laughs, oh, dude, I get a fucking thrill. I can see it in her eyes. She literally, and I'm thinking that she's thinking, did he say that? Does he really want me to repeat this? I see it in her eyes. She is such a decent woman.
Well, see, you're reserved in the chat. Now, EAE is a different story. That damn pervert.
Yeah. Well, he goes places. No, I don't even know where he gets some of this stuff. Look, this is another thing that's rather interesting. Dude, these people think that all young men were into pornography as kids. What the fuck? It's a weird thing that I bring up. That's why EAE is a fucking moron. No, these motherfuckers, their daddies had stacks of Playboys under the bed or something. My father didn't. I've never been into that sort of stuff. Look, I'm not going to get all hot and bothered over Ava. I think she is cute and sexy as hell. But dude, she's on the internet. She is 23 or 24. I'm 60. I'm never going to hit that. I'll flirt a little bit. She knows I think she's awesome as hell. And, we make jokes and that's that. We might not see each other for months. Even on the
internet, so she's for the streets.
I don't know about all that. I don't care. I don't live in Seattle. I do know that I am very glad I don't live in Seattle. There's no way I couldn't fucking take my shot. Even at 60, the woman, she floats my boat. And, so does AAE, so does, all these, there's some actually interesting women on the internet who float around this John Galt universe. I can't have them, but at a minimum, I know I'm alive. I'm not dead yet.
What's wrong with this Palomino Ricky Z guy? What the fuck's his problem?
Now, it's Maven. What is he saying? I don't have on my glasses. What is this? What is internet don't equal street? Motherfucker, of course it doesn't equal streets. Thanks for pointing out the obvious, you motherfucking moron.
He's doing what women do. We ain't saying all.
Yeah, well, he's been doing it for a year. Oh yeah, absolutely, Lou. Lou, you better come there. Roz is awesome. And that's, you know what? She is attached. She's married to. Where were all these women when I was their age? This is what makes me motherfucking sad. Dude, I am going to die alone because there are no. Dude, some of these women are super smart and just worth men's time. Dude, I'm not gonna even talk about.
I just don't know if I can take any woman from YouTube serious.
No, I'm sorry. There is one woman that I do take serious, and I can't. She hurt my feelings.
Gwegwe? Was it Gwegwe?
No. Gwegwe is really cute too.
Oh, yes, definitely.
But Gwegwe was never going to marry like a black American. He's waiting to be someone's fourth wife.
No, I think Gway's only dated black American men since she's been in the States. Yeah, I remember her talking about that.
Damn. You know what? I actually think, but here's the weird thing. I can't deal with that. Gwegwe has some shit in her past. There's a reason she's so bitter.
I mean, Stanley, she did come from a war-torn country.
Well, then America. That's the bitterness.
Could be a little PTA.
I am just there. Not. I'm just not a lion tamer.
Yeah, could be a little bit something there, Stanley, if you come from a war-torn country.
I don't care.
What do you mean you don't care?
I'm an American. I'm an American born way after the Civil War. I don't come from a war-torn country. Look, if I were 25, I would probably look. There's one thing. You can't make people over. The notion that you will marry someone and make them by your love into someone you can be with, whether you're a male fixing a female or vice versa, no, I don't think that works. It doesn't happen. If you're fucked up, you might have to spend your time alone. In marrying another fucked up person, that's not a solution. Marrying someone who's not fucked up, it wouldn't be Stanley. His name would not be Stanley Cross. I don't do that.
Stanley, I think this zombie crackhead is scaring people.
Let him scare him. Don't be the zombies. Don't be the zombie. Oh, Black Manta. That is so disrespectful. Ms. Roz.
Speak of the devil.
Now, here is our patron saint of the wonderful woman. Roz, I was about to drop your link. You're gonna have a whole lot of troublemakers in your chat.
Roz can handle them.
No, I gotta make Roz. I love it when I am. I'll just call myself naughty in your chat with the funny comments. I love seeing you. I've seen you read some of the shit I've written, and you're just like, I'm not reading that.
Roz ignores me in the comments, and I'm actually good in her chat.
Oh, it makes me laugh when she's. It is so funny.
Like I said, if she lets EAE make it, your chats are harmless, Stanley.
Well, see, we need to rectify that. I need to make them a little bit more pointed.
Yeah, you need to be a little bit more pervy.
I'm not going to be a perv, motherfucker.
Well, hey, that's the only way you're gonna get to EAE levels.
Nah, I don't. That would eat. Look, you're a perv when you're 15. If you were perv at 60, something went wrong in the interim. And I don't think EAE is a perv. I think he just thinks he's clever. And see, this is the other thing, dude. One of the worst things that happens with people like Be Brave in EAE, no one ever pulled them aside and went, "This isn't funny. Stop this behavior." No one's ever told Be Brave he was a motherfucking moron until I did, apparently. EAE, no. EAE has never had someone bounce him. Dude, this 15-year-old Chad behavior, people let him get away with it. And that's on them. And it is on him to not mature, but no one's ever told him he had to. I actually believe that. And I like EAE. He is actually kind of an impresario. No one's ever told him to stop that fucking weird, I am an 80-year-old 14-year-old.
Well,
and someone needs to tell this little motherfucker who thinks he's a horse. He's a horse of, you know what? I might just motherfucking have to ban this dumb son of a bitch. He's becoming annoying. Stanley likes lying to himself like no one's hearing his bull S. No one's hearing.
But he's here.
Yeah, well, he's a John Galt hanger-on. And I could ban him from this show specifically, but John Galt might miss him. What's up, Lou?
What up, man? Don't send the opposition away, man. That's what makes the show.
What's the opposition?
You talking about Palomino?
I wouldn't call him opposition. I would call him a speed bump in the history of clarity of thought. He's not. He is a lot. He reminds me a lot of Be Brave. White people don't even give a fuck about him.
I didn't know Palomino was. I didn't know he's white.
I don't think he knows that he's white either. He thinks he's a horse.
A pony.
This motherfucker literally says that no stallion something about stallions and curly hair. And I know he thought it was a joke, but it was kind of telling. This motherfucker literally is not a man. He has to pretend to be a motherfucking palomino talking about stallions and curly hair. Look, my name is Stanley Cross. I use my real name for a reason. What the fuck are people gonna do? Palomino is a horse, a pretend stalking horse, riding horse, whatever horse he decides to be in my chat. He's a pussy, is what he is. He doesn't have the courage of his convictions. He is a failure of whiteness. That's what Palomino Ricky Z is.
Damn.
Oh, motherfucker, I can go farther. He is a failure of white privilege. White privilege pretty much was wasted on this motherfucking moron.
Like Karl Marx. That's interesting.
Laugh on that one.
He's like a Karl Marx type. That's interesting.
No, Palomino Ricky Z is literally. I don't even know where to go with this because I can't be meaner.
He all right, man. He cool. It took you a whole year to get tired of him.
He's cool. He's cool with you. I don't have that kind of patience. I think he's a fucking literally. If I had,
He's been shitting on you for a whole year in the chat, Stanley. What you mean you're not tired of him? What you talking about?
He doesn't show up every day. That's how committed he is. Look, Palomino
he's got a life.
Z, he's kind of like mosquitoes. You swat them and they go away for a while, and when the temperature's right, they kind of wind their way back. That's a horsefly. He's a Palomino horsefly pretending to be a Palomino.
Uh-oh. Well, yo, hey, man, fuck all that shit.
Did you swat him? Did
Stanley,
you kill him?
Stanley, you gotta get in these DMs, bro. That's you gotta do it, man. You gotta get in these emails. You gotta reach out to these ladies, man.
I agree, free zone.
Dude, I'm motherfucking 60 years old. Look, I'm literally this woman, whatever woman will find me. There is one woman who actually would be worth it, and she's religious, and I'm not. So I'm done. I'm toast.
Uh-oh. I think I know who you're talking
I
about.
am not. I don't think about it because I'm not religious, and I don't plan on changing.
Well, they know
But
you're
thank you for noticing.
They know you're
Man, if a chick really like you, man, she'll change that shit up for you, man.
Nope.
You ain't even got to talk her out of it.
It would be unfair. You don't change people out of their religion. It is literally a sin to do that. If you're religious, look, a heathen like me, it would be disrespectful. And you know what? I'm cool the way I am. I'm cool with the relationship the way it is. And by the way, now that I think about it, I'm too old. I think she said, I'm too old for her. So it all is lost. There'll be someone down the way.
So from where you stand, what is too young for you personally?
Dude,
what's the age limit for you?
50 is the lower limit, and 60. I'm 60. I'm not doing 65 for a woman. I have needs.
Understandable. Understandable. Oh no, you got some 50-year-old options out here, man. YouTube's a big place. The
I'm
world
not.
is a big place.
There are plenty of 50-year-old women who are hot, and they'll look, dude. I met the love of my life. I might have to suffer the loneliness. Look,
I mean, looking for love
here's
at
the
60. I didn't know you
I'm
ain't
not
gotta do
looking
that.
for it. It'll have to find me. Look, here's the deal. My wife, she had every motherfucking thing. She liked to fuck. She had a PhD. She was funny as hell. She was a reader. Look, I got lucky. That's that.
Hmm.
You don't find them every day. I might have to. You don't find people like that. And this is kind of the weird thing about people getting upset that I married a white woman. I didn't marry her because she was white. I married her because she had a sense of humor. And she could tolerate.
No, I understand the feeling. I married
And
mine for
look,
the same reason.
you know what?
Or I
If I
didn't marry
have
mine
a
for the you know what I mean. It wasn't a race
yeah.
based thing. It
Well,
wasn't
the
even a
thing
thought in my
is
mind.
I honestly have never. I don't know that I'm over her.
You're
I
not. And it's okay, Stanley. You're not.
I'll have to deal with it.
Like the fact that you're trying to find your it sounds like based on your options for women, like you're trying to find your wife again at 60. You're not over.
No,
It
it's
would
not so
require
much
like a
that.
shift of
It's look, I love kind of flirting with Ava. Ava reminds me of my wife, believe it or not. I think in some ways Portia reminds me of my wife. Put all of these people into one woman and I might be smitten. But I also understand that look, I was lucky. And sometimes there's a have you ever heard of Mary Chapin Carpenter?
I have. Go ahead.
Sometimes you're the windshield, sometimes you're the bug. There's literally a motherfucking song. And it's a saying, and she turned it into a song. I have been both. And I'm not going to if I find I've been successful in that territory, in that, life. Sometimes
and
you have to don't be the
sidebar,
bug. Don't be the bug.
sidebar. You said I will never hit that. That's definitely a title.
John Galt, you fucking missed it. Of course, I've weighed in on the rise of the. What is it? Does John Galt ever listen to my show? We literally talked about it hours ago, John. I approve. And we talked about you when we talked about that all white town, by the way. So yes, we weighed in, John. I'm sorry, Lou. I
That was
cut
the
you off.
best news. The best news John Galt heard all day about this.
Oh, don't do that.
Like that's new. Like, what the fuck? Like, this is something new. All white town. Whoopity fucking do. This is not new.
Well, no, be kind. He just asked me had I weighed in on it.
He couldn't wait to tell you about that. Ooh, Stanley, did you hear about that old white town?
No. That's not what I
that's
took
not
away
it.
from this.
That's what
Be
he did.
kind.
I'm being
John
kind.
Galt asked me if I'd weighed in, and that's that.
Remember
Yes, John,
how you
we have
started
weighed
that
in.
song of the South? That one
Speak.
song?
Don't see. You were doing a 12th man on John.
Yeah, I can go off sometimes, you know.
I laughed.
I will cook them. Sometimes I want to ask them, where on the black doll did the black men touch you?
Oh my
You
God.
gotta relax and stop trying to be me. Speak easy. You can't keep trying to impersonate me.
Hey, wait
There's
now.
only one 12th man.
He's
Oh
this
my
white
Lord. Where is this going? And let me ask you another question. What is Bob doing over there? I subscribe to the show,
They said he got
but
porn.
I get like every half hour. Do they stop and restart the show every half hour?
You didn't see Palomino say they got porn bombed like 3 times in a row?
No.
He's still trying to work out the kinks, but yeah.
Okay, well, put up a. You know what? I'm not going to say anything. They'll figure it out. So that's why they keep getting
Yeah.
porn bombed. Let me ask you a question. Does that not tell you about being? I think I've heard them say over there, and I've been in the chat. Bob's a motherfucking awesome guy. Bob isn't the problem. His panels are. And the same thing with CT. CT's a great guy. His panels are his problem. So getting porn bombed this much doesn't tell them anything. It would tell me something.
Hey, I would say this: if you get porn bombed, you've officially made it on YouTube.
You know what? As a matter of fact, I never get porn bombed. So maybe what it's telling me is no one gives a fuck.
Well, I'm sure John has though. So I mean,
I don't know. I don't think he's been porn bombed lately.
you win by
John. John, can you weigh in on the all white porn bombers? I've literally never seen a black porn bomber. It's always motherfucking white people.
Hey, they're patient
Have
too.
y'all
They'll
ever noticed? Whoa! You've never noticed that all the porn bombers are white males?
That's not necessarily true.
Oh no, motherfucker! In my experience. So tell us about the demographics of porn bombing, Lou.
Well, in the depths of Negro tube, it's definitely not just white porn. It's not white porn bombers in those areas.
Lou, I think it's all
Like
white.
like the beef sector done had their run-ins with them.
I don't care about all that shit. If you've seen black porn bombers, that's good enough for me.
Well, you don't really know who they are because they come up under a different. Yeah, they come up under a different name. They may take the name of somebody who regularly comes on the panel, and they'll just with their camera off, they'll chill. Like even putting up the banner, you put up the banner for 3 or 4 minutes, they'll wait that time out, and then they'll just, as soon as you drop it down, they'll put it on. But there may be something to that actually, because even
I know there's something to it.
Yeah, I don't think you're totally off. He said whites hold the corn. That's a title. That is a title.
Slick Rick.
That is a title right there. I would never hit that, and whites hold the corn. 2 great titles.
Thank you, Slick Rick. That is hilarious. Let's see. Black Manta says, "Why P bombers always do they?" You know what? I think the P in Palomino Ricky Z is for porn. All porn bombers on the internet are Palomino Ricky Z. Who wants to explore that topic?
Palomino bombers. That's kind of crazy.
Palomino equals porn. And you know that little motherfucking pervert. I'm trying to I wonder what his 23andMe is like.
Oh, don't do that, pervy.
Half
Pervy
horse.
cross. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that, pervy.
Okay, I'll stop. I am wondering. He was talking about curly-haired horses. A black stallion and a what?
Uh-oh.
All right, let's see here. We are getting so far into this show. Thank God, Mr. Stanley lived longer. Oh my God, that is a show title. Oh, gotta do it. Thank God, Mr. Stanley lived longer than Mr. Hogan.
Oh my God. Okay, we got three. We got three.
That is good. Oh, Chris Reed. Score. Let me make sure I got to. That's got to be a motherfucking show title. Holy shit! This dude came up with a show. That might be the best show title ever. Who had the better tan, Chris? All right, well, I capture that.
So now, in regards to these women, what
Show
you gonna do,
your love,
brother?
Motherfucker, bring your ass up here. Show your love. Oh shit! It's about to get live now. Hold on one sec. I'm about to
who is
drop
that?
this link. This shit is about to get live. Old friend of mine.
Oh, okay. Let me get my
He's gonna
popcorn.
teach y'all. He's from Houston. He's gonna teach y'all how to be black for starters. Popcorn. You won't be needing popcorn.
Make T-shirts that say Stanomania. The Stanomaniacs.
Yeah, that would be a weird cartoon. Hey, hold on one sec. Let me drop this link. Travis, hit the link, man. I would love to have you up here. Please do. Dropping the link now. Now, this motherfucker is a family man and a cool young man. He is awesome. So hopefully he'll come up. You know, why have they been focusing on this guy on the screen? Are they scared or what? Problematic show title. Every show is a problematic show title, son. All right, well, let's watch a little bit of this. Travis, hit the link, man. I would love to have you up here at least for a couple minutes.
Okay, I'm gonna watch this nigga. I'm about to fuck him up. He ain't got to say nothing to you. He ain't got to He ain't got to look at you. He don't even have to see you. I see you, so I'm already. Let me get ready. I'm already getting my stands ready. When he walking by, I'm already walking a certain way. When he pass, I'm turning around, looking. Where this nigga going? What is he doing? If I got my child or my lady, y'all get in front. Y'all get in front of me. Don't get behind me. Get in front. Why? Look at this nigga. Look at him. But see, man, you sound like a real cool man. You just judging him on the way he look. Listen. And it's the thing I never understood, right? If you believe that white supremacy and systemic oppression, I already took which card. Thank you. If you believe in systemic oppression and racism, white supremacy, right? Why look like this? Guys, can I be honest with you? Some of our teenage kids walk around with their hair like, I'm sorry, I'm an old school nigga. I believe in waves, wave cap,
wave
cut.
cap.
That's me. I get a haircut twice a week sometimes.
Okay, you know
Call
what?
me
This
whatever
is
the fuck
so
you are, that old
fucking
pretty.
stupid. So a wave cap.
You heard two less than 2 minutes of it. You said it's stupid.
Yeah, I'm afraid it is. What, you agree with it?
Look at this crazy motherfucker on screen. He ain't lying.
No, they're talking about wave cap.
Yeah.
You know, now see, you're not even as old as I am. You know, the original wave caps used to cut your mother's pantyhose and put them on top of your head. Murray's what was it? Murray's hair grease or whatever it was. Dude, I was there. I had the waves. Motherfucker, it's stupid.
No, you have
to. No. I literally am telling you, I was there. I was in 8th grade. That's when waves were a big deal.
Stanley,
7th, 8th grade.
Waves was not a thing. Stop it.
Yeah. Oh, dude. You're gonna tell me I don't remember my 8th grade year? No, really? How disrespectful are you gonna be, young man? Whippersnapper. Yes, Casey in the Sunshine Band, motherfucking the Ohio players, motherfucker. I was there. Don't tell me waves weren't a thing, dude. No. Now you're gonna tell me my 8th grade, my 7th grade. Now you're telling me my childhood didn't exist. Speak Radio, you need to be extremely careful. Don't be disrespecting the old man. I was there.
Stanley.
Waves were definitely popping in the 30s and 40s.
Now you are literally telling me, dude, I went to Star Wars in 1977 in the theater. You're gonna tell me Star Wars didn't exist?
No,
you need to be motherfucker. You need to be extremely careful. Okay, dude, I will put your ass in the back. I love you, but you're going in the back. Do not be that disrespectful, son.
How's that disrespectful?
I was there. I motherfucking was there. When I say 1977 Star Wars, check it. It's the right date. I was there, motherfucker. Do you even know what Murray's is?
Yes, I know what Murray's hair.
Okay, well, motherfucker, I was there. I put it on my own ass hair in a wave cap. Don't you ever disrespect me like that. And I'm literally telling you, you are telling me my 8th grade, 7th grade Cathedral Day School didn't happen? Dude, don't disrespect me like that.
Stanley, that's
ever.
No.
You want to do a Deacon Dave Stanley, let's not. I'm telling you, Speak Radio, Stanley doesn't get disrespected this way. Don't you ever tell me that I didn't use Murray's hair grease or I don't know shit. Dude, this is firsthand experience. And you're going to tell what the fuck? Did Trump convince you that fake news was actually real stuff? You're gonna fucking tell me my childhood was fake news? Because it seems like you are.
I'm not saying that, Stan.
Don't ever tell me something didn't happen when I'm telling you you did. It did, and I was there. I did it.
Okay, so maybe
Stop it, son. Don't explain.
Maybe
son.
it happened, but you had a
just. Did you motherfucking just say maybe it happened?
I said maybe it happened, but you had.
Okay, did you just use the word maybe? Dude, I'm serious. Don't you disrespect me like that.
Stanley, I don't think you know.
Do I fucking have to dig out a can of Murray's hair grease from 1978 to convince you?
That would be amazing if you could pull that off.
What would be amazing if you fucking understood that I was there and did it, and maybe you should trust your elders. That's actually what would be amazing. There are some disrespectful motherfuckers from John Galt on down who want to make up their own fucking history to fit their own warped and very racist narratives. That's why I'm not popular, because I shit on fools. Don't be a fool. If I said it happened, it actually happened for real.
Stanley.
The fuck? No. Don't owe Stanley me.
No,
dude.
Stanley.
Total disrespect.
That's not disrespect.
No. It is literally disrespectful, and I take umbrage. Do I need? You know what? Some dumb motherfucker named Eric W in the chat probably thinks I'm mispronouncing umbrage. He doesn't know the word. He just gets his little white boy jollies telling me that a black man can't know that kind of word. You're probably mispronouncing it. Dude, I see everything. I have a comment on everything. And you need to fucking don't be a 12th man.
Who don't be a 12th?
Really?
Who don't
no,
be a 12th?
don't no. I will treat you like 12th man if you keep telling me it's fake news
now,
and
Stanley,
maybe it. No, don't now Stanley me. I will disrespect you if you disrespect me.
Disrespectful saying
No. Dude, it doesn't work on me. This is not teased. This is not teased chat or panel. Dude, you want to stop.
You're
is
saying
what I'm asking.
You're saying
I'm literally telling you are disrespectful. I'm literally telling. Okay, so now so I feel disrespectful, and you're going to what? Tell me I'm not? It's not real?
Yeah.
I feel disrespectful, and you are going to tell me what?
What do you mean? You're saying
what do you mean? What do you mean you feel disrespectful? Motherfucker, you're not my goddamn son. My son has better manners.
You're saying I'm being
If I tell my son I feel disrespected, guess what he's gonna do?
Stanley.
No, Speak Radio, it does not work like that.
No,
if I tell you that something happened in motherfucking 1978, your response should not be maybe it did. Your response, if you don't believe me, should maybe not respond at all. Am I having to teach you how to treat your elders?
Stanley.
Maybe that's what's wrong with niggas in the United States. They forgot how to treat their elders. They forgot. God damn it. They forgot.
Don't do that shit, Stanley.
Maybe. It's gonna get worse than this. It's gonna get worse. You yield. I will not.
No, I'm not.
You yield. I will not. Yield. Do not disrespect your elders, son.
You, Stanley.
Do not
Don't do this shit, Stanley. Don't do it.
Motherfucker, I
do it,
will
Stanley.
dude.
Don't
Don't
do it,
disrespect
Stanley.
me on my own
Don't do it,
goddamn
Stanley.
panel.
Don't fucking do
You're
it,
not
Stanley.
going to be able to fight back.
Stanley.
Stop
Don't do it, Stanley. You
disrespecting
better
your
try it.
elders.
Oh, you know
It's
what?
done, son.
I'm gonna be respectful and leave because I don't want to disrespect you on your
That
show.
is the wisest decision you could possibly make.
Shut up.
Well, folks, that's the end of this show. let me drop Roz's link because this is bound to continue. You don't motherfucking disrespect your elders in front of your elders on an elders panel. Palomino, guess what I'm gonna do to your dumb ass? You can come back tomorrow. I'm tired of your disrespectful ass too. I put up with this sort of shit too much, and y'all are used to John Galt standards. I respect or expect. Let's see here. Let's see. Let's see. Palomino, type again. Shut, Stanley. You don't know disrespect, sir. I think I do know after this experience, Speak Radio. Bring your ass back up to this panel and stop being disrespectful. Okay, now this is true disrespect. This motherfucker with body dysmorphia, he's a human who thinks he's a horse. You're done, Palomino. You can ask John Galt, can you come back? Don't pile on when you shouldn't be. I think you did. I'm entitled to my feelings. Speak Radio. Look at this motherfucker. Don't be a gay. All right, Palomino. I won't be a gay. So there will be others who are disrespectful. Palomino, you are a particular problem. I've put up with it long enough. You might not come back. Okay, Speak Radio, I'll accept that. Probably the best we're gonna do tonight. So I'm gonna shut this down. Folks, don't when an old man tells you his his fucking memories, don't tell him he may be right. Speak Radio, were you even born in the 80s? Not sure you were. So anyway, it has been god damn. There are a couple people in here. Eric, what do you have to say? Will Foreman become the new home base for Stanley's iLogs? What is an iLog? What is an iLog? Deacon Dave, you know what? Okay, well, you were literally born. So you're 46. I'm trying to think. You're a year younger than my brother. My brother was born in 79 there, Speak Radio. So you definitely need to show some respect. I was away, but I gotta watch this segment. Which segment? Yeah, I know you disrespectful youngin, Speak Radio. So you are my brother's age, roughly. And Deacon Dave, I guess you're roughly my brother's age. Explains a lot. Y'all didn't learn discipline. So, I am not going to start a new show. It is 10. Well, hit the motherfucking link. I'm going to play this, and I will be right back.
Can we go back to that? Can we go back to that, right? Like what dudes, used to have a way, who got the deepest waves, and you got the fresh temp fade. At least if you're gonna have this naughty hair, get your shit temped up and edged up. Sometimes you can get a good temp fade and the edge up, and I still don't like it, but okay, at least he got his shit cut and edged up and well manicured. Some of these kids, bro, they hair be fucked up, bro. I don't like it. I'm sorry. You can call me an out of touch old head. Or you old head, you old bitter, old fuddy duddy, whatever you want to call me. You can call me whatever you want to call me. I'm gonna listen. My boy gonna keep him a temp fade till he get up out my house. He ain't trying to grow. I mean, he want to grow his hair. I don't even want him to grow his hair. Nah, man, you gonna keep waves. Guess what? Most kids his age ain't got no waves. They don't maintain their hair. They lazy. So him, when he go to bed, he come in there every night. When he in school, not now, but because summertime he don't really care as much. But when he in school, I remember one time, I think it was Christmas break. He came home. Man, I had got him right, man. I was waving him up, putting the hot grease in there. I was warming. I was rubbing. I rubbed the grease in my hands, giving that sporting waves, and I was putting the wave cap on his hair when his hair was wet. Bro, he had an ocean. He came back, boy. Everybody had a fit. And he I think he's in like the second grade. He lost his mind. Like, so now he loved the waves. He loved the little wave. Yeah, son, but that's it. I got him like that. And so I'll be glad when he get older. I'm enjoying every minute. I ain't rushing. But I'm just saying when he get older, he starts growing into himself and he gets his confidence up. He'll see what I'm talking about. Bro, the world, just like Kevin Samuels, rest in peace to Kevin Samuels, man. Presentation is everything. I don't think this look on the screen is a good career move for if you're trying to, you know what I'm saying? You trying to break into tech, you don't need to go to interview with even if you got a suit on, you don't need to look like this. You know what I'm saying? Darkness falls across the land. You know what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck? Look at him. Let's keep going.
At Black Forest Hills Elementary in Colorado. Based on his Facebook profile, Galligan also appears to be trans. The governor of Colorado.
Oh, he really sick. And look, I think that's a woman. You see why? See, y'all, listen, man. Y'all think that them white folks I just showed y'all was moving out in the woods because they racist and they just hate black people. It's not that and they might be. I don't know. They might be. But I'm going to tell you one thing I know they also feel. If you got people that have put people in office that support this type of shit, you see who's standing next to them. Y'all queen mother. Black people's queen mother right there. She pushing that evil shit all over the country. And you wonder why they moving out in the woods.
Galligan also appears to be trans. The governor of Colorado just signed Tiara's law, which
I'm sure Nata Jean, that's your girl, ain't it, Nata Jean? I'm sure you done been to see her speak, ain't you? Tell me about, type in the chat, how many times you done went to see Michelle Obama speak? You sat front row, didn't you? With her and Oprah. You see the fuckery she pushing off on our country? But you don't give a fuck. You still gonna vote for it.
Oh, shit. Is he speaking, Deacon Dave, is he speaking ill of Michelle Obama? Not sure we can deal with that. Speak Radio, hit the goddamn link. I did forget to put this up. As a sponsor of the show, I guess I should have been a little bit more patient. But you still disrespected me, son. People on the left accept people on the left except for Stanley, well, maybe including Stanley, or say Fuck you. I guess I'll have to apologize to the sponsor of the show, but dude, you pushed me to my limit, speak. And I got one more motherfucking Guinness stout. And then I'm gonna make me a sandwich and wait. Dang, Jeremy getting free watch hours by multi-streaming. Yeah, so it goes. I abjectly would you like me to do it on Screen Speak Radio, or should I just do it now? See, this is where it's, let's see, no need to apologize. I think there's a need to apologize. I don't care if it is what it is. You are owed an apology. However, I still think you were disrespectful, but now that I know you are my brother's age, might understand it a bit. Gobbledygook, this is where the real stream is at. The Urban Landlord. Kick right. Have you subscribed to my channel? Who is Gobble? Does anyone know Gobble? Well, give me one sec. Gobble. I am always slow with these sorts of things. That's funny. What's going on?
Oh, am I on? Can
You
hear
are.
me?
Who is
All right.
this?
I'm known as Gobbledygook. You're gonna have to respect me because I'm your elder. So whatever I say
Are you
goes.
really? How old are
I
you?
am. Older than you. Older than you.
Are you older than 60?
I don't remember no waves in 1978.
Well, you're black?
No, I'm not. And
Okay, then you wouldn't know anything about waves.
yeah, but I got the old
Oh
privilege.
no!
now.
Wait, here's how we're gonna level set. If you weren't black growing up in Savannah, Georgia in 1978, you honestly shouldn't even be talking on the topic because you just don't know, and that's fine.
Well, it had to happen.
Will I need to repeat this? I don't brook this kind of, if you're not a black woman who grew up in Savannah, Georgia, like my sister's a year younger, waves were a thing. If you didn't grow up in the South, did you grow up in the South?
No, I think you were doing the Jerry curl.
Don't tell me what you think I was doing. I honestly, no, I understand.
I just
You
wonder, I
come
think something else-
up.
honestly,
It doesn't
sir.
work this way on my panel. It's called Stanley versus the world. Don't be the world.
Oh.
Don't be the world.
Well, how can I not
If
be
you
it?
don't know,
Versus
if you
the
don't
world.
know what you're talking about, that's okay too.
That's bananas. How can it be Stanley versus
Okay,
the
no.
world?
You know what? It works.
Okay. Okay.
Now let's get back
I'm
to
thinking you
let's
can't
get back to
possibly
no. I'm
Sir?
sorry, it doesn't work that way, ma'am. Your original premise is something about waves, and I asked you, what do you know about waves? You don't know. Can we start from that point?
Well, we have to make it
Do you
like
know about waves, man? I
in
don't do
Stanley's
superfluous.
world.
I don't do superfluous talk. Dave, do you know this woman?
No, Stanley, but I'm trying to referee this thing. This is getting out of control real quick.
Oh, you know what? I don't give a fuck if it's getting out of control. She might be the female 12th man.
Are we talking about waves? Hair waves? Are
Well,
we
she's
talking
a
about...
white woman who is older than I am, and she didn't grow up in Savannah. She's not black. What the fuck? Why are we even talk? Why is she even talking about this stuff?
Wave, she might be a surfer.
I might be a
See,
what?
Dave.
I'm
See,
A
Dave.
surfer,
You
surfer.
literally,
Yeah.
Dave. You are an apologist.
Oh, you got to give her a chance. She didn't even say anything.
No, I don't. No, which world did you grow up in? Where
What's her
you would
name, by the
imagine?
way?
Okay.
A gobbledygook.
Listen to me,
I'm from the
Dave.
Southwest.
Okay, see, this is where the
Nice to
shit
meet
gets out
you.
of control. I don't have to do shit.
Stanley, you know. This is where you
to the man
shine.
about
We
his
need to
hairstyle.
establish this fact, sir.
This is foreplay. I just want you to know before he
Okay,
pisses you off.
foreplay for whom?
Stanley foreplay. All right, as long as you
Well,
know
ma'am,
that,
where are
y'all
you
two
from?
have fun.
And how old are you?
I'm going to be 63 in a couple of months.
You're
And
elder.
Not horribly old.
Therefore, you owe her respect, Stanley.
Yeah. I was
I
trying to come
do
in
owe
with
her
that, but
respect,
suddenly
except
that
when she
respect went
starts
out the
talking
window
about
when he found out
waves.
the color of my skin, or thinks he knows the color of my
Okay,
skin.
you
I
don't
guess that
quite
supersedes
understand
everything.
where I'm coming from on this.
That's true. That's true. And
What I
if I
need you
knew
to
it was the
do,
excitement of the
do,
loan, I probably wouldn't have done it.
what I
I don't know
need you,
why it's such a
please
tender
don't
thing
be a
that people
Karen
must
on this.
remember
You
what
are
kind of
being a
hairstyle you had
Karen.
in 1977.
Okay, you know what? You are a couple years older than me. Well, 3 years older than me in 1977. Are you even from the South?
I'm Southwest. I'm in Southern California. Back at that time,
Gotcha.
I lived in Southern Arizona.
Well, let me ask you a question. And this is it would be an interesting thing to have your opinion on this. I don't think black people from Los Angeles I have a weird thing about what the black community is, and you often hear black people in America talk about the community. I've talked to blacks, like hood motherfuckers and gang members, in that Los Angeles, California, San Diego universe, and I'm like, are you black? I've never heard of this. There is no community, black community. There are communities. There are, different communities. It's a lot more localized. So, that's my
What's going
point.
on with this picture on the screen?
Oh, that's Grace Thorpe.
Oh, this is NSFW.
Is it?
You
looking at
know
it on my
what?
phone, and it's
This
about
is
2
Grace
inches
Thorpe.
big.
This is a show. This is a picture she
That
put
is
up.
wild.
Don't get sucked in. You'll get sucked into the world. It is wild. It is super wild.
You know what? There's no pubic hair showing that we can see, so it's safe for work.
You can damn near see through it. This is sick. I'm out of here. I'm gonna
Let me
watch
put
from
it to you this way:
watch
her
from the
father
chat.
probably took the picture.
Oh my God.
No, I'm dead serious.
I will say she is an adult, at least. Like that part I do know.
The
There is
related part is the
nothing that
disturbing
is
part.
unsafe for work.
This
And
shit wild.
she
I'm
still
out of
has a
here, Stanley.
YouTube show. Well, hold on one sec. I'll take it down. We trust.
No, you don't
We
have to
trust
take it down.
Gobbler.
I gotta, do the thing.
Oh, you're gonna leave me
Oh
alone with
man,
this
you're gonna
savage?
be my ally, Dave. Come on.
No, I just remember God
No,
will do
all of a sudden I
foreplay.
feel unsafe.
Okay, thank
Foreplay.
you. I appreciate it.
All right,
So,
sweeties.
where
Y'all
are
be
you?
good.
Are you said you're from Arizona, right?
No, Southern California. I lived in
Oh, that's right.
Southern
I'm sorry.
Arizona in the 70s. I was raised over
Gotcha.
there.
Interesting. Let me take this down. Promise you won't porn bomb.
Me? No, I promise.
It's a joke. I think we've already I think we've already been porn bombed by this picture. And believe it or
I
not,
can't.
that is
It's on
Grace
my phone.
Thorpe.
It's less
This
than 2
is
inches.
actually a picture, and it's very probable that this is either her internet camera or her father took this picture.
Yeah, one or the other. And her
Are
father's
you
probably
familiar with the Thorpes?
Yes, I am.
Okay, well then you
Over
believe
the
me then.
over the last, say, 5 or 6 months. Yeah. Which now I'm
They go back a couple for
yeah.
quite some
So
time.
yeah. So do you know a creator by the name of Schizo Spud?
No, I
Oh,
think I
super
do. He's
smart,
got that
super nice
frog
guy.
thing.
Yes, that's the guy. He
Yeah, I'm
has
familiar.
their
I've
archives,
never
and
heard
he's
his
like,
show, but I know who he is.
oh, he's a sweetheart. I love him. He's
Is he
going
really?
through their art. Yeah, he's really neat. He's asked, do you know Get Crack? Get Crack for me?
I do know Get Crack.
Okay, so you could ask him about Schizo Spud too.
You know what? If you know Get Crack, if he's a Get Crack, like, yeah, Get Crack's a good guy.
I think so too. Yeah.
You know, he is nominally part of this channel. Nominally now. He hasn't been up here in a while. We miss you, Get Crack. But no, I know Get Crack is actually salt of the earth, in my opinion.
Yeah, so I've kind of met them through watching the Thorpes and Ava and Ruby. And
Ava is I think she is a wonderful young lady. And Ruby too, for that matter. But Ava especially.
Yeah.
Ava is hilarious and incisive, and I don't know. She knows when to hit you, pound you.
Oh, yeah. I wouldn't say I'm watching her that close to know all the ins and outs there. I know she's gone on your guys' panels before, I think.
She has.
Yeah. So I wanted to ask you something kind of personal, because I didn't quite catch it. Like I've been on stream, but I've actually been doing other things as well. So, did you are you a widower? Or are you
Yes.
divorced? I'm so sorry for your loss.
It's been a while. Like, I guess it'll be 13 or 14 years. You lose
Oh
track
my
of time, but it's been a
goodness.
while.
That is a while. For some reason when you were talking, I had the impression it
Oh
was
no,
within
no,
the
I'm
last couple
sorry.
of years.
It's been a while.
Okay.
However, the good news is my son is at Georgia Tech. We got through.